Dear customer Liang, we regret to inform you that your current Wu Zhuan Yuan Dream Fulfilling Loan is now 24, according to Article 72 Supplementary Clause of the Longnan City High Martial Talent Support Agreement. If the default exceeds 72 hours, given that your collateral is the biological ownership of your own future 60 years, the Black Gold Chamber will have the right to initiate the asset preservation procedure. At that time, your corneas, organs, bone marrow, and soul imprint will be fully handled by our company to offset the debt. For the sake of your bodily integrity, please repay as soon as possible. Outside the car window stood the 20-meter-high alloy walls of Longnan City. In the distant sky, a massive energy shield glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Liang stared at the cold collection message on his phone screen and rubbed his face vigorously. His fingertips touched the inner side of his left arm, where it was densely covered with needle holes surrounded by purple bruises, traces left by long-term injections of inferior berserker potions. Transmigrated. And it's a hellish start with a mountain of debt. Liang felt a chill down his spine. He had just been working overtime, too tired, and fell asleep on the desk. Where the hell had this brought him? After transmigrating yesterday, he merged with the original owner's chaotic memories. This was a mad world where myriad races invaded and martial arts reached divine levels. Martial artists were the sole privileged class in this society. His predecessor was an ordinary orphan, a poor wretch driven mad by class anxiety. Due to mediocre talent, in order to catch up with those geniuses from aristocratic families, the predecessor signed the infamous Wu Zhuan Yuan loan at an underground money house called the Black Gold Chamber. Borrowing $600,000, he was deceived by training institutions and spent it all on inferior violent drugs and brain development fluids to keep his mind clear and improve learning efficiency, ruining himself. To maximize the drug's effect, he even rented a VIP infusion room at an off-campus tutoring institution, hanging 4 drips that would make ordinary people writhe in pain while he did practice problems with a blank expression. At Longnan No. 1 high school, Liang's predecessor was a famous figure, also a freak. He was recognized as the king of grinders. At 5 in the morning, before the school gate opened, he was the one who unlocked the training room by himself. At 10 at night, when the library turned off the lights and kicked people out, he was the one who refused to leave. His academic grades were flawless. Human Meridian Science, Alien Beast Anatomy Atlas, History of Martial Arts Development. Whenever it appeared on exams, he consistently topped the grade rankings, with perfect scores being the norm. In the front of the bus, a few students with strong vitality were laughing and messing around. Hey, isn't that godly? The bus is already moving, and he's still reading. A mocking voice crept into his ears. Sure, he's the top academic scorer. He hopes to make the alien beast laugh to death on the battlefield with that book, Grandmaster Power Techniques. Harsh laughter echoed in the cabin. Liang did not look up. He silently turned a page, but his fingers subconsciously pressed the still-aching infusion needle hole. In this elite martial arts class of Longnan No. 1 high school, most students were above the 4th stage of vitality, and the true geniuses had even touched the threshold of the 6th stage. And he, mockingly called godly, had barely reached the 4th stage of vitality by overdrawing his life and madly consuming drugs. In others' eyes, he was a useless bookworm. In the eyes of the Black Gold Chamber, he was an expiring consumable. 600,000 principal plus interest, it's now 1,200,000. 3 days left. If he didn't repay in 3 days, this body would be disassembled into corneas, heart, bone marrow. Sold by weight, a dead end. A complete dead end. The predecessor, terrified of the approaching repayment day, suffered cardiac arrest during an 4-drip last night, which gave rise to the current Liang. Just as Liang was considering whether to jump off the bus and escape, a mechanical prompt tone devoid of any emotion abruptly sounded deep in his mind. Detected stable host soul fluctuation. Life simulator loading complete. Current remaining simulation attempts, 3 newbie gift. Do you wish to start the first simulation? Liang's pupils abruptly contracted, then his heart pounded violently. A cheat. As an online novel enthusiast in his previous life, he knew exactly what this meant. Activate, Liang silently recited in his mind without a moment's hesitation. At this critical juncture of life and death, any hesitation would be disrespectful to life. Simulation starting. Detected host soul traits, auto-loading, innate talent, hardworking, and enduring green, the tragic song of a corporate slave in the past life, also a medal in this life. Your mental resilience is extremely strong, with an unbearable tolerance for monotonous, painful, repetitive labor, such as 996, or extreme cultivation that ordinary people cannot match. Effect: as long as you don't die from training trained to death. Greatly reduces pain perception, greatly increases mental endurance. Hardworking and enduring. What is this, a certification of being an excellent ox or horse? Liang curled his lips in self-mockery, but then his eyes lit up. This might be exactly what he needed most right now. Please choose 1 talent from the following for simulation, this time random refresh. Early baldness, white, your hair falls out quickly, but that saves you shampoo. Iron stomach, green, you can digest some foods that ordinary people cannot, such as tree bark and clay. Blade genius, blue, you have a good intuition for blade weapons, keen perception of blade techniques. You will become a blade genius, making twice the progress with half the effort when practicing blade arts. Gambler's intuition, white, your accuracy in guessing coin flips is slightly above 50. Night owl, white, your spirit becomes especially excited at night. Only 1 blue and 1 green. Liang quickly judged. Blade genius, choose this. Hardworking and enduring, plus blade genius. One lets me train tirelessly, the other ensures training is effective. A perfect combination. Selection complete. Talents hardworking and enduring green, and blade genius blue look. Simulation begins. Day 1, you are on the bus and receive the debt collection text from the black gold chamber. Knowing time is tight, you return to school and plunge into the training room. You quickly mastered basic blade techniques thanks to blade affinity, but you were not satisfied. Using the hardworking and enduring talent, you blocked the intense pain of muscle tearing and swung the blade 10,000 times continuously like a machine. Until late night, your tiger's mouth split, your arms swollen like radishes, but you felt nothing. After a simple bandage, you continued swinging. Day 2, your crazy behavior frightens the practical combat teacher. He was astonished to find that in just one day your blade technique had already entered the threshold and stabilized. You try to borrow money from the teacher, but seeing your bloodshot wolf-like eyes, he thinks you've gone mad from training and refuses, claiming helplessness. Day 3, you didn't give up, continuing self-mutilating ascetic training. Your muscle fibers become tough under intense tearing and healing. In a sparring match, ignoring pain, you take a punch from the class monitor and counter with a blade strike, defeating him. The whole class is shocked, and no one believes this is the bookworm with 4th stage vitality. Day 4, the repayment day approaches. You try to risk your life for money at an underground casino. But before you even enter, you collapse in an alley due to severe physical exhaustion. Though you don't feel pain, your bodily functions have reached their limit. When you wake up, it's already late night. Day 5, the black gold chamber comes. 2 black-clad men with 7th stage vitality block you at your doorstep. You don't beg for mercy, you draw your blade and slash. Relying on the muscle memory engraved into your bones over these days, you actually leave a wound deep enough to see bone on that 7th stage martial artist's arm. But due to the huge gap in realm, your limbs are instantly broken. You are dragged to an abandoned slaughterhouse on the outskirts. On the operating table, the surgeon marvels as he cuts into your muscles. This kid's muscles are all necrotic damage from overtraining. His pain nerves are numb. Was he a masochist in life? You die. Simulation ended. This simulation survival time 5 days. Evaluation F. Unremarkable cannon fodder life, but your madness is impressive. Cooldown none. Leon suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily. The phantom pain of his limbs being broken, though weakened by the system, still made him break out in a cold sweat. This is the gap in strength. Even if I risk my life, the 4th stage against the 7th is still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Leon clenched his fist, his nails digging into his flesh. That so-called Wu Zhuangyuan loan was a man-eating trap from the start. Even the school teacher, upon seeing the huge debt, chose to steer clear. But this simulation was not without gains. Please choose one retention item from this simulation. Choose 1 out of 3. 1. Martial Realm Vitality Stage 4th Level. 2. Martial Experience Basic Blade Technique Minor Completion. 3. Dying Memory Geographical Location and Internal Structure of the Asset Recovery Department. Looking at the 3 options, Leon began to consider the cost-effectiveness of each. Choose Realm. 5 days was too short, the realm hadn't improved. Choose Memory. He had already experienced a fleeting glimpse, complete details were useless. I choose 2 Martial Experience. Only Leon knew. This so-called minor completion blade technique was the result of swinging the blade tens of thousands of times without sleep like a mad dog, with all pain blocked by the hard-working and enduring talent. Normal people, even with talent, couldn't withstand this training method. But he could. Boom. A warm current instantly surged into Leon's mind and all his limbs and bones. Originally, he knew nothing about blade techniques, but at this moment, countless memories of swinging, slashing, and blocking seemed carved deep into his soul. He felt a slight heat at the tiger's mouth of his right hand, as if he had held a blade for 10 years, and a sharp force surged within his muscles. Basic blade technique. Minor completion. Leon lowered his head, looking at his hand full of needle holes, and curled his lips into a cold arc. With just one simulation, he saved 3 years of hard work for an ordinary person. Was this the feeling of being a genius? Die in 5 days. Still 2 chances. Continue simulating. This dead chess game, I will definitely turn it around. The bus body vibrated slightly as the bus entered the gate of Longnan No. 1 high school. Leon raised his head, looking at the students sweating on the playground, his eyes somewhat gloomy. Black gold chamber, let's play slowly. The bus screeched to a halt with the hiss of hydraulic brakes. We're here. Everyone out. The carriage immediately became noisy. Students carrying heavy tactical backpacks filed out one by one, each face brimming with youthful restlessness and anticipation for the future. Leon slowly closed the book titled Master's Striking Techniques and disembarked at the very end of the crowd. In September, Longnan City remained oppressively hot. Leon lifted his head, squinting at the glaring sun, then pulled the collar of his school uniform tighter. 3 days. He silently counted down in his mind. Every passing second now felt like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Returning to the classroom of Class 3, Grade 2, Leon skillfully walked to the corner seat by the window and sat down. Classmates gathered in small groups, discussing the newly updated Heavenly Prodigy rankings or some newly released. No one paid any attention to Leon. After all, this was a martial arts class where everyone either had talent or came from wealthy families. In this class where strength reigned supreme. An oddball who relied on drugs to maintain the 4th stage of blood chi and only knew how to bury his head in books all day, coupled with his naturally reclusive personality. Liang basically had no friends in class. Ring, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher Wang Heng entered carrying a thick lesson plan under his arm. Wang Heng was a typical middle-aged martial artist at the Blood Chi 7th stage. Although he would never break through to the Kaiyuan realm in his lifetime, he was quite accomplished in theoretical teaching. Open your books to page 72. Today we will discuss the dark chaos of early new martial arts. Wang Heng's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. As you all know, 300 years ago the Abyss Rift opened, thermal weapons failed, and humans were once reduced to blood food for alien races. It was the first-generation martial saints who, using themselves as seeds, pioneered the path of blood chi. Under the podium, the students were drowsy. Liang, however, sat perfectly straight, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, but his pupils were already unfocused. His mind was racing, constructing the strategic blueprint for the second simulation. The first simulation was a simple test. I chose to fight Hedon, and the result was being dismantled into parts after 5. Although I extracted the intermediate blade art, it only gave me the qualification to wield a blade, not the capital to survive. Liang's fingers lightly tapped his thigh under the desk as he analyzed his current situation. The Black Gold Merchant Guild was no street thug, it was a behemoth in the underworld of Longnan City. It was rumored to have a Kaiyuan realm powerhouse backing it, and even had underhand dealings with certain high officials. Thinking of solving millions of dollars of loan disputes by calling the police or telling a teacher. Too naive. In this world, repaying debts is an iron law written into the federal code. As long as the Black Gold Merchant Guild produces the signed spirit flesh transfer agreement, even the principal can't protect me. Unless I can demonstrate value far exceeding this debt. If I were a 17-year-old genius at the 6th or even 7th stage of blood chi, then I would be the future of the Federation, the treasure of the school. 120,000. To keep a future grandmaster, that amount wouldn't even be a question. But right now I'm only at the 4th stage of blood chi, my body riddled with hidden injuries, a recognized waste. Even if I rushed up and displayed my intermediate blade art, the teachers would merely be surprised and praise me as diligent compensates for lack of talent. They would never clash with the Black Gold Merchant Guild for me. There was only one way to break the deadlock: rapidly increase his cultivation. He had to skyrocket his blood chi to a level that could not be ignored within 3 days. But in reality, going from the 4th stage to the 6th stage in 3 days. Even in a dream, I wouldn't dare. I can only rely on the simulator. Liang took a deep breath, and the crazy plan gradually took shape in his mind. Since the simulator could extract cultivation, if I cultivated for 10 or 20 years in the simulation and then extracted it, could it overwrite this waste body? This was a bold conjecture and the only possible lifeline. Time in the simulation flows rapidly, but reality is only a few minutes, making the simulated time almost an instant. If I want to survive long-term in the simulation, I must solve 2 problems. First, avoid the Black Gold Merchant Guild's pursuit after 5 days. Second, procure enough cultivation resources. A cold, grim smile curled at the corner of Liang's mouth. Evade the pursuit. In the final memories of the first simulation, he had already seen the methods of the Asset Recovery Department. As long as he remained within Longnan City's surveillance network, he would never escape. So he had to flee the safe zone and go to the Chaos Zone. That was a lawless paradise, a haven for ruthless criminals and black market dwellers, a place where the Black Gold Merchant Guild's reach was limited. As for resources, anyway, I'm not afraid to die in the simulation, and I don't have to pay the money back. Since I'm on the run anyway, why not borrow every cent I can before leaving? Ruthlessly grab small loans. The moment this thought surfaced, Liang felt his blood boil. His previous self only dared to borrow the legitimate Wu Zhuang Yuan loan because he still wanted to be a proper person and go to college. But in the simulation, he could become the most reckless desperado. Campus loans, beauty loans, renovation loans. As long as they could issue money, he would grab them all. With this huge sum of money, he could buy the highest grade blood chi elixirs from the black market and the best alloy battle armor, then crawl into the sewers and escape to the Chaos Zone. Only magic can defeat magic. Only by being more roguish than rogues can you survive. Liang's eyes gradually became resolute. The core objectives of this simulation were only 2. First, get money, get resources. Second, lie low and train. He needed to verify a crucial question: did the system extracted martial realm include the effect of body reshaping? If he could bring the perfect body cultivated in the simulation back to reality, he could completely turn the tables. Liang. A deep voice interrupted his thoughts. Liang stood up almost instinctively, his mind still calculating how to supply up at the black market, but his body had already conditioned a reflex. Teacher Wang Heng on the podium wasn't looking at him. He was tapping the blackboard with his pointer and sweeping a sharp gaze over the drowsy students in the back rows. He snorted, "Wake up. Look at you all listless. Liang, tell them, what are the 3 core elements of the blood chi limit theory proposed by the first-generation martial saint during the Dark Chaos period?" This question was an exam point in martial arts development history, but because it was obscure, it was usually ignored by students. Liang's expression was calm, his pale face showed no panic, and the answer rolled off his tongue as standard as a textbook. The 3 core elements are the will to be placed in a desperate situation and survive, the explosive burning of potential, and the instantaneous sublimation that breaks the human gene lock. These 3 are indispensable. They were the desperate gambit of the first-generation martial saints before they had a complete cultivation system, and they are also the theoretical prototype of modern blood burst technique. Perfect pronunciation word for word. Wang Heng nodded with satisfaction, then turned and shouted at the whole class, listen. That's the standard answer. Some of you relying on your family's resources and having 1 or 2 higher blood chi stages than Liang are getting cocky. Don't forget the total score of the martial arts college entrance exam is 750 and the cultural theory portion takes up a full 150 points. Is this 150 points just given away for free? It's the key to separating tiers. On the battlefield, if you don't understand the weaknesses of the alien beasts or the principles of techniques, you're just a bunch of reckless fools rushing to their deaths. A few wealthy kids who had been dozing shrank their necks, shot Liang an unconvinced glance, but had no retort. After all, in theory, God Li was indeed dominant. After scolding, Wang Heng's gaze fell back on Liang. Looking at the boy's swaying figure and unnaturally pale complexion, the sternness in his eyes softened slightly, and he sighed, sit down. Liang, your theory is solid. That's your advantage. But Wang Heng paused, his tone becoming earnest and insinuating. Martial arts in the end uses the body as the seed. I know you want to catch up. You come from an ordinary family, your physical foundation is weak. Some of those hardcore drugs on the market have too many side effects. Use them sparingly. Although doping can give you a temporary boost in blood chi, once you burn out your foundation, those 150 theory points won't buy you a healthy martial artist's body. Understand? Liang lowered his head slightly, obediently answering, I understand. Thank you for your advice, teacher. But after speaking, he did not sit down. Instead, he remained standing, his brow gradually furrowing, one hand instinctively clutching his chest, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Wang Heng had just turned to continue the lesson when he stopped, puzzled. Why aren't you sitting? Is there something else? Liang pressed hard on his left chest, his already pale face now drained of all color, and said in a weak voice, teacher. You're right. The side effects really are too strong. He breathed with difficulty and continued the act. Maybe I was too aggressive with the fur last night. My heart is pounding now, I can barely breathe. I'd like to apply to go to the clinic for some oxygen. The whole class fell into dead silence, all eyes on Liang. Wang Heng's expression changed immediately, the sternness turning into worry. He had just warned the students not to ruin their health, and now the instant karma had arrived. See, what did I just say? Wang Heng was both angry and worried, but without hesitation, he waved his hand, even somewhat hurriedly. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Don't tough it out in the classroom. After saying this, he seemed still uneasy and added, can you walk? Do you need someone to help you over? No need, teacher. I can manage by myself. Just a bit of chest tightness. Lying down for a while will be fine. Liang waved his hand, pretending to be strong. All right, hurry along. Health is the capital of revolution. Don't risk your life just to catch up. Wang Heng sighed and helplessly gestured for him to go quickly. Thank you, teacher. Under a mix of strange and slightly sympathetic gazes from his classmates, Liang walked out of the classroom with faltering steps. The moment the classroom door closed behind him, his feeble gait instantly became steady. The pain in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharpness like a blade. He passed through the hallway, went downstairs, and turned left. 5 minutes later, Liang walked into the school clinic. Hey, it's Liang again. What's wrong today? The school doctor, a woman in her 50s, was very familiar with this VIP regular. After all, among the whole school, only a select few could get a yearly pass to the clinic. A bit of palpitations. I want to lie down and get some oxygen. Liang answered expertly. All right, same as usual. The farthest bed. Plug in the oxygen yourself. The school doctor shook her head and handed him a registration form. Young man, be moderate. Don't ruin your body. Liang smiled without explaining, signed the form, and walked straight to the innermost bed. He drew the white curtain. Here an isolated little space was instantly created. Only the faint smell of disinfectant and the occasional beep of the ECG monitor could be heard. Liang lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. It was quiet here, no one disturbed him. The perfect place for deep simulation. System. Liang silently contemplated in his heart. Life simulator is ready. Remaining simulation attempts 2. Would you like to initiate the second simulation? Initiate. As Liang's thought fell, a familiar light blue screen unfurled once more on his retina. Simulate. Detected inherent talent. Hardworking green has been automatically loaded. Randomly refreshing selectable talents. This time Liang's gaze was firmly fixed on the talent list. Let's see if there are any talents this time that align with enhancing martial arts levels and escaping the safe zone plan. Talent refresh complete. Please choose one from the following talents. Optimistic white. Even in dire straits, you can always find humor, maintaining an excellent mindset. Exquisite sleep. White, you do not snore while sleeping and your posture is elegant. Passerby. A green, your presence is significantly diminished, and as long as you do not actively cause trouble or display killing intent, you can easily be unconsciously overlooked by others, including surveillance devices and high-level martial artists. Sprinter. White, your explosive power is decent, suitable for a 50-meter sprint. Picky eater. Gray, you do not eat cilantro or scallions. Passerby. A green, your presence is significantly diminished, and as long as you do not actively cause trouble or display killing intent, you can easily be. With this combined with hardworking, the success rate of the escape plan will increase significantly. I choose passerby. Selection completed. Talents hardworking green and passerby a green have been loaded. Simulation begins. Day 1, you lie in the infirmary's bed devising a loan plan, codenamed Final Mat. In the afternoon, you took a leave of absence citing health issues. After leaving school, instead of going home, you headed to an unregulated internet cafe. Utilizing the powerful mental strength brought by hardworking, you downloaded all the online loan apps available on the market in just 3 hours. Swift Loan White Card Campus Worry-Free Naked Loan crossed out. You didn't care about the interest or credit ratings as long as the funds were released quickly. You accepted them all. In the past, these were abysses you avoided at all costs, but now they were gold mines in your eyes. With your status as an outstanding student of Longnan No. 1 high school's martial arts class, your limits were surprisingly high. Ding. Your loan of 50,000 has been credited. Ding. Your application has been approved with a limit of 80,000. Funds will be released immediately. That night your phone vibrated incessantly. When the last app notified you of a successful loan, a total of 800,000 federal coins had accumulated in your various hidden accounts. Looking at the text on the screen, the corner of Liang's mouth curled up maniacally. 800,000. Combined with the 120,000 from the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, he was now a millionaire in debt, even if he did nothing for the rest of his life. But this was just the beginning. That late night, with this huge sum of money, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, you used the passerby, a talent, to evade the patrolling security and infiltrated Longnan City's largest underground black market, Ghost Market. You didn't hold back at all and headed straight for the Black Rock Potion store. Boss, give me 10 sets of Dragon Blood Body Refining Cream, the highest purity. Also 1 class Nano Protective Suit, lightweight, wear resistant, and corrosion resistant. High Energy Compressed Nutrient Bars, give me 2 boxes. Water Purification Tablets, 1 box. The boss looked at you like you were a fat sheep, but under the influence of the passerby, a talent, he didn't harbor any thoughts of blackmail, merely seeing you as a low-key servant from a prominent family out shopping. After a crazy shopping spree, you spent all your money carrying a heavy tactical backpack, disappearing into the night. Day 2, the collection text from the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce arrived as scheduled, but you had already flushed your SIM card down the drain. You found a secret entrance to the city's drainage system. The entrance emitted a nauseating stench, and anyone passing by would cover their nose, but you expressionlessly crawled. With the hard-working talent activated, you automatically blocked out the overwhelming stench, even finding the air here exceptionally liberating. You navigated through the complex underground piping and ahead on the necessary path. A few wanted criminals with brutish faces were blocking the way, roasting some unknown rat meat over a fire while wielding sharpened bone knives. Charging in would mean certain death, and sneaking would also risk being discovered. Without hesitation, you turned and crawled into a nearby heap of rotting garbage that emitted a strong stench. Hardworking talent activated. You forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, allowing the sticky filth to cover your entire body. Even as several large cockroaches crawled across your face, you remained motionless, merging completely with the shadows. A few minutes later, one of the wanted criminals stood up to urinate, and the murky liquid splashed onto your shoe's edge. His gaze casually swept over the corner where you were hiding. Had it been a normal day, this sudden bulge might have aroused suspicion. But under the judgment of the passerby, a talent, your presence was minimized, and he subconsciously regarded it as just a pile of worthless, discarded refuse, cursing as he turned away. You lay in the garbage like a stone for a full 3 hours. Until deep into the night, the few wanted criminals finally could not resist their drowsiness, leaning against the wall and snoring loudly. At that moment, like a ghost, you silently crawled out of the garbage pile, tiptoeing, holding your breath, and carefully stepping over their bodies, disappearing into the depths of darkness. That night, using the same patience and low presence, you got stuck in the dead angle of the surveillance camera, and at the moment the underground sewage gate opened, you surged out with the rushing wastewater. You successfully arrived at the lawless land, a deserted air raid shelter on the edge of the chaotic zone. Day 3, here there is no law and survival is the first priority. You sealed the entrance of the air raid shelter with a large stone, leaving only a ventilation hole. You opened your backpack and took out the Dragon Blood Body Refining Cream, worth 500,000. Let's begin. You swallowed a tube of the cream, and the violent medicinal power exploded within you, as if you had swallowed a ball of magma. Ordinary people would probably be rolling on the ground in pain at this moment, but you merely frowned and began your tedious cultivation. 9th set of broadcasting body refining techniques start. The chaotic zone, the fringe area. Here lies the ruins of civilization. Towering remnants of walls stand like the skeletons of giant beasts, casting mottled shadows under the dark red moonlight. Inside the abandoned air raid shelter, the air is heavy. Liang sits cross-legged on the cold cement floor, a row of vials laid out in front of him. These are all the Dragon Blood Body Refining Ointment he brought with him. Day 4 training begins. You swallowed the first. The cold liquid feels like liquid flame as it goes down into his stomach. The violent medicinal power explodes and it violently rushes through the veins that have long been riddled with the damage of inferior medicines due to prolonged injections. Ugh. Even in simulation, the excruciating pain of having all his bones crushed and reassembled still makes Liang's soul tremble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already fainted from the pain, even going into shock due to the body's self-protective mechanism. But Liang did not. The talent of hardship endurance green displays its powerful side at this moment. His pain receptors seem to be enveloped in an invisible membrane. The pain is still pain. But it does not break him, instead it keeps him in a strange state of absolute clarity. You grit your teeth, using this violent energy to begin practicing the 9th set of broadcast body refining technique. The first time, blood seeps from his skin, expelling toxins. The 10th time, bones crack, the medicinal power seeps in. The 100th time. In this dark, sunless underground cave, Liang transforms into an unyielding machine. When hungry, he nibbles on a compressed nutrition bar. When thirsty, he takes a sip of purified water. Apart from training, there is only training. Year 1 rebirth monotony is a more terrifying enemy than death, but in your eyes monotony is the ladder to becoming stronger. 3 months later, with the domineering medicinal power of the dragon blood body, refining ointment, and relentless training, he forcibly broke through the bottleneck of the 4th stage of vitality. You advance to the 5th stage of vitality. 6 months later, the toxic residue of inferior medicines in your body is completely expelled. Your blood is no longer turbid, but exhibits a healthy bright red color. Your muscle lines become firm and explosive, no longer that bloated softness. At the end of this year, as the last vial is smashed, the vitality within you surges like a rushing river, producing you advance to the 6th stage of vitality. In the infirmary of reality, Liang looks at these words, his heart racing. 1 year 6 stages. Resources exhausted. As the last nutrition bar is consumed, you face a new crisis: hunger. Though you are a martial artist with strong vitality, you still cannot fast. To continue training, you must obtain food. You have no choice but to end your retreat, leave the air raid shelter, and begin exploring the edges of the chaotic zone. The sky over the chaotic zone is perpetually gray, as if shrouded in a layer of unclean dust. Liang carries a finely crafted steel battle knife he acquired from the ghost market, wearing a somewhat worn Crade nano-protective suit, walking through the dense mutated thickets like a vigilant cheetah. The talent of passerby A Green is in constant operation. Liang blends into the jungle like a slowly moving. Several mutated black crows pecking at carrion by the roadside only take flight in fright when Liang approaches within 3 meters. The density of mutated beasts here is greater than expected. Liang stops at the edge of a cliff, scanning the jungle below. If a stable food source is not resolved, he will spend a lot of time hunting every day. This will severely slow his training progress. He needs a stable logistics supply point. Just then he hears a cry for help. Help! Is anyone there? Help! A youthful voice filled with fear drifts in the wind. Liang furrows his brow. In the chaotic zone, meddling often means death. This could be a trap or a black market between the wanderers. He initially intended to turn and leave, but then thought, where there are people, there are settlements. Where there are settlements, there are stable trading channels. I still have plenty of water purification tablets and antibiotics bought from the ghost market. These are hard currency in the chaotic zone. If I can connect with them, I won't have to scavenge for a few pounds of meat every day. Thinking this, Liang's figure flickers, activating the passerby, a talent quietly moving toward the source of the sound. A few hundred meters away, beneath a giant dead tree, 3 large ironback jackals with iron-gray bone spines growing on their backs are frantically scratching around the tree. Up in the branches, a girl about 12 or 13 years old clings tightly to the trunk, trembling all over. Her clothes are tattered, her face is covered in dirt and tear stains, and she tightly grips a rusty dagger, clearly at the brink of collapse. A woo! The lead ironback jackal, losing patience, powerfully pushes off its hind legs like a gray flash of lightning, leaping 3 meters high to bite at the girl's ankle. Aunt! The girl lets out a desperate scream. Just at this critical moment, a shadow abruptly appears beside the jackal. It is Liang. Under the cover of passerby, the keen-sensed beasts still have not detected his presence until he draws. Slash. Liang's gaze is cold, devoid of mercy. Basic sword technique, minor completion. This technique, earned by risking his life during the first simulation, reveals its most unadorned lethality at this moment. No flashy moves, only swift, accurate, and fierce slashes. Whoosh. In a flash of blade light, the leaping ironback jackal doesn't even have time to scream before its head separates from its body, its scalding blood splattering everywhere. The remaining 2 jackals are stunned. They cannot comprehend where this human came from. But Liang does not give them time to think. The explosive power of the 6th stage of vitality is unleashed without reservation at this moment. He plants his feet on the ground, his body bending like a bow, and instantly launches forward. Swish, swish, 2 more slashes. 1 jackal is cleaved in half, while the other, trying to escape, is pierced through the heart from behind and pinned to the ground. From the moment he draws his knife to the end, it takes only a brief 3 seconds. All 3 ironback jackals capable of tearing apart an ordinary adult lie dead. Liang slowly sheaths his knife, flicking off the blood droplets from the blade, and looks up at the already dumbfounded girl in the tree, speaking in a tone as calm as asking for directions. Come down, it's safe. The girl cautiously peeks out, looking at the wolf corpses on the ground, then at the cold-faced youth, and after a long moment, she trembles down from the tree. Thank you, big brother. Her voice is as faint as a mosquito, her body still trembling uncontrollably. Which settlement are you from? Liang gets straight to the point. My name is Su Ming. The girl wipes her tears, pointing to the ruins in the west. I am from the Taki settlement. My grandfather is the chief, Su Ha. I came out to gather herbs and got lost. Taki settlement. Lead the way. Liang lifts the 2 jackal corpses. They'll take you back and have a chat with your grandfather about a business deal. Half an hour later, a camp constructed from abandoned shipping containers and earthen walls comes into view. This is a relatively orderly, small human gathering place on the edge of the chaotic zone, surviving by cultivating radiation-resistant fungi and hunting. At the entrance of the camp, several guards armed with homemade wooden guns see Liang coming with wolf corpses, and Su Ming immediately raising their weapons in tension. Don't shoot. This big brother saved me. Su Ming shouts urgently. Moments later, the camp gate opens. An elderly man with graying hair and 1 blind eye rushes out, hugging Su Ming tightly, tears streaming down his face. He is the chief of the Taki settlement, Su Ha. This brave man, thank you for saving little Ming. Suha looks at the 3 jackals that died from a single blow at Li Ong's feet, a glimmer of awe flashing in his single eye. These ironback jackals have tough hides and thick flesh. Even a 6th-stage vitality warrior might not be able to kill them so decisively. Your skills are impressive. He is an old hand and can naturally see Li Ong's extraordinary abilities. The smooth cut from the decapitation shows that this young man's swordsmanship is profound and his vitality is highly refined. It was just a small effort. Li Ong does not waste words. He directly pulls out a box of unopened military water purification tablets and a bottle of antibiotics from his pocket, throwing them to Suha. I want to stay here to train for a while. These items, along with the extra game I bring back from hunting in the future, can be exchanged for your settlement's daily cooked food and drinking water, as well as a hassle-free place to stay. Suha takes the medicines, and upon seeing the labels his breathing quickens. In the chaotic zone, antibiotics and water purification tablets are more precious than gold. These are life-saving items. That's enough. Way more than enough. Suha, trembling with excitement, says, "Rest assured, brave man, not only food and water, but you will be our most honored guest in the Taki settlement. I will have someone prepare the cleanest cellar in the back mountain for you to stay in." For this small settlement, being able to exchange a bit of food for the presence of a strong warrior, even if only temporarily, is a tremendous security guarantee. In the 3rd year, water drops pierce stone. You reached a tacit agreement with the Taiji settlement. You moved into the cellar on the back mountain, and Su Ming would regularly leave roasted beast meat and filtered water at your door without disturbing you. Without worries, you once again entered a frenzied cultivation mode. Although the absence of the dragon blood body refining ointment slowed down your cultivation speed, you had plenty of time and determination. Every day you swung your blade 5,000 times and practiced footwork for 6 hours regardless of the heat or cold. Occasionally nearby wanderers attempted to attack the settlement. You only needed to shoot a few stones from the shadows or silently eliminate a few leading thugs in the dead of night, and the crisis would resolve itself. You became the legendary guardian deity of the Taiji settlement, yet no one had seen your true face except for the little girl who brought you meals every day. In this year you polished your internal chi and blood to be as solid as granite. In the 5th year, accumulate thickly and release thinly. Time is the best sculptor. 5 years of arduous cultivation erased the scholarly aura from your body, replaced by a reserved steadiness akin to an abyss. Your hair had grown to your waist, your beard covered your face, but your eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. On this deep night in the cellar, you sat cross-legged, and the chi and blood within your body, after 5 years of compression, had become as viscous as mercury. Break. You let out a low roar in your heart. Boom. It was as though a thunderclap exploded within your body. The chi and blood washed over your bones, producing a sound like metal clashing. A faint jade-like sheen emerged on the surface of your skin. This was the mark of a pure body and elevated chi and blood. Chi and blood realm 7th stage. You stood up and struck the wall with your fist. The hard rock shattered like tofu, leaving a fist imprint 3 inches deep. With my current strength at the 7th stage of chi and blood combined with my nearly perfected basic blade technique, I fear that even against an ordinary 8th stage chi and blood warrior, I would still have the power to fight. In reality, Li Ong watched this scene, his fingers trembling with excitement. It's done. Chi and blood at a high stage. 5 years of planning, 5 years of endurance finally resulted in this moment of transformation. In the 6th year, the blade emerges without regret. Stillness leads to action. This year you discovered that no matter how you operated the broadcast body refining technique, the viscous chi and blood within your body always moved slowly, unable to achieve unity. You realized that closed-door cultivation ultimately has its limits. Your body had adapted to the monotonous polishing. What was needed now was the stimulation of blood and fire. On a night filled with wind and rain, you stepped out of the cellar, holding the slightly dull-edged steel battle blade. The night in the chaotic zone was a feast of slaughter, and you were no longer satisfied with passive defense. You set your sights on a swift-winged weasel lurking deep within the room. It was a second-tier extraordinary beast renowned for its speed, capable of easily slicing through steel with its wind blades. Although second-tier beasts targeted mid-stage chi and blood warriors, even those at the 8th stage would hesitate to provoke such a fast creature. In your first encounter with it, you suffered a crushing defeat. You couldn't keep up with its speed and suffered a deep wound on your chest that exposed bone blood staining your protective gear. But the endurance talent allowed you to ignore the excruciating pain. Like a madman without the sense of pain, you clung to it tightly. It grew tired, but you were still energized. It was injured and wanted to retreat, yet you became more excited. In the end, risking a fractured left arm, you predicted its landing spot and struck down its head with a single slash. After nursing your wounds, you set out once more. From the swift-winged weasel to the iron-armored rhino, then to the bloodthirsty demon spider. You treated yourself as a piece of finely tempered iron, using the countless extraordinary beasts in the chaotic zone as hammers, madly forging yourself in this colossal furnace. With each swing of the blade, you danced between life and death. Each dodge was an instinctual evolution. Finally, in the winter of the 6th year, a heavy snow covered the chaotic zone. Facing 3 second-tier extraordinary beasts, the snowfield fear wolf, you stood in the snow, feeling an ethereal clarity in your heart. The battle blade in your hand seemed to vanish, transforming into an extension of your arm, becoming part of the wind, and with a flash of the blade, the snowflakes remained undisturbed. Three fierce wolf heads soared into the sky, warm beast blood splattering onto the pure white snow, blooming like red plum blossoms. Basic blade technique perfected. No longer confined to moves with no moves in hand, each strike becomes in the 7th year the nightmare of the chaotic zone. With the blade technique perfected, it feeds back into your physical body. Your chi and blood bottleneck finally loosened, and your total chi and blood surged again, naturally stepping into the peak of the 7th stage of chi and blood. In a place teeming with strong warriors, this realm might only be elite, but on the edge of the chaotic zone, a mixed area, you had become an undeniable powerhouse. That summer, the infamous bandit organization Black Eagle Gang set its sights on the Taiji settlement. They had heard of the clean water sources and women here. Gathering over 30 desperate men, they charged in with modified battle vehicles. The settlement leader Suha despaired and planned to lead his people to flee. But you stepped forward. It was a moonless night. You activated your passerby, a talent, and sneaked into the Black Eagle Gang's camp like a ghost. That night, there were no gunshots in the Black Eagle Gang's camp, only the occasional flicker of cold light and muffled whimper. When the first rays of sunlight broke the next morning, Suha was shocked to find the camp of the Black Eagle Gang eerily. 34 bandits, including the notorious leader at the peak of the 7th stage of chi and blood, were all killed in their sleep with a single slash to their throats. After this battle, within a 50-mile radius of the Taiji settlement, it became a forbidden zone for bandits. Everyone knew that an unseen guardian deity resided here. You had become the nightmare of the chaotic zone's edge. In the 9th year, the shackles of talent. Time flew by, and Su Ming had grown from a little girl into a graceful. She still insisted on bringing you meals every day, and her gaze towards the cellar carried an unexplainable sentiment. But you were indifferent, for you encountered a true barrier: talent. 2 years ago, you had already reached the limit of the 7th stage of chi and blood. The chi and blood within you brimmed like an ocean, yet no matter what, you could not achieve unity and seamless integration. This last half-step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Based on your extensive theoretical knowledge, you deduced that your meridians were too narrow and your innate resilience insufficient. Your aptitude was simply too poor. Even after the baptism of the dragon blood elixir, that mediocrity etched into your genes still bound you like chains. To break through to the 8th stage of chi and blood, you would need external force. You must have a top-grade precious medicine containing vast chi and blood to forcibly wash through your meridians. But this was akin to a fool's dream on the barren edge of the chaotic zone. For 2 years, you searched frantically everywhere, even venturing deep into the chaotic zone, slaying numerous extraordinary beasts, guarding spiritual herbs, but the rewards were meager. Each attempt to break through the 8th stage felt like using an egg to strike a rock. You did not care about the pain, but the sense of helplessness when no hope appeared despite all your efforts led you to feel deeply fatigued for the first time. Endurance allows you to exert infinite effort, but it cannot change the ceiling. In these 3 years, you made no progress. In the 10th year, a final note. At this year, you turned 28. Years of slaughter and harsh cultivation made you appear much older than your actual age. You remained trapped at the peak of the 7th stage of chi and blood, your breath deep as an abyss. You knew that without a miracle, this would be the end of your life. However, the miracle did not come. A disaster arrived first. In the year 135 of the new Martial calendar, deep autumn, the sky over the chaotic zones suddenly turned blue. The earth began to tremble violently, and countless birds crashed into the cliffs in terror. A suffocating stench swept in from the horizon. A beast tied. And it was a large beast tied not seen in decades in the chaotic zone. Big brother, run, Su Ming cried, rushing to the cellar door, her face filled with fear. Grandpa said this time is different, it's a real beast tied. Even the Lord-level monsters from the inner circle have come out. We must evacuate immediately. You stepped out of the cellar and looked up towards the distance. In the dense smoke and dust, you saw colossal beasts the size of small mountains leading a vast army of extraordinary beasts, devouring everything like a black tsunami. Escape. With your passerby, a talent, as long as you abandoned the Taiji settlement, abandoned Su Ming, and slipped into the sewers or deep mountains alone, you might have a slight chance of survival. But you turned back to glance at the quivering settlement behind you, looking into Su Ming's eyes that held both despair and hope. More importantly, you looked at your own hands that grasped the blade. 10 years of hard cultivation, trapped at a bottleneck. If I do not experience true life and death terror, I will be stuck at the 7th stage for my entire life. Rather than survive, it would be better to ignite oneself in this catastrophe. Su Ming, take your grandfather and the clansmen through the underground escape. Your voice was hoarse, but carried a steadfast determination. And I want to see if my blade is truly fast enough. Boom. Blood and energy surged like a dragon. The light of the blade gleamed like snow. Liang's figure suddenly crashed into the black tide of beasts. At that moment, Liang stood like a stone pillar firmly anchored at the narrow pass through which the beast tide must pass. Roar. 3 massive iron-armored rhinoceroses charged in, their heavy hooves thundering against the ground. Liang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The perfected basic sword technique displayed a chilling artistry at this moment. There were no flashy moves, only the utmost precision and efficiency. He sidestepped, glided, and thrust upward. Thud! The blade precisely sliced into the weakest cartilage joint of the rhino's neck. Using the rhino's charging momentum, Liang flicked his wrist, and a massive beast head flew off. Then without even looking back, he executed a dragging slash that cleaved a lurking demon wolf in half behind him. Blood gushed forth, staining his already tattered protective gear. The tide of beasts was too dense. Even with Liang's exceptional agility, he could not avoid injury. In just 10 minutes, several gashes were torn open on his back and legs. However, the talent of endurance was running rampant automatically, shielding his cerebral cortex from pain signals that would have caused a normal person to faint, leaving only the purest instinct for combat. He was a machine, an unyielding, pain-ignorant killing machine. The battle lasted 3 hours. The ground was littered with corpses. You relied on the complex terrain of the ruined tower base, fighting while retreating. Every broken wall, every pitfall, every piece of terrain was utilized by you. The steel war knife in your hand had already worn out, with numerous notches turning it into a serrated blade. But this did not hinder the slaughter. Instead, it made the wounds even more hideous and terrifying. More than 100 first and second-tier monsters had died under your blade. Your blood and energy were being consumed wildly, yet under the pressure of life and death, they were regenerating at an alarming rate. That long-lost sense of bottleneck which had troubled you for 3 years finally showed signs of loosening under the heavy pressure of death. This is the feeling. On the ruins, Liang leaned on his blade, gasping heavily. He was drenched in blood, his left eye gouged out, vision blurred, but the remaining right eye burned with an unprecedented. On ordinary days, no matter how he honed himself, the blood and energy within him, though thick as mercury, would always stagnate when passing through certain subtle meridians, unable to achieve true harmony as one. That was the limitation of talent. But now, as his physical abilities were drained to the limit, and the flame of life flickered precariously, that unbreakable shackle cracked. Rumble. The earth trembled once again. The originally frenzied beast horde suddenly fell silent, as if sensing some oppressive force from a superior, whimpering and retreating to the sides. A suffocating stench of blood rushed at him. At the end of the ruins, a gigantic wolf over 5 meters long, entirely silver-white, slowly emerged. Its forehead bore a crystal-clear horn swirling with visible elemental wind fluctuations. Those cold vertical pupils fixed intently on Liang, as if observing a slightly stronger ant. The horned terror wolf, 4th-tier beast. Liang's heart suddenly contracted. In this world, a 4th-tier beast was equivalent to a human in the open Yuan realm. They had already awakened their intelligence, mastering elemental powers, and were not entities that a blood and energy realm martial artist could contend with. Is this the final boss? Liang grinned, revealing teeth stained red with blood. Escape. Impossible. Before a 4th-tier beast wielding wind elements, his speed felt as slow as a snail. Then, fight. Come. Liang roared, draining the last of his blood and energy. He did not defend, gripping his blade with both hands, transforming into a crimson shadow that charged towards the terror. Between life and death, great terror also brings great opportunity. Faced with that giant claw capable of crushing tanks, and the terrifying wind blade coalescing on the horn, Liang felt not fear, but an unprecedented clarity. The blood and energy within him boiled completely at that moment. They were no longer flowing like streams, but converged into a raging river, expanding the narrow meridians and unblocking the clogged acupoints. Connected, harmonious, unified. In that instant, Liang felt as though he had touched a new realm. The original 7-segment shackles vanished, and a vast, pure, and ceaseless power coursed through his entire body. Was that the 8 segments of blood and energy? No, still a bit short. The blood and energy consumption is too great, but the path to 8 segments has already opened to me. Swish. The light of the blade flared. This was the pinnacle strike of Liang's life. The perfected sword technique, combined with the life-and-death breakthrough of blood and energy, made this strike reach its utmost speed, cleaving the wind blade of the horned wolf midair, striking fiercely at the corner of its eye. Thud. A blood mark blossomed on the giant wolf's face. A whoa. The 4th-tier beast was injured. It let out an enraged roar. But that was all. The next moment, the massive wolf claw, enveloped in an unstoppable wind pressure, crashed heavily. Crack. Bones shattered. Liang's body flew backwards like a rag doll, crashing deeply into the ruins. His chest completely caved and his organs turned to mush. His vision rapidly turned dark. In the last moment of consciousness fading, he felt the blood and energy circulating within him, though weak, yet incredibly smooth and harmonious. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He did it. With his life, he carved out a heavenly path for this waste of a body. In a daze, he seemed to see the tunnel opened by the mutant beasts and the destruction of that settlement. But under such a tier of beast tide, this was the destined outcome. In this life, I have lived well. Ha ha. The laughter abruptly stopped. You died. Simulation ended. In Longnan, no. One high school, the infirmary. Who? Liang sat up abruptly from the bed, gasping, heavily drenched in cold sweat. The heart monitor emitted a rapid beeping sound, startling the school nurse, who was outside preparing medicine. Oh no. The school nurse rushed in, seeing Liang looking like a drowning person who had just come ashore, hurriedly going to support him. Is your heart uncomfortable again? I told you to practice less. It's fine. Just a nightmare. Liang waved his hand, his voice hoarse to the extreme. He looked down at his pale, needle-marked hands, his eyes still holding the terrifying, murderous intent brought from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The school nurse stepped back in fright at that gaze, feeling that this weak student had suddenly transformed into a beast that had just fed on human flesh. It's good that you're fine. Just lie down for a bit longer. The nurse muttered as she walked out, her heart still pounding. The curtain. Leon closed his eyes, calming his tumultuous emotions. 10 years. He had survived for 5 years in that dark and chaotic zone, killing for 5 years. From a waste who only knew how to take drugs, he had transformed into the nightmare that made raiders tremble in fear, and ultimately, he had transcended in the beast tide, injuring a fourth-tier beast with a mere blood and energy realm body. Although the ending is a bit regrettable, Su Ming and the others couldn't escape. Leon sighed a complex emotion, but soon that emotion was replaced by immense anticipation. He awakened the system in his mind. A pale blue light screen reappeared, presenting the final assessment of his tumultuous life. Survival time in this simulation: 10 years. Evaluation: S-Class. Comment: you accomplished extraordinary feats with mediocre talent. You broke the shackles of talent with willpower, comprehending the essence of blood and energy martial arts in a life-and-death crisis. Your will is harder than steel. Cooldown time: none. S-Class. Leon clenched his fists. Next, the main event was about to begin. Please select the items to retain from this simulation. Choose 2 out of 3. S-Class evaluation allows selecting 1 additional item: 1 martial arts realm blood and energy realm. 7 segments. Completed unification: 2 martial arts experience, basic, sword technique, perfection, survival combat skills from the chaotic zone, 3 final memories about the beast tide. Outside the infirmary, the sky grew darker. Leon gazed at the shimmering gold rating of S-Class on the screen, his heart racing uncontrollably. S-Class rating: reward, an additional reserve option. This unexpected delight almost made Leon. No, he couldn't laugh yet. He was still torn between choosing a realm and choosing a sword technique. After all, the martial path realm was foundational, while the mastery of sword techniques was a means of self-protection. Both were indispensable. If he only chose the realm, he would have strength without knowing how to wield it. If he only chose the sword technique, it would be futile if his body couldn't keep up with his mind. Now it was clear only children made choices. He would take them all. Huff. Leon forcibly calmed his excited heart and glanced at the wall clock. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. There were still half an hour until evening classes began and 4.5 hours until the school library closed. I can't extract it here. Leon was very clear-headed. He had never attempted to extract the martial path realm from the simulator. He suspected it would cause quite a stir. If the school nurse discovered that he had suddenly mutated, it would be impossible to explain. Moreover, the persona of Li Shun needed to be maintained. According to his usual habits, the time wasted visiting the Martial History Museum this afternoon would surely have to be made up for with double the study tonight. Endure. I've endured for 10 years, why can last a few more hours? Leon pushed aside the oxygen tube on his nose and tidied himself up. He looked at the pale-faced, resolute-eyed youth in the mirror. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his face and adjusted his face. He retracted the ferocious aura that kept others at bay and transformed back into the bookworm Li Shun. Stepping out of the infirmary, he quickly grabbed a few bites of food in the cafeteria before diving into the library. As usual, he found the most secluded corner and opened the book titled Master's Power Techniques. But this time he couldn't focus on a single word. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed the final battle with the unicorn direwolf, the trajectory of that earth-shattering strike, the profound sensation of chi and blood coursing through his entire body. Seconds ticked by. The bell for the end of evening classes rang. Students gradually left the training room, and the bustling campus returned to silence. It was 10 o'clock. The library administrator approached with keys in hand and tapped the table. Leon, we're closing the library. Head back and get some rest early. All right, thank you, sir. Leon closed the book, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped into the night. His pace seemed steady, yet each step was filled with the rhythm of excitement. Back in his rented room located in an old neighborhood, he locked the door, drew the curtains, and checked the windows. After confirming absolute safety, Leon tossed aside his backpack, not even bothering to take off his shoes, and sat cross-legged on the slightly worn yoga mat in the living room. System. Extract rewards. I choose 1. Martial Path Realm, and 2. Martial Arts Experience. Boom. As his thoughts fell, 2 vastly different enormous energies descended upon his frail body, as if transcending the... First, it was the martial arts experience. Countless fragments of memories regarding sword techniques instantly fused. Years of wielding a blade through harsh winters and scorching summers, countless life-and-death battles in chaotic zones, and desperate strikes against beast hordes. These memories transformed from fleeting images into instincts etched into his very bones. Leon's fingers instinctively twitched. Next came the more violent martial path realm. Ugh! Leon let out a muffled groan, his entire body curling like a shrimp. Pain. It felt as if someone had thrown him into the furnace of the Grand Supreme Lord, using the 3 flames, true fire, to refine every inch of his flesh and blood. Yet he didn't cry out. Instead, a grim smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Because he could feel the toxins and medicinal residues that had accumulated in his body, clogging his meridians like sludge, were being forcefully stripped away by this overwhelming power. Zizi. His skin began to redden at a visible rate, then turned black. Countless foul-smelling black viscous liquids were expelled from his pores. These were the toxic residues and dead cells left by inferior chi and blood potions. This stench instantly filled the cramped rented room, 10 times worse than a sewer. Next came the bones. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of bones restructuring. The bones, which had become somewhat porous due to long-term malnutrition and drug erosion, were becoming dense and hard. Liang could clearly feel his stature becoming more upright, his shoulders broadening. His spine felt like a giant dragon awakening, filled with explosive power. Finally, it was the chi and blood. Dong, dong, dong. His heart thumped like a war drum, pumping the pure chi and blood, refined over 10 years throughout his body. The withered meridians were forcefully expanded, becoming wide and resilient. Chi and blood stage 4. Break. Chi and blood stage 5. Break. Chi and blood stage 6. Break. The exhilarating sensation of breaking through was intoxicating. But this was not yet the end. This power ultimately surged towards the barrier that had troubled countless martial artists. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed in his mind. Liang felt his whole body lighten, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. The chi and blood within him were no longer scattered forces, but formed a perfect closed loop, endlessly circulating, harmonious and flawless. Chi and blood realm 7 completed. Chi and blood connected. He didn't know how long had passed. Liang slowly opened his eyes. The previously murky whites of his eyes had become incredibly clear, and his black pupils were deep as abysses, faint glimmers flashing within. He glanced down at himself. His body was covered in a thick layer of black filth, looking like someone who had just crawled out of a so stinky. Liang wrinkled his brow in disgust and rushed into the bathroom. The shower turned on, hot water cascading down, washing away the layer of black shell. When he stood before the mirror again, he had undergone a transformation. The youth in the mirror was no longer the pale-faced, frail medication jar. His skin exhibited a healthy, rosy white. Although he didn't appear particularly muscular, his muscle lines were smooth and firm, exuding a feline grace. His previously slouched back was now straightened. Most importantly, those eyes. Even without consciously releasing chi and blood, the confidence and calmness derived from battling through blood-soaked mountains made it hard to meet his gaze. Liang raised his hand, lightly clenched his fist. Snap! The air in his palm exploded, producing a crisp sound. Is this the power of the perfect 7 stages, eh? He casually picked up a damp towel from the bathroom and flicked his wrist. Snap! The towel whipped out like a steel whip, bending the stainless steel rod it hung on. So powerful. Liang watched this scene, his eyes filled with surprise. This power felt even more real and intoxicating than in the simulations. Now that I'm like this, if I encounter those 2 thugs from the Black Gold Chamber again. Liang narrowed his eyes, recalling the despair of being dismantled in the first simulation. With chi and blood at the perfect 7 stages combined with mastery of sword techniques, those who only bully the weak would fall to his blade with just 1 strike. Mist from the bathroom steamed the mirror, gradually condensing into droplets that slid down. Liang gazed at the transformed reflection before him, slowly suppressing the murderous intent that had briefly flared. A long exhale escaped him. Liang stepped out of the bathroom, dressed, and dried his hair. He then took up the training blade he moved through a few slow basic sword forms, gradually tempering the killing intent in his heart. Calmness. The greater the power one possesses, the more essential calmness becomes. With chi and blood at the 7th stage perfected, combined with the consummate blade techniques at the lawless edge of the Chaos Zone, one is indeed a formidable figure. Yet within the Federation's borders, one is merely an outstanding high school student bound by legal constraints. Eliminating those 2 debt collectors from the Black Gold Guild was as effortless as plucking fruit from a basket. After finishing his blade practice, Liang expelled the pent-up frustration within. He set down the training blade and sat on the somewhat worn sofa in the living room, his brows knitting slightly. But what comes after killing them? This is a society ruled by law, or rather an ostensibly absolute. The Black Gold Guild is no mere street gang. They are not petty thugs. They are the underworld criminal organization. Those 2 7th-stage chi and blood enforcers are merely the lowest-level operatives. Killing them would only invite the law enforcement's manhunt and the Black Gold Guild's endless vengeance. More importantly, the spirit-flesh transfer agreement was signed in black and white by his former self, protected by Federation law and notarized by the intelligent network. Unless the debt is resolved at its root, even if Liang exterminates all the enforcers, he remains officially a defaulter, possibly becoming a wanted man for murder, ultimately expelled from the safe zone to perish in the wilderness. What I need now is time, resources, and a legitimate identity. I want to enter Marshall University to become a person of distinction, not a fugitive hiding in the shadows. What I need now is time, resources, and a legitimate identity. I want to enter Marshall University to become a person of 1,200,000. For Liang, now hunting several second-tier beasts in the wilderness could easily raise this. But the problem is 3 days is too short, and with his current status as a student, suddenly producing such a large sum from unknown sources would attract unwanted attention. I can only leverage influence now. I must find an excuse, and then find a lender to borrow the money. At Longnan, no. One high school who can casually produce 1,200,000 and is willing to invest in a student. Names flashed through Liang's mind, finally settling on one. Wu Changhe, the head of the martial arts class in the 2nd year. At Longnan, no. One Hai Wu Changhe is a legend, also a maverick. He is the only Kaiyuan realm expert in the school besides the principal. Yet he carries no airs of a master and is particularly passionate about a side business, selling his self-formulated Wu's Golden Ratio Chi and Blood Enhancer. In the memories of his former self, many students from impoverished families, but with decent talent, had received Wu Changhe. But these sponsored students shared a common obligation. In any occasion when asked about their rapid progress, they must give a thumbs up, flash a bright smile, and loudly proclaim, "Thanks to Teacher Wu's golden elixir. Whoever uses it knows." This had become an almost public joke at school, sometimes eliciting both laughter and tears. Though the former self excelled academically and was polite, his martial aptitude was woefully poor. Coupled with a crippling inferiority complex driven by pride, he never dared approach Wu Changhe, let alone ask for money. But Liang now is different. He is now a peerless genius, with his qi and blood perfected at the 7th stage. Teacher Wu is a Kaiyuan realm expert. 1,200,000 is just the price of selling a few boxes of premium elixirs to him. As long as I can prove my investment value and cooperate with his performance for advertising, this sum is no problem at all. Moreover, I cannot say I owe a usurious loan. Liang's eyes flickered. Teachers may sympathize with a student whose family member is ill, but they would never favor a gambler or spendthrift who borrows high-interest loans. Though the former self sought martial progress, the pitfalls of suspicion and implication are well understood. I have thought of a reason. The only relative is gravely ill and urgently needs surgery fees. Though cliché in any era, this is the most effective and sympathy-evoking excuse. To be safe, I cannot rush in blindly. What if Teacher Wu is in a bad mood recently? What if there are flaws in my act? The simulator is the best rehearsal stage. Liang glanced at the system panel. Remaining simulation attempts 1. Though the Shrank evaluation offers rich rewards, it does not directly grant simulation attempts. Perhaps because it is still the novice reward period. Life simulation still has no cooldown, meaning he can perform the final simulation now. This simulation, I seek no great advancement in martial realm, only to successfully navigate this path. Liang took a deep breath, grabbed a bottle of iced water from the fridge, and drank it down in one go, calming his restless body. System commenced the 3rd simulation. Life simulator ready. Innate talent detected, hardworking and enduring green, automatically loaded. Randomly refreshing selectable talents for this session. The light screen flickered and a new list of talents appeared. This time it seemed all the luck had been exhausted in the previous round. The talents were painfully disappointing. Flat feet gray, your arches are low, causing foot pain after prolonged running. Tone deaf gray, you have no musical pitch. Patient teacher green, you teach others with great patience and accurately point out their mistakes. Your students usually progress rapidly. Love cilantro, white, you find cilantro to be a divine delicacy. Deep sleeper, white, once asleep you are immovable even by thunder. Liang stared at the array of talents, a twitch at the corner of his eye. This was brutally unlucky. Not a single blue combat talent appeared, only mundane or negative traits. I have no choice but to select patient teacher. Liang shook his head helplessly. Although this talent seemed suited for a teacher and offered 0 combat enhancement, it was not entirely useless. Since I will be dealing with Teacher Wu and spending 2 years at school, being able to guide others might help improve class, or perhaps it will aid in understanding martial arts principles through analogy. Regardless, it was far better than flat feet. I choose patient teacher green. Selection complete. Talents, hardworking and enduring green, and patient teacher green loaded. Simulation begins. On the first day morning. Unlike usual, you didn't go to the martial arts training room, but instead went to the barbershop to get a haircut, tidying yourself up a bit before heading straight to the teacher's office building. In the office of the second-year martial arts group, Wu Changhe was troubled as he stared at the sales report of the potions on his computer screen, muttering to himself, "These unappreciative little brats actually said that my potions are just colorants mixed with water." You knocked on the door and walked in. "It's Liang." Wu Changhe looked up at you, somewhat puzzled as to why you were here at this time, but his attitude was still kind. "What can I do for you? Is there something you don't understand in the theory class?" You didn't respond, but instead closed the office door behind you. Then you took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the energy within your body. Boom. A powerful aura belonging to the perfected 7th stage of qi and blood instantly surged throughout the office. Although you deliberately controlled its range, the condensed energy still drew attention. Crack. The lid of the thermos in Wu Chang's hand dropped onto the table. He suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, staring at you as if you were a monster. 7th stage. Perfected. And you've reached the level of qi and blood integration, a harmonious unity. As a strong practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm, his keen sight immediately recognized the profound quality of your cultivation. This is definitely not something that can be achieved through drugs. This is a solid foundation forged through rigorous training. Liang, weren't you at the 4th stage of qi and blood? Wu Chang's voice changed pitch. You suppressed your aura, forcing a rehearsed, bitter smile onto your face. Teacher Wu, I've actually been hiding my strength. I was afraid that the talented would be envious and thus feigned weakness in front of others. But I've recently encountered an insurmountable hurdle and had no choice but to seek your help. Wu Changhe had yet to recover from his shock, but upon hearing the words, "seek your help," his eyes instantly brightened. A once unassuming genius who suddenly erupted into the perfected 7th stage of qi and blood, and with the top theoretical grades in the grade. If properly cultivated, this could be a surefire talent for martial arts, perhaps even the future top scholar. Sit. Quickly sit. Wu Chang's demeanor shifted to one of extreme enthusiasm, even personally pouring you a glass of water. What hurdle have you encountered? Tell your teacher. As long as it's something I can help with, I will definitely do it. You lowered your head, your voice slightly choked. Teacher, my only relative, my grandmother, has fallen seriously ill and urgently needs 1,200,000 for surgery. I really have no other options. You did not mention the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, nor did you bring up the high interest loans. In this version of the story, you are a filial genius who had to reveal your true strength to save a loved one. Wu Changhe fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing this. 1,200,000 was not a small amount for him, but it certainly wasn't a crippling sum either. Exchanging this 1,200,000 for a favor from an unrivaled genius who might even become a master of martial arts in the future. This calculation is too advantageous. I thought it was some catastrophic event. Wu Changhe slammed the table in a fit of passion. 1,200,000, right? Teacher will cover it. You suddenly raised your head, your eyes slightly red. Teacher, I will pay you back, even if I have to hunt exotic beasts and pay back. No need for that. Wu Changhe waved his hand, then his eyes lit up with a trademark businessman smile. However, you know the sales of my golden chi and blood potion have been a bit. You understood immediately and replied, don't worry, teacher. Actually, the reason I've improved so quickly is not only due to hard training, but also thanks to secretly taking your potions. Your potions are the beacon of hope in the martial arts community. That's the way. So on point. Wu Changhe laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. I knew my formula was flawless. If even a martial arts theory master like you approves, it must be right. Then that's settled. This 1,200,000 will be considered my promotion fee for you. Right then and there, Wu Changhe transferred 1,200,000 to you. The crisis in reality was resolved effortlessly in the simulation. In the dim light of a rental room in reality, Li Ong's tense back finally relaxed completely, as if he had unloaded a 1,000-pound burden collapsing onto the worn-out sofa. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. Steady. Although this was merely a rehearsal in the simulation, it proved that borrowing money from Wu Changhe was definitely a viable route. As long as you follow the script, tomorrow this deadlock of 1,200,000 will be broken. In the coming days, you did not let your guard down. After the debt crisis was resolved, Wu Changhe was ready to nurture you, this rare genius, and arranged for you to move into the school's teacher's apartment. The second semester of the second year began. You didn't rush to train in the wild, but chose to settle down. You knew that with 2 years left until the college entrance examination, you needed to make full use of this time and take advantage of the martial arts resources prepared for talented students by the school to enhance your martial arts realm. With the talent of teaching without rest, you found that during classes you could always identify flaws and points for improvement in the teacher's explanations. To reciprocate and solidify your identity as the spokesperson for the golden ratio chi and blood potion, you took the initiative to offer your help, proposing to use your spare time to specifically guide VIP students who purchased the golden package. With the support of the teaching without rest talent, you could always pinpoint their flaws and force application with precision. To your surprise, in the process of breaking down movements and teaching others, you gained new insights into the foundational logic of the basic sword technique and body refinement technique. Mutual teaching enriched your martial arts foundation. Under your intensive training, those originally mediocre students made rapid progress both in practical skills and their control over chi and blood, showing visible improvements. Of course, externally, you all maintained the same narrative. This was all due to the miraculous effects of the Wu family golden potion. Wu Changhe, seeing the steadily rising average class scores and the sold-out potion stock, couldn't stop smiling. He waved his hand grandly and directly approved a monthly golden assistant subsidy of 50,000 for you as a reward for your hard work. Half a year later, during the final exam of the second year, in the practical assessment, you swept through all the geniuses in your grade using less than 50% of your strength. The class leader who once mocked you for being at the 6th stage of chi and blood couldn't even take a single move from you. The entire school was in an uproar. Li Shun went from a mocking nickname to a true title of respect. And Wu Changhe was out on the playground with a loudspeaker shouting, "Did you see that? This is the effect of drinking my golden ratio chi and blood potion. 7th stage of chi and blood perfected. Who else?" Your life had returned to normal, but you knew this was just the beginning. The college entrance examination 2 years later would be the real test. And before that, you needed to take advantage of this life to seek out opportunities that only existed in legends and gather as much information as possible. In the second year, senior year, your cultivation steadily improved and the 8th stage of chi and blood was within. That year, you frequently visited the school's library using your excellent student privileges to review all past exam papers related to martial arts entrance examinations and some secret knowledge about rare treasures. Under Wu Chang's guidance, in the first month of the senior year, you were about to break through to the 8th stage of chi and blood. In October, as the chill of late autumn enveloped Longnan City, the school's specialized combat training room was sweat drenched the alloy floor, and the air was thick with a charred scent. You stood bare-chested, your muscular contours glinting under the bright lights like finely tempered steel. The training dull blade in your hand had carved countless nicks, each swing accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air. Opposite you stood Wu Changhe, clad only in a tight vest after shedding his outer coat. This usually frugal potion dealer now exhibited the terrifying aura of a powerful warrior at the foundation establishment stage. "Haven't you eaten? Come again." Wu Changhe roared, his chi surging around him, his palm coming at you like a mountain's weight. Even before his palm reached you, the oppressive wind made it hard to breathe. "Kill." You did not back down. Empowered by your endurance talent, your pain receptors faded, and your resilience. The perfected basic knife technique operated at its peak, the blade's light splattering, like ink sealing off all of Wu Chang's attack routes. Yet that was not enough. You could barely withstand Wu Chang's onslaught. Although your sevenfold blood and chi was formidable before the foundation establishment, it felt like that of a child. Bang! You were knocked back several meters, your feet carving deep grooves into the alloy floor. Your chest heaved with blood and chi, and a sweetness filled your throat as you nearly coughed up blood. Is this your limit? Wu Changhe did not relent, his figure flickering as he approached again. If this is all you've got, how can you compete for a spot in the top 10 prestigious schools? Limit. No, there is no limit in my dictionary. Under the immense external pressure, the blood and chi within you began to surge wildly. It felt like the long-suppressed lava within a volcano, a furious dragon yearning to burst forth. Thump, thump, thump. Your heart raced violently, and your blood flow accelerated several times. You felt every inch of your meridians throbbing painfully, and your limbs began to tingle. Open for me. Now, you roared to the heavens, not defending, but instead meeting Wu Chang's iron palm with a strike of all your might. Boom! At the moment the blade met the palm, a visible blood-red ripple erupted from you. The previously formless power of blood and chi, due to extreme condensation and eruption, burst forth from your body, transforming into rolling crimson smoke. This red smoke shot straight up from the crown of your head, condensing, yet unwavering, rising like a pillar to the dome of the training room. The blood chi smoke. Wu Chang's movements abruptly halted in midair. His eyes widened as he gazed at the blood-red column of smoke illuminating the entire training room, filled with disbelief and wild joy. Blood and chi transforming into smoke, condensing, yet not dissipating. 8 segments. It's done. You gasped heavily, feeling the terrifying power coursing through your limbs as if it were boundless. With a flick of your arm, you wielded 4,000 pounds of force. You clenched your fists, feeling the blood and chi in your body moving, as if at your command, every ounce of strength within your grasp. You directed the blood and chi in your body into your right hand, the surging energy instantly converging. A layer of dark red mist emerged, tightly wrapping around your fingers, condensing, yet drifting like smoke. This is the blood chi realm at the 8 segments. The blood chi smoke. That night, conversations at the drunken immortal pavilion. Wu Changhe was ecstatic. Even he, who was typically stingy with food and drink, splurged that night, booking a private room at the finest drunken immortal pavilion in Longnan City, ordering an extravagant feast of high-grade exotic meats. Good lad. Blood chi smoke. After 20 years of teaching, you are the first student to cultivate the smoke during the first semester of your senior year. Wu Changhe drunk to the point of oblivion, his face flushed like a monkey's backside, yet he pressed your drinking cup firmly, not allowing you to touch a single drop. You are not allowed to drink. Wu Changhe slurred, yet his eyes remained clear and serious. Though some master refuted it, saying drinking does not affect progress. I don't believe it. You are aiming for those top 10 elite schools, and your body cannot afford any mistakes. If there is even the slightest risk, we will not take it. Do you hear me? Looking at this usually frugal man who would smile broadly to sell potions, now acting like a protective father, warmth surged within you. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely get into a prestigious school for you. That's a given. Wu Changhe burped, full of bravado. Though we don't dare to dream of those 2 monstrous places, the Federal Martial University and Chongqing Martial University, which are filled with prodigies and monsters. But, aside from those 2, with your blood chi smoke and perfected knife technique, you can choose any of the remaining top 10 schools. I dare anyone to say no. That night you both talked a lot. About the future, about martial arts, about the broader world. You thought your senior year would be spent in this invincible solitude until the college entrance examination. In reality, in the rented room, looking at the grand words of Wu Changhe on the screen, Liang couldn't help but smile. Blood chi smoke. He glanced at his own palm. Although he had just broken through to the 7 segments, in reality, the memory of that blood and chi shooting up like a pillar in the simulation left him exhilarated. Wu Changhe was right. Once he achieved the blood chi smoke, aside from those 2 towering giants, the chances of Liang getting into the remaining top 10 schools were indeed high. In this world, martial arts universities are strictly ranked. At the pinnacle of the pyramid are the double stars, the Federal First Martial University, abbreviated as Federal Wu University, located at the center of the Federation, hailed as the backbone of humanity. It gathers the most terrifying monster-level geniuses in the entire Federation. It is said that the admission standard is no less than 9 segments or possessing level abilities. Graduates there start as junior officers in the military or directly enter special departments under the highest council of the Federation. Chongqing Martial University, abbreviated as Chongqing Wu University, located in the ancient capital of Chongqing, with the deepest heritage, possessing the most complete ancient martial arts traditions and the highest number of master-level professors. Chongqing Wu University emphasizes combat and killing intent. Its motto is to stop war with war. These 2 universities are the sacred places of all young martial artists and the true Dragon Gate. Beneath the double stars there lie the top 10 schools that govern the chi of the Federation. Each has its strengths. Although overall strength is slightly inferior to the double stars, they are undisputed leaders in their respective fields. Liang's gaze flickered as information about these 10 prestigious schools surfaced in his mind. For instance, the West Capital War Academy, renowned for strengthening the body and combined military formations, is the cradle of the Federal Armored Legion with students like human tanks. For example, the East Sea University in the bustling Magic City, excelling in the combination of mental force and technological martial arts, boasts the most advanced martial arts laboratory in the entire Federation. Or the North Plains Wilderness Martial University in the northern border, which has long guarded the extreme cold abyss, with graduates being nothing but killers. Liang's target in the simulation, the Jiangnan Martial University Jiangnan University, is a standout among the top 10. Jiangnan University is located in the capital of Jiangnan Province, where Liang resides, Suhang City. It is known as the City of Weapons. If the West Capital Academy focuses on body and the Magic City EC on spirit, then Jiangnan University emphasizes skill. There the most elite knife and sword techniques are passed down along with countless divine weapons unearthed from abyssal realm. For Liang, who possesses the perfected basic knife technique and follows a technical path, Jiangnan University is indeed the most perfect destination. In the simulation, teacher Wu believes I can secure a place in Jiangnan University. Liang leaned back on the sofa, his gaze gradually deepening. But, since I have the simulator, why can't my goal be those 2 towering double stars? A person's ambition expands with their strength. In the past, with his blood and chi at 4 segments, Liang would have only dared to dream of getting an undergraduate degree. But now, possessing the full cultivation of 7 segments of blood and chi and armed with the simulator as a cheat, his sights were no longer limited to Jiangnan Province. However, one must take things one step at a time. In the simulation, my current goal is to stabilize the basics and secure admission to Jiangnan University first. As for those 2, we'll see if there are greater opportunities later. With that thought, Liang redirected his focus to the simulation continued. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a month has passed. At this moment, you have fully stabilized your chi and blood, but you are not satisfied. Your goal is to reach the 9th level of chi and blood, Crimson Veil. However, over the past month, no matter how hard you tried to compress your chi and blood, attempting to transform the raging smoke into a gentle veil covering your body, you have met with failure. Though the chi and blood within you is vast, it resembles a wild horse that has broken free, fierce, but lacking in flexibility. You have encountered a bottleneck once again. On this day, inside the advanced combat room, Puff, you once again attempted to compress the chi and blood smoke into a membrane, only for it to backfire, causing a sweet taste in your throat, and you spat blood onto the ground. Stop. Don't practice anymore. Wu Changhe, who was drinking tea nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurried over, frowning. If you continue practicing, your newly reshaped meridians will burst. You wiped the blood from the corner of your mouth, your expression unwilling. Master, why? Clearly my total amount of chi and blood is already sufficient, even exceeding the standard for an ordinary 9th level. Why can I never condense the Crimson Veil? Wu Changhe sighed, his gaze becoming somewhat complex. He gestured for you to sit down, his tone turning unusually serious. Liang, do you know why ordinary people struggle to make a name for themselves in our federation, while the scions of noble families can shine for generations? You were taken aback for a moment and tentatively answered, because of resources. They have the money to buy better medicine and hire better teachers. That is merely the surface. Wu Changhe shook his head. The real gap lies in the inheritance in the foundation. Your current 8th level of chi and blood is like a rough house hastily built with concrete overnight. While it looks magnificent and is hard, its internal structure is too crude. Wu Changhe began to recount a secret about the new martial era. At the onset of the new martial era, with the invasion of myriad races, humanity was in grave danger. In order to quickly form combat power, the Federation urgently needed a method that could be rapidly learned. Thus, the broadcast body refinement technique came into being. The advantage of this technique is its simplicity, ease of learning, and rapid progress. As long as one is willing to work hard and consume medicine, those with a bit of talent can cultivate chi and blood and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. But its drawbacks are also obvious. It only trains the body, not the meridians. The Federation's body refinement technique is on the express lane, a path where anyone who is willing to practice and take medicine will see results. But those scions of noble families are different. They do not start practicing martial arts at the age of 16. They start at the age of 3, practicing family legacy stances and strength techniques, soaking in gentle tonics for their meridians. By the time they officially cultivate chi and blood at 16, their meridians have already been nurtured to be as wide. They first build the channel, then let the water flow. Yet for ordinary martial artists like you, your meridians are generally mediocre, and you are directly flooding a narrow ditch. You felt a jolt in your heart. This had been your ongoing confusion. Though the simulator helped reshape your body and resolve the issue of medicine toxicity, the inherent flaw of narrow meridians and lack of nurturing from a young age still poses a significant obstacle for you in reaching higher realms. Wu Changhe continued, decades ago, during the most brutal times of war, in order to help ordinary martial artists break through the 7th level, the Federation once distributed a substance called beast blood crystal on a large scale. It is refined from the essence blood of high-level beasts, and when held in the mouth, it continuously provides raging chi and blood to forcibly flush the meridians. With this external force, many martial artists who struggled throughout their lives managed to break through. But later this policy was halted. Why, you asked? The official statement is forcibly using blood crystals to break through will drain 10 to 20 years of lifespan in order to protect the life safety of the vast number of martial artists, and because of the calming of the war and the depletion of high-level beast resources, the distribution was halted. At this point, Wu Changhe suddenly sneered, his eyes holding a hint of disdain for the state of the world. But Liang, you are a smart person, think about it. If this thing were truly harmful, if consuming one would indeed shorten your life by 20 years, why is it that now in the black market a single blood crystal can be sold for 800,000? Moreover, it has been in constant demand with no price selling out as soon as it appears. You were taken aback. Who was buying it? Who else could it be? Wu Changhe scoffed. It is the science of those noble families. The truth is, the blood crystal does have side effects, but under modern medical technology and the nurturing methods passed down in noble families, those side effects are completely manageable. Breaking through from the 7th to the 8th level is the biggest watershed on the martial path. Once you pass this threshold, your chi and blood will connect, and a civilian with sufficient understanding can compete on the same starting line as the scions of noble families. This is precisely what those big shots are most afraid of. During wartime, they needed cannon fodder, so they distributed blood crystals for free. But now that the war has eased, the pie is only so big. If everyone can easily break through the 7th level, where will the advantage of the noble scions lie? The so-called depletion of resources and health risks are merely an invisible lock. What they lock up is not the blood crystals, but the hope of ordinary martial artists to rise up. You felt a chill run through you. So this is the truth. Wu Changhe turned to you, his gaze intense. Therefore, Liang, you are an anomaly. You are truly a miracle. In the absence of blood crystals, without family support, and even under the layers of restrictions imposed by these rules, you relied on sheer willpower to forcefully cultivate this mediocre body to the level of chi and blood smoke. You have not only broken the limits of your body, but you have also shattered the cage they set for you. At this point he paused, his tone slightly softening. But you have also paid a price. Your chi and blood is too violent, and that is the reason why you cannot condense the crimson veil. If you wish to advance further, you need to calm down. You need to make up for the lessons that noble scions have been practicing since childhood, stances and strength techniques. You suddenly realized, then stood up and bowed respectfully. Please, master, teach me. I initially thought that after you cultivated chi and blood smoke, you had already passed the hardest hurdle. Wu Changhe looked at your still restless chi and blood, shaking his head with a bitter smile. But I didn't expect that success and failure would hinge on the same factors. Your accumulation of chi and blood has become too deep and too violent, which has instead become an obstacle for you to progress further. It is like a wild horse that is difficult to tame. No matter how strong it is, if it cannot be harnessed, it is in vain. Forcing it to condense into the crimson veil will only destroy your meridians. Originally, I do not easily teach this stance practice to examinees. Because practicing stances is too slow, the saying goes, 3 years of stance practice shows no mountain, yet 1 morning of strength unleashes gods and spirits. For students eager to take exams, the cost effectiveness is too low. It is far more practical to practice body refinement techniques multiple times. But you are different. Your strength has overflowed, and now what you lack is not progress, but steadiness. Wu Changhe assumed his stance, his expression proud. Your chi and blood is now sufficient, making it the perfect time to refine your foundation. Watch closely. This stance is called Qiulong stance, paired with a set of 8 extremes fist. One is static, the other dynamic. The combination of hardness and softness is just right to suppress your violent chi and blood. After saying this, Wu Changhe spread his feet apart, his toes gripping the ground, his spine undulating like a great dragon, his whole person seemingly transforming into a pine tree rooted on a cliff or a dragon coiled and waiting to soar. A steady, heavy aura, as if it were one with the earth, radiated from him. The essence of stance practice lies in locking. Locking the restless mind, locking the turbulent chi and blood, allowing every ounce of strength to settle into the bones and nourish your internal organs. You watched intently, and although the talent of unwearied teaching is mainly used for instruction, it also significantly enhanced your ability to analyze your teacher's movements. You keenly captured the frequency of Wu Chang's muscle tremors and the rhythm of his breathing. Now observe the fist technique. Wu Chang's figure suddenly moved, transitioning from extreme stillness to extreme motion. In literature, there is Taiji to bring peace to the world. In martial arts, there are 8 extremes to stabilize the universe. The 8 extremes fist emphasizes crashing, shaking, thrusting, and striking. The force originates from the heel, governed by the waist, and unleashed from the back. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a set of unparalleled powerful punches in the combat room, each punch causing a booming sound in the air. This was not merely brute force of chi and blood, but a kind of penetrating strength. Bright strength injures flesh, dark strength injures organs. Your current strength is substantial, but it only moves in a straight line. Once you comprehend the intricacies of strength, you can make your power more fluid, turning that fierce chi and blood into a gentle flow. After finishing the demonstration, Wu Changhe stood upright, exhaling like an arrow. Did you remember? I remembered. You nodded, your mind already dissecting the movements of Qiulong stance and 8 extremes fist countless times. Master, You suddenly thought of something and hesitated before asking. You just said that forcibly breaking through could short. Then I've consumed so many medicines and forcefully broken through so many times. What about my lifespan? This has been your lingering concern. Though the simulator reshaped your body, you are unsure whether the issue of shortening lifespan, which pertains to the essence of life, has also been repaired. Wu Changhe glanced at you, seemingly seeing through your worries. He walked to the window, looking at the distant sky, his tone carrying a hint of longing. The path of martial arts is after all about defying fate. Shortening lifespan. In the face of true powerhouses, that is nothing. Liang, do you know what lies above the Kaiyuan realm? It is the Fuyo realm, you replied. It was November in Longnan City, deep autumn and a bitter wind. By now you had ascended to Qi Blood rank 8. Under Wu Chang's protection, you had assumed the first semester of senior year would pass in dull toil. Yet a single turning point shattered the calm of Longnan No. 1 high school. A peculiar transfer student descended into Senior 3 Class 1. Lucia. She came from a first-tier metropolis of the Federation, Haicheng. The day she appeared, the entire school buzzed. It was not only her waterfall black hair and porcelain doll beauty, but the aloof, air-freezing chill that radiated from her. The moment she stepped into the classroom, the temperature, which had felt warm as spring, dropped noticeably. Qi Blood rank 8. An ice-type heterodox warrior. Sitting in the back, you watched the girl whose self-introduction was only 3 characters. Your pupils contracted. Also a rank 8, you keenly perceived the terrible power stirring within her. It was more than mere density of Qi blood, it carried a violent, soul-freezing, elemental fluctuation. Rumors proliferated across the campus. Everyone whispered that Principal Liao Xinyu had spent great effort to pluck this top talent from Haicheng, a secret weapon, to help Longnan No. 1 vie for a coveted twin-star spot. But something felt off. Haicheng possessed educational resources 100 times those of Longnan. Why would a top genius from a first-tier city transfer to a remote town at such a critical moment before the college entrance exam? It defied logic. Until a month later, on a late night in December. It was a weekend. You were restless, unable to tame the raging Qi blood within you. During the day, Wu Changhe noticed your anxiety, patted your shoulder, and said with deliberate meaning, Longlan Park may be lively tonight. If you are agitated, stroll the perimeter and broaden your experience. But remember, only watch, do not speak. Those words alerted your senses. That evening you walked to Longlan Park near the school. The park was terrifyingly silent, not even the insects chirped. As you neared the artificial lake at its heart, a bone-deep cold struck you. You hid in a dense thicket and peered through a gap toward the lakeside. Where the water had been placid, a thick sheet of blue ice now capped the surface. Under the willow by the shore, the ordinarily ice-cold Lucia looked unusually anxious. She paced beside the lake, her gaze sweeping the central pavilion, as if searching for a precise coordinate she could not. Not in the pavilion. Under the water. Or in the air, she murmured, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. The sight stirred something within you. She was seeking something, but lacked an exact location. Then an anomaly erupted. A hum. The space above the central pavilion warped without warning, like ripples from a stone thrown into still water. Translucent waves spread through the air. As the ripples expanded, the local spiritual energy surged 100-fold. Vegetation grew wildly, while the lake ice began to glow. It's come, Lucia cried. At the same moment, 2 overwhelmingly powerful auras descended. On the left stood your homeroom teacher Wu Changhe. On the right stood a man in a Zhongshan suit, white-haired and bearded, yet sprightly. Principal Liao Xinyu Longnan No. 1 high's elusive headmaster. The 2 Kaiyuan realm strongmen flanked Lucia like bodyguards. This is a dimensional ripple. Principal Liao said, eyes flashing with awe. Surely a providence gifted by heaven and earth. Enough talk, act. Don't let this attract attention. Wu Changhe barked, his gaze skimming the direction of your hiding place without revealing you. Principal Liao waved, and an invisible yuan force barrier enveloped the entire central lake. At the ripple's core, an ice-blue lotus, crystalline and exuding extreme cold, slowly manifested. It did not belong to this world. It was a projection from a higher dimensional space, yet in that instant it condensed into it. Go, Wu Changhe told Lucia. Without hesitation, she leapt onto the ice and carefully plucked the lotus. The moment her fingertip touched the blossom, it dissolved into a plume of pure ice-blue vapor that entered her through mouth. Boom. In an instant, her Qi blood seethed like molten rock, yet exhaled frigid white mist. You felt some lock within her fracture. Only 3 days later, at the school's monthly exam arena, Lucia displayed her strength once more. Watching the rank 7 Qi blood leader of Senior 3 Class 2, Liao Fan, casually sent flying by a single palm, you tightened your grip on the alloy warblade. I want to try. You ascended the arena step by step. The room's breath seemed to halt. This was a clash between Longnan No. 1 high's old and new number 1's, the commoner's miracle versus the aristocratic prodigy. Please. Lucia remained as cold as frost, standing silently and exuding a forbidding chill. You drove off with sudden force. The alloy floor gave a dull boom, and you shot forward like a projectile. Your opening was unadorned, a heavy diagonal slash aimed at Lucia's left shoulder. Humph. She snorted, her white wrist trembled, and a cold gleam flared from her waist. It was a flexible sword etched with ice cracks, its tip darting like a serpent to probe your wrist. Clang. Blade met blade, and sparks flew. An ordinary person would have been driven back by the sword's uncanny, but your grasp of the basic blade technique had sunk into your marrow. At the instant of contact, your wrist twisted in an uncanny motion. The heavy war blade in your hand did not fly back. Instead, it bit into the spine of her sword like a malignant graft. You pressed down, the coarse edge grated along the blade with a teeth-gnashing rasp, and began to shear the 5 fingers of her. The maneuver was ruthlessly lethal, born of instincts forged in life-or-death struggle. Surprise finally flickered across Lucia's eyes. She was forced to withdraw and step back. Nowhere to run. You pressed your advantage, employing Ba-Ji footwork to close into her inner circle. Your warblade abandoned fixed forms. Chop, hook, flick, swipe. Each cut striking points where her old strength had waned and new force had yet to bloom. Slash, slash, slash. Faced with this all-consuming onslaught, her previously fluid swordplay collapsed into disarray. She was driven back 3 steps awkwardly, using her sword to parry. You seized the brief lapse in her balance as she without a moment's hesitation, your kibblood flared to full. The warblade screamed through the air, aiming for the thinly defended rib beneath her guard. That strike was the utmost in speed and ruthlessness, could cleave an alloy shield. As the blade neared the hem of her clothing, victory seemed assured. Yet in that instant, a faint veil like flowing red mercury gently draped over Lucia's body. Chi blood, rank 9, Chi Sha envelopment. When your blade struck that veil, it felt like cutting into a mound of salt. The veil appeared fragile, but harbored astonishing tensile strength, instantly swallowing your raging force. What? Your pupils jolted. Before you could change technique, a terrifying countershock mixed with bone-piercing cold reverberated up the blade. With a crack, your alloy warblade was flung from your hand. Lucia's frost-wreathed palm slammed heavily into your chest. Bang! You flew backward as if struck by a high-speed train, tumbling over 10 meters and slamming against. Cough, cough. You struggled to stand, but an invasive, domineering cold gripped you, stiffening you as if your blood were about to congeal. You had lost. Afterwards, you took 2 bottles of fine wine and went to Wu Chang's teacher apartment. After your persistent questioning and the rapport born of his patient mentorship, the slightly inebriated Wu Changhe finally disclosed part of the truth. Liang, don't be disheartened. Losing to her is no shame. Wu Changhe sighed. She's not here to contest rankings or snatch a small first prize. She came bearing stakes we could not refuse, as she came to bargain with us. She wasn't dug out by old Liao. She contacted us, donated a top combat building to the school, and privately promised countless resources. She claimed family rivalry in Haiqing was unbearable and wanted a different environment to prepare. But in truth, Wu Changhe lowered his voice, his eyes flashing perplexity and unease. She came for that thing. Dimensional ripple. Wu Changhe explained a concept that shook your worldview. This world was not the only layer of space. When high-dimensional realms, mythic heavens, or certain elemental planes send energy fluctuations across the blue planet, they create dimensional ripples. They project objects from higher dimensions into the real world. The Xianbing Bindi Lian at Longland Park was a product. Wu Changhe gulped and wore an expression hard to fathom. But Liang, do you know what's most terrifying? Its unpredictability. He continued. The Federation's top research institutes have long concluded that dimensional ripples appear randomly, like drawing a winning lottery ticket, utterly incalculable. Yet Lucia, she was like someone who had opened a celestial eye. She arrived a month earlier, specifically demanded Longland Park, had us seal the area in advance, and even deployed her family's sworn guards around the perimeter. I asked how she knew. She said it was a clan's secret technique. Wu shook his head, but I could tell she was lying. In any case, it's an unsolved mystery. We take the pay and provide protection, she takes the treasure and leaves while the school gets a shot at a top scholar spot. A win-win. You fell silent. You had endured sleepless toil, relying on sheer hard work to risk everything and attain yet she only needed a single piece of foreknowledge, and to consume a blossom to stride into rank 9 with ease, even planting a godlike root for her future martial path. You did not feel defeated, your ambition burned like wildfire. Dimensional ripples, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. You etched the phrase into your mind. If such extraordinary opportunities existed, and even Wu Changhe called them unpredictable, then how did Lucia know? Lucia had her secret channels, and you had a simulator. She needed to come a month early to stake out, search, and fret. You only needed to glimpse the time and place in simulation, and the next occurrence you could pinpoint to the second. Such a dimensional ripple fortune seemed tailor-made for the simulator you possessed. It was meant for you to seize. If you could within the simulator see the next dimensional ripple beforehand. In that moment your mindset shifted. You realized that to catch up to or surpass Lucia before the college exams, mere grinding would not suffice. You needed such fortuitous encounters. You needed to harness the simulator's foresight and become the hunter who intercepted heaven's secrets. Like a white gull, the sail glides through time, carrying countless souls. Aboard the ferry, you arrived at your destination along the Long River. Your first stop is Ningzhou, the trade hub of the Jiangnan province, where a colossal underground black boxing market, a Jura cage, conceals itself behind the bustling port. Your opponent in the first battle is a martial artist known as the Ripper, a 6-segment powerhouse. He specializes in eagle claw technique, wearing razor-sharp steel claw gloves, his gaze cruel and frenzied. Kid, have you weaned yet? The Ripper licked his claws, attempting to provoke you. You remained silent, simply drawing your blade. At the moment battle commenced, the Ripper lunged at you like a rabid dog. His speed was astonishing, and his claws tore through the air, aimed directly at your throat. But in your eyes there were only openings. Too slow. You sidestepped as his claw grazed past your nose. Then without any flashy moves, you simply struck the back of your blade against him. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bone snapping, the Ripper's wrist twisted unnaturally. Before he could let out a scream, your blade had already struck across his temple, knocking him out on the spot. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a torrent of cheers and curses. However, standing in the center of the ring, you shook your head. This opponent, relying solely on brute strength and ferocity, posed no pressure on you, let alone the chance to hone your blade technique. You raised your sword, pointing to the organizer high in the stands, your voice hoarse. Changed the opponent. I want someone stronger. Perhaps your arrogance angered the organizers as 10 minutes later the cage door opened once more. This time a middle-aged man entered, not particularly tall and slightly hunched. He wore a faded old training outfit, holding a strangely shaped backhand knife. Seeing him, the previously noisy audience fell silent, with some even gasping in shock. It's Ghost Knife Old 7. A true killer, they say. He killed 3 mercenaries of the same level just to snatch a herb, and that kid is finished. Old 7's knife techniques are all treacherous, targeting the underbelly. Old 7 stepped into the cage, his murky triangular eyes scrutinizing you, suddenly sneering. Looks like a rookie. Though masked, I can smell your scholarly air and upright demeanor from 10 meters away. Is this a student from a prestigious school? Do you think this place is a gilded playground? You did not retort, only slightly lowered your center of gravity, your battle knife angled towards the ground. From this man you felt an unprecedented sense of threat, like being stared down by a venomous snake. Since you're here, why not leave something behind? Old 7 stopped wasting words, gripping his knife, his figure darting across the ground like a specter. So fast, and his angles were extremely tricky. Unlike the Ripper, who charged straight for the vital point, he utilized some bizarre footwork, continuously shifting position. Just as you thought he would attack from the left, his blade, like a poisonous fong, without warning, slashed at your thigh from the lower flank. By instinct, from your perfected sword technique, you narrowly managed to block it with your blade. However, at the moment of collision, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Old 7's mouth. Changing tactics. His backhand knife utilized the recoil from your clash to spin like a windmill in his palm, the originally blocked blade instantly circumventing your defense and stabbing toward your ribs. Not good. Your pupils constricted. There was no escape. Since I can't dodge, I'll exchange injury for injury. In that moment, the tenacity instilled in you by hard work and perseverance erupted. Rather than retreating in panic, you advanced, allowing the backhand knife to pierce your left rib. Splat. Blood splattered. Old 7 clearly did not expect you to be this ruthless, and in the moment of shock his movements showed a barely perceptible. In marched the misty forest. After recovering, you left Ningzhou. You were no longer satisfied with the death matches in the underground boxing ring and began to seek a broader world. Your footprints began to spread across the map of Jiangnan province. In mid-March, you spent a fortune at a black market informant to obtain a lead. Deep within the misty forest in the west of Wuyue City, colorful rays of light had recently been reported suspected to be a treasure emerging. You hurried to Wuyue City overnight. This place is rich in ancient relics and has continuous mountain ranges. However, reality gave you a lesson. You lay in wait in the forest filled with venomous insects and miasma for a whole week. Your clothes were torn by thorns, and you bore numerous red swellings from insect bites. When you finally parted the bushes and saw the so-called colorful rays of light, instead of being thrilled, you were almost... It was not a dimensional ripple at all, but a swarm of mutated insects known as illusory light butterflies glowing during their mating dance. Thousands of butterflies gathered together, creating a bioluminescent spectacle that was indeed dreamlike, yet it was worthless in your eyes. Is this the uncertainty of intelligence? You felt somewhat disheartened, but quickly adjusted your mindset. Since you were here, consider it a wilderness survival training. On your way back, with your keen perception of spiritual energy fluctuations, you unexpectedly discovered a red blood ginseng growing in the crevices of a cliff. To harvest this medicinal herb, you fought with a second-tier exotic beast, the iron-beak eagle, for half an hour, ultimately luring it to its death using the terrain. Although the red blood ginseng is not comparable to the mystic ice dual lotus, it is still a precious medicinal treasure. Hard work pays off, as the ancients did not deceive me. In April at Taihu Lake. In the uninhabited area of Taihu, in April the weather is unpredictable. It was bright and sunny in the afternoon, but suddenly a rare hailstorm struck this wilderness without warning in the evening. The fierce wind carried hailstones the size of fingernails, smashing dry branches with a crackling sound, and the temperature plummeted in just half an hour. You found an abandoned ranger's cabin. A fire was lit inside. The dry wood crackled loudly, and the orange flames barely dispelled the chill in the cabin. Just as you were about to dry your cloak, a sudden frantic and weak knocking sound came from outside, mixed with the howling wind and rain, sounding particularly mournful. Help! Is anyone there? Help! You frowned slightly, picked up your battle knife, and violently opened the rick. The wind and rain rushed in. 4 people stumbled through the door, 2 men and 2 women. They were carrying expensive professional mountaineering backpacks, looking like a group of college student adventurers. One girl in a red jacket was already being supported by her companion, her eyes tightly shut, her face a terrifying ashen gray, her body stiff like a plank, not even shivering. Quick, put her down, get her warmed up. One tall boy was in a hurry to drag the unconscious girl toward the... Don't move her. The bespectacled boy, although shivering, pushed the tall boy away and shouted in panic, "Tang, Xian, are you?" Books say that if severe hypothermia is warmed too quickly by heating the limbs directly, it could cause rewarming shock, and you will kill her. The tall boy was stunned, standing there helplessly. Then, what should we do? We can't just watch Xiao Yu freeze to death, can we? Step aside. A cold voice interrupted their argument. You stepped forward, your eyes filled with a murderous aura, causing the two boys to instinctively shut their mouths. You crouched down, reaching out to touch the collar of the girl's jacket, which was soaked with cold water vapor. The jacket is windproof, but it can't prevent the sweat and rainwater from getting in. You looked at another short-haired girl who was still shivering, speaking rapidly and assertively. If you don't want her to die, immediately take off her soaked cotton jacket and undergarments. Wearing wet clothes, the heat conduction speed is 25 times that of dry clothes. She wouldn't be this cold, even in a refrigerator. You added, don't you know this basic common sense? Huh, here. The short-haired girl was taken aback. Hurry up. Do I have to teach you? You snapped coldly, then turned your back to them, casually tossing your dry wool blanket over. Once you're done, wrap her up with this. You heard the sounds of hurried undressing and the short-haired girl's sobs from behind. After a moment, all right, it's done. You turned around. At this moment, the unconscious girl had been wrapped tightly, but her condition was still grave. Her breathing was so weak it was nearly imperceptible. Her core body temperature is too low. Her own heat production mechanism has collapsed. Just covering her with a blanket won't help. You sat cross-legged, signaling the short-haired girl to keep the unconscious girl upright, facing away from you. What are you going to do? The bespectacled boy asked cautiously. To save her life. You replied succinctly. You extended your palms, placing them on the girl's back and spine. Boom. The low rumble of internal energy surged. You transformed the originally violent energy, turning it into gentle warmth like the spring sun flowing slowly into the girl's body through your palms. This was not mere heating, rather it was using external energy to forcibly promote her nearly frozen blood circulation, protecting her heart vessels while driving out the cold from within. What is this? Are you a martial artist? Chun Zishuan's eyes widened. You did not answer, fully focused on controlling your energy. You transformed the originally violent power into gentle warmth flowing slowly into the girl's body through your palm. This was not mere heating, it was using external energy to forcibly promote her nearly frozen blood circulation, protecting her heart vessels. The room fell silent with only the sound of burning wood and several people's hurried breaths. 10 minutes later. Cough, cough, cough. The unconscious girl suddenly expelled a mouthful of cold air, her previously pale face finally showing a hint of color, and her body began to tremble violently. A good sign of her body restoring its heat production ability. She's alive, the short-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. Chun Zishuan sat on the ground, his expression changing from caution to complete awe, to release energy and control it so finely. This must be something only a high-level martial artist can do right. With the crisis averted, the atmosphere in the cabin finally relaxed. That night the heavy rain continued. The five of you gathered around the fire, sharing the pot of hot exotic beast soup that you made with dried exotic meat. Big brother, this meat. So chewy. I feel warm all over after eating it. The tall boy asked cautiously while wolfing down his food. What kind of meat is this? Third-tier black water Xian snake. You replied nonchalantly. Uff. The boy almost spat out his soup and their faces changed instantly. Are you a professional hunter? The short-haired girl looked at you with admiration, her eyes sparkling, just like in the movies, a professional hunter who specializes in hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. You did not answer, merely adding another log to the fire. Chun Zishuan adjusted his glasses, his tone becoming exceedingly respectful. I never expected to encounter a master like you in such a place. We are students from Jinling University, and we snuck out for an adventure. They began to tell you about the outside world. From the latest virtual idols, to the new features of the smart network, to the prosperity of Jinling City. You listened quietly, observing the pure foolishness in their eyes and their love for life after surviving a calamity. Suddenly, an odd feeling surged within you. Your martial arts realm not only helps you defeat enemies, but also protects a flickering flame of life from extinguishing amidst the storm. The next day, after the rain stopped, you escorted them to the safety of the main road. The howling wind swept through the air, enveloped in swirling yellow sand. You stepped into a dilapidated restaurant named Iron Pot. The air inside was thick and murky, filled with the scents of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. Boss sliced 2 pounds of braised beef. You found a corner to sit down, slamming your battle blade onto the table. Your cloak was stained with dried blood and dust, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As you slowly chewed on the beef, you instinctively perked up your ears, filtering through the surrounding cacophony of conversations. Sometimes a casually spoken word could be worth a fortune. Hey old Lou, have you heard? There's something strange going on at the Sunset Canyon in the southern province next door. An old hunter missing half an ear spoke in a hushed tone to his companion. What's so strange about it? Isn't it always shrouded in fog? This time it's different. The old hunter gestured animatedly. I have a brother who was gathering herbs on the outskirts of the canyon a few days ago. He claimed to have seen an upside-down mountain in the thick fog deep within the canyon. The peak facing downward, suspended in midair, surrounded by flickering purple light. He continued, moreover, the beasts nearby have been acting frantic, rushing inside, as if summoned by something. You've had too much to drink, and are seeing things, aren't you? An upside-down mountain. I bet it's just a mirage, scoffed his companion. The speaker may have been careless, but the listener was attentive. In the corner you're chewing abruptly paused. Upside down mountain. Beast riot. These two keywords made your grip on the teacup tighten slightly. If you were an ordinary person you might dismiss this as drunken rambling from a hunter, or perhaps a rare mirage. But you were different. In your mind the memory of that night at Chonglin Park, the distorted ripples on the lake's surface, and the ice lotus that materialized out of thin air instinctively surfaced. That scene equally defied logic, equally bizarre and inexplicable. The upside-down mountain. Could it truly be merely a refraction of light? Or could it be a glimpse of some higher-dimensional phenomenon? You had no solid evidence, nor did any theory confirm this as dimensional ripples. There was too little information, and no one dared to make guarantees. This could merely be an unrecorded natural phenomenon of magnetic fields. But did that matter? Better to run empty 1,000 times than to miss this one opportunity. More importantly, it was May and there was still a month until the college entrance examination. There was ample time. If that was true, it would be an opportunity no less significant than the dual lotus of mystic ice. Sunset Canyon. You quickly searched for this place name in your mind. It was a treacherous area at the border of two provinces with complex terrain and chaotic magnetic fields, a true lawless land. Although this was just a drunken rumor for someone eager to grow stronger like you, even a 1 in 10,000 chance was worth the boss check, please. You tossed a bill down, picked up your blade, and left the small restaurant without waiting for change. Time waits for no one. Outside the sandstorm obscured your vision. You tightened your cloak, your gaze intensely fixed on. After leaving the Iron Pot restaurant, you didn't recklessly plunge into the vast wilderness like a fool. Though the hunter's words stirred your blood, reason reminded you that Sunset Canyon was a perilous land spanning 2 provinces with a labyrinthine terrain and countless high-level beasts lurking. To venture in based solely on a vague rumor of an upside-down mountain would be seeking death. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. You lowered the hood of your cloak, not hurrying to leave town, but instead turning towards the administrative center of Sandstorm Town, Cheon County. Half a day later you arrived at Cheon County. Your first destination was the Cheon County Library. This was a small county town that had long since fallen into decline with a sparse population. Even the library building was overgrown with withered ivy. You entered the local chronicles reading room in the library. The librarian was a dozing old man wearing reading glasses who didn't even bother to look up when he saw someone enter, simply pointing to the corner. $10 for research copying is extra. Handle it gently, don't damage the rare copy. You paid the fee and walked past row after row of dusty bookshelves. It was evident that no one had been here for a long time, the thick layer of dust on the shelves recording the passage of time. Yet excitement flickered in your eyes. In this era where the intelligence network covered everything, most people had grown accustomed to obtaining information online. But due to the chaotic magnetic fields, the intelligence network signal could not reach Sunset Canyon, and satellite maps had long been obscured by clouds and mist, leaving only vague outlines. The real details were hidden in these forgotten stacks of paper. With the patience granted by your resilience, you feverishly flipped through books, embarking on a tedious reading journey. Cheon County Chronicles, Geography Volume, Flora of Sunset Canyon, Geological Changes in Southern Lands Fragment. You flipped through one after another, not even sparing the county newspaper from 100 years ago. In the 35th year of the new martial era, a purple mist appeared deep within Sunset Canyon, lasting 3 days. A herbalist entered and was lost. Once known as the land of the one-line sky, during thunderstorms lightning-struck trees often appeared. This area has the fiercest magnetic field. There is an underground river in the heart of the canyon called Bone Erosion. You pieced together these fragmented bits of information. With your exceptional memory and comprehension skills having been ranked first in your grade for years, a 3-dimensional map of Sunset Canyon began to slowly take shape in your mind. You not only memorized the terrain, but also deduced the flow of the underground river, the patterns of toxic mists, and even marked several potential high-level beast nests. 3 days. You spent a full 3 days in this musty reading room, surviving solely on dry rations. When you closed the final volume of this supplement to the County Chronicles, the dozing librarian finally looked up in surprise. Young man, are you an archaeology student? In this day and age, it's rare to find someone interested in such a rundown place. You smiled and offered no explanation, merely dusted off your clothes before turning to leave. At this moment, although you had never set foot in Sunset Canyon, your understanding of it probably surpassed that of many locals who had lived there their entire lives. With preparations complete, it was time for an on-site investigation. You returned to Sandstorm Town and hired the most experienced local guide, Old Ma, for a hefty sum. Old Ma was a dark-skinned, thin man, missing 2 fingers. He had originally retired from the trade, but under the pressure of your thick stack of federal currency, he agreed to take you around the outskirts. Young brother, remember, we're only looking around the Eagle Beak Cliff area, absolutely no venturing deeper. Old Ma checked the old off-road vehicle while muttering, this place has been really strange lately. What's so strange about it? You casually asked from the passenger seat. In the past, you wouldn't see a few people in this cursed place in a month. But in the last half-month, it's been bustling. Old Ma started the car, the engine roaring like a beast as you plunged into the storm of yellow sand. In the past, you wouldn't see a few people in this cursed place in a month. But in the last half-month, it's been bustling. Old Ma started the car, the engine roaring like a beast as you plunged into the storm of yellow sand. Old Ma glanced at you, implying, young brother, you're a student from out of town, right? Take Uncle's advice, even if you don't know what treasures are inside, some commotion isn't something we can just jump into. Those people are truly capable of killing. You nodded without speaking, silently noting the intel Old Ma provided. Indeed, the anomalies had already attracted the attention of various forces. There were many competitors, but this only fueled your excitement. The more people there were, the more chaotic the situation would be. As a lone wolf, your opportunities would increase. 2 hours later, Old Ma's battered off-road vehicle came to a stop at the edge of a cliff known as Eagle's Beak. Old Ma pointed towards the vast canyon shrouded in thick white mist ahead. You got out of the car, standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. At this moment, it was dusk, the setting sun bleeding red, casting an eerie dark crimson hue over the entire canyon. Deep within the rolling clouds and mist, you vaguely glimpsed a hair-raising sight. In the center of the canyon stood a colossal mountain peak, not rising from the ground, but hanging upside down in midair. It resembled a fong sprouting from the sky, suspended over the abyss. Around the inverted mountain, arcs of purple electricity flickered intermittently. The inverted mountain. You took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within your heart. The hunter was not lying. This was undoubtedly its great opportunity. All right, just a glance is enough. Let's hurry and leave, Old Ma urged impatiently. Look at that mist, it's poisonous gas, and once the sun sets it will spread over here. Old Ma, go wait in the car for me for 10 minutes. You ignored his urging and took out a pair of binoculars and a sketchbook. Although this time you didn't have the passerby, a talent at your side, you inherited the survival experience of 10 years spent crawling through the chaotic zone during the last simulation. You lowered your body, controlling the flow of chi and blood, within reducing your breathing rate to a minimum. After climbing along the edge of the cliff for a distance, you found a sheltered rock outcrop with a broad view. You aimed to utilize the last bit of twilight to match the terrain before you with the map you had memorized in the library. 500 meters below Eagle's Beak is the Ghost Cry Forest, home to many snakes and insects with dense vegetation suitable for stealth. The dry riverbed on the left should be the old channel of the Bone Erosion Dark River. Although dry, there may be quicksand. Directly beneath the inverted mountain is an open rocky beach which offers a clear view, but is also the most dangerous, a natural meat grinder. Your mind raced with thoughts. Not only were you confirming the information you had previously acquired, but you were also conducting a virtual military. With the focus brought by hardship and endurance along with your astonishing memory, you etched every high ground retreat route and suitable sniping or ambush spot deeply into your mind. You imagined yourself jumping down from here, planning which route to take, where to hide, when encountering strong enemies, where the wind was favorable and where the dead ends lay. 10 minutes later, the sky would darken. You closed the sketchbook, firmly imprinting its contents in your memory. Let's go. You returned to the car and said to Old Ma. Old Ma sighed in relief, stepped on the gas, and took you away from this place of... Back in Windsand Town, you didn't seek lodging like ordinary tourists. Instead, you purchased a large quantity of compressed rations, drinking water, insect repellent powder, and several bottles of deodorant spray from the town's largest general store. Little brother buying so many supplies, planning to head into the mountains. The store owner's eyes flickered. You didn't respond, merely casting him a cold glance. The owner promptly shut his mouth, not daring to ask further. That night, you shouldered the heavy supply pack and slipped away from Windsand Town under the cover of darkness. You guessed that the current situation was likely still just a precursor to the anomaly. However, when the precursor would end was completely unpredictable. To compete for opportunities, you had to position yourself at the forefront. You returned to the vicinity of Eagle's Beak and made your home in a concealed rock crevice. This place was only 2 kilometers from the canyon entrance, providing both offensive and defensive options. Over the next 10 days, you became a patient hunter. Days 1 to 3. Wolves were lurking. You lay in the rock crevice, observing the canyon entrance through the binoculars. You discovered that not only lone wolves were arriving, but also regular troops. A convoy of black armored vehicles emblazoned with the Tian and Heavy Industries insignia forcefully breached the perimeter, even deploying heavy machine guns to disperse the onlooking idle warriors. That was the private army of a financial magnate, well-equipped, even outfitted with exoskeleton armor. There was also a group of mercenaries dressed in matching camouflage uniforms, each exuding a fierce aura, clearly hardened individuals accustomed to living on the edge. You silently recorded their numbers, weapon configurations, and shift patterns. Days 4 to 6. The poisonous miasma within the canyon began to expand outward, the originally white mist gradually turning a faint pink. You witnessed a first-tier mutated beast, the Windrunner rabbit, mistakenly entering the mist. Within mere seconds of inhaling the pink fog, it went mad, wildly crashing against the rocks until its blood vessels burst. Biological mutation caused by spiritual energy overload, you concluded. Days 7 to 9. Unable to bear it any longer, warriors began attempting to enter the misty area, clashing with the private army stationed at the entrance. Days 7 to 9. Unable to bear it any longer, warriors began attempting to enter the misty area, clashing. You even saw a master at the 8th level of chi and blood get half of his body blown apart by a sniper from the financial magnate's side. You remained utterly still. You knew that the true main course had yet to be served. You entering now would be tantamount to seeking death. On the 10th day, May 14th, 8 deep into the night. You sat cross-legged deep within the rock crevice, adjusting your... After days of lurking, you were covered in dust, looking like a lifeless stone. Suddenly, a wave of chilling energy emanated from deep within the canyon. You abruptly opened your eyes and dashed out of the rock crevice. In the distance at the horizon, the inverted mountain, which had been flickering in and out of view, suddenly radiated a piercing. The radiance pierced through the heavy toxic mist, shooting straight up to the heavens, dyeing the entire dark night sky an eerie purple. Even from 2 kilometers away, you could feel the magnetic field around you wildly swirling the electronic devices in your backpack, emitting a buzzing overload sound. Buzz. Immediately after, the phantom of the inverted mountain, which had hung for half a month, vanished like a burst bubble. You are like a silent ghost navigating along the perilous beast path, evading all eyes and plunging straight into the heart of the canyon. The canyon is already in chaos, a turbulent mess. Private armies of the wealthy mercenary groups, free warriors, and countless beasts stirred up by the waves of spiritual energy are engaged in a frenzied battle within the mist. The sounds of gunfire roars and the explosive echoes of blood surging intertwine, transforming this place into a massive meat grinder. As you burst out of the misty area and reach your destination, the scene before you makes your pupils constrict. In the sky, with the shattering illusion of the upside-down mountain, numerous purple streaks of light fall like a meteor shower. They do not follow any specific trajectory, but scatter randomly in every corner of the canyon. Your heart races with joy as your gaze locks onto the nearest streak of light. It makes no sound of impact, but instead falls like a drop of water into a still lake. Around that hard boulder, the space instantly distorts, rippling with visible azure waves. The once real rock becomes indistinct in the ripples, as if separated from the real world by a layer of frosted glass. It truly is a dimensional ripple. Your heart leaps with joy, and your mind quickly recalls the information you have gathered about dimensional ripples over the past. Throughout the century-long history of the Federation, the forms of dimensional ripples have been bizarre and varied. Some appeared singularly, like the incident in Chonglin Park, while others, like the famous meteor shower during the snowy night 70 years ago, generated dozens of ripples overnight, creating several top-tier powerhouses. And this time, the upside-down mountain presents a type never recorded before. It first manifested as a projection lasting half a month, accumulating vast energy before erupting completely. You focus your gaze, and in the center of the expanding azure spatial ripple, a strange flower, crystal clear and radiating vibrant life, slowly pushes its way into reality from the illusion. With its appearance, the dry air around you instantly becomes humid, and you can even faintly hear the sound of waves crashing. That's it. Without any hesitation, you exert force beneath your feet, transforming into a shadow as you rush forward. However, you are not the only one focused on this flower. Get lost. A furious shout comes from the side. A tall, thin warrior wielding dual daggers at the 7th stage of blood energy bursts forth from the shadows on the others. He has obviously noticed the strange flower, as well as eyes filled with greedy light. Looking for death, the tall warrior sees you advancing rather than retreating, roars angrily, and the dual daggers in his hands whistle sharply as they aim for your eyes. You snort coldly, not even drawing your sword. At the moment of collision, the blood energy within you erupts explosively. The 8th stage blood energy surges down upon him like a mountain. The tall warrior feels a sudden constriction in his breathing, and his movements inevitably slow by a beat. It is this very beat that determines life and death. You do not give him any chance to react. Your body suddenly lowers, evading the dual daggers, while delivering a powerful whip kick to his chest. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the tall warrior is sent flying like a kicked sandbag, spewing blood as he tumbles over 10 meters unconscious. Using the recoil from this kick, your speed soars again, like an arrow released from its bow, instantly crossing the final slap. Your hand firmly grasps the azure strange flower. Initially, your fingertips feel an ethereal sensation, as if you were grasping merely a reflection of the moon on wall. But at the moment your fingers close around it, the surrounding rippling azure waves suddenly freeze. Buzz. The space seems to undergo a collapse of some sort within your palm. The flower, once as illusory as a hologram, and swaying in the light and shadow, instantly transforms from its light, exquisite texture abruptly appears in your hand, accompanied by an icy touch, as if it were from the depths of no longer mere light and shadow. The flower that once seemed somewhat illusory now takes form, possessing real petals and roots, even dripping with dew. However, before you can take a closer look, this newly manifested treasure seems to sense your flesh and blood aura. At the moment you touch it, a cold and vast consciousness surges into your mind through your fingertips. With a soft sound, the solid flower instantly disintegrates into a stream of pure, visibly azure smoke. It does not dissipate, but seems to have found a host, frantically entering your mouth, nose, and pores. Boom. The blood energy within you instantly boils. The sensation of blood energy transforming into silk that you have struggled to grasp for a month suddenly comes naturally at this moment. Yet you dare not pause for even a moment to savor this wonderful change. You are well aware that in this canyon full of hungry wolves, once you strike, you must immediately flee. Run. Almost in the same second the smoke enters your body, you do not even look back. Harnessing the surging force of rebirth, you stomp hard on the rocky ground, instantly changing direction towards the destination marked on your mental map, the erosion-boned dark river. However, trouble still arises. The energy from the dimensional ripple is overwhelmingly vast and cannot be digested by you in such a short time. The overflowing energy cannot be contained, radiating outward through your pores. At this moment, as you run on the dark rocky beach, your entire being is enveloped by a dazzling azure halo. In this pitch-black night where you cannot see your hand in front of you, you resemble a giant moving firefly, so conspicuous that it is almost blinding. Damn, I can't contain it. You grit your teeth and run desperately. 300 meters. 600 meters. Little friend, why are you running so fast? A cold voice suddenly booms in the night sky. Out of the corner of your eye, you see a tall figure clad in exoskeleton armor rapidly approaching from hundreds of meters away. The sounds of fish and dragons listening to the water are not illusions. The waves roll, and the true form is revealed. The journey through thousands of mountains and rivers begins here, soaring straight up to the clouds. You feel as if you have undergone a long hibernation. When you regain your sense of touch, you are enveloped in a comforting warmth akin to being wrapped in gentle amniotic fluid. A layer of translucent pale blue energy material, like a thick cocoon, tightly encases your body. That is the last echo of the dimensional treasure which not only preserved your life, but also conducted a complete cellular reorganization during your 2 days of slumber. On May 16th, in the early morning, a thunderous waterfall roars in your ears. You suddenly open your eyes, and the pale blue light cocoon shatters, transforming into countless crystalline points that disperse into the air. You find yourself lying on the rocky shore of a wide river not far from a waterfall with a drop of over 100 meters. The sunlight pierces through the morning mist in the forest, casting slanted rays on your face. Cough, cough. You instinctively try to rise, but find that there is still some water lingering in your chest. You bend down and cough violently, expelling several clumps of thick blue gel-like substance. As these substances are expelled, you feel an unprecedented clarity in your lungs, as if every breath could draw in twice as much oxygen as before. You instinctively reach for your back, where you had previously been struck by a heavy punch from Tiannan Heavy Industries. However, at this moment your back muscles are smooth and resilient, with not even a trace of bruising left. You clench your fists, and an unprecedented sensation of fullness spreads throughout your body. With the thought, the blood and chi within you no longer scatter like smoke. The once violent blood and chi smoke seems to be tamed by some mysterious force at this moment. A layer of flowing red mercury-like substance, tinged with a faint blue glow, gently and tightly covers the surface of your skin. Blood and chi at the 9th stage. Red gauze envelopes you. You gaze at this layer of seemingly tangible red gauze, exhilarated. Yet you do not let joy cloud your judgment. As a competent martial artist, you must understand the changes in your body before leaving this wasteland. You turn around and leap. Splash. You jump directly into the turbulent depths of the pool. The first test: survival underwater. The moment you enter the water, you instinctively hold your breath. But soon you are astonished to find that the faint blue glow on your skin seems to resonate with the river water. A marvelous cool sensation seeps into your bloodstream through your pores. You try to open your mouth to breathe into the cold river water rushes, and yet it does not induce any feeling of suffocation. You feel a tiny filtering membrane forming in your throat, directly extracting oxygen from the water. The water current is no longer a resistance, but rather a support. You even do not need to breathe. Your skin pores automatically absorb oxygen from the water. You glide through the depths like a nimble fish, moving even faster than you could on land. You remain underwater for a full hour. You navigate through the dim underwater world, observing the swaying aquatic plants and disturbing lurking aquatic creatures, yet you do not feel the least bit of suffocation. This means that in aquatic environments, you possess the ability to move freely in the water. The second test: water manipulation. You stand at the bottom of the water, looking up at the tumultuous waterfall above. The immense water pressure there is enough to crush an ordinary tin box. You swim against the current, your palms slowly slicing through the water. As you reach out, the previously chaotic water flow unexpectedly condenses into a high-speed rotating water sphere. Go! You suddenly flick your hand, and the water sphere tears through heavy resistance, producing a muffled sound as it strikes a large green stone, leaving fine cracks. This is not just water manipulation, it is the fusion of blood and chi with the water element. You realize that you are now not only a blood and chi martial artist, but also a water element adept. Although this ability is still in its initial awakening stage, your combat power has increased by at least 30%. The third test: underwater recovery. To test your endurance, you practice swinging your knife 1,000 times under the impact of the waterfall. When your muscles begin to ache, you allow yourself to sink into the sandy bed at the bottom of the pool. A miracle occurs. The water element gathers around your skin, and the blood and chi that had been nearly depleted are replenished at a visible rate under the nourishment of the water. In just 30 minutes, your fatigue is swept away. After testing your abilities, you leave that primitive forest, following the river downstream. 2 hours later, you come across an old dirt road. A boundary stone stands by the roadside. Tiannan Province, Linchun County. I actually drifted directly into Tiannan Province. The Sunset Canyon is located at the border of 2 provinces, and this drift must have taken you dozens of kilometers away. Your current appearance is quite disheveled. You walk into Linchun County. Most of the shops along the street sell dried herbs, and the air is filled with the scent of medicinal plants. You find a shop named Far Voyage Clothing, and use the few remaining anonymous crystal cards to purchase a cheap gray tracksuit along with a black baseball cap to lower your brow. In front of the mirror at the clothing store, you finally see your current appearance. You have grown about 3 centimeters taller than half a month ago, and your figure is more proportionate. Especially your eyes, which are as deep as the ocean, making it hard to look directly at them. On May 23rd, in the evening, the train like a silver serpent slowly arrived at the Longnan City high-speed railway station, passing through the undulating hills. As you stepped off the platform, breathing in the air of your hometown, a long-lost sense of stability surged within your heart. In the past 6 months, from life-and-death battles in underground boxing arenas to misleading information in the misty forest, and then to the life-and-death race in the Sunset Canyon, you had embarked on a long journey. You didn't head home immediately. Instead, you went straight to the school. It was the time for evening self-study, and the campus was... You made your way to the teacher's dormitory of the senior, high martial arts group with familiarity. You knocked on the familiar door. Who is it? It's late at night. The door opened, revealing Wu Changhe wearing a somewhat yellowed old shirt, holding a half-filled cup of wolfberry tea. Seeing the young man standing at the door, who looked somewhat travel-worn and even a bit unfamiliar, he was momentarily taken aback. Liang, Wu Changhe almost didn't recognize you. 6 months ago, although your vigor was at the 8th stage, you still carried an air of youthful innocence and scholarly demeanor. Now, while you had suppressed your aura, those deep abyss-like eyes made even him, a master at the Kaiyuan realm, feel a flicker of inexplicable trepidation. Where have you been, kid? Other than sending a message every month to report your safety, I haven't seen a ghost. Wu Changhe pulled you into the room with a hint of annoyance. I thought you had died somewhere in the wilderness. Sorry to worry you. You set down your backpack and sincerely bowed. You knew this tough exterior teacher genuinely regarded you as a half-son. All right, enough of this. Let's skip the formalities. Wu Changhe waved his hand, sizing you up, raising an eyebrow slightly. Looking at your spirit, it seems like you've gained something. So your vigor has become more solid. You smiled, not answering directly, but instead turned to close the door and casually pulled the curtains shut. Teacher, during this time away, I did encounter some special opportunities. You didn't mention the Sunset Canyon. Some secrets are better kept to protect those around you. I would like to ask you to help me assess my condition. Assess? Wu Changhe took a sip of tea, seemingly unimpressed. Have you raised your standards now? Your breakthrough at the 8th stage isn't easy unless you... His words were cut off. You no longer suppress the power within you. A faint flowing veil resembling red mercury unexpectedly appeared. It was gentle and resilient, subtly pulsating with your breath, as if it were a living creature. Wu Chang's glass cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor, the hot wolfberry tea splattering everywhere, yet he seemed crimson. Veil it. Wu Changhe suddenly stood up, his previously hunched back straightening instantly. He rushed up to you, eyes wide, fixated on the layer of veil surrounding your body, his voice trembling. The transformation of vigor into liquid draping over your body. Is this the 9th stage of vigor? He reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch it, but hesitated in midair. As an old martial artist who had practiced for decades, he understood better than anyone how difficult it was to reach this stage. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Changhe muttered, disbelief filling his eyes. 6 months ago, although your vigor was extraordinarily robust, comparable to the 9th stage, it was more like an uncontrollable wildfire. I had you practice the Qiu Long stance, teaching you to refine your punches and internal strength, hoping to smooth out that restlessness, to gradually tame the fierce beast within your heart. He suddenly looked up at you, his eyes filled with shock. But you, in just half a year. Merely half a year. Not only have you tamed that monstrous vigor, but you've even made it this gentle. Liang, this is absolutely not something that can be achieved through sheer practice. Saying this, he grabbed your wrist, 2 fingers resting on your pulse. A few seconds later, Wu Chang's expression shifted from worry to daze, and finally transformed into an indescribable ecstasy. The pulse was steady and powerful, the vigor like a dragon and a tiger full of vitality. This was simply a perfect template for the 9th stage. Good, good, good. Wu Changhe exclaimed 3 times, his eyes slightly reddening. He turned away, pretending to pick up the pieces on the ground, secretly wiping his eyes. When he stood up again, this usually loud and boisterous man spoke with a slightly choked voice. Liang, do you know? To be honest, 6 months ago, I thought that breaking through the 7th stage's limit would be your endpoint before the college entrance exam. At that time, seeing you with such an abundant vigor that could rival the 9th stage, yet limited by your meridians and foundation, it turned you into a powder keg ready to explode. I truly felt it was unfair. Wu Changhe clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. I wondered, why is it that those children from powerful families can pass tests effortlessly while you have to risk your life to fight? And why is it that someone like you, who works so hard and desperately wants to change their fate, has to walk a dead-end road due to excessive effort? I feared you couldn't bear the taste of despair that comes with effort even more, so that you might end up ruined because of it. But Liang, you did it. Wu Changhe stepped forward, firmly pressing down on your shoulders, his gaze intense. Not only did you survive, but you also blazed a path through the dead end that lay before you. You broke not just the barrier of the 9th stage, you completely shattered the cursed spell that loomed over you. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You withdrew the crimson veil, and although your strength had surged, you still maintained your humility in front of him. Wu Changhe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart. He sat back on the sofa, his expression becoming more serious than ever. Liang, since you've reached this stage, our plan needs to change. He pointed a finger, firmly poking the All-Federation Martial Arts Examination outline on the table. A Originally I planned that if you could maintain the peak of the 8th stage with your theoretical foundation and mastery of the knife technique, you would have a great chance at Jiangnan Martial University. But now, with the 9th stage vigor, the Crimson Veil, coupled with your mastery of the knife technique, Liang, you no longer need to limit your sights to Jiangnan province for this year's examination. Wu Chang's eyes burned with the fire of ambition. Keep a close eye on those two schools, the Federal Martial University or the Chongqing Martial University. Only the double stars are worthy of your current talent. Hearing this, you weren't overly surprised, you simply nodded calmly. I know that's also my goal. However, teacher, before the college entrance examination, I still have a shortcoming that needs to be addressed. On May 24th, in the early morning in the living room of the teacher's apartment, Wu Changhe listened, as you said you would awaken your water-based abilities the day after tomorrow, and expressed your confusion about your own swordsmanship, gazing at the knife on the coffee table. His originally serious expression suddenly morphed into something strange. He stared at you for a long time before finally, unable to hold back, bursting into laughter. Aesthetic. Sword intent. Wu Changhe pointed at your nose, spitting as he spoke. Are you reading too many novels? Do you really think that just because you broke through to the 9th stage you're floating? You are just a martial artist at the Qi and Blood realm, without even cultivating your Yuan power, and your mental strength hasn't even transformed. What do you know about aesthetic? But, Lucia, you said somewhat confused. Her abilities are innate. It's a gift from heaven. It's not because her swordsmanship is exceptional. Wu Changhe knocked on the table with frustration. Liang, wake up. You've sparred with her. Ask yourself, when it comes to weapon mastery, who is stronger, her or you? You were taken aback, the scene from the arena flashing in your mind. Although you lost in the end before that layer of scarlet gauze appeared, Lucia's swordplay had already been forced to pieces by your perfected knife technique, to the point where she could barely hold her sword. I'm stronger, you answered honestly. Then that's settled. Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. As far as I know, although Lucia's family sword technique is exquisite, she barely reaches the minor achievement realm. What about you? Your basic knife technique has already reached perfection. Wu Changhe stood up, picked up the textbook-like basic knife technique, patted it, and spoke with a solemn tone. Liang, don't underestimate the word basic. This booklet was compiled 100 years ago by the Federation, gathering 12 martial saints and 36 grandmasters, taking 10 years to complete. It is the most balanced, the most versatile, and the most suitable knife technique for martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm to establish their foundation. In our Federation, an ordinary student can get into university if they practice this knife technique to the entry level in 3 years of high school. Reaching proficiency makes them an exceptional student. Achieving minor success is a talent level configuration. As for greatness, Wu Changhe looked at you, his expression complicated. Usually only elite students from key martial arts universities in their 2nd or 3rd year after countless tasks and trials can reach that level. Of course, that excludes those monsters from the Federation's martial arts universities and Chongqing Martial University. Some of those freaks can perfect basic martial arts even before enrolling, innovating as well. But you must know you're only 18, still stuck in a resource-poor place like Longnan. To have perfected the basic knife technique in my 20 years of teaching, you're one of a kind. So don't be overly ambitious chasing some aesthetic, and don't think about learning those flowery tricks. Wu Changhe pointed out sharply, those fast knives that emphasize speed or heavy knives that emphasize power are paths that you choose after your physical quality is set in university. What you need now is to leverage your own advantages. My advantages? Yes. What are your advantages? Wu Changhe countered. Is it your quick reflexes? Or your explosive power? You shook your head. My advantage is resilience. You remembered your talent for hard work and endurance, recalled your recently awakened water ability, and thought of tirelessly wielding the knife under the waterfall. My Qi and blood are several times deeper than those of the same rank, and my recovery speed is several times that of ordinary people. As long as I don't get killed in a single blow, I can keep fighting. That's right. Wu Changhe slapped his thigh. Your perfected basic knife technique means your defense is impenetrable. Your enduring Qi and blood means you can outlast any opponent of the same rank. So you don't need to be an assassin, nor do you need to be a berserker. The path most suitable for you is defensive counterattack. Wu Changhe casually picked up 2 teacups, placing them on the table to demonstrate. Against a genius like Lucia, you don't need to match her initial burst of energy. Just use your perfected knife technique to defend and your scarlet gauze to withstand. Wait until her 3 moves are spent and her old strength is exhausted and her new strength hasn't yet arisen. That's when you counterattack. But teacher, you raised a question. I can defend, but for counterattacking. My offensive methods are still too singular, lacking the explosive power needed to break through her scarlet gauze defense. You've hit the nail on the head. Wu Changhe smiled mysteriously, turning toward the bookshelf and pulling out a thin yellowed booklet from a thick martial arts theory yearbook. Here, take this. You received the booklet, the cover inscribed with 4 ancient characters, layered waves 9-fold. This is not some unparalleled secret technique, nor does it have any mysterious aesthetic. Wu Changhe explained, this is a power technique created decades ago by a master specializing in fluid mechanics, combining ancient martial strength with modern understanding. The principle is simple. Through special muscle tremors and the trajectory of Qi and blood circulation, part of the force from each knife swing is stored within the body. Just like waves, the later waves push the earlier ones. The first strike is ordinary, the second strike adds 10% of power, the third adds 20%. Theoretically, if you can stack it to the ninth strike, your power will be 3 times your usual strength. That kind of instant explosive power, let alone the scarlet gauze, even alloy steel, can be split. You listen with shining eyes, but soon frown. But teacher, this technique places a heavy burden on the body. That's right. This technique places a great load on the meridians and muscles. An ordinary chi and blood martial artist wouldn't even make it to the third strike before their hands would be ruined. So this technique has always been considered somewhat useless, left to gather dust in a corner. Wu Changhe looked at you, his gaze intense. But you are different. Though I don't know how you did it, your current meridian toughness far exceeds that of ordinary people. And importantly, you now have a water. Water can be both soft and hard. The moisture from the water element can perfectly counteract the backlash from layered waves, and the characteristics of layered waves perfectly match your water powers. Liang, this is simply a battle strategy tailor-made for you. First, use the perfected knife technique to defend, accumulate strength, and layer the waves. By the ninth strike, it will be earth-shattering, a deadly blow. You tightly grasp the thin booklet, your heart feeling enlightened. Establish a hard fortress, engage in a battle of attrition. You can't kill me, so ill wear you down. If you can't defend against me, you'll cleave you in one strike. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You bowed deeply. All right, enough of this fluff. Wu Changhe waved his hand and yawned. There are only 10 days left until the big exam. For these 10 days, you will stay here with me. During the day, I will teach you techniques and help you practice layered waves. At night, you will review your cultural subjects on your own. Although you are Li Shan, if you lose too many theoretical points, I will hold you accountable. Yes. In the following 10 days, the school's training ground became your place of seclusion. With a clear direction, your cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. The layered waves technique is simpler than you think. After all, it's just a power technique. With a solid foundation in the perfected basic knife technique, it was quick to pick up, combined with your talent for hard work and endurance and your tireless practice. In 3 days, you reached the entry level, 5 days for minor success, and 7 days for perfection. By the 8th day, you could steadily execute the 8th layer wave. Although you were still a bit away from the highest 9th layer, 8 layers stacked together. With a single swing of your knife, you could leave a deep cut of 5 inches on an alloy stake. On June 6th, the night before the college entrance examination, you sheathed your knife and looked out at the full moon. The chi and blood within you surged like a great river. The scarlet gauze retracted, and your gaze was calm as water. On June 7th, in the early morning, the sky over Longnan City was a pristine blue. The entire city seemed to have been muted, with only the warning lines around the examination site and the fully armed patrolling warriors silently conveying the significance of this day. The Martial Arts College Entrance Examination, an annual grand event of the Federation. This is an opportunity for countless students to leap through the Dragon Gate, and a battleground for the noble families to test the worth of their descendants. You carried a stationary bag, blending into the bustling crowd as you entered the examination hall of Longnan No. 1 Middle School. Look, that's Liang, the Theory Emperor. I heard he went missing for half a year. I thought he had dropped out. TCH, what use is theory? He's not a cultural student. In the martial arts entrance exam, martial skills are what truly matter. After not seeing him for half a year, he must be lagging behind. The whispers around you seeped into your ears. You remained calm, ignoring them. The first day written exam, theoretical invincibility. At 9 in the morning, the bell rang. You sat in the center of the examination hall, unfolding the comprehensive theory examination paper of martial arts, a document that could determine countless fates. This was one of your important purposes for coming here, to know the examination questions in advance. You quickly scanned the paper. Question 1. I briefly described the impact of the move and block hammer from the third set of movements of the broadcast body refinement technique on the circulation of chi and blood, and draw a diagram of the meridian flow. Your lips curled slightly upwards as your pen danced across the paper. Not only did you write down the standard answer, but you even added a note. If this movement is combined with the 3 longs and 1 short breathing method, it can increase the chi and blood conversion rate by 20, but one must pay attention to the lung meridian's endurance. Throughout the examination hall, all the other candidates were pulling their hair in frustration, while you appeared like an emotionless answering machine. Half an hour early, you put down your pen. When you submitted your paper, the invigilator picked it up and initially glanced at it carelessly, but soon their gaze paused. The handwriting was neat and the logic was rigorous. Especially regarding the discussion of the weaknesses of exotic beasts, you not only provided the textbook standard answer, but even noted potential variables and countermeasures that could arise in actual combat. This student is exceptionally skilled. The invigilator adjusted their glasses and looked at you for a bit longer, a flicker of approval in their eyes. Among the candidates who relied solely on rote memorization, it was indeed rare to find someone who understood the theory so thoroughly. By the end of the day, rumors about the return of the godly had begun to circulate among the candidate groups, but more people were still waiting to see your downfall. After all, in literature there is no first, and in martial arts there is no second. Tomorrow's martial arts exam is when the true test will occur. The second day martial exam, shocking red silk. Inside the martial arts hall, voices were booming. The massive electronic screen displayed candidates' information. The martial arts exam was divided into 3 stages: realm testing, physical fitness testing, and practical combat competition. First up was the realm testing. This was the most intuitive and also the most brutal segment. Candidates merely needed to place their hands on the specially made Qi and blood sensing stone, and the results would be clear at a glance. Wang Gang Qi and blood level 4 early stage. Zhao Min Qi and blood level 5 peak stage. Liao Fan Qi and blood level 7 mid stage. Oh my. As expected of the class monitor from class 2. With Liao Fan's score announced, the entire hall erupted into gasps of astonishment. In previous years, a Qi and blood level 7 was already a strong contender for the top scorer in Longnan City. Next, Liang. The examiner's voice rang out, and all eyes instantly focused. After disappearing for half a year, just how much strength did the Theory Emperor still possess? You stepped forward slowly, your expression calm. You extended your right hand and gently pressed it on the sensing stone. Buzz. The sensing stone suddenly trembled, and the previously weak red light erupted into a dazzling beam that shot into the sky. The intensity of the light even overshadowed all the previous candidates. Candidates in the front row were astonished to find that a faint layer like flowing red mercury had appeared around your body. It was soft yet resilient, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. That is Qi and blood red silk. The examiner's recording pen fell to the ground with a loud thud. In the next moment, the numbers on the electronic screen jumped wildly before finally stabilizing at a result that left everyone breathless. Qi and blood level 9 red silk realm. Silence. The entire martial arts hall fell into a deathly hush. Sitting at the podium, Wu Changhe was currently crossing his legs, wearing a calm expression of basic skills are essential, but his trembling feet betrayed his inner joy. Did you see that? This is my student. The quality test, initial manifestation of waves. In the power testing area, you stood in front of the alloy punching target. You did not utilize the red silk, merely taking a deep breath and recalling the striking techniques from 9 layers of waves. First wave, second wave, third wave. Huh. With a punch thrown, the air exploded. Bang! The alloy punching target emitted a pained groan, and the entire testing device shook violently. Punching power 8,500 kilograms. Holy crap, 8.5 tons. Is this a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? The surrounding candidates gasped in shock. Your punch, 10 years of effort, fully demonstrated the depth of your foundation. In the speed testing area, your water element ability stirred slightly, causing you to flow like a moving phantom through the complex obstacle course. 100-meter obstacle 2. 8 seconds. This series of data not only shattered Longnan No. 1 middle school's historical records, but also approached the highest records in the entire province. The entire venue was in an uproar. The third day, the eve of practical combat. With the first 2 assessments completed, you held an undisputed perfect score, temporarily ranking first in the city. However, everyone knew that the real highlight was tomorrow, the practical combat competition. According to the new rules this year, the practical combat will adopt a point allocation system. Candidates will engage in ranking battles on the stage, and the final ranking will determine up to 300 points of practical combat scores. At the top of the ranking list, only 2 names shone the brightest. First place, Li Ong Qi and blood level 9 red silk realm water element ability. Second place, Lu Xie Qi and blood level 9 red silk realm ice element ability. To many, this was not just a contest for the top position, but also the ultimate showdown between commoners and noble families, between innate resources and hard work. That night, Wu Changhe found you as you were sharpening your sword. Are you nervous? Not nervous. You sheathed your sword, the flame of ambition burning in your eyes. Teacher, you said that only twin stars deserve my talent. Tomorrow I will use this sword to cleave open the door to the twin. On June 9th, the actual combat arena competition commenced. The Longnan City Sports Center was packed to capacity. A massive holographic projection enveloped the center of the venue, showcasing the fully infiltrating holographic simulation system specially approved by the Provincial Department of Education. This system can perfectly replicate the bodies of martial artists at the Blood Qi realm, including their blood energy and extraordinary abilities. Moreover, death in the virtual space does not cause actual harm, which means the candidates can freely exhibit their strongest and most ruthless techniques without any reservations. The actual combat assessment begins now. With a command from the chief examiner, thousands of candidates don their neural connection helmets, plunging their consciousness into the depths. Inside the virtual coliseum, Lu Xie stood in a pure white outfit, holding her signature ice pattern soft sword, walking directly towards the most prominent Arena 1. She stood there quietly, exuding a chilling aura that was even more terrifying than 6 months ago. The blood Qi of the 9th stage flowed around her body. The moisture in the air froze into tiny ice crystals before even approaching her, gently falling to the ground. Even other 9th stage candidates witnessing the Queen of Ice and Snow on the stage felt a sense of retreat until you stepped out of the crowd carrying a battle knife. I will take on the challenge. These simple words instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. It's Liang, the theoretical genius. I heard he is a water-type extraordinary martial artist awakened after birth. Water against ice. That attribute is severely disadvantaged. Regardless of the outcome, daring to step up is what makes a man. You walked onto the arena, standing 10 meters opposite you again. Lu Xie looked at you with a hint of surprise in her eyes, which quickly turned into a faint air of arrogance. You lost 6 months ago. This time the result will not change. How would you know without trying? You slowly drew your sword, its tip angled toward the ground. Arrogant. Lu Xie snorted coldly and made the first move. Lucia did not waste words. She didn't even move, just lightly raised her left hand. Buzz. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted instantly. Countless sharp ice spikes grew wildly from the ground around her, like a white, thorny jungle rapidly extending. Not only that, but you also felt your body starting to stiffen. The pervasive low temperature delayed your movements, and for attribute suppression, the water-type extraordinary ability within you attempted to operate, but was suppressed by this domineering cold air. I can only rely on my blood energy to withstand it. Boom. The surging blood energy within you surged wildly through your meridians. The heat produced barely resisting the cold air invading your body. Slash. Faced with the ice spikes spreading beneath your feet, you finally drew your sword. Clang, clang, clang. The blade clashed against the hard, dark ice, sending sparks flying. With each strike, a bone-chilling cold seeped into your palm, spreading up your arm. Within 10 seconds of the exchange, frost had already formed on your eyebrows and hair. You continued to retreat. The power of a second awakening extraordinary ability is indeed formidable. Faced with Lucia's seemingly endless barrage of icy projectiles, you could only rely on the impenetrable defense of your perfected swordsmanship, retreating step by step in search of a breather. Is this the gap? The audience below murmured. Although Liang is also at the 9th stage in the face of such top-tier extraordinary abilities, he seems like a living target. On the arena, Lucia frowned. Although on the surface, she held absolute advantage, pushing you back continuously. She knew that such high-intensity elemental bombardment was too consuming for a Blood Chi realm martial artist who had yet to unlock the Boda's secret store and lacked the support of source energy. Even though she was a second awakening extraordinary martial artist, her energy reserves were not infinite. I can't drag this out any longer. If this continues, I might be the first to exhaust my energy. Lucia observed you seemingly struggling under the icy rain, appearing on the verge of collapse, and made a judgment. She believed that after this round of bombardment, your physical stamina and blood energy should have reached their limits. You were merely holding on. It's almost exhausted. Since I've cornered you, let's end this battle with swordsmanship completely. Lucia stopped wasting her extraordinary ability to create ice spikes. The soft sword in her hand suddenly emitted a clear sword cry, and her entire being transformed into a streak of white light, enveloped by the remaining cold air actively charging into the battlefield. Do you think I lack stamina? You want to close in? Just what I wanted. Your previously lowered eyelids suddenly lifted, a glint of brilliance flashing in your eyes. Having been feigning weakness and passively taking hits, you had been waiting for her to abandon long-range suppression, and clang. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. At the moment of contact, a terrifying extreme cold force erupted from her soft sword. Your battle knife was immediately covered by a thick layer of ice, its weight increasing drastically. As expected, it has a slowing effect. You felt a chill in your heart as this matched the intelligence given to you by Wu Chang'e. After her second awakening, every sword strike from Lucia carried an extremely domineering freezing attribute that could cause the opponent's blood to coagulate through shockwaves, distorting their movements. But you were already prepared. The talent of hard work and endurance activated fiercely at this moment, forcefully shielding you from the nerve pain brought by the cold air entering your body. At the same time, the blood energy within you transformed into a warm, thin membrane protecting the meridians in your arm, firmly blocking the cold air at the surface of your muscles. Can you still move? A hint of surprise flashed in Lucia's eyes. She had thought this sword would completely immobilize you, but did not expect your counterattack to come so quickly. Come again. You roared, ignoring the frost forming on your arm, advancing instead of retreating. Facing Lucia's ice sword with a slowing effect, you remained completely unperturbed. The perfected foundational swordsmanship displayed terrifying dominance at this moment. You were no longer merely blocking, you were intercepting. With every strike, you precisely targeted the weakest points in her sword technique. With each blow, you used high-frequency shocks to shatter the ice accumulating on your blade. Clang, clang, clang. The first layer, the third layer, the fifth layer. Lucia grew increasingly alarmed. She realized that her proud, extraordinary swordsmanship was being dismantled by your sheer knife skills. Your blade became like a finely crafted net, not only sealing off her attack routes, but also accumulating your own momentum, with every collision harnessing her strength. In terms of technique, you are inferior to me. A brilliant light shot from your eyes, and the battle knife in your hand grew heavier and more forceful. The frost that had been covering the blade was forcefully shattered into powder by your increasingly explosive power. Lucia was suppressed. In a situation where she held the attribute advantage, she found herself being forced back repeatedly in a heated clash. Bastard, get away from me. Prideful as she was, she could not accept such humiliation in technique. She stopped holding back, and a gigantic ice-blue lotus phantom appeared in the air behind her. You utilized the technique of wave stacking, storing the recoil from each collision within your body through specialized muscle tremors. Your face turned increasingly red, veins bulging on your forehead, a sign of your meridians bearing tremendous pressure. As she thrust her sword, the myriad lotus phantoms transformed into countless swirling ice blades, sealing off all your escape routes, forming a deadly ice and snow cage. There was no way to evade. Facing this fatal strike, your eyes showed no signs of fluctuation, only cold calculations. You activated your perfected swordsmanship to its utmost. Amidst the flurry of ice blades, you instantly locked onto the trajectories of several potentially lethal attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Your battle knife swung accurately, deflecting the ice blades, aiming for your throat and heart. As for the rest, you controlled your muscles to tense up, avoiding the critical points, allowing the non-lethal ice blades to cut through your skin, all to protect your right arm, holding the knife, and maintain your forward momentum. Thud, thud, thud. Blood stained your clothes, but your speed did not slow down in the slightest. Rather, it surged again with the pain. But you broke through. You charged right in front of Lucia. At this moment, the wave-stacking power within you had accumulated to the 8th layer. This was already the limit your body could endure. If you pushed further, your arm might explode first. Not enough. Still, 9th layer. Break through for me. Under the pressure of life and death, you mobilized the water-type source power that had been dormant in your dantian. At this moment, it transformed into the gentlest protective membrane wrapping around your sunto-explode meridians. Crack. Your right arm's bones emitted a sound of unbearable strain, skin ruptured, and blood mist sprayed forth. But the cost brought forth a stunning power. Slash. This strike had no technique, only a pure and ultimate. The battle knife, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, struck fiercely at Lucia. Lucia's complexion changed. She sensed the threat of death. She desperately activated her red gauze, an ice lotus apparition, attempting to block this strike. Boom. The indestructible cold ice shattered in the face of the 9th layer wave stack that surpassed the limits of Blood Chi realm in just half a second. Next came the red gauze. Pop. That layer of pale gauze burst like a bubble. Lucia could only hastily raise her soft sword to block. Clang. The precious soft sword broke apart. Your battle knife, though it also suffered a massive gash, did not lose momentum, crashing into her shoulder with the remaining strength. Boom. Lucia flew back over 10 meters, heavily crashing against the protective shield at the edge of the arena, sliding down, her form gradually dissipating. And you, maintaining the pose of swinging your knife, bathed in blood, swayed unsteadily. The arena was dead silent. A full 3 seconds passed. The victor is Leon. The system's emotionless electronic voice resounded throughout the arena, declaring the winner of Arena 1 is Leon. As the announcement echoed, the holographic projection of the icy wasteland shattered, instantly transforming into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. With a ding, the neural connection was severed. You slowly removed the heavy connection helmet. Although you suffered a crushing defeat in the virtual world, your body remained unscathed in reality. It was merely the result of the extreme 9-layered waves burst earlier, which had drained your mental energy, leaving you with a slight dizziness. You shook your head, steadied yourself against the armrest, and stood up, gazing through the transparent soundproof glass to the other. There, Lucia had just taken off her helmet, her complexion as pale as paper. She stared blankly at her hands, seemingly still unable to recover from the terrifying experience of being slain. She lost to a civilian student with no background whom she had never even bothered to look at. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted like a powder keg, instantly boiling over. The sound of cheers was deafening, almost tearing the roof off. He won. Leon actually won. Oh my god, that's Lucia the Snow Woman. An ice-type ability user combined with the Scarlet Realm, and she was actually cleaved away in one strike. Is this the godly they speak of, who said he only knows how to bury his head in books? He has truly mastered all the killing techniques from the textbooks. At the commentary table, a special invited senior coach from the Provincial Martial Arts Association was excitedly pounding the table, saliva flying, as he reviewed the match. Incredible. This is undoubtedly textbook-level defensive counterattack. Director quickly cut to the replay. On the big screen, your stunning strike was being replayed in slow motion. Everyone look. First, Leon's vitality is simply astonishing. Faced with the constant suppression of ice-type abilities, an ordinary 9th-stage warrior would have long since exhausted their strength, yet he not only endured it, but even unleashed that terrifying might at the end. Secondly, his swordsmanship. Without a doubt, it is a masterful technique. Even under the slow effects of cold air, he was still able to accurately intercept his opponent's sword strikes. It's as if the sword techniques are engraved into his very instincts. Most importantly, the coach pointed at the blue light that flashed across your arm on the screen. Just as his file states, he is a postnatal awakened water-type martial artist possessing an extremely concealed water-type ability within him. This power grants him extraordinary recovery abilities, his stamina and resilience, far surpassing Lucia. Vitality, technique, abilities, and tactics. In this battle, Leon's victory is beyond reproach. Amidst the accolades, Wu Changhe rushed into the contestant area, embracing you with such strength it felt as though he might crush your bones. Good kid. Well done. You've made me proud. This usually thrifty man had tears in his eyes as he shouted towards the school leaders in the stands. From today onwards, let's see who dares say that I, Wu Changhe, only know how to sell medicine. I've taught a top student. A week later, on June 16th, after the college entrance examination, the results were released across the province. You sat in Wu Chang's office, staring at the computer screen in front of you, which prominently displayed your final scores. Candidate Leon. Written exam theory 148150. Martial exam Martial Realm 150200. Martial exam basic qualities 195200. Martial exam practical arena 150200. Ability bonus 50. Total score 693755050. Current ranking first in Longnan City, 18th in Jiangnan Province. Seeing this score, you frowned slightly. It was expected that you would lose 2 points on the subjective questions of the cultural subjects. The near-perfect score on the basic qualities test was also anticipated. But it was this practical martial exam score that puzzled you. Why, as the undisputed top scorer in Longnan City, did you only receive 150 points in the practical exam, which had a perfect score of 200? Are you feeling the score is low? Wu Changhe poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to you. Don't be disheartened. Our province's college entrance examination practical score is based on a provincial grading system. Your vitality at the 9th stage combined with masterful swordsmanship is indeed unrivaled in Longnan City. But in this province, and even across the entire federation, there are always a few unreasonable monsters. Wu Changhe pointed to the top of the computer screen where the name of the student ranked first in the province with a practical score of 198 stood. Do you see that? That's the gap. At your age, there are already individuals who have broken the barriers of life and stepped into the opening yuan realm. In the provincial grading system, the opening yuan realm is a unique existence starting at 180 points. And in front of those in the opening yuan realm, no matter how strong your 9th stage vitality is, the maximum score you can achieve is capped at 150 points. This is a suppression of life levels, not something that can be compensated for by skill. After hearing this, the pride that had arisen from being the top student in the city dissipated instantly. The opening yuan realm. This meant that the opponent had already begun to externalize their elemental force and had even initially awakened their spiritual power. Competing on the same level as such monsters, those at the vitality stage could indeed only fall behind. Being 18th in the province, does that mean there are at least 17 suspected opening yuan realm freaks ahead of me? You tightened your grip on the teacup. Don't be discouraged. Wu Changhe patted your shoulder. You started later than them. Without a family backing you with resources since childhood, getting to this point is already a miracle. Moreover, 693 points. This score is more than sufficient for admission to the Double Stars program. Today, let's not talk about martial arts, let's talk about good news. Cheers. Cheers. The day after the results were announced, you received an unexpected phone call from Principal Liao Xinyu. In the principal's office, with its ancient charm and fragrant tea, this usually elusive powerhouse of the opening yuan realm was smiling at you personally, pouring you a cup of tea. Sit down, don't be so formal. Liao Xinyu looked you over, his eyes filled with admiration. Your vitality is stable, neither arrogant nor hasty. Looking at the provincial ranking, you didn't lose your composure, right? Principal, you jest. There are always greater heights and people beyond. This only motivates me further. That's the spirit, good to hear. Liao Xinyu waved his hand, then became serious. The reason I called you here today is that I have an important message to convey. He took out a red invitation letter with gilded lettering from the drawer and pushed it in front of you. Joint special recruitment of the top universities in the Federation Swang Station. What is this? Your pupils dilated. It's a special test. Liao Xinyu explained this is the final threshold to enter the top martial universities. The baseline requirements for the test are extremely high martial realm, at least 9th stage vitality, cultural score, no less than 120, and practical score, no less than 100. In previous years, only top geniuses applying to Double Stars Federation Martial University and Chongqing Martial University needed to take this test. But this year's situation is special. The top 10 proposed to lower the test threshold, allowing more slots for freshmen to gain experience. Thus, the top 10 universities also require students who pass the line to participate to undergo rigorous training before enrollment. Your scores meet this standard. Liao Xinyu looked at you, his tone serious. This test not only includes practical assessments, but is more like a large-scale survival drill. All those monsters ranked ahead of you will be there. Moreover, I've heard this year's rewards are extremely generous. In addition to the admission letters from Double Stars, the top 10 can even obtain a treasure that aids in understanding the barriers of the opening yuan realm, the Yuan Spirit Stone. Hearing the words Yuan Spirit Stone, your heart skipped a beat. In the 3 days following the receipt of the special invitation letter, you did not engage in the usual intense physical training. You are aware that for you now, your vitality and techniques have already been honed to their utmost limits. Simply practicing in a strenuous manner is unlikely to yield a qualitative leap. Instead, accumulated fatigue may impact your state. Your primary task now is to nurture. Nurture your vitality and spirit, adjusting your essence to its peak to prepare for the upcoming journey to Suzhou. That afternoon, you concluded 2 hours of deep meditation, feeling refreshed. You tidied your attire and made your way to the office of Wu Changhe next door. At this moment, Wu Changhe was packing his luggage. As the leading teacher, he would accompany you to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Seeing you enter, he paused his actions and pointed to the chair opposite him. You're here? Have a seat. Wu Changhe looked at your restrained yet abundant aura, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you understand the principle of moderation well. You are like a sword hidden in its sheath in just the right condition. Master, I have a few key questions regarding cultivation that I would like to ask you. You got straight to the point, your expression solemn. Is it about the Yuanling Stone and how to break through to the Kaiyuan realm? Wu Changhe smiled as if he had anticipated this. I knew you would ask. After all, having reached the 9th stage, the red silk has formed, and the next step is to enter Kaiyuan. Please guide me, master. Wu Changhe put away his smile, poured himself a cup of tea, and his tone became unprecedentedly serious. Liang, you must remember, although vitality and Kaiyuan are only a thin line apart, they are worlds apart. Vitality cultivation focuses on the body, shaping it into a solid vessel. However, the Kaiyuan realm is about igniting the seed within the vessel that is unlocking the hidden treasures deep within. Wu Changhe extended a finger, a faint white light shimmering at its tip, representing a yuanli that is more refined and dynamic than vitality. Only by unlocking the hidden treasures can the body give birth to the yuan seed and produce spiritual power capable of interacting with matter. But this cannot be achieved solely through the accumulation of vitality. It's like filling a water tank to the brim, the essence of the water remains unchanged. To achieve such a life-level transformation, you must rely on special catalysts and secret methods, specifically the Yuan martial arts that you will encounter after entering the martial university. Wu Chang's tone intensified as he fixed his gaze on you. Therefore, this trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou, besides the special test, you have one extremely important task: conducting the most precise and comprehensive ability assessment at the Federal Abnormal Abilities Association in Suzhou. You must fight for this special test. I understand. The martial way must be fought for. You clenched your fist, a flame of battle igniting in your eyes. 3 days later, on June 20th, the day of departure has arrived. In the early morning, the sky was somewhat gloomy with heavy clouds pressing down over the city. A black business car with bulletproof glass stopped at the school gate. On the car besides you and the leading Wu Changhe, there were also Lu Xia, who was traveling with you, and teacher Lu Qing, who was responsible for driving. Lu Qing is a new female teacher for practical classes this semester at the peak of the 8th stage of vitality. She usually has a bold and straightforward personality, always smiling at others. But today she wore a large pair of sunglasses that covered half her face, making it impossible to see her eyes, and she silently gripped the steering wheel, appearing exceptionally quiet. Everyone hold on tight. Lu Qing's voice was a bit hoarse. Wu Changhe paid no mind, merely lowering his head to check the high-speed rail schedule. Let's take the main road. It may be a bit congested, but it's safer. All right, Lu Qing responded. In the back of the car, you were conversing quietly with Lu Xia. Lu Xia sat beside you, still dressed in white, cradling the newly swapped alloy longsword in her arms. Since that disastrous defeat, her attitude towards you had made a complete turnaround. The haughty demeanor was gone, replaced by a complex gaze tinged with curiosity. Liang, Lu Xia suddenly spoke, her tone cold. I heard that this special test will likely include a team survival. You turned to look at her. Since it's for the honor of the school, I don't mind temporarily teaming up with you. She paused, awkwardly adding, your sword skills and vitality are strong, just right to compensate for my downtime after an explosive attack. If we collaborate, our chances of winning are the greatest. You were taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I wouldn't mind at all. A top-notch controller combined with a top-notch tank and output, this is indeed the perfect combination at this stage. However, just as you had reached a verbal agreement, the car had barely driven 3 blocks when Lu Qing suddenly swerved the steering wheel. The business car let out a deep rumble, not heading towards the bustling main road, but instead turning directly into a narrow path leading to a demolition zone. Screech. A piercingly loud sound of sudden braking rang out. The immense inertia sent everyone inside the car lunging forward. What's going on? Wu Changhe, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, instantly reacted, steadying himself, filled with fury as he raised his hand to grab Lu Qing at the driver's seat. Lu Qing. Are you insane? This is not the way to the station. Insane. At the driver's seat, Lu Qing slowly turned her head. She gradually removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes that sent chills down everyone's spine. Those eyes, usually vibrant, were now devoid of focus, pupils dilating to their utmost, the whites of her eyes veined with, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, displaying an extremely rigid puppet-like eerie smile. No, Team Leader Wu. I am here to take the children, to welcome the new arrivals. Before the words fell, Wu Chang's fingers had just touched Lu Qing's shoulder when he suddenly froze. With a resounding boom, as the figure in the black robe grasped the air, the steel shell of the entire business vehicle instantly twisted and deformed, emitting a metallic groan that was painfully grating to the teeth, as if being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. A terrifying pressure bore down on you like a massive mountain. It was not merely the suppression of blood and chi, but rather a condescension from a higher plane of existence. Before this force, you couldn't even move a finger, and even breathing became exceedingly difficult as the air in your lungs was gradually crushed out. Impudence. Wu Chang's eyes were bloodshot as the chi around him burned fiercely, attempting to break free from this binding. As a strong practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm, he was unwilling to sit idly by. However, the shadowy figure in the black robe vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Wu Changhe. He extended a pale finger, pressing it against the mask, then casually grasped Wu Chang's head, lifting the formidable practitioner like a chick into the air. Mr. Wu, interrupting while someone else is speaking is quite impolite. It was a gentle voice, yet it carried an air of aloofness, as if a deity were looking down upon mere ants. Unbeknownst to him, a stream of gray chi flowed down his finger and penetrated Wu Chang's 7 orifices. After being released, Wu Changhe stood there like a statue, his muscles spasming, and he could only emit desperate gasps of having completed this. The figure in the black robe turned around to face you all in the vehicle. Beneath the hood, a pale skeletal mask appeared. The mouth of the mask was twisted into a grotesque and exaggerated smile, and deep within the hollow eye sockets 2 pools of crimson light flickered ominously. The red light swept through the vehicle, making you feel as though your soul was about to freeze. The gaze of the masked figure first fell upon Lucia. Strangely, the red light in his eyes flickered momentarily, not showing the greed of a predator, but rather a satisfaction, as if appraising a finished product. The seed from Haiching has successfully sprouted, growing beautifully, he murmured to himself. Soon after, his gaze turned to, "Oh, is this the top scholar from Longnan?" The masked figure seemed quite intrigued by you, his eyes reflecting the discovery of an unexpected delight. Originally just a casual move, I never expected this barren land to yield such a vigorous wild grass. Indeed, your physical body is quite valuable. Then a chilling scene began to unfold. Two black-robed figures silently approached from behind the masked figure, laying out a piece of sheepskin that emanated a foul stench on the waterlogged ground. Then they drew out sharp daggers and unhesitatingly cut open their own palms. Crimson blood flowed down, but instead of dropping to the ground, it moved of its own accord across the sheepskin, tracing out a complex and sinister dark red formation. Meanwhile, Lucia, who had been sitting beside you and appeared to be paralyzed with fear, finally moved. She slowly raised her head, and the once cool snow-like eyes became blood-red, devoid of pupils. She pulled out a pale ghost mask from her bosom elegantly and slowly placing it over her face. Lucia. You wanted to shout, but no sound emerged, only terror as you watched this bizarre transformation. She ignored you, moving like a marionette to one corner of the formation. Although she did not draw the formation, she began chanting an obscure ancient incantation. With this blood body, I offer to my lord. Flesh and spirit exchange, blood shadow rebirth. Her voice was sharp and cold, carrying a strange rhythm, as if it could penetrate your eardrums and stab into your brain, causing waves of dizziness. As Lucia recited the chant, the masked figure stood in the center of the formation, beginning to explain that mad plan to you in an almost melodic tone. The Great Blood Shadow Replacement Plan. My lord has put in tremendous effort for this day. In this era, the perfect six-life blood spirit monster has long since gone extinct, but my lord has bestowed two precious two-life blood spirit monsters. What is two-life? It means possessing two lives, two destinies. The first life is named Skin Painting. Once parasitized, it will perfectly merge with the host's flesh and spirit. Genius remains genius, with memories, personality, and habits completely unchanged. Even gene testing and soul scanning cannot reveal any anomalies. The spirit of the monster lies dormant, only awakening at critical moments to take over the body. The second life is named Substitute Death. If the Dark Child unexpectedly dies while on a critical mission, the first life shatters, allowing the monster's spirit to borrow a corpse, repairing the broken body, and living again, ensuring the Dark Child's continuance, making the plan foolproof. The voice of the masked figure echoed in your mind, each word striking like a hammer against your reason. Just like this classmate, Lucia. He pointed at the girl reciting the incantation, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Did you think she discovered the dimensional ripple through her family, or luck? No, that is an extension of my lord's divine power. My lord entered her dreams through a secret ritual, planting a suggestion in her subconscious, carefully laying the trap of the mystic ice twin lotus in this remote land. The Liu family in Haiching possesses what my lord needs, and the future upper echelons of humanity also require our eyes. She is the perfect wedge. As for you and Mr. Wu, your physical bodies are also quite valuable. As these words fell, he did not cease speaking. On the contrary, his gaze became hollow and fanatical, and he opened his mouth once more, repeating the earlier words. The Great Blood Shadow Replacement Plan. My lord has bestowed two precious two-life blood spirit monsters. The first repetition, the tone became rhythmic, each word resounding like a heavy hammer in the air. The blood-red formation on the ground seemed to respond to some frequency. The flowing blood began to boil, bubbling up. Then came the second repetition. The first life is Skin Painting. The second life is Substitute Death. The seed from Haiching. The perfect wed. This time the speed doubled. Lucia, who had been kneeling, and the other two black-robed figures, as if having heard some command, suddenly raised their chanting voices, perfectly overlapping with the masked figure's voice. For voices male, female, hoarse, and sharp intertwined, forming a nauseating echoing harmony. You felt a wave of intense nausea, and the scenery before you began to double. These voices bore a spiritual pollution targeting the soul. Then came the third repetition. The sound no longer resembled human language, becoming sharp and twisted like metal scraping violently against glass. Blood Shadow. Substitute Death. Skin Painting. Rebirth. Blood Shadow. Substitute Death. Skin Painting. Rebirth. As this frenzied repetition continued, the surrounding space began to warp violently. The abandoned building in the alley was engulfed by a thick, blood-colored mist. Countless faint scratching sounds echoed in the void, as if something was violently squeezing out from the walls, the ground, and the air. Your brain felt as if it were being pierced by countless steel needles, sanity teetering on the edge of collapse. If not for the extraordinary mental resilience granted by your talent for enduring hardship, you would have likely turned into a drooling idiot by now. Welcome, my lord. Suddenly, all noise ceased in an instant. The three black-robed figures, including Lu Qing and Lu Xia, knelt on the ground, their foreheads heavily striking the blood. In the center of the blood-red formation, a fissure opened in the space. Several indescribable dark shadows slowly emerged, respectfully, holding two blood-colored crystals that pulsed with a rich scent of blood like beating hearts. The two-life blood spirit monsters had descended. The masked figure picked one up and approached the immobile Wu Chang'e. To ensure the plan goes smoothly, I can only waste a holy object on Mr. Wu. He extended a pale finger the nail like a knife, lightly carving a vertical line on Wu Chang's forehead. Blood flowed freely. The masked figure pressed the blood crystal against the wound. Sizzle. As the blood crystal touched the blood, it immediately liquefied like a living bug burrowing into Wu Chang. Immediately afterward, the chanting voices of Lu Xie and the others rose again. A beam of blood-red light shot out from the formation, entering Wu Chang's body. Wu Chang'e trembled violently, his eyes rolled back, seemingly in great pain. But just a few seconds later, he became still. When he opened his eyes again, the gaze that once brimmed with righteousness and concern for you was now filled with a vacant red glow. He turned stiffly, walking to kneel among the cultists with an expressionless face, just like Lu Xie. You watched this scene, heart aching like a knife, filled with grief and anger. The man who was both a teacher and father figure to you was cruelly stripped of his soul, before your eyes, becoming a soulless hum. Now it's your turn, little scholar. The masked figure approached you with the last blood crystal, his voice laced with mockery. Your body is great, much stronger than that exhausted teacher. As a representative of civilian geniuses, your future path is long, and you can do much for my lord. You wanted to struggle, wanted to roar, but under that terrifying force field suppression, you couldn't even blink. You could only watch helplessly as the pale finger carved open your forehead. In the realm of reality, within a shabby rental apartment, Liang suddenly sat up from the worn fabric sofa, his chest heaving violently. Although his body in reality was already a robust physique, at the seventh stage of vital energy, the phantom pain that felt like tearing still made him break into a cold sweat. His pupils were in a state of extreme instability, his gaze hollow. Just a moment ago, he was in a dark and damp, dead-end alley watching a figure in a black robe, wearing a theater mask, proclaiming the despairing blood shadow replacement plan, feeling the coldness of life slipping away. In the next moment, however, the noisy shouts of vendors from a night market outside filled his ears. This strong sense of temporal dislocation caused his mind to momentarily stall. Liang instinctively raised his hand and glanced at the wall clock. It was 10:30 at night. It's only been His voice was hoarse. Deep within his consciousness, he had just gone through 2 tumultuous years, from the intense training in the second half of his sophomore year to the breathtaking escape from the Sunset Canyon. From becoming famous with a single blow in the college entrance examination arena to the despairing finale on that stormy day. I'm back. Liang wiped his face, his fingertips touching his cool skin, and reason finally regained its stronghold. Blood shadow replacement. 2 lives, blood soul demon. The masked man of the Fuyo realm. He muttered to himself, engraving these bloody keywords in his heart under the dim light. Especially that last scene. Teacher Wu Chang'e, who usually treated him as if he were his own, though stingy, was willing to risk everything for his students in critical moments, was brutally possessed and turned into a soulless being. Then there was Lu Xie, who had long been replaced, and the vast sinister organization lurking in the shadows, the heart-eating. Liang clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The pain completely dispelled the confusion in his eyes, replaced by an unprecedented sharpness and chill. Since you've let me know the script in advance, this play cannot proceed as you wish. After calming his emotions, Liang promptly awakened the system in his mind. A pale blue light screen unfolded on his retina, lines of golden text emerged announcing the end of the novice period. Simulation ended. Survival time for this simulation 2 years. Rating S class. Comment you with the body of a mortal plan. The overall situation seized the opportunity in dire straits and slashed down the heroes in the arena. You broke the curse of the commoner and rose to the top. Although ultimately falling due to irresistible forces, this is not a fault of battle. Your will, wisdom, and decisiveness are enough to catch the attention of the gods. Ding. The novice welfare period has ended. The full functionality of the simulator has been unlocked and the system upgrade is complete. As a brilliant golden light burst forth, Liang realized the system interface had undergone a tremendous change. The originally simple panel had become more refined and the rules were entirely renewed. Function 1: Perfect Extraction Core Upgrade. Farewell to the choose one of 3 dilemma. From now on, after each simulation ends, the host will automatically receive all rewards cultivation level martial arts experience memories without any need for compromise. Function 2: Talent Repository. All talents that have appeared in simulations, regardless of whether chosen, will be recorded in the talent repository. Before the next simulation begins, the host can spend fate points to exchange talents in the talent repository, but currently only up to 2 talents can be carried. Function 3: Fate Mechanism 1. Cooldown time after each simulation ends. A cooldown of 7 days is required. 2. Fate points. This is the system's hard currency. The way to obtain them is to change the predetermined fate of important figures or events. 3. Points usage exchange for specified talents. Current remaining fate points, 300 newbie periods class evaluation settlement reward. Looking at these new rules, Liang's heart raced. Full extraction. This is too domineering. This meant that he would no longer have to struggle between cultivation and experience. Only children make choices. This meant that his speed of becoming stronger would increase exponentially. Moreover, that talent repository was an incredible skill. Liang glanced at his attribute panel, his gaze intense. The innate hardworking green he possessed, although only green, was extremely practical, a signature skill of a grind master. If in the next simulation he could spend points to bring the previously randomly acquired Sword Dao Genius blue. Hardworking guarantees the minimum, while Sword Dao Genius raises the maximum. Grind Master plus Genius, this is the true invincible combination. Liang took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately exchange for talents and dive back in. Now was not the time for that. He needed to first process the rewards from this session. Rewards from this simulation have been issued to be extracted. 1. Martial Arts Realm description includes cultivation at the 9th stage of Vital Energy Crimson Fibers Realm and Mystical Water Spirit Body reshaped by the Dimensional Treasure Heavenly River Water Lotus. 2. Martial Arts Experience description includes mastery of basic sword technique, perfection of layered waves, and 8 extremes fist entry into stillness with Twisted Dragon stance, as well as all combat skills and practical experience gained over the past 2 years. 3. Memory Experience automatically fused description, all details about the Blood Shadow Replacement Plan, intelligence on the heart-eating cult, and the major events of the next 2 years. Looking at the first 2 options, Liang's breathing became rapid. Although he was already at the peak of the 7th stage of Vital Energy, appearing as an unattainable genius in the eyes of ordinary students. But by simply clicking on this option, he could instantly leap over the 8th stage of Chaos and directly reach the peak of the 9th stage of Crimson Fibers, even acquiring abilities that would make countless people envious. His finger hovered above the one-click extraction button, but Liang suddenly stopped. His gaze flickered as plans for tomorrow raced through his mind. I can't extract everything. At least I can't extract Martial Arts Realm right now. Liang was very clear-headed. First, there was the issue of noise. The last time he extracted the 7th stage, the cracking sound of bones was already considerable. This time, however, it was the 9th stage of Vital Energy's Crimson Fibers Realm, even involving the physical reshaping of the Mystical Water Spirit Body. In this old rental apartment where soundproofing was practically non-existent, once extracted it could cause quite a commotion, and tomorrow he would definitely be taken away by the Special Task Force for dissection. Second, and most importantly for tomorrow's big borrowing act, Liang turned to look at the draft for the loan request that he had already written on his desk. According to the plan, tomorrow morning, he would go to school to find Wu Changhe, aiming to secure his help by demonstrating his 7th stage of Vital Energy Martial Arts Realm to borrow that 1.2 million life-saving money. The 7th stage of Vital Energy, although impressive in Wu Chang's eyes, paired with Liang's reckless character and previous accumulation, while exaggerated, barely remained within the realm of human genius. But if he were to show up with the status of the 9th stage of Vital Energy draped in crimson fibers, then meeting Wu Changhe tomorrow would likely turn from surprise to shock. Jumping overnight from the recognized 3rd stage waste to 9th stage Anomaly Master. This exceeded the category of genius. It was a freak of monster. Although Wu Changhe cherished talent, he was also an old hand in the game. Too much abnormality would be seen as a monster. At that point, he might not only fail to borrow money, but also invite unnecessary suspicion. I must follow the script. First, use my current 7th stage cultivation to secure the money, resolve the crisis with the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, and then find a safe place to extract the 9th stage cultivation. Having thought this through, Liang made his choice. System Extract Martial Arts Experience. Martial Arts Realm, Buzz. As the command was issued, a vast and gentle current of warmth rushed into his mind, then flowed towards his limbs and bones. This time there was no physical pain, only a feeling akin to epiphany. Liang closed his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to return to that rocky beach in the Sunset Canyon, back to the waterfall in Linchun County, back to the arena of the college entrance examination. Every angle of wielding a knife, every tremor of muscle, every clever use of the water flow to dissipate force. These images, once only existing in memories, were now rapidly transforming into his Bodhis instincts. His fingers trembled involuntarily, although he held no knife in hand. The mastery of sword technique that had long been etched into his bones had awakened within him. A full 10 minutes passed. Liang gradually opened his eyes. He casually picked up a ballpoint pen from the table and gently flicked his wrist. Swish, swish, swish. The pen tip traced through the air, leaving 9 after images, each stopping precisely at the same point, without the slightest error. Layered waves. 9 layers of waves. Although his current 7th stage body could not unleash the full power of the 9th stage, he had fully mastered this technique. Combined with his 7th stage vital energy, his combat power remained terrifying. Liang put down the pen, feeling the sense of control that came with foreseeing consciousness. Although my body has not yet reached the 9th stage, with my current 7th stage cultivation combined with perfected sword technique, I can easily resolve tomorrow's troubles. Tomorrow. Liang stood up, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. Outside, the night scene of Longnan City was still ablaze with lights. Yet beneath the bustling lights, dark currents flowed. The shadow of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce and the conspiracies of the heart-eating cult were lurking crises. Old Wu, in this lifetime, I will never let you be that backup insurance again. Liang gathered all his thoughts and lay back down on the bed. He needed to rest. Although his spirit was very excited, he had to conserve energy for tomorrow's crucial borrowing act. Sleep. Tomorrow morning, go to school and find Old Wu. The next morning, faint light filtered through the gaps in the curtains onto the bedside. Facing the mirror, Liang adjusted his breathing and rubbed his cheeks, his expression gradually softening from a demeanor hardened by life's trials to that of a high school student filled with both urgency and determination. It's time to meet old Wu. With his backpack on his back, he stepped out of the dim rental apartment. Longnan No. One high school teacher's office building. Standing at the door of the sophomore martial arts group office, through the slightly chipped wooden door, Liang clearly heard familiar shouts from within. These little brats. What do they understand about golden ratios? They actually posted on the forum, saying my potion is coloring mixed with Sprite. They even claimed it made them urinate frequently. It's pure slander. It drives me crazy. Accompanied by the sound of the mouse clicking, that vibrant voice made Liang's footsteps pause slightly. In the simulator's memory, the last time he saw Wu Changhe was in that bloody alley. He was lifted in midair like a chick by the ghostly figure, forcefully parasitized by blood crystals, becoming a mindless zombie with bloodshot eyes. Yet now he was alive, still cursing vigorously over a few bad reviews. This jarring impact of being resurrected made Liang's nose suddenly sting. Knock, knock, knock. He suppressed his emotions and knocked on the door. Come in. The door isn't locked. Liang, the office was filled with smoke, and Wu Changhe was frowning at the computer screen holding his signature Goji tea. Seeing Liang enter, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, isn't this Arlie the theorist? What's up? Didn't you go to the library to grind through Meridian studies today? Liang said nothing, standing at the door and staring intently at Wu Changhe. His gaze was too complex. There was relief, gratitude, nostalgia, and a deep affection, as if he were looking at a long-lost relative. Under that penetrating gaze, Wu Changhe felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of goosebumps rising. He instinctively hugged the thermos closer, retreating with both himself and the chair, saying, Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Why do you look like you're staring at a martyr's portrait? I'm not dead yet. Let's get to the point. No need for this melodrama. I'm not buying it. Liang took a deep breath, blinked, and forcefully suppressed the moisture in his eyes, quickly switching to actor mode. He turned around, closed the office door behind him, not only locking the latch, but also pulling the curtains to block out the sunlight. This series of unusual actions made Wu Changhe even more anxious. Liang, what are you trying to do? I'm telling you, even though you're a student, if you dare. I will take action. Teacher, I have a matter that concerns my life and safety, and I'd like to ask for your help. Liang turned around, his expression becoming unusually solemn, his voice hoarse. But before that, I'd like you to see something. What is it? What's with the mystery? Wu Changhe put down his teacup suspiciously, his internal energy already secretly mobilized, prepared to subdue this potentially going astray student at any moment. Liang did not explain. He simply slightly parted his feet and slowly mobilized the qi and blood within him. Boom. A low, heavy rumbling sound erupted from within Liang like a surging river. A powerful aura belonging to the 7th stage of qi and blood instantly surged within the cramped office. This overwhelming aura did not resemble that of a bloated figure built from drugs. Instead, it was as refined as mercury, even subtly revealing a murderous intent of someone who had survived countless battles. Crack. The lid of the thermos Wu Changhe had just picked up fell onto the table, rolling to the ground. He stood up abruptly, his small eyes widened, staring at Liang, as if looking at a monster unable to help but rub his eye. 7th stage. And this quality of qi and blood. How is that possible? Weren't you only at the 4th stage last week? As a strong practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm, his insight was exceptionally sharp. He could see at a glance that Liang's foundation was terrifyingly solid now. If he were to close his eyes and sense, he might even think that the person in front of him was a direct descendant raised on medicinal baths and martial arts practice. Liang, have you been possessed by some ancient monster? Wu Chang's voice changed pitch. Liang retracted his aura, a rehearsed smile of 3 parts bitterness and 7 parts determination appearing on. Teacher Wu, actually, I have been hiding my strength. Hiding your strength? Wu Changhe looked at him with a "you must be joking" expression. You've been ridiculed so much at school, how could you hide anything? Yes. Liang began his performance, his voice deep. My parents passed away early and my family has no background. I have always feared that the tall tree attracts the wind, so even after mastering it, I have used a special method to disguise myself as being at the 3rd stage. But I recently encountered an insurmountable obstacle and can no longer pretend, so I had to come to seek your help. What obstacle? Wu Changhe was still reeling from shock, but upon hearing the words "seek your help," his eyes suddenly lit up. This was a 7th stage of qi and blood. Moreover, his theoretical scores were still first in the grade. If nurtured properly, he could be a sure candidate for a prestigious school or even a future champion of the city. If such a genius came from his class, then next year's title evaluation and the recently declining sales of his potions. The thrill of this windfall made Wu Changhe instantly cast aside all his previous doubts. Geniuses have secrets, who doesn't? Sit. Quickly sit down. Wu Changhe's attitude did a complete 180, enthusiastically helping Liang up from the fallen chair, and even personally pouring him a glass of water. What kind of obstacle did you encounter? Tell me. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I will definitely help. Liang lowered his head, gripping the water cup tightly, his knuckles turning white, his voice trembling. Teacher, my only relative, my grandmother, is seriously ill. Liang began to recount the same story as in the simulation. Liang raised his head, his eyes red, filled with helplessness and despair, a struggle of being driven to the edge by money, yet unwilling to give up on family. I really have no choice. I don't want to lose her. Teacher, I beg you to lend me this sum of money. I, Liang, will repay you for life. Wu Changhe fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing this. 120,000. Isn't that nothing to him? As a powerful practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm, just the federal annual allowance starts in the 7 figures, not to mention his golden chi and blood potion that, although ridiculed by students for its taste, sells exceptionally well in parent circles. This amount of money was at most the cost for him to buy a couple of high-grade exotic beast bones in the black market or a month's net profit from potions. He quickly calculated in his mind to use a mere 120,000, the cost of a few boxes of potions, to exchange for the gratitude of a unique genius at the 7th stage of chi and blood with perfect theoretical scores, and even potentially gain the appreciation of a martial arts master in the future. This isn't merely lending money, it's an incredibly profitable angel investment. If that old bald head from the next class found out about this good fortune, he'd probably break his own leg from excitement. I thought it was some catastrophic event. 120,000, right? I'll cover it. Wu Changhe slammed the table full of bravado. Liang suddenly looked up, tears brimming in his eyes. Teacher, I will repay you. Even if I have to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness, even if I... Repay? What repay? Wu Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Saving lives is more important. Moreover, discussing money between us teachers and students is too sentimental. Once you become successful, just don't forget me. Although he said this, a cunning glint flashed in his keen eyes. He rubbed his hands together, a signature shrewd merchant smile spreading across his face, leaning slightly forward. But you know, Liang, the sales of my golden chi and blood potion have been a bit. Liang understood what he meant. He immediately stood up, speaking with utmost sincerity and determination. Rest assured, teacher. The reason I've been able to improve so quickly is not just from hard practice, but also from secretly taking your golden potion these past few years. Your potion is the beacon of hope in the martial arts world. It's a blessing for ordinary martial artists. In the upcoming monthly arena competition at school, and even in the Senior City League, I will wear a uniform with the Golden Potion logo. I will proudly tell everyone on the podium my achievements today are all thanks to Teacher Wu's potion. That's the spirit. So on point. Wu Changhe was so delighted he could barely close his mouth, his face full of wrinkles shining with joy. I told you my formula is flawless. Even a theoretical master like you acknowledges it. There's definitely no mistake. With your level of insight, if you didn't practice martial arts, you'd be a great sales expert. Alright. Just for that, this 120,000 will be considered your exclusive endorsement fee from the teacher. No need to repay. Wu Changhe immediately took out his phone without any hesitation, directly transferring 120,000 to Liang. Ding. Looking at the text notification on his phone, the cold number finally no longer carried a negative sign. Liang's heart finally settled back into his stomach. Then, teacher, I'll head to the hospital now. Liang stood up, preparing. Go. Take good care of the elderly. Don't be stingy. Come back to me if you need more. Wu Changhe waved his hand, watching Liang's back with increasing satisfaction. This kid is grateful and knows how to repay kindness. This investment will surely be profitable. Stepping out of the office building. The September sun was still scorching, stinging. Liang stood under the shade of a tree, looking at his phone balance. He calmly dialed the number he had long memorized, the repayment hotline of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Hello, I am repaying that martial scholar loan now. On the other end of the line, there seemed to be a moment of shock, clearly not expecting this poor student, who was about to be dismantled, could come up with the money, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. 120,000, including principal and interest, not a cent less. Send the account over, I'll transfer it immediately. Liang's voice was very cold. After hanging up, he transferred the money and kept the receipt. After finishing all this, he let out a long breath. The Damocles sword that had been hanging over his head for 3 days finally disappeared. However, he did not feel relieved. Instead, there was a deeper sense of urgency. The money is repaid. But this is just the beginning. Now he had to find a safe place to receive that package from the future. Liang lowered his hat brim and merged into the bustling crowd. In the dead of night outside Longnan City, here lies a tributary of the Longjiang River, far removed from the urban clamor, with only the rushing waters glistening under the moonlight. Reeds flourish along both banks, and the surroundings are silent and deserted, making it the perfect secluded retreat meticulously chosen by Liang. He stands on a rocky shore, the night breeze tousling his hair. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming once again that there were no surveillance cameras or passers-by, before slowly shedding his. Under the moonlight, the young man's physique was remarkably robust, his muscles well-defined, exuding an extreme streamlined effect, each contour seemingly imbued with the explosive power capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Liang changed into a pair of black swim trunks, took a deep breath, and the blood within him circulated slightly, dispelling the chill of the night wind. With a soft sound, he leaped into the air like a white fish, silently vanishing into the cold river water. At the moment he entered the water, a bone-chilling cold rushed at him from all directions, yet this did not make Liang retreat. Instead, it heightened his clarity of mind like never before. He held his breath and dove with the current, eventually reaching a massive rock at the riverbed, where he sat cross-legged. It's time to completely bid farewell to the past system, add some points. He silently recited in his heart, and the long-anticipated light curtain reappeared. Reward to be extracted, martial arts realm. Description: peak cultivation at the 9th stage of blood energy crimson shroud realm reformed by the dimensional treasure, heavenly river lotus, along with the water-based supernatural ability, awakened postnatally. Extract. With the thought settled, an indescribable vast energy erupted within Li Ong's body in an instant. Boom. If extracting the 7 stages before was like a stream converging, then this time, it was like the Milky Way surging back. The first change occurred in his blood. Suddenly countless tiny blue light spots surged within his originally bright red blood. These light spots resembled spirited little elves. They frantically devoured the last remnants of toxins clinging to the walls of the blood vessels and infused a power full of vitality and spirit into every single cell. Immediately after, a strange phenomenon occurred. Behind him, the pitch-black riverbed suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue. The river water automatically parted, and a gigantic translucent phantom of the heavenly river water lotus slowly emerged. It gently swayed in the turbulent current, with each petal seemingly composed of the purest elemental water laws emanating a heart-stirring sacred aura from its center. Even in the murky riverbed, it remained unstained by the filth, pure enough to make one hesitate to look directly at it. As the water lotus fully bloomed, countless blue streaks of light peeled away from its petals, gently wrapping around Li Ong, ultimately seeping into his pores. Li Ong's skin began to undergo a qualitative change, acquiring a texture warm as jade, faintly shimmering with a watery luster. That was the reformed Xian Shui Ling Ti. The river water seemed to respond to some kind of call, rushing towards him frantically, not to drown him, but to joyfully merge into his body, becoming a part of his power. Glug glug. Li Ong instinctively opened his mouth, the cold river water rushing in. This time there was no choking. The power known as Xian Shui Ling Ti constructed a microscopic filtration net between his throat and lungs. The oxygen in the river water was instantly extracted and directly integrated into his blood. He breathed underwater as naturally as he would on land. And this was just the beginning. The most intense changes occurred in his Danshan's Qi Si. The previously turbulent blood energy rushing like smoke seemed to be infused with a softening agent the moment it came into contact with this water-based power. The agitation that could not be compressed no matter what was gradually smoothed out, liquefied, and refined. The blood energy spun wildly within the meridians, then suddenly contracted, transforming into a thin, resilient red gauze tightly adhering to Li Ong's body surface. 9 stages of blood energy, crimson shroud enveloping him. Moreover, this layer of crimson gauze flowed with a faint blue light, a blend of Xian Shui blood fire, both soft and strong. Is this the power of the 9 stages? Li Ong opened his eyes, and within his originally pitch-black pupils faint blue ripples flowed. He clenched his fist lightly. Bang! The surrounding water pressure was instantly displaced, forming a vacuum bubble. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his entire being. At this moment, he even felt that he could break the river flow with a single punch. Let's test my supernatural abilities. Li Ong concentrated and reached out his right hand into the void. Splash! The previously rushing river momentarily halted, then converged in his palm, forming a rapidly spinning water ball. Go! He waved his hand casually. The water ball shot out like a cannonball, exploding at the riverbed dozens of meters away, sending up a towering water column and stunning several unfortunate fish. Controlling water freely, the power is greater than I imagined. Li Ong swam freely through the water. Now he felt no resistance, instead his speed had doubled. He was like a fish that had truly transformed into a dragon, weaving through the depths of the Longjiang River, the feeling of freedom and control sweeping away the gloom that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days. After swimming for half an hour, Li Ong surfaced, lying on a smooth rock polished by the river, letting the cold water. Looking up at the cold bright moon above, the excitement from his breakthrough gradually cooled in his eyes. He began to ponder his next plan in his mind. First, talent exchange. He opened the system panel, staring at the 300 fate points and the rows of entries in the passerby, a green sword path, genius blue, patient teacher green. But his gaze finally locked onto a blue entry, sword path, genius blue. System: how many points are needed to exchange for sword path, genius blue? Talent exchange price list as follows: gray talent 20 points, white talent 50 points, green talent 150 points, blue talent 500 points, purple and above insufficient, permissions not yet unlocked. Seeing that the blue talent required 500 points, Li Ong frowned. But immediately the system presented another prompt. Detected that the host temporarily acquired this talent, activating first binding discount, current price 250 points. 250 points. Although it's still expensive, it's definitely worth it. Li Ong did not hesitate. My basic sword technique has reached great success, but that was honed over a decade in a simulator. I know very well that I am not truly a sword path genius. To fully master the basic sword technique in the future, and even comprehend my own killing move relying solely on hard practice, isn't sufficient. I must have the support of talent. Exchange. Exchange successful. You have consumed 250 fate points. Exchange successful. You have consumed 250 fate points. Permanent talent sword path genius blue has been bound. Remaining fate points 50. The moment the talent was bound, Li Ong felt his understanding of sword techniques elevate to a whole new level. Second, concealment and development. 9 stages of blood energy crimson shroud enveloping me plus postnatal supernatural ability. This is too conspicuous. Li Ong frowned. At school, he had to continue maintaining the persona of 7 stages of blood energy. For now, just like in the simulator, I will temporarily use the properties of Xian Shui Ling Ti to hide the red light of the crimson shroud beneath a membrane. But that's still not safe enough, though I need to find a clever breath-holding technique in the black market. He attempted to mobilize the water-based power within him, turning it into an extremely thin, transparent water membrane, covering the outside of the crimson shroud. Sure enough, the originally conspicuous red light gradually faded under the refraction of the water membrane, leaving only a deep and restrained aura. Feasible. Third, and most importantly, the heart erosion cult. He recalled the figure wearing a ghost mask, a powerhouse of unfathomable strength at the Fu Yao level. In the memories of the simulation, the overwhelming power that could toy with a Kaiyuan-level martial artist with a mere wave remained an insurmountable mountain, nearly suffocating him. The sense of despair stemming from the suppression of life levels made him instinctively clench his fists. He calmly analyzed the situation. The true target of the heart erosion cult has likely only been Lu Xia from the very beginning. I was just temporarily added to their hunting list because I stood out too much in the martial arts college entrance examination. This implies that I am not yet within their sights. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. This is my greatest advantage, to confront a Fu Yao level. I am not yet worthy. Liang stood up from the rock, his bare upper body radiating a jade-like sheen under the moonlight. One step at a time, just like eating, one bite at a time. Now that I know what will happen in 2 years, I can completely lay my plan. Moreover, I can obtain more information in the subsequent simulations. For instance, I need to find a way to remind Teacher Wu to pay attention to that female teacher named Lu Qing. Or even, if it comes to an irreversible point in the simulation, I could simply transfer schools and go to another city for the college entrance examination. Liang's thoughts became clear. Who said one must confront Hedon? Utilizing intelligence advantages and cutting off the enemy's source is the best strategy. Of course, the premise of all this is strength. Increasing one's martial arts realm in the simulation is the fundamental goal. Now I must first stabilize the persona of the small genius with 7 stages of blood energy at school and get through the final joint examination. Meanwhile, I need to scour the black market for good items to prepare for the next simulation. He donned his clothes and vanished into the night. The next day at 11 o'clock in the evening, Liang finished his evening self-study and did not head home immediately. He took out a loose black hooded cloak from the hidden compartment of his backpack in an empty restroom stall. This was the battle robe prepared by his previous self to buy medicine from the Black Clinic. Although somewhat old, it excelled in concealment. I didn't expect this piece of clothing to come in handy. Liang put on the cloak, pulled up the hood, hiding his entire face in the shadows. But that was not enough. He mobilized the power of the Xian water within him, forming an invisible layer of water membrane that enveloped his body. Not only did it lock in his scent, but it also completely isolated the intense fluctuations of his vital energy akin to the blazing sun. At this moment, he resembled a drop of water merging into the ocean, inconspicuous, yet unfathomable. Longnan City Old District. This was a corner forgotten by prosperity, a breeding ground for evil. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire city, yet the lights here remained dim and unclear. Ghost Street, here I come. Underground Black Market, Ghost Street. After traversing several intricate alleys, Liang arrived at a basement entrance marked with the sign Old Wang's Repair Shop. This was one of the entrances to the largest underground black market in Longnan City, Ghost Street. He paid 100 yuan as an entrance fee. The burly doorman handed him a ghost mask, eyeing him with suspicion. However, he found he could not see through the depths of this hooded figure and could only begrudgingly let him pass. As he stepped into Ghost Street, the cacophony of noise surged toward him. It was like an underground city that never slept. Both sides were lined with various makeshift stalls selling contraband brought back from the wilderness, bloody materials from exotic beasts, dubious mechanical prosthetics, and even hallucinogens banned by the Federation. Liang ignored the enthusiastic calls of the vendors. His goal was clear. Concealment technique. Although he had learned to use his water-based abilities to hide his presence in the simulator, it was still a rough method, and encountering a true expert could easily expose him. He needed a systematic high-level concealment technique. He entered a grocery store named Scripture Pavilion. The name sounded imposing, but it was merely a stall selling old books and pirated techniques. The owner was an old man with one eye blind, lounging in a rocking chair while listening to the radio. Boss, do you have any concealment techniques? Liang lowered his voice hoarse. Third shelf on the left, find it yourself. The old man did not even lift his eyelids. No bargaining, no returns. Liang walked to the dusty shelf, his fingertips brushing over the rows of old books. Turtle breathing technique, incomplete, withered, wood formula, handwritten, Assassin's Creed. All junk. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a slight flutter occurred in the center of his brow. That was a strange sensation brought about by the talented Blade Blue talent. Liang paused, following the source of the feeling downward, finally landing on the corner of the counter, beneath a wobbly, rotten wooden table. There lay a black leather book with a cover already in tatters, smeared with grease and footprints. Liang squatted down, nonchalantly pretending to tie his shoelaces, and discreetly pulled out the book. As the pages opened, the scrawled, chaotic characters immediately caught his eye. He recognized the ancient script on the title page. Concealed blade. Conceal the blade in its sheath. Kill when drawn. Use the body as the sheath. Nurture the chi for 1,000 years. Liang's heart surged with excitement. This was not an ordinary concealment technique. It was an extremely unconventional blade nurturing technique. By gathering all his vital energy and killing intent within his body, remaining inconspicuous on ordinary days could not only hide his cultivation, but also unleash astonishing power at the moment of drawing the blade. A good find. Liang was overjoyed, yet his expression remained composed. He casually tossed the concealed blade aside and grabbed a few random books from the shelf, such as Basic Concealment Techniques and Nightwear Maintenance Guide, before piling them all onto the counter. Boss, how much for these? The blind old man remained in his rocking chair, rolling 2 walnuts in his hand, peering through a narrow gap in his eyelids to glance at the stack of books. 10,000 for the lot. 10,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Liang scoffed, slapping the books onto the table. They're all just common goods, and some are incomplete. 500, take it or leave it. 500. The old man chuckled suddenly, sitting up, a glint flashing in his single eye. He reached out with his bony finger, precisely picking the filthy concealed blade from the pile of books. Kid, don't try to play. You came for this book propping up the table, didn't you? Liang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unfazed beneath the mask of broken book propping up the table. I just thought the paper quality was sturdy, planning to use it to wipe my blade. Wipe your blade. The old man let out a strange laugh like that of an owl weighing the book in his hands. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. This book is very sinister. In the past 10 years, 3 people have bought copies of this book. The first one practiced for 3 days and died from reverse flow of meridians. The second went insane after a month and killed his whole family. The third was even more unfortunate. Just as he made some progress, he concealed all his vital energy and turned into a dried corpse. The old man threw the book back on the counter, his eyes filled with mockery. This thing is a true ghost book. If you want to seek death, I won't stop you. However, although it's a ghost book, it's also a unique copy, not a duplicate. 5,000, not a cent less. Consider it a down payment for your coffin. After hearing this, Liang was not afraid. Instead, he became even more certain of his judgment. Ordinary people would die practicing because they couldn't suppress the returning sharp chi and vital energy, and their meridians couldn't withstand such extreme compression. But he was different. He had a robust physique with 9th tier vital energy and the Xian water power nourishing his meridians at all times. 5,000. Liang pretended to hesitate for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled out an anonymous crystal card. All right, I have a strong life and enjoy researching peculiar things deal. Beep. He processed the payment. The old man looked at the incoming information, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Good luck doesn't last for the dead. The book is yours. Once you step out that door, life and death are your own responsibility. Liang grabbed the concealed blade, stuffed it into his jacket, and turned to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the shop and hadn't yet blended into the crowd, several figures with sinister expressions who had been lurking at the entrance silently blocked his path. Hey, brother. The bald man at the front had a scorpion tattoo on his neck, greedily staring at the location in Liang's arms. I saw you just spent 5,000 in that shabby shop. Such a quick deal, you must have some good cash on you, right? How about lending us some? This was the black market signature event, Black Eats Black. Or rather a test for newcomers. If Liang showed even the slightest sign of weakness, this pack of hungry wolves would rush in and devour him whole. Liang stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath the hood. It seemed that the effect of the passerby, a green talent, was indeed impressive. Otherwise, he would likely encounter such problems again in the next simulation. However, he was currently worried about not having a place to test his combat power in reality. Get lost. Damn it, you're asking for it. Take him down. The bald man became furious, waving his hand, and 3 of his lackeys immediately pulled out knives and iron rods, surrounding him in a fan shape, seeking death. Just as one of the lackeys was about to smash him with the iron rod, a buzzing sound erupted. Liang moved. No, to be precise, it was his vital energy that moved. The suppressed vital energy erupted like a volcano at that moment, releasing through one of his fingers. Layered waves, 9-fold, 1 layer wave. He did not use all his strength, merely channeling a single layer of force. Slap. Liang's index finger lightly flicked the iron rod. The solid iron rod, thick as a wrist, instantly bent like a noodle. Following that, a terrifying shockwave traveled along the iron rod, impacting the lackey's arm. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was crisp and pleasant. The lackey screamed, flying backward like he had been struck by a truck crashing into a nearby garbage bin. What? The smile on the bald man's face stiffened. 1 finger. Did a mere finger send a martial artist with 4-tier vital energy flying? What kind of monster is this? Get him together. The bald man, though shocked, had his ferocity aroused. In this business one could lose, but one could not show fear. He roared, muscles bulging, and threw a cannon punch straight at Liang's face. Too slow. In Liang's eyes, the bald man's movements appeared to be in slow motion, with at least 18 flaws. He swayed slightly, passing through the bald man's punch like a breeze. The knife in his hand was drawn before he knew it. A flash of cold light. Liang merely used the back of the knife to strike the bald man's wrist, elbow, and knee joints. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The bald man felt a sudden numbness throughout his body, followed by intense pain. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his limbs twitching, unable to get back up. This was a pulse-severing technique, accurately cutting off his nerve conduction. In just 3 seconds, the battle was over. The crowd, which had originally prepared to watch the excitement, fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at the hooded figure standing in place, his clothes untouched, with deep apprehension in their eyes. Do you want to keep watching? Liang scanned the surroundings, his voice hoarse. The crowd instantly parted as if Moses had Liang sheathed his knife, not casting another glance at the mess on the ground, and strode out of Ghost Street. After leaving Ghost Street, Liang did not rush home. He turned into a deadened alley, and after confirming that no one was following him, he took off his mask and removed the somewhat worn black robe, revealing the school uniform underneath. He looked down at his palm, where the lingering sensation of shattering the bald man's joint remained. Why didn't I kill him? With his current strength and means, he could have easily made those people disappear from the world without anyone knowing. But he didn't. He merely incapacitated them. This was not just because he didn't want to get involved in a murder case in reality. More importantly, he was conducting an experiment. An experiment regarding fate points. The system description mentioned that the way to acquire fate points was to alter the established fate of important individuals or events. That bald man, although just a minor character in a place like Ghost Street, what would happen to a powerless man who has offended countless people? Would he be retaliated against by enemies, betrayed by his subordinates, or reduced to a beggar? Originally, he might have been able to maintain his stature for a few more years, but because of my intervention, his fate trajectory has been completely rewritten. Liang focused his thoughts and summoned the system panel. Sure enough, the number in the fate points section had changed. Fate is like a spider's web, who pulling one thread affects the whole. Ding. Detected host interference in reality's causality. Event: the bully Scorpion of Ghost Street was incapacitated, causing a change in his original fate trajectory. Impact rating weak. Gain fate points 5 points. It really works. Liang's lips curled slightly. Although it was only 5 points, it validated his hypothesis that actions in reality could also earn points, not just. Moreover, this kind of change didn't need to be earth-shattering. Merely breaking the original trajectory was sufficient. If I can preemptively eliminate some future threats in reality, such as the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce or the mole Lu Qing from the heart-eating cult. Liang's gaze gradually deepened. That would be an enormous amount of fate points. However, he was still too weak now. Low-key development was the way to go. The next day, early morning, in Longnan No. 1 High School Class 2-3 classroom. After finishing the daily martial arts morning practice, Liang with his backpack entered the classroom as usual. The class was still noisy, with students gathering in small groups to discuss last night's games or the latest gossip. No one noticed the bookworm, who usually sat in the corner with his head down. Today his steps seemed much lighter than usual. Yo, the godly has arrived. A sarcastic voice rang out. The speaker was a boy sitting in the front row dressed in branded sportswear with the latest blood oxygen monitoring Liao Fan, the class president of Class 2-3 at the 6th stage of blood energy, comes from a family engaged in mining business, a typical rich kid. In the simulator's college entrance examination, he was just a background character, overshadowed by Liang and Lucia. I heard you took a leave to go to the hospital yesterday. What happened? Did you get into trouble with drugs? Liao Fan looked at Liang with, if your health is not good, don't force yourself. The martial arts path is not for everyone. A few low chuckles arose around, and several students who usually surrounded Liao Fan joined in the mockery. Exactly, Liang, if you can't handle it, switch to the cultural track, but don't risk your life. Liang paused, slightly glancing at Liao Fan. That glance was calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a barking Liao Fan felt inexplicably flustered by that glance, and the mockery behind him got stuck in his throat. Thank you for your concern, class president. I'm fine. Liang replied lightly and walked straight to his seat, taking out a book titled Fundamentals of Martial Theory, and began to. This attitude of ignoring him made Liao Fan feel annoyed but unable to act out. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. The homeroom teacher Wang Heng walked in with the lesson plan. His expression was not very pleasant today, as if he had just been scolded by the academic affairs office. Turn to page 108. Today we will discuss reversal of meridians and signs of cultivation disorder. Wang Heng knocked on the blackboard and cast a sharp gaze over the class. Yesterday I randomly checked a few people's assignments, and it was a complete mess. Some people, relying on their family's wealth and slightly higher blood energy, think theoretical classes aren't important. Let me tell you, on the battlefield, if you don't understand theory, you won't even know how you died. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Liao Fan. Liao Fan, you answer this question. If during cultivation you suddenly feel a sharp pain in the Shanzhong acupoint with accompanying numbness in the left arm, what does this signify? How should it be urgently handled? Liao Fan stood up, stammering for a long time. It might be blood energy running too fast. It should involve deep breathing. Deep breathing. Are you trying to die faster? Wang Heng angrily threw a piece of chalk. That's a sign of heart meridian damage. Deep breathing will accelerate blood energy flow, directly causing your heart to burst. Sit down. Copy it 10 times. Liao Fan's face turned red, sitting down in disgrace. Liang. Wang Heng habitually called out his name. You tell him the standard answer. All eyes in the class suddenly focused on the corner. Liang closed the book and slowly stood up. This symptom is usually caused by forcibly breaking through a barrier leading to heart meridian blockage. The standard treatment plan is immediately stop circulating energy, press the Naguan acupoint for 3 minutes to stabilize the heart rate, then take heart-protecting pill or lie down quietly. However, in actual combat, if time is short, you can try reversing the small circulation, temporarily diverting blood energy into the hand Shaoyang, Sanjiao meridian, for redistribution. Although this will damage the arm meridians, it can save the heart meridian from rupturing. Silence. A deathly stillness. Wang Heng was stunned. Because the emergency treatment plan in actual combat, that Liang mentioned wasn't even in the textbook. It was a life-saving secret known only to experienced martial masters. Good. Very good. The surprise in Wang Heng's eyes slowly faded, revealing a strong admiration for Liang. Sit down. Did everyone hear that? That's called applying what you've learned. Liang, come to my office for a moment. Wang Heng organized his lesson plan and beckoned Liang. Office. Teacher, did you call for me? Sit. Wang Heng looked at the proud student before him, his tone softened, and even somewhat polite. I called you because there's something I need to discuss. You know, the learning atmosphere in the class has not been good lately, especially in the practical classes. Leader Wu is quite troubled. Leader Wu specifically told me that he feels you have a great talent for theoretical reasoning and correcting movements. So he wants you to use the time during evening self-study practical classes to act as a theoretical teaching assistant for those students with those with weaker foundations. At this point, Wang Heng's expression was somewhat strange. He didn't quite understand why the proud Leader Wu insisted on appointing a student at the 4th stage of blood energy to be a teaching assistant. But since it was a directive from the leadership and Liang's theoretical skills were indeed strong, he didn't question it further. Of course I won't let you work for free. Leader Wu said, this is work study. You'll receive a stipend of 10,000 each month directly from his project fund. Liang understood in his heart and showed a grateful expression. In fact, this was exactly the suggestion he had proposed to Wu Changhe earlier that morning. At that time, upon hearing Liang's request to be a teaching assistant, the powerful Yuanjing expert's first reaction was to refuse. Nonsense. Your current task is to prepare for the final joint examination. How can you have time to tutor those poor students? Isn't that wasting your talent? But Liang was very persistent. He argued that teaching and learning enhance each other, stating that guiding others could help him organize his understanding of martial theory and consolidate his foundation. More importantly, he candidly admitted that he had received so much money from the teacher, and if he didn't do something, he would feel uneasy and burdened, which would affect his cultivation mindset. Wu Changhe looked at Liang's stubborn yet sincere eyes and hesitated for a long time. Considering Liang's terrifyingly solid theoretical results and his perfect 7th stage blood energy strength, teaching the second-year students was indeed more than sufficient. Moreover, to alleviate Liang's psychological burden of taking money but not working, old Wu finally begrudgingly nodded. He waved his hand to give Liang a monthly stipend of 50,000, but publicly stated it was 10,000. But for Liang, the most important aspect of this matter was the opportunity to study his own behavior in the simulator by guiding. He could openly demonstrate his profound understanding of martial arts, laying the groundwork for an explosive performance in the final joint examination. No problem, teacher. I'm also very willing to help my classmates improve. Liang nodded sincerely at Wang Heng. All right, let's start from tonight. Wang Heng patted him on the shoulder. Work hard, don't let Leader Wu down. Even though your blood energy is improving slowly, your mind is indeed sharp. Even being a tactical analyst could be a path forward. Hearing Wang Heng's encouragement, Liang simply smiled humbly without explaining. Low blood energy. If Wang Heng knew that the student standing in front of him was a practitioner at the 9th stage of blood energy, he would probably be so shocked that his glasses would fall off. Teacher, I'll go prepare now. Go ahead. After leaving the office in the corridor, the setting sun painted the campus in a... Liang looked at the figures still sweating on the playground, feeling calm. Everything was proceeding according to plan. In the coming time, attending class during the day, acting as a teaching assistant at night, and practicing hiding the edge late at night. I'll also gather some intelligence on the heart-eating cult. Although the simulator has entered a cool-down period, martial arts cannot stop. Liang touched his pocket where he kept the teaching assistant armband given to him by Wu Changhe. Rest assured, Teacher Wu. On the day of the final joint examination, I will give the entire school a big surprise. As for now, Liang slung his backpack over his shoulder and merged into the flow of people heading to the cafeteria. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and dispels doubts. Evening self-study practical training hall. This is the private domain of Wu Changhe, as well as the exclusive training ground for VIP users of Golden Elixir. Dozens of students dressed in matching training outfits are lazily standing around, some chatting, others playing on their phones, completely devoid of any atmosphere of cultivation. Most of them come from wealthy families, but their talents are mediocre, relying on drugs and coasting through to get into university. Wang Heng walked in with Liang clapping his hands. Everyone pause. Team leader Wu has arranged for you a new theoretical assistant who will be responsible for correcting your movements during evening self-study from now on. Everyone raised their heads and saw Liang standing behind Wang Heng, instantly causing an uproar. Liang, the one who only knows rote learning, the theory emperor. Who doesn't know him, the theory emperor, the combat brother? What a joke. He's going to teach us combat. Does he have more vigor than I? Is Teacher Wu getting old and confused? Paying for a mascot? Voices of doubt arose one after another, especially a few troublemakers who looked utterly disdainful. Wang Heng was about to get angry, but was stopped by Liang. Liang stepped forward, his gaze calmly sweeping across the crowd. The composure cultivated through life-and-death battles exuded an inexplicable pressure. I know you are unconvinced. Liang's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone. I don't plan to teach. Team leader Wu asked me to come for one purpose: ensuring that the medicine you bought doesn't go to waste on incorrect movements. He walked to the front of the line, pointing at a slightly plump boy who was lazily leaning against a pillar. Zhang Li stepped forward. Zhang Li was taken aback and reluctantly stepped out. What do you want? The third section of broadcast body refinement technique, perform at once. Zhongli rolled his eyes and half-heartedly waved his arms weakly as if shooing away flies. Stop. Liang interrupted him, directly speaking coldly. Practicing like this, even if you drink teacher wuss medicine as if it were water, you won't cultivate your vigor well. Your force point is entirely in your shoulders, not in your latissimus dorsi. If you keep this up, your shoulder area will be the first to fail. What do you know? My personal trainer says it's fine. Zhongli was about to retort. Liang suddenly stepped forward, his two fingers striking like lightning at the gap in Zhongli's left shoulder blade, pressing lightly. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhongli instantly cried out in agony, curling up. This is a blockage. Liang retracted his hand. Do as I say, sink your shoulders, drop your elbows, keep your spine taut like a bow, then use the strength of your back to drive your arms. Under Liang's Hansen guidance, Zhongli adjusted his posture with hesitation. Go. This time as he swung his arm, a muffled roar erupted from within him, an unprecedented indication of qi and blood resonance. This qi and blood resonance. Zhongli widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at his own hand. I've been stuck at the peak of the third stage for half a year, and just now it feels like the bottleneck has loosened. Everyone fell silent instantly. A master shows their skill in a single move. This group of students may be lazy, but they aren't foolish. They can recognize a problem and solve it immediately. This is undoubtedly someone with real skills. Next, Liang ignored Zhongli's shock and turned his gaze to another side. Class 25, Liao. The one called was a sweet-looking girl, though her stance was unsteady. She is Liao Fan's cousin. Usually she loves to practice flashy but impractical sword techniques. Assistantly, Liao Lanxian nervously stepped forward. Your sword techniques are beautiful, but they are just beautiful. Liang pointed out incisively. Standing still like a master, but when you move you resemble a drunkard. Your footwork and sword techniques are completely disconnected. Try lowering your center of gravity by 3 inches. When you strike, move your feet first, then your hands. Remember, the sword is an extension of the arm. As a qi and blood warrior, you can't float like a master from the Fuyao sect. The supporting force comes from the earth. Footwork is of utmost importance. Liang not only spoke, but also personally demonstrated. He picked up a wooden stick and slowed down his movements by 10 times, showcasing the combination of footwork and sword techniques. The flowing rhythm captivated Liao Lanxian. So that's how it is. I practiced it wrong before. Liao Lanxian tried a few steps. Although it was still a bit awkward, the feeling of losing balance clearly vanished, and the power of her sword techniques instantly rose to a new level. Incredible. Liang, help me check this move. Assistantly, what's wrong with my body refinement technique? I can't maintain my stance. Assistantly, look at me. I always feel like my footwork can't keep up with the rhythm. Liang. No, teacher Li, when I'm using qi, I always get short of breath. Is there an issue with my meridians? In a flash, the students crowded around. They eagerly threw out long-standing problems, their eyes filled with a desire to. In this world where strength reigns supreme, who doesn't want to grow stronger? It's just that no one could do what Liang did before. Willingly bending down, breaking down those esoteric techniques, and feeding them into their mouths. Facing these questions, Liang showed no signs of fluster. He didn't need to think, didn't need to flip through books, and didn't even need to use qi to demonstrate. The answers seemed etched in his mind, flowing out of his mouth. For the current Liang, teaching them was as easy as eating. Although he no longer had the tirelessly teaching green to rely on, teaching these students was effortless. Because in the simulator's memory to help Wu Changhe solidify the remarkable effects of golden ratio medicine. He once accompanied this group through an entire year of evening self-study. He understood their bodily structures, power habits, and even the little movements they liked to make when they were slacking off, better than they understood themselves. It was like playing a game with a walkthrough on the second playthrough. Having already cleared it, Liang could point out their pain points with his eyes closed. He didn't delve into those grand theories of meridians, but used the most down-to-earth, simple, and straightforward language to hit the nail on the head. This straightforward, yet incredibly precise, teaching method made this group of students who were used to listening to lofty theories feel like they had found a treasure. In just one evening, these students felt they had learned more than in the past month with their personal trainers. The sense of their bodies being gradually corrected and their strength being gradually unleashed. For the first time, they developed an interest in the tedious practice. At the railing on the second floor, Wu Changhe stood with his hands behind his back, watching the orderly and lively scene below. The shock in his eyes gradually transformed into deep satisfaction. He initially only wanted Liang to come to gain familiarity and to find something for the boy to do, not to always think about repaying debts. Unexpectedly, Liang actually managed to support this group of misfits. This kid, Wu Changhe murmured, feeling that the current Liang was hardly like an 18-year-old high school student. That composure and maturity resembled a seasoned martial artist with over a decade of educational experience. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the training ended. Wu Changhe walked down looking at Liang, who was drenched in sweat, but with shining eyes. Unable to help but pat his shoulder. Well done, you're quite the hidden talent. With this teaching level, I'm tempted to hire you as a formal assistant. Liang scratched his nose, a hint of youthful shyness and innocence appearing on his face as he chuckled. You flatter me, T. I'm just a bit more solid in theory plus. Isn't this to justify the salary you pay me? I can't just take money without less backtalk. Wu Changhe jokingly scolded, but the satisfaction in his eyes was genuine. Alright, go back. At this rate, if our class's average score gets first place in the final exam, I'll treat you to a feast. Thank you, teacher. Liang slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the training hall. The night breeze was slightly cool. Although he felt a bit fatigued, his eyes were exceptionally bright. The first step as an assistant has been stabilized. He has found his footing in school and has become irreplaceable in the eyes. Next, he could wait patiently for the simulator to cool down, and Liang's mind flashed with the dark solitary tome concealing the edge. Time to get back to practicing the sword. In the depths of night inside a rented room, the city's clamor outside gradually fell silent as Liang sat cross-legged on a yoga mat. The tattered book, Song Feng, which he had purchased for 5,000 yuan and emitted a musty odor, lay open on his lap. Beneath the dim yellow light of the desk lamp, the hasty and chaotic ancient seal characters on the pages seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Hide the blade in its sheath, unsheath to kill. With the body as the sheath, nurture the chi for 1,000 years. Liang's fingers lightly traced the page, his brow slightly furrowed. This was indeed a sinister tome. It was not a normal health cultivation technique, but rather a form of self-harming sorcery. Ordinary breath-holding techniques teach one to calm their heartbeat and close their pores to reduce their presence. Yet this Song Feng taught reverse cultivation. It required practitioners to forcefully compress the overflowing chi-killing intent and even spiritual energy back into a point in the dantian to be unleashed through the blade in their hands. It was akin to compressing a powerful spring. The harder it was pressed, the more terrifying the rebound would be. However, if one were to carelessly crush it, the first to shatter would be oneself. No wonder that old man said those who practice this book either die from reverse flow of their meridians or turn themselves into mummified corpses. Liang took a deep breath. This not only tested the resilience of the meridians, but also demanded absolute control over chi and blood. A moment's carelessness could send the violent chi raging through the body, turning the internal organs into minced meat. But none of this poses a challenge to me. Liang closed his eyes. Blade Path, Genius Blue, Talent activated. The originally obscure and difficult characters rapidly disassembled and reassembled in his mind. The seemingly mad methods of practice gradually revealed a clear logical line. Hardworking and resilient green talent activated. Pain perception was blocked and mental resilience was heightened. He prepared himself for the agonizing tearing of his meridians. Let's begin. Liang mobilized the robust chi of 9 segments within him, attempting the first reverse compression. Buzz. The chi within began to emit a low rumbling sound, like a river forcibly blocked. A sharp pain radiated through the meridians as though countless tiny blades were scraping through his blood vessels. If it were an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to madness from the excruciating pain. But Liang remained expressionless, even not furrowing his brow. Furthermore, the mysterious water power that originated from his Xian Shui spirit body enveloped the impending violent sharp energy, gently nourishing the meridians. Half an hour later, the once sharp and blazing chi fluctuations around Liang began to truly dim little by little. From 9 segments of chi it fell to 8 segments. Eventually, it stabilized at the level of 7 segments of chi. Yet he could feel that the re-enidin energies lay quietly dormant deep within his dantian. As long as he wished, in a mere thought, this power could erupt with multiple times the explosive force. It worked. Liang slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. He picked up the battle knife beside him, gently caressing the cold blade, yet his thoughts drifted back to long ago. Seizing the opportunity presented by Song Feng, he began to reflect on his journey through the blade path. In the first simulation, I was just a clueless novice. During those 5 days, he relied on the borrowed blade path genius. In a frenzy before death, he desperately wielded his knife, which earned him a small accomplishment in basic blade technique. Yet this was very important. It was the foundation. A tall building rises from the ground. Without that small accomplishment as a foundation, he might have wielded his knife for 10 years without ever touching the threshold of great accomplishment. In the second simulation, I survived for 10 years in the chaos zone, fighting in the beast tide. At that time, he understood the difference between humans and beasts. The ferocious beasts had single attack patterns and relied heavily on instinct, while human martial artists were cunning and treacherous with ever-changing techniques. Yet the essence remained the same. Whether killing beasts or humans, the core consisted of offense, defense, and strategy. In the third simulation, I encountered Teacher Wu. Through anatomy, I thoroughly grasped the weak structures of both humans and beasts. His strikes were no longer blind. Each cut aimed for the vital points. That was the phase of precision. Every strike targeted the critical points. Under Wu Chang's guidance, he established a tactical system of defense and counterattack. He no longer charged into battle like a reckless fool, but instead utilized his superior endurance and recovery. First, he would secure an invulnerable position, then seek opportunities for a killing blow. To this end, he learned layered waves 9 levels. This was an explosive technique which resolved his shortcomings and damage during counterattacks. Now that I have the foundation precision tactical system, an explosive means my basic blade technique has reached great accomplishment. Even against Lucia, I can suppress her in technique. Liang gazed at the knife in his hand, lost in thought. But what am I still lacking to achieve true perfection? It must not be some esoteric concept. Old Wu was right. I currently lack even the primal force. Discussing concepts is akin to building castles in the air. Since it is not a concept, then it must be momentum. Liang's gaze returned to the cover page of Song Feng. Hide the blade in its sheath, unsheath to kill. Suddenly he understood. Previously his blade had always been out of the sheath. His strength was apparent, a relentless force like waves, an unending assault, with each strike faster than the last. Yet this kind of strength required preheating and groundwork. True perfection should encompass the ultimate transition between stillness and movement. The best sword techniques should not only encompass the strikes made, but also the moment of explosive release before drawing the blade. What I lack is a deep accumulation of gathered potential. Layered Waves seeks momentum and motion, growing stronger like a snowball, but the prelude is too long, while Tsang Feng seeks movement and stillness like a bow drawn to its limits, poised, yet deadly. Liang's eyes grew brighter as the mad conception in his mind gradually took shape. If I can use the blade nurturing technique of Tsang Feng to preemptively complete the energy layering of layered waves within my body, then I need to make the first 8 strikes to gather potential. The very first moment of drawing the blade would be the peak explosion of the 9th wave. He may have found his path to the perfection of his sword technique. Having understood all this, Liang did not rush to continue cultivating. Haste makes waste. He stood up and put away Tsang Feng. Then he opened the encrypted document, filled with dense notes. The document was titled Heart-Eating Cult. Since the crisis in reality had temporarily been resolved, cultivation also entered the right track. Then the focus moving forward was to prepare for the 4th simulation a few days later. In the last simulation, the undercover agent Lu Qing, who had a clear identity, was the key to breaking the situation. Liang continued to read the document regarding the Heart-Eating Cult. This information was pieced together from his memories in the simulator, combined with subtle clues from the real-world intelligence network. Liang stared at the text on the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. The sound resonated sharply in the silence. The Heart-Eating Cult, officially named the 10,000 Gods Heavenly Heart Holy Cult. It originated during the period of the 100 Nations War 200 years ago. That was the darkest and most brutal era for humanity, as they resisted invasions from foreign races, demons, beasts, alien races, and other gods. Some high-ranking humans were seduced by the foreign evil gods and became traitors. They advocated for fusion of all races, but in reality they treated humans as food and vessels for the alien gods seeking to survive in chaotic times. They claimed to worship the gods of all races who could bless humanity with heavenly heart stability. Yet under the guise of holy protection, they committed atrocities to conceal the truth of their allegiance to the alien gods and the betrayal of their own kind. The alien god they worshipped was known as the god of the eternal cleansing eye. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine. It felt as if he could sense the alien god's insatiable greed for human flesh and blood, even through the screen. In an instant, a memory flashed back to the last scene in the simulation, a dark and damp deadened where a figure in a ghostly mask raised his arms high on a stormy night. With a sharp, twisted voice, he repeatedly chanted the incantation of Blood Shadow Substitute. The nauseating stench of blood and the chilling sensation of being watched by countless eyes invaded his soul. Even separated by time and space, it still left him breathless. The god of the eternal cleansing eye. This burning sensation. Liang took a deep breath, forcefully pushing those terrifying images back into his heart, and continued to read. This cult had once been rampant in history, even infiltrating the Federal Congress. Until 40 years ago, when the Federal Sun and Moon Realm Marshal Saint Li Qingshan personally led a crackdown. That battle shook the heavens and the earth. The Heart-Eating Cult's headquarters was reduced to rubble. Countless cult members were directly evaporated by the Marshal Saint's blazing fist intent, leaving no ashes behind. Sun and Moon Realm Marshal Saint. Liang instinctively glanced at the Martial Dao Realm advancement chart attached to the document, his gaze lingering on the terms at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Vital Energy Opening Yuan Rising Wind Mountain Sea Master Divine Ability, Grand Master Sun, and Moon Marshal Saint. That ghostly figure in the simulation, able to easily suppress everyone, rendering Opening Yuan Realm practitioners immobile, was at the Rising Wind Realm. He could fly through the air, viewing mortals as ants. Yet, even such a terrifying ghostly figure could not bridge the two insurmountable realms of Mountain Sea and Divine Ability before Marshal Saint Li Qingshan. That is the gap between a dragon and an ant. Even the Marshal Saint could not eradicate them back, then allowing them to revive after 40 years of silence. This cult's foundation is far deeper than I imagined. Liang took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the next line of the document. The hierarchy within the cult is strict: ordinary members gray robes, chosen members black robes, judgers cloud pattern black robes, cult guardians blood robes, and the cult leader gold thread blood robes. And in the simulation, the identity Lu Xia mentioned, judger, full title subservient to divine judgment of him. In the doctrine of the Heart-Eating Cult, they are the shepherds chosen by the gods, specifically tasked with finding, hunting, and converting heretics. The Heart-Eating Cult aims to use Lu Xia to obtain something from the Lu family, which is also crucial intelligence. Subsequent investigations can follow this line of thought. The ghostly figure is a judger Lu Qing, perhaps also a member of this system. The usually boisterous and fiery female teacher turned out to be a deeply embedded undercover agent for the Heart-Eating Cult. She was likely an elite of the chosen members level. When did she join the Heart-Eating Cult? Recently, or even before entering the school? Does she have accomplices within the school? Aside from that ghostly figure, how many more strongholds of the Heart-Eating Cult are hidden in Longnan City? This information is crucial for the next simulation. If in the simulation he could expose Lu Qing's identity in advance and avoid that dead end before setting off, then Wu Changhe would not have to die, and neither would he. There might even be a chance for a counterattack, changing the entire course of the Blood Shadow substitute plan. Of course, if the opposing force is too strong, he is also prepared for the worst, directly fleeing Longnan in the simulation to seek another path. In reality, I cannot act rashly. Lu Qing is at the 8th stage of vital energy. Although I can defeat her now, once I make a move it will alert the snake in the grass. However, I can investigate. Liang had already conducted research at the Black Internet Cafe yesterday, logging into a paid inquiry system called Detail Check. He did not search for Longnan City, but rather based on his memories from the simulation directly narrowed the search to Jiangnan Province, Wuyue City. Input keywords: Lu Qing, 25 years old, graduated from Qingyun Martial University. After several rounds of filtering, a piece of information popped up. Lu Qing, gender female, age 25, hometown local of Wuyue City, realm vital energy, at the 7th stage, occupation junior coach, at the Qingting Martial Arts Hall, in Wuyue City. The data appeared very ordinary, even somewhat mediocre. How could a second-rate Martial University graduate currently at the 7th stage of vital energy reach the peak of the 8th stage in just 1 year? Moreover, how could she be assigned to a key high school, like Longnan No. 1 high school as a practical teacher? Liang narrowed his eyes. Her record is too clean, it seems abnormal. There must be a manipulator behind this. Wuyue City. Liang recalled his experience in the misty forest, which was not far from Wuyue City. It seems that in the early stages of the next simulation, I should not rush to the setting sun canyon. I need to take a trip to Wuyue City first while she hasn't gained much power and hasn't come on a Longnan No. 1 high school's radar to dig into this teacher Liu's background. However, just as Liang was about to close the document, his finger suddenly froze in midair. A deeper chill coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. He suddenly realized a critical issue that he had overlooked. Lu Qing is just a coach. How did she manage to transfer? Who approved her employment file? Longnan No. 1 high school is a key school, and the selection of teachers is extremely strict. For an outsider with an ordinary background to parachute in, it must pass through the academic affairs office, the vice principal, and even the principal's approval. The image of the elusive principal, Liao Xinyu, surfaced in Liang's mind. In the memories from the simulator that night of the treasure hunt in Chonglin Park, Liao Xinyu and Wu Changhe stood guard beside Lu Xia like bodyguards. At that time, Teacher Wu told me it was for the school's resources, it was a transaction. But is that the whole truth? Liang's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. Teacher Wu is trustworthy, because in the outcome of the Blood Shadow substitute, he was chosen to become backup insurance, forcibly parasitized. This means the heart-eating cult does not consider him one of their own. But what about Liao Xinyu? In that desperate ceremony, the principal never appeared. Was he kept in the dark? Or was he lured away? Or perhaps he is one of those who turns a blind eye with tacit contempt. This thought made Liang feel a chill run down his spine. If even the principal is untrustworthy, then Longnan No. 1 high school is no longer a sanctuary for him, but a huge prison filled with watchful eyes. I cannot be careless. Aside from the verified Wu Changhe, the others in the school, whether Wang Heng or that seemingly enthusiastic academic affairs director, must be included on the potential suspicion list. In this simulation, not only must I investigate Lu Qing, but I must also test just how deep the waters of the school run. Liang wrote down a new plan in his notebook. 4th simulation action objectives draft. 1. Achieve a higher martial realm. The 9th stage of vital energy is not the end. I must seek opportunities to break through the vital energy barrier, aiming for opening yuan and even rising wind. Only by becoming stronger can I have the capital to negotiate in front of those true monsters. 2. Obtain the Heavenly River Water Lotus. Once more achieving a second awakening, I will head to the Setting Sun Canyon again to secure it, completing the second awakening of the water-based abilities. At the same time, take this opportunity to uncover the truth behind the inverted mountain. In the last simulation, 6 purple lights appeared that day at the inverted mountain. All the martial artists vying for the central purple beam completely vanished. What happened there? This is related to the second awakening and must be clarified. All the martial artists vying for the central purple beam completely vanished. What happened there? This is related to the second awakening and must be clarified. The longer I can practice and the more truths I can uncover. 4. Investigate Lu Qing's background, seeking clues about the heart-eating cult. Head to Wuyue City while Lu Qing has yet to enter Longnan No. 1 high school. Uncover her secret to rapidly increasing power and the contacts behind her. Meanwhile, discern allies from enemies. Aside from the confirmed ally Wu Changhe, test the stance of Principal Liao Xinyu and other school higher-ups. Check whether there are other lurking traitors within the school. 5. Attempt to break the Blood Shadow substitute plan. After writing down the above contents, he tore off that page and crushed it into powder with his vital energy force. After all this, the eastern sky had begun to lighten with dawn. Liang closed his notebook, feeling not fatigued, but a new day has begun. He changed into his uniform and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Before heading to school, he made sure to bring breakfast for old Wu. After all, he is now old Wu's most valued golden assistant. At 5 in the morning, Longnan No. 1 high school. The sky had not yet brightened, and a faint mist lingered in the campus. Liang carried 2 steaming breakfasts and skillfully placed them in the thermos box on Wu Chang's office desk. This was his extra service as a gold medal teaching assistant. He then turned and walked into the adjacent advanced combat room. At this moment, the combat room was empty. Liang closed the door and did not rush to wield his blade, but instead sat cross-legged on the mat in the center, closing his eyes and concentrating. At this moment the talent of the blade Dao Genius Lan was in full swing. That long-lost feeling of thinking as swiftly as lightning surged back to his heart. With the enhancement of his talent, the previously obscure concealing the blade's secret manual. At this moment it seemed to transform in his mind into a clear and visible diagram of qi and blood circulation. Concealing the blade is not just about restraint, it is also about the moment of bloom. The layered waves requires swinging the blade to build momentum, while concealing the blade nurtures this force in the meridians in advance. Liang took a deep breath. He controlled the powerful qi and blood within him, which was compressed, yet still vigorous. Following the route of concealing the blade, he reversed the flow, ultimately converging in several specific meridians in his right arm. Buzz! The muscles in his right arm trembled slightly, emitting a low hum akin to a bowstring drawn tight. Then he suddenly drew his blade. Clang! When the long blade was drawn from its sheath, the blade and sheath rubbed against each other. In that instant of drawing the blade, a piercing sonic boom erupted in the air. A visible shockwave sliced through the air along with the blade, creating a deep gash on the alloy stake. The initiation was already at its peak. The first wave instantaneous. Done. A hint of joy flashed in Liang's eyes. But this is not enough. Liang did not pause at all. With a flick of his wrist, the long blade was sheathed with a click. Immediately the qi and blood surged back, compressing again, and his right arm swelled and trembled once more. Clang! Drawing the blade again. Click! Returning to the sheath. Clang! Click! In the vast combat room, this continuous monotonous sound echoed, relentlessly resembling the rhythm of hammering iron. If the first simulation had relied on a reckless spirit of swinging the blade 10,000 times a day, using bodily exhaustion to exchange for muscle memory that was dead practice, a clumsy method, then now the same 10,000 times held a completely different significance. Each return to the sheath represented the utmost compression of concealing the blade. Each drawing of the blade marked the instantaneous explosion of layered waves. The talent of the blade Dao Genius allowed him to accurately correct the angle of each draw, controlling the margin of error to an extremely low range. Meanwhile, hard work and perseverance enabled him to maintain absolute focus amidst this seemingly maddening monotony of repetition. 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times. As the number of repetitions increased, Liang's movements became faster and more concise. At first one could still see the violent contractions of his arm muscles and the bulging veins, but eventually his movements became as fluid as flowing water. Drawing the blade no longer relied on brute force, but rather on that force compressed to the extreme. The glimmer of the blade connected into a tapestry, as if weaving a silvery waterfall before him. The efficiency was worlds apart. The previous 10,000 swings were to learn how to grip the blade. Now the 10,000 swings were to make the blade an extension of his arm, allowing the explosion to become an instinctive breath. Buzz! Finally, during the 3,000th draw, Liang's blade cut through the air, without producing that sharp sound of breaking through the void. Instead, it generated a strange low hum. Liang slowly sheathed his blade, beads of sweat covering his forehead, yet his gaze shone with an astonishing brightness. Just one morning of training was worth more than a month of arduous effort. Although he was still far from the highest realm of 9 layers of waves, being able to unleash a power that typically required 3 strikes to build up in the instant of drawing the blade was already a tremendous advantage in combat. This was the terrifying aspect of the blade Dao Genius Lan. While ordinary people needed months to grasp the nuances, he required less than 10 hours. Liang sheathed his blade and began the tedious training once more. Continue. He did not rest, but gripped the blade again. At 7 in the morning, it was time for morning practice. The door to the combat room was pushed open and students began to trickle in. At first, everyone paid no attention to Liang in the corner. But soon some students who specifically sought out Liang noticed something was amiss. Hey, isn't that Liang? Why is he dazed over there? Wait, what about the gash on the alloy stake? Several students who had tasted success the previous night, like Zhang Li and Liao Lanqian, immediately gathered closer. Good morning, teaching assistant Li. Zhang Li greeted him with an obsequious smile. What blade technique are you practicing? It looks plain, but why is it making such a stir? Liang slowly collected his thoughts, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled faintly. It's nothing, just the most basic drawing technique. As long as you solidify the basics, you can do it too. Really, teaching assistant Li, the technique you taught me last night was incredible. I feel my chi and blood are exceptionally smooth now. Teaching assistant Li, can you take a look at this move for me? In an instant, Liang was surrounded by students. Those who had previously scoffed at the theoretical master. At this moment, watching Zhang Li and the others with their admiring gazes, they couldn't help but waver. Is Liang really that impressive? I heard that just a few pointers from him last night helped Zhang Li break through his bottleneck. If I think it's just a lucky shot. Though the doubts remained, they had clearly diminished significantly. What was more interesting was that Liao Fan, the leader of Class 2-3, was strangely absent today. It was said that he had returned home last night and suddenly had an epiphany, hiring a private tutor for closed-door training. This subtle coincidence caused many originally hesitant students to have their thoughts stirred. It seems Liang does have real skills. Why don't we give it a try too? But Team Leader Wu said this is a paid service. We need to buy that was golden chi and blood potion package first. Just buy it. It's not like we're short on money. What if we really can break through? Unbeknownst to them, Liang's status in the class had changed. He had transformed from a marginalized freak into a mysterious and authoritative presence. In the evening after school, having finished the day's classes and assistant duties, Liang did not rush to leave. He made his way to Wu Chang's office. "Oh, our Li Daju teaching assistant has finished." Wu Changhe was happily counting today's potion orders. Upon seeing Liang enter, his smile widened. "Today 5 more students ordered the golden package. You kid, your advertising is better than mine." "That's because the teacher's potions are effective. I just helped them break through that last barrier." Liang replied modestly. "All right, stop with the flattery. Tell me, what do you need me for?" Wu Changhe was in high spirits. Liang's expression became serious as he voiced the excuse he had long prepared. "Teacher, I feel that my accumulation of qi and blood has reached a bottleneck. Simply practicing with the blade and tempering my body isn't very effective anymore. I want to learn some real skills. I wish to learn stance skills and boxing techniques." Wu Changhe was taken aback for a moment and then frowned. "Stance skills, boxing techniques. What do you want to learn those for right now? Those are slow methods. You won't achieve anything without a decade or 8 years of practice. With the finals coming up soon, you should focus your energy on practical combat." "Teacher," Liang interrupted him, his gaze red. "My theory tells me that a tall building rises from the ground. Without stance skills to lock in qi and blood, and without strength to open up the meridians, no matter how much qi and blood I have, it is still empty. I want to go further, not just for the finals, but also for the college entrance examination." Looking into Liang's ambitious eyes, Wu Changhe fell silent. He recalled the hidden injuries he had sustained in his youth due to impatience. He thought of those colleagues who had stagnated at the qi and blood realm for life due to an unstable foundation. "All right." Wu Changhe suddenly slapped the table. "You have insight. Today's youth are all seeking quick success, and few are willing to settle down and lay a solid foundation. Since you want to learn, I will teach you. This coiling dragon stance and 8 extremes boxing are the skills that made me famous. I had originally planned to wait until you got into college to teach you, but since you want to learn now, take them." Saying this, Wu Changhe took out 2 yellowed manuals from the safe and solemnly handed them to Liang. "Remember, stance skills are monotonous and boxing techniques are fierce. Without great willpower, you cannot master them." "Thank you, teacher." Liang received the manuals with both hands, feeling relieved. With these 2 manuals as cover, the stance skills and strength techniques he had learned in the simulator could finally be used. However, layered ways 9 layers would have to wait. It was not time yet. In the days that followed, Liang's life became more regular and fulfilling. During the day, he attended classes and practiced martial arts, earning money and building reputation as a teaching assistant. At night, late at night, he would cultivate concealing the blade, refine 8 extremes boxing, and practice coiling dragon stance. With the dual enhancements of hard work and perseverance and blade Dao genius combined with 2 years of foundational memories from the simulator, his progress was astonishingly rapid. Though his qi and blood in reality still massed itself at the 7 segments, his foundation was deepening and solidifying at a terrifying speed. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On Sunday night in his rental apartment, Liang closed the already worn-out manual of concealing the blade. He glanced at the system panel where the long-awaited start simulation button finally lit up. The cooldown time had ended. 4th simulation. Liang stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the dark night outside. Wu U.S. City, Lu Qing, the heart-eating cult, the Lu family's secrets, and the mystery of the disappearance in Sunset Canyon. This time I will peel back these layers of fog. System, initiate the 4th simulation. Please select the talent to carry current talent, slots 22. Hardworking green. Sword talent blue. Liang glanced at the randomly refreshed talent list this time. Left hand white, your left hand is more agile than your right. Cat slave white, you have an inexplicable attraction to felines and are easily rubbed against. Tripping gray, you have a 5 chance of falling while walking on flat ground. Absolute pitch green, you can distinguish the pitch of any sound, even the buzzing of mosquitoes. Fear of the deep sea gray, you fear deep water, even a bathtub. Chatterbox white, you feel stifled if you don't speak for a day. Night owl champion white, your dark circles are heavier than others, but it does not affect your spirit. Directionally challenged gray, even with a map, you can't find north. Cilantro repellent gray, any food with cilantro will make you vomit. Collector's disorder white, you enjoy collecting peculiar little things like bottle caps. All strange things. Liang shook his head helplessly. There isn't even a single green talent that could slightly enhance his combat power. Although absolute pitch is green, it is of no help to his current plan. It seems my luck was spent on the last grade evaluation. He no longer hesitated and directly locked in those 2 talents he had already become accustomed to. Talents have been loaded. The 4th simulation begins. Second year, 1st semester final exam, thick accumulation, thin outburst. This year you are 17 years old. In just half a year's time. During the day you play the diligent 4-stage Qi assistant in school. In the process of guiding your classmates in their cultivation, your understanding of basic martial arts deepens. You even helped a few wealthy classmates who were stuck at a bottleneck break through their realms, accumulating great prestige in school. The name Li Shun is no longer a mockery, but one of respect. At night you undergo grueling training in the teacher's dormitory that most cannot imagine. Hardworking keeps you tireless, and sword talent allows you to learn by analogy. You have already become a genius with the foundation of the Xian Shui spiritual body. With this body reshaped by a dimensional treasure, your cultivation speed is astonishing. The once insurmountable meridian barriers for ordinary people under the nurturing of Xian Shu's power feel as easy as walking on flat ground. On the eve of the final exam, the chi and blood within you finally reached a critical point. You attend classes during the day, serve as an assistant at night, and practice late into the night, sleeping only 4 hours a day, yet still remain spirited. Coupled with the terrifying recovery ability of the Xian Shui spiritual body, you begin to crazily refine your chi and blood red gauze. Once, twice, 1,000 times. Utilizing the gentle force of your water abilities, you continuously wash and purify the chi and blood within you. The originally somewhat thin red gauze becomes thicker and more translucent under your polishing. On the eve of the final, in the training room, you tremble all over. Boom. The crimson gauze on your body is no longer a thin veil, but has become more solid, transformed into a layer of crimson scaled blood garment tightly adhering to your skin. Defense power has surged threefold. The total amount of chi and blood has increased once again. Chi and blood at the 9th stage. Perfect. That should be enough. You look at yourself in the mirror, feeling the power that seems capable of shaking mountains, a smile playing at the corners of your mouth. You are not blinded by power. The school is still shrouded in the shadow of the heart erosion cult. You deeply understand the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind, especially before you have enough self-defense capability. You immediately operate the secret technique, Song Feng. With the thought, the terrifying fluctuations of chi and blood begin to compress and withdraw layer by layer. The originally sharp aura quickly weakens, finally stabilizing at the level of fully realized chi and blood at the 7th stage. Unless one is a strong practitioner skilled in detection techniques, at the Kaiyuan realm no one can see through your disguise. Next, it's time to submit my homework to Old Wu. Final exam, golden advertising slot. The final exam arrives. This time the attention of the entire school is focused on class 3 of the 2nd year. Everyone wants to see the rumored Lee assistant teacher who can turn decay into miraculous results. Can he really lead this group of acknowledged underachievers to counterattack? The result did not disappoint them. It can even be. In the practical assessment, the students of class 3 seem to be reborn. They no longer blindly squander chi and blood. Every movement is as precise as in a textbook. Zhang Li, Wang Chang, and others performed exceptionally under your guidance. They raised the class average to the top, and as the finale, you became the focal point of the entire event. Your opponent is a peak student of the 6th stage of chi and blood from the adjacent class known as the Iron Arm, a strong offensive competitor. The opponent immediately unleashed all their strength, attempting to suppress you with a flurry of fist techniques. But you just stood in place without drawing your sword. Using simple footwork, you dodged all of their attacks, as if strolling in a garden. Then at the moment they exhausted their old strength and revealed a flaw, you gently struck out with your palm. Without using the power of the 9th stage, merely relying on the 7th stage of chi and blood, plus the first layer of Dai Lang. Bang! The opponent flew off the stage, unable to get up for a long time. Liang wins. Chi and blood at the 7th stage. Perfect! The referee exclaimed. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that you, who was still at the 4th stage chi and blood half a year ago, had actually reached the 7th stage perfection. Such a pace of improvement is simply astonishing. Just as everyone was cheering for you, you made a move that left all the teachers and students dumbfounded. You did not leave the stage, but in front of the principal, and all the teachers ripped off your school uniform jacket. Under it was a specially made tight, quick-drying shirt. And on the most conspicuous part of the shirt's chest was printed a line of golden characters. Want to become stronger. Want to counterattack. Was golden ratio chi and blood medicine, you deserve to have it. Even on the back it was printed with Wu Chang's contact number and the QR code for ordering. Silence. The entire playground fell into an eerie silence. The next second. Haha. Wow, this advertisement is too hardcore. Awesome. Li Shun is using his face to sell goods. But the effect. I want to buy 2 bottles to try it out. The seated Wu Changhe was first taken aback, then his face turned red. Although you had mentioned beforehand that this would be the marketing approach, he thought it was a joke. After all, while he allowed you to advertise, he didn't expect you to do it in such a socially fatal way. But looking at the enthusiastic eyes of the parents around and the phones that had already started vibrating wildly, Wu Changhe couldn't help but smile broadly. This kid really is a talent. It was worth the pain. After this incident, you became famous in the school. Not just because of your strength, but also because of this bold move. Later, Wu Changhe was grinning from ear to ear. He waved his hand, generously raising your stipend for the month to 1,000. Take this. With this money, you don't need to work over the winter break. Just focus on your cultivation and aim for success in the college entrance examination. Winter break, initial formation of sword intent. The winter break has begun. With money and leisure you did not choose, you packed your bag and left Longnan City alone, entering the deep mountains to undergo rigorous training. Your goal is singular: to thoroughly merge Song Feng and Dai Lang and attempt to touch that sword intent you envisioned. In the deep mountains during winter, heavy snow seals the mountains and all is silent. You practice sword techniques under the frozen waterfall, standing still against the howling cold wind. The talent of sword talent displays terrifying dominance at this moment. You no longer cling to techniques. You begin to try to forget basic sword techniques, forget Dai Lang 9 layers, and even forget the sword in your hand. You imagine yourself as flowing water, envisioning a fully drawn bow. Water benefits all things without contending. Flowing water does not rush to be first, it seeks to be continuous. You attempt to perfectly fuse your water-based abilities with sword intent. On the first day you swing your sword to cut through water, and the water flow restores. On the 10th day you swing your sword to cut through water, and the flow pauses for a moment. On the 20th day, heavy snow falls. You stand in the snow, closing your eyes to nourish your spirit. The chi and blood within you are compressed to the utmost by tsang foam, like a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly a snowflake falls on your eyelashes. Clang. You draw your sword. This sword strike made no sound, created no airwaves, and did not even but the Tumterhide boulder in front of you silently cracked open a seam. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Sword draw instant 9 layers. It worked. Although you feel it is not yet at its peak, and has not completely undergone a qualitative change. However, in terms of chi and blood realm, this self-understood secret technique is already sufficient. It's just a pity that the basic sword techniques have yet to be perfected. But you understand that for you it is only a matter of time. You sheath your sword, looking at the swirling snow, a glint of sharpness flashing in your eyes. The simulator continues its operation. March arrives. Chilly spring air lingers in the mountains. This time your journey is no longer aimless wandering. Armed with the map sheet, you head straight for the Mistvale forest west of Wuyue City. You effortlessly skirt the venomous insect zones and circumvent the territories of illusion-like butterflies. At a concealed cliff face, you rediscover the century-old crimson blood ginseng. A second-tier monstrous beast, the iron-beaked eagle, lets out a piercing shriek and dives to attack. Yet you are no longer the novice who once resorted to clumsy attrition to slay it. Clang. A flash of blade. 3 consecutive waves of force erupt in an instant. The eagle does not even register your movement before its wings are severed, its life extinguished beneath your sword. You harvest the ginseng with meticulous care, not intending to consume it yourself as before. For one who has reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of chi cultivation, such herbs, though rare, can no longer catalyze transcendence. Your objective now is unequivocal: acquire wealth. Every subsequent plan, and every step toward establishing yourself in this unfamiliar metropolis, demands substantial financial backing. In Wuyue City's black market, you sell the flawlessly preserved crimson blood ginseng for 500,000 credits. Staring at the untraceable crystal card, now resting in your palm, confidence settles deep within your chest. Qingting Martial Arts Academy, Wuyue City. Morning of the following day. You don a simple high school tracksuit and sling a backpack over your shoulder. You assume the guise of a wide-eyed novice, eager for martial cultivation, modestly affluent, yet utterly inexperienced. You enter Qingting, a private martial arts academy nestled in the city center. The academy is modest in scale, its interior bears the wear of time, and even the signboard above the entrance peels with age. Yet in Wuyue City, where land commands exorbitant value, merely sustaining such an institution implies hidden depth. Welcome. Are you interested in our courses? A cheerful receptionist greets you at the front desk. You feign shyness, glancing around before speaking. I'd like to enroll in a martial advancement class, but my foundation is weak. I heard you have a female instructor named Lu Qing, renowned for her exceptional teaching. Lu instructor. The receptionist blinks, momentarily surprised. Yes, you murmur, scratching your head bashfully. I saw her photo. I find her approachable. I'm rather intimidated by stern male instructors. The receptionist smiles knowingly. Opportunity knocks, and she has no intention of turning it away. Absolutely. Please wait just a moment. Lu instructor is currently conducting a class, but she'll be right with you. Minutes later, a young woman strides briskly through the door, clad in white training robes, her hair swept into a high ponytail. You lift your gaze, and your pupils contract faintly. It is her. That face matches exactly the cold, ruthless cult infiltrator you witnessed in the simulator's final sequence. Yet her present demeanor is wholly different. She appears haggard. Dark smudges shadow her eyes, and the cuffs of her robes are frayed with wear. Her exhaustion hangs palpably like a bowstring drawn taut beyond endurance. Yet the moment her eyes fall upon you, the client who sought her out by name, her gaze ignites. As if shifting masks, her fatigue vanishes entirely, replaced instantly by the vibrant, radiant presence you remembered from the prior simulation. Hello, I'm Lu Qing. She approaches swiftly, extending her hand warmly. I hear you'd like to train under me. Wonderful. You've got excellent taste. I won't boast, but I truly excel at guiding beginners. Rather than press for payment, she professionally escorts you through the academy, detailing Qingting's curriculum with thought. Our instructor team is highly qualified. Every member cultivates at least the 6th stage of Qi, and our headmaster himself stands at the 9th stage. Guiding students like you through exam preparation is well within our expertise. She then offers you a complimentary trial lesson. On the training floor, Lu Qing teaches with extraordinary intensity, almost desperate fervor. She corrects your posture, Hansen. Even though you deliberately perform each motion clumsily, she persists with exaggerated, encouraging praise. Yes, exactly like that. You've real talent. That punch's kinetic alignment is perfect. Try it again. Don't fear fatigue. Persevere. Martial cultivation demands sweat. Her urgency is unmistakable, so palpable it borders on. An hour later, the trial concludes. Wiping sweat from your brow, you feign satisfaction. Instructor Lu, this feels great. I'd like to purchase a VIP annual membership. Really? Lu Qing gasps in delight, nearly leaping with joy. The commission from a single VIP annual pass would cover a substantial expense. Excellent. Let me process this right away. Today's enrollment includes special discounts. Though, You pat your pockets, feigning mild embarrassment. I left in such a hurry. I didn't bring my card. All my funds are at home. How about this? We exchange contact details, and I'll call you once I retrieve it. Ah, I see, she replies soft. A flicker of disappointment dims her eyes, but she recovers instantly, pulling out her phone to share numbers. No problem at all. I'll await your call. To avoid suspicion, and to further verify intelligence, you linger instead of departing immediately. You sit in the lounge, sipping water, playing the curious student. Instructor Lu, you're clearly formidable. What Marshall University did you graduate from? Why settle here instead of pursuing opportunities in major metropolises? Hey, I've heard many talented seniors head straight to Tier 1 cities. You embody the idealistic yet uncertain high schooler, awestruck by martial academia yet adrift in uncertainty about his future. Lu Qing seems touched by your innocence, her expression softens. I graduated from an ordinary Marshall University, hardly prestigious enough for big city recruitment. She offers a wry smile. Besides, my family needs me here. My parents are aging. I must remain close to care for them. Do you have siblings? You ask gently. If you had an older brother or younger one, you wouldn't bear this burden alone. Lu Qing pauses, then smiles. I have a younger sister. She just entered her first year of high school, about your age. She's beautiful and brilliant in her studies. Yet her smile freezes mid-sentence. Her expression turns strained. Raw anguish and anxiety flash across her features, barely suppressed. Unfortunately, she's been unwell lately. She glosses over the subject, her gaze drifting, clearly unwilling to elaborate. You inwardly confirm this is it. The root lies here. Earlier you investigated her background via the wisdom net Lu Qing, daughter of retired blue-collar workers. Ordinary, grounded, unremarkable. She has a younger sister named Lu Yi, currently in her first year of high school. What the records omit is the bizarre illness afflicting her sister, and the ruinous medical expenses draining their household. That aligns perfectly. Watching this woman, who smiles while her eyes drown in despair, you feel the final piece click into place. She is destitute. Desperately, catastrophically so, facing astronomical medical bills that threaten to obliterate an ordinary family. This is precisely the erosion heart sect's specialty, striking when defenses are weakest. Once targeted, the victim walks willingly into the trap, only to undergo the sect's signature mental subjugation. The enslaved become flesh and bone puppets, obedient to the sect's highest echelons. No overt coercion is needed, only a barbed lifeline extended at the precise moment of utter hopelessness. We can heal your sister. We require only minor assistance from you at school. That is the exchange. This is almost certainly Lu Qing's true reason for joining the erosion heart sect. Before meeting her face-to-face, it remained conjecture, based solely on fragmented data. But after this afternoon, watching her relentless salesmanship, witnessing the torment that surfaces when she speaks of her sister, you are certain, 9 times out of 10, she is likely only now entering the sect's field of vision. You think, observing her back as she pours you water. Were she already the ice-cold, fully indoctrinated divine, chosen operative, such raw vulnerability such fragility cannot be feigned. Thus the sect has either not yet formally approached her, or she remains under. This is my opening. You tighten your grip on the water glass. If I can cure her sister, and sever the sect's grasp before it takes root. To break this cycle, irrefutable evidence is essential. Only then may I justify involving Wu Chang'e. You bid farewell to Lu Qing and step out of Qingting Martial Arts Academy. Though sunlight blazes overhead, a bone-deep chill grips you in that instant. For you know full well your adversary is far more than a woman broken by fate. Your true opponent is a colossal entity, lurking in shadow, patient, predatory. Yet this is not merely salvation, it is self-liberation. Redirecting Lu Qing's descent is itself a conduit to acquiring fate points. First priority, uncover the precise nature of her sister's affliction. With resolve crystallized, you lower your cap brim and vanish into the teeming sun-drenched current of the city. As night falls and the lights begin to shine, the night in Wuyue City is more vibrant than in Longnan, with neon lights painting the sky in a myriad of colors. You change into a nondescript black sports outfit, don a baseball cap and a mask, and activate the secret technique of Tsangfeng, fully concealing your presence. At this moment you are like a drop of water merging into the ocean, utterly inconspicuous. You silently follow Lu Qing, employing the stealth and tracking skills honed during the second simulation. She walks hurriedly, the sound of her high heels striking the ground in a chaotic rhythm. You observe her from a distance. Her quickened pace, tense shoulders, and erratic breathing all signal that she is not merely acting during the day. The anxiety of being cornered by life is deeply ingrained. You cannot blame yourself for being overly cautious. After all, matters concerning one's life and fortune warrant utmost secrecy is paramount, or words can lead to failure. 20 minutes later, Lu Qing arrives at the renowned wellness institution in Wuyue City, Yangxin Hospital. The environment here is serene, a public rehabilitation center in Wuyue City, yet infamous for its exorbitant fees. Lu Qing skillfully navigates the corridor and arrives at a special care ward. You do not approach, but instead hide in the shadows of the fire escape at the end of the corridor, using your acute hearing to monitor the situation. Through the glass window of the ward door, you see the girl lying on the hospital bed. Her eyes are tightly shut, wearing a respirator, her complexion a sickly pale. If Lu Qing is a bright and generous sunflower, then this girl is a lily on the verge of wilting in the storm. Fragile as a willow, pitifully delicate. Lu Qing sits by the bed, tightly grasping her sister's slender cold hand. At this moment, where has the enthusiasm and confidence from the martial arts hall earlier in the day gone? Only deep anxiety and concern remain. She sits by the bed for a long time, her brow furrowed, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she seems to make a certain decision. Gently releasing her sister's hand, she tidies up the bed a bit, then stands at the bedside, gazing deeply at her sister for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Then she turns and walks out of the ward. She does not leave the hospital, but heads directly toward the outpatient department. You sense a shift in your heart and quietly follow her. It is now 9 o'clock at night. The outpatient doctors have long since clocked out, and the corridor is empty, filled with the sterile scent of disinfectant. Yet Lu Qing seems lost, walking straight to an office door marked expert consultation room, Zhang Dihai. She raises her hand to knock, her face reflecting the intent to abandon her dignity, to plead. However, just as her knuckles are about to touch the cold door, she suddenly jolts awake. No light seeps through the door crack. It is utterly silent within. The immense mental pressure and desperation to save her sister make her forget even the basic knowledge that the doctor has already left for the day. Not here. That makes sense. Who would be here at this hour? She stares blankly at the closed door, the light in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by deeper despair. The door has closed, seemingly shutting off the last path to her sister's survival. Is there no other way? She stands at the door for a long time, trembling as she takes a crumpled business card from her pocket. It was a card that Zhang Dihai had slipped to her privately, saying that if she couldn't gather the money, she should call this number for special channels that could help. Hesitation, struggle, fear. Various emotions intertwine across her face. Finally, she shakily inputs that string of numbers on her phone. Her finger hovers over the call button, knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. Something's not right. From your hiding place, your instincts are screaming. That number could very well be the gateway to the abyss. Once the call connects and the other party lures her with treatment without cost, she will be completely ensnared. You must provide her with a legitimate source of funds. You immediately slip into the adjacent men's restroom stall, lock the door, take out your phone, and dial Lu Qing's number. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp ringtone abruptly shatters the silence of the corridor, startling Lu Qing, who she glances at the screen. It's an unfamiliar local number. Initially wanting to hang up, she hesitates at the thought that it might be a collection call from the hospital. Gritting her teeth, she answers. Hello. Her voice trembles noticeably. Hello, is this Lu Qing, the coach from Qing Tung Martial Arts Hall? You lower your voice, imitating a middle-aged man's steady tone. Oh, yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Lu Qing pauses for a moment, quickly adjusting her tone. I am the parent of that student from this afternoon. The child came home and told me he was very satisfied with your teaching and insisted he would only train with you. Without any small talk, you dropped the bombshell. I discussed it with the child's mother. We are extremely impressed with the Qing Tung Martial Arts Hall brand. So we've decided not to wait until tomorrow. I'll confirm with you right now that we want to purchase the most expensive VIP annual card. Full payment, no installments. In the corridor, Lu Qing is completely stunned. Then a glimmer of hope erupts in her eyes. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you for believing in the quality of our martial arts hall. Rest assured, I will definitely apply for the highest discount for you. After hanging up the phone, you quickly step out and observe Lu Qing's reaction. You see her holding her phone, unable to resist, clenching her fist excitedly in place, making a yes gesture. That is a significant commission. While not enough to solve everything, it is sufficient to alleviate the immediate crisis. With this buffer, she need not rush to push open that door to the demon. After Liang hung up the phone, he hurried out of the restroom, continuing to observe from the shadows. Lu Qing glanced at the closed office door, and the hesitation in her eyes faded. The ward was eerily quiet, with only the ticking of the respirator breaking the silence. Bathed in the moonlight from the window, you discovered an extraordinarily peculiar phenomenon. The long hair of Lu Yi, once jet black, now displayed an eerie greenish hue starting from the tips, seemingly rising upwards. The keen perception brought forth by the Xian Shui Ling Ti, combined with your meticulous control over qi and blood, allowed you to instantly discern the truth within her body. The result was unexpected. In your perception, Lu Yi's body did not exhibit the qi and blood decline as stated in her medical records. On the contrary, a vast and vigorous energy full of life lay dormant deep within her danton. This energy was familiar to you. It resembled the power you felt when your body was transformed by the dimensional treasure Tianhe water lotus, brimming with vitality. However, there was still a difference. This aura perfectly fused with Lu Yi's life essence, and was not an alien force, but rather something inherent. A startling realization hit you, a natural awakener. But then you noticed that this overwhelming vitality, which should have ensured her health and longevity, was being tightly sealed within her dantian by a cold, obscure black aura. You were all too familiar with that sinister aura. It was the unique alien chi of the heart-devouring cult. These cult-like energies transformed into intricate shackles, not only binding her wood-type abilities, but also severing the normal flow of her meridians, making her appear to suffer from both qi and blood deficiency, presenting a typical facade of stagnant blood syndrome. Such a brilliant scheme. Is this the foundation of the heart-devouring cult? You were taken aback. Although this cult had been severely weakened by the martial saint 40 years ago, and now scurried like a rat in the gutter, You could not deny that it was a massive sect that had existed since the Hundred Nations War and had a dark legacy spanning 200. Their top-tier combat power may have diminished, yet these insidious and ruthless harmful techniques have been honed and perfected over 2 centuries, making them incredibly mature and exceedingly covert. The caster did not even need a high martial realm, nor to expend vast amounts of chi and blood. They merely had to utilize technique, continuously casting to construct such an almost perfect chi severance. Especially against someone like Lu Yi, who had yet to practice martial arts and had no means of resistance, deploying such a mature dark art was virtually effortless. Heaven's gifts unclaimed bring calamity. The forced suppression of her awakening has persisted too long. The immense life force can no longer be released, and instead begins to backfire, and this is the true nature of her strange illness. You formed a more complete hypothesis in your mind. The lurking cultist was most likely the attending physician responsible for Lu Yi's treatment at this hospital. On a recent visit due to her ailments, Lu Yi was diagnosed by this doctor. He keenly detected that her discomfort stemmed from a premonition of ability awakening. A natural wood-type awakener was precisely the premium offering the heart-devouring cult craved. Yet he did not directly seize her. He employed a set of the heart-devouring cult's insidious techniques, using alien chi and acupuncture to seal off Lu Yi's life force, creating the illusion of a terminal illness. He was fattening the eagle. On one hand, he pressured Lu Qing into a corner with exorbitant medical fees, transforming her into a. On the other hand, he awaited the critical point where Lu Yi's abilities would accumulate the best time for a sacrifice. So this was the goal of the heart-devouring cult. In their eyes, possessing wood-type talents made Lu Yi the main dish, while her sister Lu Qing was merely a side. As for why they acted so cautiously, you recalled the records in the files stating that the heart-devouring cult had been severely damaged by the martial saint 40 years ago and had long become a rat in the gutter. Times had changed. They had recuperated for 40 years, finally daring to cautiously extend their reach from the border. Wuyue City was not Longnan. As a major city in the province, it had grandmasters of the Divine Sense realm stationed and several experts at the Fuyo realm. If the heart-devouring cult dared to be too arrogant here, they would be crushed in an instant. Moreover, since this doctor could identify such good seedlings, this must be a significant achievement, and he surely does not want to share it with anyone, which is why he chose such a covert method. You speculated on the strength of that cultist doctor. Though this sealing technique is insidious, its strength is not particularly high. After all, Lu Yi is not a martial artist, making it easy to perform. Based on the residual chi strength, the doctor's realm was likely on par with Lu Qing, a martial artist at the 7th stage of chi and blood. The next day at 6 in the morning, the sky over Wuyue City was still tinged with a fish belly white, and the cold wind was biting. Only a few sanitation workers were sweeping the fallen leaves on the street. You called Lu Qing early, arranging to meet her at the Chongqing Park near the martial arts gym, saying, "Coach Lu, I am the parent of the child from yesterday. I want to confirm some details about the membership contract in person and conveniently hand you the money. Let's meet at the Yangxin Forest south of the park. It's quiet there. If it were you in real life, you might have chosen a more cautious and roundabout way, as revealing everything directly carried, but in the simulation you can act boldly. You have the chance to make mistakes and the confidence to start over." Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled as to why it had to be so early and in such a cold place. However, considering the life-saving full payment VIP money, she still arrived on time. The Yangxin Forest south of Chongqing Park was filled with ancient trees, peaceful and deserted. You stood with your back to the entrance, hands clasped behind you. Despite your disguise, you still wore the slightly thin black sports. The hood covered most of your face, making you look like an ordinary student exercising in the morning. "Mr. Li," a somewhat weary voice came from behind you. Lu Qing clearly hadn't slept well last night. Her eyes were a bit dark, but she still forced a professional smile. Seeing your silhouette so young and slender, she paused for a moment and slightly slowed her pace. The early bird, for martial artists training in the winter's chill and the summer's heat, is nothing to worry about. You slowly turned around. When Lu Qing clearly saw your face, her confusion instantly turned to surprise. "It's you." She recognized you at a glance. Yesterday's somewhat shy, even slightly foolish classmate. She instinctively looked behind you, seeing no one else, and asked somewhat anxiously, "Classmate, why are you here alone? Where is your father? Didn't Mr. Li say last night?" "It's just me." You looked at her, a slight smile curving your lips, revealing a depth of understanding far beyond your age. "There's no Mr. Li and no father." You spoke calmly, using your naturally clear, youthful voice. "I was the one who made that call last night." "What?" Lu Qing was stunned, her mind momentarily unable to process, but the voice was clearly. Disguising one's voice is just basic skill. You stepped forward, and your aura suddenly changed. Boom. The pressure of your chi at the 9th stage, which had long been dormant within, was released without reservation. Lu Qing felt a tightness in her chest, as if crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder, making breathing difficult. She looked at you in terror, feeling like a lamb to the slaughter against your 9th stage chi. How is this possible? Such intensity of chi. You are at the 9th stage? She couldn't believe that the boy in front of her, who looked only 17 or 18 with a youthful face, actually possessed an aura more terrifying than her gym leader. This drastic disparity caused her mind to short-circuit. "Let's get reacquainted." You took out a black credentials holder you had prepared earlier, which actually contained your student ID. But your movement was too quick, only flashing the cover bearing the federal emblem. Your tone was solemn and your demeanor seasoned like a veteran in the workplace. Federal Cult Examination Bureau Special Investigator Codename Lone Wolf. Cult Examination. Lu Qing's eyes widened, her legs giving way as she nearly fell to the ground. For ordinary martial artists, this name represented absolute authority and bloody purges. But looking at your youthful face, she still felt a tinge of absurdity. When did the Examination Bureau start hiring children? I know what you're thinking. You seem to read her mind, coldly sneering some geniuses cannot be measured by age. The rules of the Special Recruitment Group are don't ask what shouldn't be asked. This boast was delivered without a hint of shame, and combined with your ninth-stage strength, it quickly dispelled most of her doubts. We detected traces of the heart-eating cult's activities in Wu City, tracking it to this point. You locked your eyes onto hers, your gaze sharp as a blade. I followed you for a day yesterday, originally thinking you had already been seduced by the cult, and preparing to eliminate you on the spot. What? Lu Qing was terrified, shaking her hands repeatedly. I'm not a cultist. I'm just an ordinary coach. I don't know anything. I know. Fortunately, you didn't make that call last night. You snorted, coldly retracting some of your pressure, otherwise you would already be a corpse now. Lu Qing was drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting from the fear. She hadn't expected that every move she made last night had been under the watchful eyes of this terrifying youthful investigator. But my sister is really sick. Blood deficiency. Lu Qing argued with a choked voice. I just want to save her. I have no other way. Fool. You interrupted her, directly opening a large document bag you had been holding. You threw the photos, videos, collected blood samples, cult filth, and a hastily compiled analysis report on Lu Yi's illness and cult secret techniques in front of her. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is that blood deficiency? The hair tips turning green and vitality being restrained. Your sister is not sick at all. She is a rare wood-type innate ability awakener. That Zhang Dihai is a lurking demon of the heart-eating cult. He used insidious and evil techniques to sever your sister's vitality, creating the illusion of a terminal illness. It was to force you to yield, turning you both into their sacrifices and cult lackeys. As you spoke, Lu Qing trembled as she flipped through the evidence. As a martial artist at the 7th stage of Qi, she wasn't foolish. She was merely blinded by so-called medical authority and her desperate wish to save her sister. In this moment of clarity, combined with Zhang Dihai's ambiguous hints, the truth exploded in her mind like thunder. How could it be? How could it be like this? Lu Qing slumped to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the pale face of her sister in the photos. Anger, regret, fear. Various emotions surged within her. It's all because of my inadequacy. I've been so foolish. Being deceived by this cult demon for so long, causing you to suffer like this. She cried heartbreakingly. If it weren't for the call from the parent yesterday, if it weren't for the appearance of this investigator, she might have truly sent her sister into the mouth of the devil. Watching her break down, you maintained a stoic expression, but inside you let out a sigh of relief. The first step of the plan was successful. A few minutes later, Lu Qing wiped her tears and stood up again. Her expression had changed. The weakness and confusion had vanished. Now what shone in her eyes was the determination and killing intent of an elder sister fighting to protect her younger sister. She looked at you. Although your face was still youthful, in her eyes you seemed taller and more reliable than any elder. Mr. Investigator. She deeply bowed to you, her tone respectful and firm. Please save E. As long as she can be saved, my life is yours. You looked at her, slightly nodding, appearing like a teachable child. Lift your head. Eliminating cults and rescuing civilians is my duty. You handed her the document bag filled with evidence. The plan is simple. Take this information, including videos, photos, blood samples, cult filth, whistleblower letters, and the analysis report, to the Wu City Alien Cult Examination Bureau to report it. Don't mention me, or just say you discovered your sister's illness was suspicious and investigated it yourself. Oh. Why? Lu Qing was somewhat confused. Mr. Investigator, wouldn't it be better for you to go? Shut up. You shot her a cold glance, pretending to be mysterious. I'm handling a cross-region case. The paperwork hasn't come through yet, so it's inconvenient for me to appear. Moreover, I don't trust the local sub-bureau. The heart-eating cult has infiltrated deeply. I'm not sure if there are insiders in the bureau. This was your real purpose. You had witnessed the terrifying extent of cult infiltration in the last simulation. Even the Key High School in Longnan City had been infiltrated. Who could guarantee that the examination bureau in Wu, though Wu was not as bad as Longnan Zhang Dihai's cautiousness was telling. But what if there was another Lu Qing in the examination bureau, just like in the 3rd simulation? This was also a test. This was not just a report, but a trial balloon test. It was 8 o'clock in the morning at the Qingting Martial Arts Hall in Wu City. As the front desk machine emitted a crisp notification sound, your expression of painful but necessary spending for strength instantly transformed into one filled with innocence and anticipation. Grasping the brand new VIP black gold membership card, you rushed over to Coach Lu like a naive high school student, your voice bright and clear. Coach Lu, I've done it. Starting today, I am your student. You must teach me your ultimate skills. As you spoke, you even deliberately performed a somewhat clumsy cupped fist salute, showcasing an eager demeanor of foolish but wealthy. Several nearby coaches resting cast envious yet amused glances, thinking how fortunate Coach Lu was to encounter such an easy-to-fool rich heir. Coach Lu looked at you, her eyes twitching slightly at the corners. In the brief moment, while taking you to the changing room for gear, she lowered her voice and gritted her teeth, commenting the speed of your face changing. It's a shame you don't act. That shout of Coach Lu sent shivers down my spine. It's all about playing the part, Coach Lu. You instantly retracted your silly expression, your gaze becoming profound. The paperwork is done, and I've thought of a reason for you. Take me for outdoor practical training to sense the natural chi. The car is at the back door, let's go. 10 minutes later, an inconspicuous taxi stopped at the side door of Wu City First People's Hospital. Remember the plan. You reminded her one last time before getting out of the car, you don't need to worry about me. Just keep Zhang Dihai stable for 10 minutes, and no matter what happens, go directly to the inspection bureau. Understood. Lu Qing took a deep breath, adjusting her anxious and humble expression as she quickly walked towards the inn. Meanwhile, you activated your breath-concealing technique, silently following behind. At Yangxin Hospital on the 12th floor of the inpatient department in the director's office, Zhang Dihai sat behind his desk, playing with an expensive fountain pen. This was an office decorated in extreme luxury, sharply contrasting with the noisy and crowded wards outside. Zhang Dihai sat in a wide, genuine leather executive chair, casually playing with an expensive fountain pen. He was somewhat balding, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing like a benevolent elder. However, behind the lenses, his eyes sparkled with greed and cunning. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Qing pushed the door open, a perfectly balanced mix of flattery and anxiety on her face. Dr. Zhang, I apologize for disturbing you. I've raised some money again. Could you see to ease medication? Oh, it's little Lu. Zhang Dihai leisurely set down his pen and pointed to the chair opposite him. He did not rush to discuss money, but instead observed Lu Qing with the gaze of a cat, playing with a mouse. There's no rush regarding money. Yi's condition is quite complex. Our relying solely on medication isn't a long-term solution. He sighed, appearing sympathetic, while inwardly he was sneering. In reality, this was an unexpected windfall for him. As a mole planted by the heart-eating cult in Wu City's medical system, he was originally tasked with collecting samples of certain blood types. However, he didn't expect to discover the treasure that was Lu Yi, a latent wood element ability awakener. She was an exceptional pure body filled with vitality. If sacrificed to the gods, how much divine favor could he gain? He had yet to report this to his superiors at the cult's guard or the mysterious judicator. Because he had selfish motives. The heart-eating cult is currently being heavily suppressed in the Federation and resources are scarce. If I were to directly hand over these sisters, the major credit would surely be taken by the higher-ups, and I'd barely get a... But if I can control them first using my medical skills and the secret methods of the cult to extract that little girl's vitality, perhaps I could break through to the 8th or 9th stage of chi and blood, or even enter the opening stage. Then I can offer them up. By that time, I too could don the black robe, or even the blood robe, becoming a high-ranking member of the cult. Thinking of this, Zhang Dihai's greed grew like wild grass. He loved to see these ants struggle in despair, ultimately kneeling at his feet to beg for their lives. Little Lu. Zhang Dihai stood up, walked around the desk, approaching Lu Qing, his voice taking on an ambiguous tone. Actually, besides money, there are other ways. He was lost in the pleasure of weaving his own dreams and controlling everything, completely unaware that the heavy wooden door of the office had not been fully closed. Nor did he notice a ghostly figure silently slipping into his territory. Just as Zhang Dihai reached out to pat Lu Qing's shoulder. Swish! A faint sound of air slicing past his ear was heard. Although he had reached the 7th stage of chi and blood through medication, Zhang Dihai's reflexes were not slow. He instinctively sensed danger and was about to turn around and shout angrily who. But the speed of the intruder was too fast. Faster than his comprehension. A long, powerful hand grasped the back of his neck like a vice. Bang! A terrifying spiral force mixed with the cold and piercing energy of the Xian water surged into his body, instantly breaching his fragile defenses and accurately cutting off the nerve signals in his cervical spine. Ugh! Zhang Dihai didn't even have time to scream, his eyes rolling back as his body went limp like a noodle. You caught his collapsing body and threw him back into the executive chair. Mr. Li. Lu Qing covered her mouth. Although she had been mentally prepared, witnessing you instantly eliminate a cultist still made... Shoo! You made a silencing gesture and did not stop your actions. You extended your finger, its tip glowing with a faint blue light, and tapped on several vital points on Zhang Dihai's body, including the heart, Yu Qi Si, and Guan Yuan. This was the pulse sealing technique you created during the last simulation, combining human anatomy charts and Xian water. The power of Xian water transformed into countless tiny shackles, completely sealing off his chi and blood circulation pathways and vocal cord muscles. This isn't what the plan was. Lu Qing became somewhat flustered. Plans can't keep up with changes. You coldly gazed at Zhang Dihai, who lay slumped in the chair unconscious, but with his chi completely locked. This guy is a mole for the cult, who knows if he has any self-destruct mechanisms. Is it possible he has some alarm hidden? He must be thoroughly incapacitated with his meridian sealed to ensure your sister's absolute safety. If he gets desperate and takes your sister hostage, it would be troublesome. More importantly, you must leave in advance. It is now 11:20. During the lunch break, the corridor is less crowded. 1210 p.m. On the streets of Wu City, sirens tore through the afternoon's stillness. 3 armored vehicles painted in deep black like iron behemoths plowed through traffic and raced toward Yangxin Hospital. Inside the center vehicle, Lu Qing huddled in a corner, her face ashen. She clutched the file satchel full of evidence so tightly that her fingertips had sunk into the craft paper. Lu Qing finally broke the carriage's dead silence. Zhang Dihai may be a doctor, but he is truly treacherous. What if he senses something is wrong and escapes? You plan to storm in so ostentatiously. The leader in the front passenger seat turned his head. He was a tall, lean, austere investigator named Gao Yu. Stop your fussing, Gao Yu said coldly. Do you think this is a film set? Now that you are riding in the Censor Bureau's vehicle, this area is under our control. Others have already arrived ahead. We are only responsible for the perimeter lockdown and the subsequent sweep. The deputy director himself arrived on site 5 minutes ago. The deputy director? Lu Qing was struck dumb. The deputy director of Wuyu City's Censor Bureau was a feared presence at the Fuyao realm. They mobilized such a powerhouse just to arrest a single doctor. Gao Yu paid her no heed. A long-suppressed killing intent flickered in his gaze. We have not carried out a purge of this scale in the urban district of Wuyu City for a long time. Usually on the border we deal with exotic beasts and non-human tribes. The Shirxin cult. Its resurgence after decades is for us not merely a case, but a blood feud. Meanwhile in the real world, a rented room. Liang stared at the glowing screen, a slight lift of his brow. He noticed the detail. The simulator's playback mode had changed. Moments earlier he had plainly seen Lu Qing enter the Censor Bureau's gates. At first he thought it a trick of his senses, but as Gao Yu and Lu Qing's dialogue unfolded, the text on the screen blurred and transformed into a holographic-like real-time image. The simulator switched modes automatically, Liang realized. The upgraded simulator seemed to automatically track critical points of causality. Because Lu Qing's report directly exposed the Shirxin cult's stronghold, it generated a large number of fate points. The system skipped over Liang's trivial travel and anchored the view at the center of the storm. The screen shimmered and pierced Yangxin Hospital's heavy outer walls, descending into the deathly silent director's office on the 12th floor. Yangxin Hospital Director's Office. 1220 p.m. The office was utterly still. Zhang Dihai remained slumped in the leather boss chair, unable to move. Suddenly the heavy shadow in the corner of the office twisted minutely. There was no sound of a door opening, no footsteps. A tall, lithe figure unexpectedly stepped from the void, as if she had always stood there. She had neat short hair and wore a black close-fitting combat suit. Her frame was slender and elegant, her features coldly beautiful, a black-sheathed Tang-style saber slung across her back. She was not an ordinary censor officer. She bore none of the standardized aura of slaughter. Instead, she exuded a wind-born, unsoiled transcendence. This was Lung Yuan, deputy director of Wuyu City Censor Bureau, a genuine fearsome powerhouse. Lung Yuan walked to the desk, glanced indifferently at Zhang Dihai, and extended a gloved hand that hovered and pressed over his brow. Indeed, such a malignant foundation. Shuiyan's soul-devouring body-tempering technique. Lung Yuan snorted, then slid her fingers down to the large vertebra at the base of Zhang's neck. That was precisely where he had been struck earlier. A rare flash of astonishment passed through Lung Yuan's eye. She hooked a finger gently. A faint, tenuous, pale blue breath was forcibly drawn from deep within Zhang's body and coiled around her fingertip like a little serpent. It was the residual Xinshui power and Dailang surge force. A water-type ability. No. This is heavier, more domineering. Lung Yuan closed her eyes as if reconstructing the recent fight from that wisp of breath. The strike showed no hesitation. From concealment to sudden assault to subduing the enemy, not more than 2 seconds. The acupoint sealing method was seasoned and ruthless. Every finger pressed the edge of vital points, crippling him while leaving him alive. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Such precise mastery of the Bodish structure belonged to a hand steeped in the ways of killing and warfare for many years. But Lung Yuan frowned slightly. Why is there such a youthful, vigorous life force woven into this residual breath? She did not undo Zhang Dihai's bindings. Instead, she produced a special sealed crystal vial and carefully entombed the pale blue breath within it. Interesting. Since when has Wuyu City produced such an unassuming junior? I will remember this, Jia, my pulse. Lung Yuan's figure blurred and merged back into the shadows. 30 seconds later, with a thunderous crash, Gao Yu led a special response team and forced the door open. Back in the real world, Liang exhaled a sour breath, his eyes filled with dread. Fearsome warriors. They can actually extract residual energy breaths from a corpse. That meant if Liang ever displayed the same heterodox ability and force before Lung Yuan, his identity would be exposed in an instant. Liang, however, quickly composed himself. Knowing now was better than discovering later. After all, this was only a simulation. The simulator continued to run. At that moment, you did not know the fearsome powerhouse had already fixed upon your residual breath. You did not hasten to leave Wuyu City because you knew the entire city was on lockdown. Any abnormal behavior would arouse suspicion. You first visited Wuyu City's underground black market, spending heavily to purchase intelligence. Then you went to the busiest subway station in the city center. You found a row of self-service storage lockers and manipulated them with practiced hands. You did not destroy the phone used to contact Lu Qing. Instead, you powered it down and locked it together with a pre-prepared craft paper file satchel into the locker. Inside the satchel, there was a single sheet of paper bearing your message. Zhang Dihai is only the tip of the iceberg. The Shirxin cult's conspiracy in Jiangnan province has never ceased. Their sights are fixed on the seed of tomorrow. Signed, Du Lang. The words were misleading, yet carried a note of warning. You knew full well that even if the intelligence were handed over now, the Wu Yu City branch might not be able to trace it to Longnan Yizhong 1,000 miles away. Yet the existence of this pledge of allegiance built a bridge for seeking help. Having done so, you pulled your hat low and left. You avoided all main roads and used the black car channel you met in the underground fight pit in the last simulation, slipping overnight into the Kangwu Mountains north of Wu Yu City. The mountains here were high and densely forested, their magnetic fields chaotic. Hide here for half a month, watch the true colors of Wu Yu City's officials, then decide. You crawled into a damp cave and drew your combat blade. Rain began to patter outside the mouth of the cave. You sat in the dark as if one with the ancient mountain. A hidden dragon lies in the abyss, biding its time for storm and thunder. In the medical center of the Alien Cult Examination Bureau in Wu Yu City, precise instruments emitted a regular. Lu Yi lay quietly in the life support pod filled with nutrient solution, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath so faint as if it might cease at any moment. Lu Qing stood outside the glass window, her hands pressed together against her forehead, her knuckles white from the exertion, eyes filled with prayer and fear. Let's begin. In the ward, Lung Yuan stood beside the pod, not wearing her imposing combat uniform, but instead dressed in casual clothes. Yet her cool demeanor still made the surrounding medical staff afraid to breathe. Virum, a pure vibrant azure energy, surged from her palm, instantly penetrating the thick glass and nutrient solution, gently enveloping Lu Yi's frail body. This was a technique of a Fuyao realm expert. Qi infusion, cleansing the marrow and vessels. In Lung Yuan's perception, there was a dense green light within the girl, tightly entwined and suppressed by several sinister black threads. That was the vitality disruption technique planted by Zhang Dihai. Break it, Lung Yuan said softly as the azure energy transformed into countless tiny blades that precisely severed those black threads. Boom. As the restrictions were lifted, the long-accumulated wood-based essence within Lu Yi erupted like a seed, encountering a long-awaited rain, suddenly bursting forth with astonishing vitality. The once wilted blood energy began to boil, and the lifeless meridians resumed their rhythm under the direct protection and guidance of a Fuyao realm expert. The natural awakening process that originally required a long time was accelerated at an incredible speed. In just 20 minutes, the nutrient solution in the life support pod became clear at a visible rate. Click. The pod door opened. The girl, who was once on the verge of death, slowly opened her eyes at this moment, illuminating the entire ward. Her hair rapidly transformed into a vibrant emerald green from the roots, and her previously murky pupils became clear, as if containing the lush greenery of an entire forest. Sister. Although Lu Yi's voice was still weak, it no longer carried the detached feeling of a dying person. Yi. Lu Qing could no longer hold herself back. Disregarding the nurse's obstruction, she rushed over and embraced her sitting sister. The long-accumulated fear, despair, and grievance transformed into a flood of tears at that moment. It's all right. It's all right. Sister is here. Although Lu Yi did not understand what had happened, she was in a daze. Yet she thoughtfully reached out her hand, gently patting her sister's trembling back, whispering comfortingly, "Sister, don't cry, I'm fine now, it doesn't hurt anymore." Lung Yuan stood aside, quietly watching this warm scene, a slight, barely noticeable ripple passing through her icy mountain-like eyes. It seemed she recalled some past event, or perhaps it was simply a moment of pure emotion. After a long time, when Lu Qing had calmed down and turned to kneel in gratitude, Lung Yuan suddenly spoke up, her tone still indifferent, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Who helped you? With your qi and blood at the 7th stage, it is impossible for you to obtain such a detailed pathological analysis, let alone subdue Zhang Dihai in an instant." Lu Qing's body stiffened, the figure of that mysterious boy flashing through her mind, recalling his instructions before. "No one helped me." Lu Qing gritted her teeth, lowering her head, her tone resolute. "I discovered the clues myself, and it was I who ambushed Zhang Dihai when he was unprepared. If someone must be captured, then take me, but it has nothing to do with my sister." Lung Yuan gazed deeply at her. As a Fuyao realm warrior with powerful spiritual strength, how could she not see that Lu Qing was lying? But she did not expose her nor press further. "If you want to take revenge on the cult, you all need to train hard." After saying this, Lung Yuan turned and left her black trench coat slicing through the air with a graceful arc. Kangwu Mountain Range, unknown cave. The next day in the morning. The mist between the mountains had yet to disperse, the air humid and fresh. You sat cross-legged on the damp rocks, engaged in deep meditation. After a whole day of recovery, your spirit and vitality had returned to their peak thanks to the enhancement of your hard work, talent. Confident that in this chaotic magnetic field, where even satellites found it hard to scan, you would not be traced, even if the Examination Bureau conducted a thorough search for 3 days. However, just as you were about to conclude your meditation, bang, your heart skipped a beat. There was no killing intent, and the sounds of wind and birds remained unchanged. But the source of your dimensional secret treasure, the Xian Shui spirit body, suddenly began to go into a frenzy with alarms. That feeling was akin to a fish in the deep sea encountering an impending tsunami. It was a tremor born of primal instinct. Yet oddly, your finely honed instincts, forged through countless life and death trials, felt completely off at this moment, unable to detect any specific source of threat. You suddenly opened your eyes, wanting to rise. "Young friend, what are you doing hiding in this deep mountain forest?" With your age, shouldn't you be in class at school now? Suddenly, a gentle elderly voice reminiscent of a neighborly grandfather unexpectedly sounded behind you. There were no footsteps, no fluctuations in airflow, and not even a speck of dust was disturbed. He appeared out of thin air in your absolute safe zone. Your body instantly stiffened, cold sweat cascading down your forehead like a waterfall. You did not dare to turn around, nor could you move a muscle, because you felt the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Your body was no longer under your control, as if you were a bug encased in amber, your life and death no longer your own. This sense of oppression exceeded even the fear brought by the masked figure in your last simulation. Junior, Longnan Liang. You forcibly suppressed the turmoil in your heart, struggling to speak, your voice dry. May I ask which senior this is? Liang, if it really is you. A cold, sharp female voice interrupted your sentence. It was Lung Yuan's voice. She had also arrived. Xiao Lao, stop wasting time with this kid. Let's take him back to the bureau for questioning. There was a hint of impatience in Lung Yuan's tone. Ha ha, Xiao Lung, don't be in such a hurry. Don't scare the little friend. The elderly voice remained cheerful, exuding a sense of calm and composure. Scare? I don't think so. Lung Yuan sneered. He's quite bold. Trespassing into a hospital, seriously injuring a doctor, and even daring to impersonate an envoy from the alien cult examination bureau. These charges alone are enough for him to rot in the black prison until he dies. Oh, don't speak so seriously. The old man seemed to be pleading for you. Young people having a sense of justice is a good thing. Although the methods were a bit radical, it was ultimately to save someone. In my opinion, why not give him a chance? Punish him to graduate from high school before joining the examination bureau. You listened to the double act, behind you, cold sweat soaking your clothes. You knew that all your trump cards and disguises had become transparent before these two. Sorry, seniors. I was wrong, and am willing to accept punishment. In the face of absolute power, any justification seemed pale, and only a correct attitude might earn you a glimmer. Turn around. Lung Yuan said lightly. You took a deep breath and slowly turned around. What met your eyes were two people. The person on the left was none other than the deputy director of the examination bureau, Lung Yuan. She still wore her black combat uniform, her hand resting on a tang knife, her gaze sharp as a blade, radiating the aura of a Fuyao realm expert. The one on the right was an elderly man dressed in a white training suit with white hair and beard. He looked ordinary, like an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park, with no hint of a powerful presence. Under the eyes of Zhao Zongtian and Lung Yuan, you fell silent for a long while. Though you wore a mask of composure and kept your head bowed, your heart had long been churned by tempestuous turmoil. Before you decided to lie low in the Kangwu Mountains, you had indeed imagined the possibility that your location might be exposed, and you had rehearsed contingency plans for capture by the authorities. In your scenarios, provoking a Shanghai realm master to come after you was already the utmost. Your imagination, but you never expected that standing before you would be a legendary Shuntong realm figure, a terrifying presence perched atop the Federation's pyramid, capable of altering rules and meddling with causality. Before him, even the slightest fluctuation in the rhythm of your heartbeat could be read as 1,000 truths. Lying to a god. This was the first time in your 2 lives you had ever attempted it. I must risk it. This is the ultimate test of my acting, you told yourself through gritted teeth. Child, I know what you were worrying about, Zhao Zongtian said, sensing your hesitation. The grandfatherly smile on his face faded, and the genial air that had surrounded him receded. You felt the weary sorrow that his long years had carved into him. In my life, I have fought the Shixin Jiao and such cults for 60 years, he said. 45 years ago, my wife detonated herself amid the cult's encirclement to cover our retreat. 10 years ago, my eldest son, on an undercover mission, had his identity exposed. They skinned him, flayed him, and fashioned his skin into a lantern hung upon their altar. The old man's voice was calm, yet the air trembled with the ripple of his emotion. Even the mountain wind seemed to carry the scent of blood. Which one of us in the examination bureau does not bear a sea of blood and vengeance? Zhao Zongtian looked you squarely in the eye and said, word by deliberate word, if you cannot trust the uniform, then at least trust this solitary old man. If you are innocent, if your heart is for the human race, I will be your greatest bulwark. His words struck you like a hammer. You felt the heavy weight in the Grandmaster's speech. This was not acting, it was a vow forged in blood and tears. You could also see he was a resolute guardian of humanity, vehemently anti-cult and a heterospecies, and opposed to any notion of surrender. You drew a deep breath, set your expression solemn, and performed a deep bow to Zhao Zongtian, bending at the waist to a full 90 degrees. Great Grandmaster, your house is full of martyrs who cleave the path for humanity, accept the bow of Liang. I mean no doubt of your stance, only that I am too young. I have seen little of the world, your auras simply stun me. That bow was both genuine respect for a hero and a deliberate delaying tactic. You needed those seconds to compose your emotions and to weave the perfect lie that might deceive a Shintong master. When you rose, your gaze hardened into a semblance of resolve. Sirs, the matter is long to tell. You began your performance. Half a year ago, I was only at the 4th stage of Cayenne blood, frustrated with my training. Unable to make progress, you said you had taken solitary walks along the Longjiang's bank to clear your mind. You slowed your voice, even describing the night breeze and the moonlight to lend the story authenticity. Lung Yuan beside you twitched her brow and darkened. She was decisive and impatient with meandering narration. Stop. She wanted to cut in. Why not start from your birth? This is an interrogation, not a memoir. But as she opened her mouth, Zhao Zongtian raised a hand and gently stopped her. Let him speak. Do not break the child's. The elder regarded you with warmth. Take your time, the more detailed the better. You shot a grateful glance at Elder Zhao and continued. That night, I walked and suddenly saw a strange faint blue light flickering among the reeds by the Longjiang's bank. Curiosity overpowered me. Though afraid, I ran over to inspect. I found a crystalline blue flower float. The moment I reached out, the flower shattered with a bang, dissolving into a ribbon of blue smoke that shot straight into my... You paused on purpose, letting your body tremble faintly. Then I fainted. When I woke, my cultivation had inexplicably leapt to the 6th stage of Cayenne blood, and I had awakened a water-filled... Worse still, your pupils constricted, and your voice quickened with fear. A memory that was not mine had appeared in my mind. It resembled a prophecy of the future or a plan forcefully implanted by someone. The memory was full of terrible words. You began to cast out the keywords that could shake the entire Federation: Shixin Jiao, Wanxin Tianxin, Shengyu Jiao, and a horrifying ritual called Shuiying Ti Ming. In that memory, I saw 2 blood-red crystals, you said. The voice called them, Erming Shuihuan Yao. At those 5 words, Zhao Zongtian's eyelids twitched. The hand that had been idly handling a crystal vial clenched tight. You did not stop and continued to pour out information. The memory said Shixin Jiao used a special secret art to plant a mental suggestion in Lu Xie, the genius of the Lu family of Haiqing. They arranged matters in Longnan, causing Lu Xie to go to Chonglin Park in Longnan on December 13th of New Martial Year 126, the winter before the examinations, to retrieve a treasure. It was not a providence, but a trap. The anomalous ice lotus contained the egg of an Erming Shuihuan Yao. Once swallowed, one would be parasitized and replaced. And there is a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask. His presence is terrifying. Far stronger than a Kaiyuan realm by countless degrees. The memory named him the Fuyao realm adjudicator. Also, the hinge of their plan is in Wuyue City. A coach named Lu Qing. You finished in one breath, pale and gasping, as if recalling those scenes had drained you. This information is true, you said. I did touch a blue flower. These memories were in my mind. I came to Wuyue City to investigate Lu Qing precisely to verify whether the intelligence in my head was real. The cave fell into complete silence. Lung Yuan remained silent. As a Fuyao realm, with formidable spiritual force, she had been sensing the subtle fluctuations of your emotions the whole time. She could clearly tell that when you narrated the riverbank encounter, your feelings were fluttery and nervous, and your heartbeat showed minute irregularities. But when you mentioned concrete details, Shuiying Ti Ming, Erming Shuowen Yao, the ghost-masked man, your fear, fury, and urgency were unmistakably real. Even your soul seemed to tremble. Such a confession, half true and half false, is the hardest to wholly deny, she judged inwardly. The most cunning lie is 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. Zhao Zongtian's face had grown exceedingly grim. From the moment he heard Erming Shuowen Yao and Fuyao realm ghost masked man, the usually genial elder's aura began to surge violently. Erming Shuowen Yao, what audacity! He exclaimed. Those abominations, nearly extinct since ancient times, are filth bred to steal the fate of the human race. I did not expect they would actually produce them. 2 at once. What gall! These cultish fiends would dare put their hand into our highest academy and sever the backbone of our people at the root. Zhao Zongtian could no longer restrain his wrath. He let out a roar that sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, bearing the supreme will of a Shintong realm master. That roar should have shattered the cave and echoed across the Kangwu range, yet you were startled to find it did not escape. Not even a blade of grass at the cave mouth was stirred. Unnoticed, the interior of the cave had been wrapped in a faint, outside wind, and birdsong fell away as if this pocket of space had been temporarily erased from the world. It was Zhao Zongtian's Shintong technique, Ingwujingjia. He had activated the ability the instant you began to divulge the intelligence, severing all causal links between this place and the outside. Zhao Zongtian exhaled and forced down his anger. He turned and regarded you with a long, fathoming look. His gaze no longer bore mere scrutiny. It carried a measure of elderly approval toward a junior, and a faint, almost hidden... He knew your account contained fabrications. Yet for a grandmaster who cares for humanity, if your heart is red, if the intelligence you bring is true, he would take responsibility for the rest. Liang, Zhao Zongtian said as he stepped forward and patted your shoulder, his tone gentle yet solemn. You are brave. I know you bear secrets. I know it is not easy for one so young to carry such terror and speak as you have. But you did the right thing. Because of you, we will no longer be blind to this. If they truly drove their nails into Shuangxing, the consequences would be dire. Old Zhao, what now? Lung Yuan asked in a low voice. Do we mobilize headquarters forces immediately and deploy? No, not yet. Zhao Zongtian shook his head, eyes gleaming with the cunning of an old hunter. If they want to put on a show, then we will play along to the end. He turned to you, voice grave. Liang, listen. From today, I will personally take this case and classify its level top secret. I will accompany you through this period as your shadow. Lung Yuan, you will follow closely and protect him. We will move without a sound, disturbing no one, until the day of December 13th arrives. A cold gleam of killing intent crossed the elder's eyes, a majesty born of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We leave for Longnan immediately. I will hand them a present at the very moment they think their plan is about to succeed. As the words fell, Zhao Zongshan's smile remained unchanged, yet his figure flickered like a specter appearing unexpectedly. A frail yet warm hand gently rested on your shoulder. You barely had time to react before a wave of irresistible gentle power surged into your consciousness. All five senses faded, plunging your world into absolute darkness and silence. You fainted. In the cave, only Zhao Zongtian and Lung Yuan remained. Looking at the youth slumped against the rock, a rare look of urgency and complexity appeared on Lung Yuan's usually eyes. Zhao Lao. She stepped forward, speaking rapidly. This kid is definitely not right. His story about finding treasure by the river is full of holes. Based on my analysis of the energy fluctuations, the water element source within him is exceptionally pure and dominant. It's highly likely that he is a secret treasure born from a high-level dimensional ripple. And yet with just a dimensional treasure, he managed to advance to the 9th stage of blood and energy in just half a year. And his foundation is terrifyingly solid. This defies the common logic of martial arts. The more Lung Yuan spoke, the more anxious she became, as if listing your crimes. What's even more suspicious is that so many powerful beings in the Federation have obtained dimensional treasures. Yet I've never heard of anyone receiving a prophecy inheritance. This feels like a carefully woven trap. Moreover, during the divine ability confrontation, he dared to go to great lengths to weave half-truths and half-lies. This is simply audacious. Such a terrifying mindset, how could it belong to a mere high school student? He comes from a poor background with both parents deceased. How could he possess such cunning methods and insights? Moreover, he is from Longnan, so close to the border and chaotic zones, he is highly likely to have been trained as a spy since child. At this point, Lung Yuan paused and took a deep breath. Her tone suddenly shifted, becoming exceptionally firm. I believe he did not deceive us regarding the cult's conspiracy. The urgency he displayed when saving Lu Yi cannot. In the hospital, he could have ignored the situation, yet he took the risk of exposure to subdue Zhang Dihai, even leaving that warning letter behind. A spy sent for infiltration would never engage in such unnecessary and dangerous actions. His desire to help others is genuine. Lung Yuan looked at Zhao Zongtian, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Zhao Lao, even though he has many doubts surrounding him, he is definitely not a lackey of the cult. Throwing him into a black jail for interrogation would ruin him. This is Lung Yuan, cold and sharp on the outside, yet with a warm heart within. Though she spoke of your many suspicions, she was actually using this first suppress, then uplift method to block any potential murderous thoughts. Zhao Zongtian might have desperately trying to protect you. Zhao Zongtian looked at the tense Lung Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze a playful mix. Little Lung, you girl. The old man shook his head, his eyes filled with kindness. You've said so much bad about that Liang kid, exposing all his secrets. Isn't it just to preemptively speak for the old man, making it awkward for me to punish him again? Is that right or not? Lung Yuan's face flushed as she turned her head defiantly, having been seen through. In merely being realistic. Rest assured, Zhao Zongtian put away his smile, his gaze falling on your unconscious form, becoming deep and distant. I've lived this long and seen more than you have eaten rice. This kid indeed hasn't fully disclosed everything to us. He harbors great secrets. His techniques are ruthless and his temperament mature. He truly does not resemble a young person. Though he comes from the border, this only adds to his purity. At this point, Zhao Zongtian suddenly raised his hand, pointing to his own eyes, his tone carrying a hint of pride that looked, Little Lung, don't forget why I can firmly sit as the director of the Alien Cult Examination Bureau in Suang City. Lung Yuan was taken aback, then seemed to realize something, her expression becoming solemn. Is it because? Exactly, Zhao Zongtian said lightly. It is because I have mastered the causal divine ability. In front of these eyes, anyone associated with cults, as long as their cultivation is lower than mine. Even if they are well hidden, the black threads of causation on them cannot escape my gaze. If he has indeed already sided with the cult, or if there is even the slightest trace of him willingly offering sacrifices to the evil gods within his soul, in my eyes he would already be as black as coal. The old man looked at you, his tone resolute. But this kid's causation line is very clean. Moreover, when he dealt with the evil doctor incident, although his methods were ruthless, he did not hide his bottom line, he was clearly so perceptive and bold, knowing we were coming, yet he still chose to trust us instead of fleeing for his life. Just based on this, he is absolutely not a spy for the cult. Cults cannot produce such seeds. Hearing this, Lung Yuan sighed in relief, but then became puzzled. So what are you going to do? Since you trust him, why still need? Zhao Zongtian gave a bitter smile and sighed. I am not going to punish him. On the contrary, I am doing this to protect. This kid is indeed a monstrous talent, and his mind surpasses that of ordinary people. However, he, after all, is still a high school student. Bound by age and experience, he is still a practitioner at the blood and energy realm. The old man's expression became extremely serious. The methods of the heart-eating cult are hard to guard against. If that ghost-faced person from the ascending realm used soul-searching techniques, or even higher-level mind control on him, the information in his mind, even the details of his lies, would instantly be exposed. At that time, not only would our plans fail, but he would also die. Therefore, I must leave him some survival measures. Upon hearing the term restrictions, Lung Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and she was about to speak out to stop him. Little Lung. Zhao Zongtian raised his hand to stop her, his tone unyielding. This is a necessary measure. Although both you and I trust him and believe he has no issues. But what if he himself is unaware that there is a problem? What if someone of a higher status has tampered with him? What if his memories have really been manipulated? What if there are deeper suggestions? We must guard against this. Furthermore, this restriction will lock away his memories about our involvement. Only when facing cultists, if he feels isolated and helpless, will his fear and reactions be the most genuine. Only in this way can we deceive those old foxes. Lung Yuan fell silent. She understood that this was for the greater good and the only way for Liang to survive. However, such measures were somewhat cruel for a young man. Rest assured, Zhao Zongtian looked at the sleeping youth, a hint of remorse flashing in his eyes. I will be careful. I will only seal away his memory of meeting us today and will not pry into his past privacy. And this is the bottom line of being a grandmaster of the human race. If things conclude smoothly, this restriction will automatically lift and turn into nourishment for his soul. At that time, I will personally apologize to him and take him as my closing disciple. What would be the harm? Having said that, Zhao Zongtian no longer hesitated. He extended his thin, frail finger, and a glimmer of golden light appeared at his fingertip. Seal. With his low shout, the golden light entered your brow. Deep within your consciousness, a golden chain quietly formed. It did not violently flip through the river of your memories, but rather precisely cut the time segment of this moment. It wrapped and sealed all memories regarding Zhao Zongtian, Lung Yuan, and the fishing plan in layers at the very bottom of consciousness. Unless specific triggering conditions occur, such as Zhao Zongtian personally unsealing it or passing the time node of December 13th. Otherwise, this memory would seem as if it had never existed. Then he replaced your memory with that of you returning to your hometown in Longnan after concluding the action in Wuyue City. Confirming that the examination bureau was trustworthy, you immediately purchased a train ticket home with a fake identity acquired from the black market. After doing all this, Zhao Zongtian's face turned slightly pale. Clearly, performing such a meticulous and subtle divine ability that did not harm the recipient was no small drain on him. All right, take him back to Longnan. Remember, from now on, he is the bait and we are the hidden hunters. Deep within the Kangwu mountain range, Zhao Zongtian's withered hand pressed upon your shoulder. Golden light erupted instantly from his divine ability. It surged straight toward your brow, the seat of your spiritual consciousness. Seal. With this low command from the Grand Master, an overwhelming force of cosmic law attempted to forcibly rewrite your cognition, stripping away and sealing the memories concerning the inspection bureau and the honey trap operation, while implanting a fabricated narrative that you had returned alone from solitary cultivation. Yet at the very instant that golden radiance neared your soul, deep within your mind, the long-dormant simulator suddenly blazed with brilliant light. Warning. Detected psychic interference. Initiating active defense protocol. Defense successful. Virtual personality mirror generated. A miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Your true consciousness was instantly drawn upward, hovering serenely above the highest stratum of your spiritual sea. You observed everything below with the detached calm of a silent, impassive witness, while beneath you a simulated Liang conjured by the simulator stood in flawless synchronization. He perfectly mirrored Zhao Zongtian's technique, displaying bewilderment, inner struggle, and finally placid acceptance, as though his memories had truly been sealed. Your body went slack and collapsed backward. Lung Qian reacted instantly, catching you before you fell. She brushed dust from your clothes, her gaze lingering pensively upon your youthful, unlined face. Even for him, performing such exquisitely precise karmic surgery was no trivial feat. It is done, he declared confidently, nodding once. Your body went slack and collapsed backward. Lung Qian reacted instantly, catching you before you fell. She brushed dust from your clothes, her gaze lingering pensively upon your youthful, unlined face. Then with effortless ease she lifted you by the back of your collar like a fledgling chick. Let's go, take him home. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, Zhao Zongtian conjured a shimmering golden aura of primordial energy enveloping all three of you. Ascend. In the next breath your bodies defied gravity, rising smoothly into the air. Then Zhao Zongtian stepped forward, one stride, and space itself folded. The surrounding landscape stretched into streaks of blurred light. Simultaneously, an eerie black ripple emanated from Lung Qian's form. Shadow element ability, void shadow vanishing. This obsidian wave fused seamlessly with Zhao Zongtian's golden radiance, erasing your presences entirely from reality, sight, scent, aura, even karmic resonance. Not even satellite surveillance, nor a Fuyao realm expert, standing face-to-face, could detect the three of you. Though your body drifted in apparent unconsciousness, your true awareness, channeled through the simulator, observed every detail with razor-sharp clarity. So this is how high-tier cultivators traverse distances. Unbelievably swift. In merely half an hour, the streaking light dissolved and solid ground reasserted itself beneath your feet. You had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Undetected by gods or demons alike, you descended silently into a secluded corner of the Longnan City long-distance bus station. We have arrived. Zhao Zongtian glanced toward the bustling cityscape of Longnan, his gentle expression vanishing in an instant, replaced by the cold, predatory sharpness of a seasoned hunter. His figure flickered and dissolved into the void. Lung Qian gently lowered you onto a roadside bench. Her eyes lingered on you as she murmured softly, "I'm sorry." Her body then liquefied, transforming into a pool of living shadow that flowed like ink across the pavement before slipping soundlessly into your own shadow. Shadow-embedded presence. The ultimate close protection technique of Fuyao Realm Master now lay concealed beneath your very feet, ready at any moment to draw her blade for your sake. Your eyelashes fluttered. Slowly your eyes opened, not clouded with confusion or hesitation, but weary from a long journey, yet suffused with quiet relief at returning home. How did I fall asleep at the station? You massaged your temples, glancing around at the familiar surroundings. The newly implanted memory clicked seamlessly in a place you just returned from US City, aboard an unlicensed minibus. Exhausted, you dozed off briefly on the bench. At last, I'm home. Shouldering your backpack, you brushed dust from your trousers and strode purposefully toward home. Everything proceeded precisely according to plan, even better than planned. Returning to your familiar weathered rental apartment, you dropped your pack and immediately pulled out your phone, dialing a well-known number. Beep, beep. Hey, you brat. Finally decided to call. From the other end came Wu Changhe's unmistakable voice. Gruff, fiery, yet laced with unmistakable concern. Half a month. Exactly 14 days. If you hadn't called soon, I'd have filed a missing person report. Hearing that beloved voice, a warm, genuine smile curved your lips. I've worried you, teacher. Your tone was sincere. I undertook a secluded, intensive cultivation retreat deep in the mountains. Cultivation? More like vacation, I bet. Though Wu Changhe feigned sternness. His voice softened noticeably. Well, still got all your limbs. Yes, and my progress has been substantial. You replied with quiet confidence. Tomorrow I'll return to school to clear my leave. I'll show you something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Better be no shock, just surprise. Wu Changhe retorted with a chuckle. All right, since you're back, rest well tonight. Come early tomorrow. I'll test you thoroughly. Let's see if you've slacked off. If you've regressed, I'll skin you alive. Understood, Teacher Wu. Tomorrow you'll witness exactly how far I've come. You hung up, not letting the presence of your unseen guardian sway your discipline, but rather reinforcing it. After dinner, you entered the narrow living room, not speaking aloud, but immediately commencing your nightly ritual. Qiulong stance, feet gripping the earth like dragon claws, spine coiling like a celestial serpent. You slipped instantly into profound stillness, breath flowing deep and steady, blood and chi coursing within you like molten mercury. Baji fist, explosive motion meeting absolute stillness. Each strike unleashing fierce, unyielding power, accompanied by crisp, resonant, bone-crackling sounds. Zongfeng, you compressed your entire Qiblood essence inward, transforming yourself into a peerless sword returned to its scabbard, its edge concealed, yet radiating lethal coiled danger. Finally, blade spirit refinement, gripping your warblade, you repeated the drawn sheath motion again and again, each unsheathing, stirring faint, undulating water element fluctuations along the blade's edge. Within the shadow beneath your feet, Lung Qian, still cloaked in void shadow vanishing, watched in silence. This youth's foundation is even sturdier than I imagined. How can such monotonous training feel as natural to him as breathing? No wonder he wields such formidable strength at so young an age. Gazing upon the sweat-drenched boy whose eyes burned with unwavering resolve, she felt a deeper measure of respect settle within her heart. Midnight struck. Having finished your practice, you showered in cold water, washing away fatigue. Then you lay down and sank swiftly into deep, tranquil sleep. Your breath steadied, your heartbeat strong and rhythmic. As moonlight spilled across the floor, your shadow rippled, as if an invisible guardian kept watch over you through the night. Though your memory had undergone minor revision, your core strategy remained unshaken. Everything proceeded flawlessly. Contact established with the Inspection Bureau in US City. The official net has been cast. Now patience. See whether another journey to the Sunset Canyon remains possible for secondary awakening. As for ascending to the Kaiyuan realm, that shall wait, for now. You never voiced such calculations aloud. Every intricate stratagem unfolded at lightning speed within your mind, utterly inaudible to the Fuyao realm guardian hidden within your shadow. Thus time flowed like a silent river. By day you were the celebrated assistant instructor at school, by night the diligent, prodigious cultivator. For 6 seemingly placid months Longnan City remained calm. No cult activity, no ominous stirrings. That so-called blood shadow life substitution scheme appeared nothing more than a distant, fading nightmare. But you knew, this was merely the hush before the storm. In the blink of an eye, the second semester of grade 10 ended. Summer vacation loomed ahead. In July, during the peak of summer, amidst the sound of cicadas, the second year of high school came to an end. The third-year students preparing for exams were still sweating it out, and as the gold medal teaching assistant, you naturally stayed. You made a careful arrangement regarding your residence. Although you had already moved most of your belongings into the teacher's dormitory on the back mountain of the school during the first semester of your second year, for the convenience of offering extra help to students and receiving guidance from Wu Changhe, you did not terminate the lease on the dim and cramped rental outside the school, but chose to renew it instead. The teacher's dormitory serves as your stage for playing the genius resplendent and under the spotlight. In contrast, the rental is your lair as a simulator used to store those secrets that cannot see the light of day, and to engage in those activities that create too much noise and are inconvenient to disclose. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is the experience you have gained through life in simulation. After a year of interaction, your relationship with Wu Changhe has long surpassed that of ordinary teacher and student. This is not only because of your demonstrated talent in 8 segments of vitality and your impeccable efforts, but also because during the 3rd simulation you had thoroughly grasped the temperament of this old rascal. You know what brand of goji tea he likes. You know he cares most about the reputation of the golden elixir and knows when he most needs a way out. Every flattery you paid landed precisely on the itchy spot, making him feel utterly comfortable. Teacher, your technique of mountain-splitting force is incredibly exquisite. I feel it's even better than what's in the textbooks. If paired with your elixirs, the effects would absolutely double. Every time you said this, Wu Changhe would laugh heartily, his eyes gleaming with delight. Because of this, you gained many conveniences unimaginable to ordinary students. For instance, you could take leave at any time to perceive nature. For example, Wu Changhe would often provide you with extra help teaching you how to counter various techniques. As early as the midterm of the second semester, you had naturally revealed your mastery of 8 segments of vitality, and you requested the book 9 Layers of Waves in Pursuit of Explosive Power. In Wu Chang's eyes, you had perfected this extremely difficult technique in just 3 months. A genius. A true genius. This was his evaluation of you. The summer vacation special training began. On this day, the sunset was like blood. In the private training ground behind the teacher's dormitory, the atmosphere was tense. You held a high-quality steel battle knife drenched in sweat, yet your gaze was strikingly sharp. Standing opposite you was Wu Changhe holding an alloy long knife, his expression calm and unruffled. Teacher, I've had some new insights into knife techniques lately and would like your help to feel the momentum of the knife. You said respectfully. Feel the momentum of the knife. Wu Changhe raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his smile. You little rascal, your confidence is quite something. You've only practiced 9 layers of waves for a few days, and you want to touch the threshold of momentum already. Fine, since you have this heart, I will oblige you. But let me warn you, since we're practicing momentum, I won't hold back like usual. Come on. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Chang's aura shifted. Though he suppressed his realm to the vitality realm, he was still a powerful figure at the origin opening realm. The combat experience and insights accumulated over decades are not something an ordinary martial artist can compare to. With a swift motion, he casually swung his long knife, producing a sharp screech in the air. It was a simple downward strike without any embellishments. But in your eyes, that knife seemed to seal off all your escape routes like a mountain crashing down upon you. Block. You took a deep breath, the essence of your Xian Shui spirit body wildly circulating. You did not choose to clash Eden. Instead, you slightly angled your battle knife, meeting it from an extremely tricky angle. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. You felt a numbness in your arm, but your feet remained firmly planted. Wu Chang's powerful strike had 3/10 of its force redirected into the air due to the angle of your blade. The remaining 7/10 surged into your body, instantly being dissipated into nothingness by your vast river-like vitality and the pliable power of Xian Shui. Oh! A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. Interesting. Deflecting force, neutralizing power, harmonizing as one. Your defense has indeed been trained to perfection. However, merely enduring blows will not cultivate momentum. Since you can withstand it, I will raise the stakes. Wu Changhe laughed heartily, slightly channeling his origin power. Though he only used a bit of origin power to enhance his speed, the scene instantly transformed. Swish, 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 swish. Wu Chang's knife suddenly moved twice as fast. You did not respond to Wu Changhe. You were panting heavily, your hands resting on your knees, sweat pouring down like rain. The price of this strike was steep. Even with the protective technique of Tsongfeng, your meridians remained unscathed. Yet the emptiness from instantly depleting 1/3 of your blood and chi reserves still left you feeling dizzy. Although you had done your utmost to minimize the burden on your body, this was the cost of an explosion of power, exchanging immense consumption for destructive force that transcended your current level. As the Jingtao strike was unleashed, the alloy long knife snapped in response. A certain shackle within your body finally shattered completely. Once your breath steadied, you closed your eyes, standing still as you immersed yourself in the profound insights of that fleeting moment. Not far away, Wu Changhe was about to step forward to check on you, but halted in his tracks upon noticing your state. As a strong practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm, he keenly sensed that you were currently in an extremely difficult enlightenment state. Such a state was rare and might never be recaptured once interrupted. Wu Changhe silently stepped aside, even holding his breath, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings to protect you. The basic knife technique, which had long been perfected but remained stuck at the final step, finally underwent a qualitative transformation. The previously rigid moves and fixed patterns dissipated in that moment. They transformed into countless clearly visible trajectories of blood and qi alongside the most essential mapping of force transmission. You understood. This secret technique, Jingtao, was akin to the instantaneous 9-layer wave blade you practiced in the remote mountains during winter break. Although they seemed to share the same principle, in reality, they were worlds apart. The instantaneous 9-layer wave blade draw from winter break, while also an explosive blade draw, was dead. You had forcibly compressed your blood and qi using Tsongfeng, stuffing them into your meridians like filling a cannon, then crudely igniting the explosion. While it was powerful, the initial motion was clumsy, causing significant damage to your meridians, representing a mere form without understanding its essence. But now this strike was alive. This essence was not some mysterious state, but true meaning, the principle. You had harmonized the accumulation principle of Tsongfeng with the explosive technique of dialing. On the levels of human anatomy and meridian dynamics, you had perfectly dissected and reorganized them. You discovered the golden route with the least resistance to blood and chi flow, the fastest explosive speed, and the lowest burden. With intent, focused power surged. A single thought, and your blood, chi, and muscles instantly adjusted to their optimal state. There was no need to deliberately gather strength, no need to adjust your breathing. Even a casual slash contained the terrifying force of 9 layered waves. The speed of the blade was like lightning, the eruption as fierce as a tidal wave. This was not merely an epiphany, it was the inevitable result of understanding the structure of the human body and the laws of physics to their utmost. It was a chemical reaction arising from the accumulation of countless dead drills under the catalysis of talent. Basic knife technique, perfected. So this is what perfection is. Returning to simplicity, every move, every stance aligns with the principles of the blade. You slowly opened your eyes, the brilliance in your gaze subsiding, your breath becoming gentle as jade. Looking at the broken knife fragments on the ground, a sense of clarity arose within you. This step may seem simple, but the martial theory and meridian calculations involved are astonishingly vast. This is the distinction between genius and ordinary person. That flicker of insight is something countless people long for, but cannot attain. Without the support of a blade path, genius blew, even with my perseverance. Practicing day and night without rest to reach this step would likely require at least several years of grinding effort. The impact of an extraordinary talent in the simulator is truly immense. It directly determines the upper limit and quality of a simulation. It seems that earning destiny points in the future and exchanging for higher level talents is one of the core paths to becoming stronger. You squatted down, beginning to clean up the fragments on the ground. As you tidied up, your mind raced, starting to review the overall situation of this simulation. It is now the summer break of my second year. There is less than half a year until December 13th. Currently everything is going smoothly. I have established my footing at school, and my strength has reached the peak of the 9th stage of blood and chi. Whether I can thwart the evil cult's conspiracy directly relates to how many destiny points I can acquire in this simulation. I must ensure everything is foolproof. The variables still exist. Although Wu Changhe is reliable, he is ultimately just an old man obsessed with martial arts and selling medicine. His thoughts are not deep enough, making him susceptible to schemes. And that principal Liao Xinyu, who is elusive and hard, what role did he play in that bloody blood shadow substitute ritual? Was he deceived like old Wu? Or, if even this peak Kaiyuan realm principle is a dark pawn of the heart-devouring cult, then my situation would be 10 times more dangerous than I imagined. A wave of invisible gloom enveloped your heart. But soon you let it go. What is there to fear? Although I am still just a pawn, I now have backing. The thunder has sounded in Wuyu City, and the official forces have entered the scene. Now behind me stands one of the most powerful inspectors in the Jiangnan province, Cold Swallow, and that master of the divine power realm who can alter fate, Zhao Zongtian. A cold smile crept upon your one thought severing the causal chain, eyes observing the mortal world. With that divine power expert personally overseeing, even if Liao Xinyu truly is an insider, even if he is at the Fuyo realm. In the face of true divine power, no waves can be stirred up. You gathered your emotions and tossed the broken knife fragments into the trash bin. In the days that followed, you did not make any more radical breakthroughs, but chose Tsongfeng. You buried the entirety of your perfected blood and chi along with incredible knife intent deep within your body. Outwardly, I still maintained the persona of a talented teaching assistant with rapid progress at the 7th stage of blood and chi. Time flowed on peacefully. As autumn winds arose and leaves turned yellow, the first semester of senior year arrived as scheduled. November. On this day, a luxurious car with Haicheng license plate stopped at the gate of Longnan No. 1 high school. The car door opened, and a long leg stepped out. It was a young girl dressed in white with hair cascading like a waterfall. She resembled a snow lotus blooming in the cold winter, her beautiful visage exuding an air of aloofness that kept. The moment she walked into the campus, it felt as though the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees, and a faint frost hung. You stood by the teaching building window watching that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure with a calm gaze. The snow woman Lucia has made her entrance. The grand play has begun. Mid-November. Break between classes. Inside class 31, an unusual silence hung in the air. Though it was recess, the classroom, normally bustling, had fallen unnervingly still, all because of her. You sat alone in the back corner, idly spinning a fountain pen between your fingers, gaze ostensibly drifting toward the window. Yet your peripheral vision remained fixed, unwavering, on the white-clad girl seated by the window. Lu Shiyu. Her transfer had marked the true commencement of the grand drama. In these past days you had flawlessly upheld your role, the diligent, exemplary golden teaching assistant revered by every faculty member. Classes by day, training sessions by night. Everything proceeded as usual. Yet your sharp eye had caught a subtle anomaly. Wu Changhe's appearances had grown markedly scarce. In previous evenings he had been as immovable as stone at the training hall, either barking orders or sipping tea with quiet authority. This week, however, he appeared like a mythical dragon, glimpsed only in fleeting, elusive fragments. Even the breakfast you brought him sometimes sat untouched until it grew cold. So this is the hidden thread I missed during last simulation, the one buried beneath the surface. A cold, silent laugh rose within you. Principal Liao Xinyu and Wu Changhe were undoubtedly deep in negotiations with Lu Shiyu, finalizing the intricate details of the Chonglin Park treasure extraction. After all, for both the school and the individuals involved, this was a deal too lucrative to refuse. Your gaze drifted back to Lu Shiyu. She sat with her head bowed over a book surrounded by an invisible wall of frost, repelling every boy who dared. But to you she was no untouchable goddess. She was merely a mission target, filed cataloged, and awaiting execution. Your thoughts slipped backward, far into the past, back to your covert operation in Wuyue City. You had deliberately avoided investigating Lu Shiyu locally, in Longnan. That decision had been pivotal. If Longnan City had already been selected by the Corrosion Heart cult as the site for their blood shadow substitution ritual, then its black markets and intelligence networks were almost certainly saturated with their informants. To probe their core target under their very watchful eyes would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, during a lull in operations there you spent a full 100,000 federal credits, acquired from an underground information broker in Wuyue City, renowned as the one who knows all. You purchased an exhaustive dossier on the Haiqing Lu clan. Its contents now surfaced with crystalline clarity in your mind. Target Lu Shiyu. Gender female. Age 17. Hometown Haiqing City. Core background father. Lu Mingtao, legitimate patriarch of the Haiqing Lu clan, a genuine Mountain and Sea realm grandmaster. Mother. Yan Shui, a Fuyao realm heteromartial cultivator. This pedigree was nothing short of extraordinary. Anywhere in the world she would be hailed as elite second-generation nobility. Yet what followed carried a thick coppery scent of blood. 1 year ago Lu Mingtao and his wife vanished without trace during an expedition into the abyssal ruins, still missing to this day. 3 months ago the federal authority officially declared them legally deceased. With Lu Mingtao's death confirmed, a fierce power struggle erupted within the Haiqing Lu clan. As their sole heir, Lu Shiyu inherited immense wealth, but her youth and low cultivation level rendered her utterly incapable of defending such a fortune. Per Lu Mingtao's testament, the inheritance was staggering: vast reserves of cultivation resources, controlling shares in multiple corporations, and the clan's supreme ice element heteromartial art, the frozen essence technique. All will be formally unlocked upon Lu Shiyu's 18th birthday, this coming November. This revelation had sent shockwaves across Haiqing. Rumors even joked marry Lu Shiyu and instantly become one of Haiqing's wealthiest men. After all, this was the legacy of a Mountain and Sea realm grandmaster. Father grandmaster. Daughter a rare innate ice element heteromartial cultivator. Should she survive and mature, the clan could boast 2 grandmasters, 1 generation apart. It should have been a celebrated tale. But with Lu Mingtao's disappearance, Lu Shiyu's future became perilously uncertain. Stripped of her father's protection, she was now little more than living treasure, exposed, vulnerable, and ripe for the taking. Within her own clan, wolves circled. Beyond it, tigers and leopards lurked, each waiting for the moment the inheritance unlocked, ready to tear her apart. The fountain pen in your hand stilled. A genius before ascending cannot guard a mountain of treasure alone. Lu Shiyu's transfer to Longnan at this critical juncture. Most likely she brought with her every portable asset she could. A desperate, allure-nothing gamble to seize the dimensional artifact. Her objective is clear: use rare celestial herbs and earthly treasures to rapidly break through to blood chi level 9. Then, synergizing with the elite ice element heteromartial art her father reserved exclusively for her, she aims to breach the Kaiyuan realm in record time. Only upon attaining Kaiyuan realm and unlocking the body's secret repositories does she gain primordial energy, the barest threshold of self-preservation. Only then does she cease fleeing like a homeless dog. You watch the serene girl absorbed in her book, and a faint melancholy sigh stirred within you. She believed she had come to defy fate. She did not realize she was walking, step by deliberate step, into a far deeper abyss. This dimensional ripple was never chance. It was a meticulously laid assassination trap engineered by the Corrosion Heart cult to exploit her deepest psychological vulnerability. They preyed upon her desperate hunger for power, luring her to swallow the disguised egg of a twin-life blood-soul demon. However, a faint furrow appeared between your brows. The intelligence dossier still contains gaps. What precisely does the Lu clan possess that warrants such extraordinary effort from the Corrosion Heart cult? Why expend a priceless twin-life blood-soul demon in this elaborate gambit? And Principal Liao Xinyu, what hidden ties bind him to the Lu clan, or to the Corrosion Heart cult? Why does he cooperate so seamlessly? Too many unanswered questions coiled like serpents in the dark. By conventional logic you should remain dormant, observing, waiting. Wait patiently until December 13th, then strike with overwhelming official force. But such a yield is far too meager. A flame, fierce, unyielding, flared in your eyes, the fire of ambition. This simulation demands a windfall, a massive acquisition of fate points. I will reclaim every ounce of humiliation suffered last time, and repay with compound interest the indignity of being crushed like an ant beneath indifferent feet. A single prodigy, Lu Shiyu, has moved the Corrosion Heart cult to such extraordinary measures. Then, what if in that very same place, we add another prodigy, stronger, younger, and utterly without lineage or backing? You gaze down at your own blood chi level 9, perfected, water element hetero ability, mastery of blade technique, and concealed esoteric arts. At this moment I am in certain respects more valuable than Lu Shiyu, especially since this prodigy appears utterly unaffiliated, like a flawless unclaimed jade of peerless quality. Buy one get one free. If I were the masked cultist of the Corrosion Heart cult, and saw 2 peerless geniuses offered together as a package deal, how would I respond? Naturally, I would net them both. Not one shall escape. Just as during last simulation's storm-lashed night. Was holding the ritual in that narrow alley truly risk-free? Yet they proceeded anyway. I must transform myself into bait far more irresistible than Lu Shiyu, drawing every trap, every contingency, every hidden blade toward me. Now is the perfect moment to act. They are preoccupied with Lu Shiyu. Adding me to the equation will inevitably disrupt their existing plans. It will compel them to divert personnel, reassigning oversight to monitor me. I will fracture their focus, force them into haste, error, and overextension. The larger the corrosion heart cult's movements, the more they expose, leaving richer spoils for my final net. This is the ultimate opportunity to harvest fate points. With that thought, hesitation dissolved. Snap! You slammed the fountain pen onto the desk and rose. Classmates startled, turning toward you in unison. There stood Lee, the usually composed teaching assistant, now wearing a smile so supremely confident it bordered on audacious. You strode calmly down the aisle, toward the window seat. 1 step, 2 steps. You halted directly before Lu Shiyu's desk. The entire classroom fell dead silent. Eyes widened. No one dared breathe, unsure what this quietly brilliant student was about to do. Lu Shiyu sensed the shadow falling across her page, and lifted her head slowly. Her eyes, clear, glacial, utterly unruffled, met yours. Is there something? She asked, voice cool and detached. You met her gaze. No preamble, no pretense. Before the entire class you extended your hand, eyes locked, unwavering. Your voice rang out clear and resonant, filling every corner of the room. Lu Shiyu, will you go out with me? Boom. The classroom erupted. Holy hell, did the assistant lose his mind? He just proposed. That bold. That's Lu Shiyu, Haiching's heiress. You actually think you stand a chance? Voices clamored, but you heard none of them. Only her. Lu Shiyu showed no surprise, nor the flustered blush or indignation expected of an ordinary girl. After all, since arriving here, she had endured countless such declarations. Every arrogant scion who tried had walked away humiliated. She closed her book, and astonishingly the faintest curve touched her lips. It was the expression of a predator who'd just spotted intriguing prey. After all, a blood-chi level 7 perfectionist like you was in this provincial town a rare specimen of formidable caliber. Fine, but I'll uphold my standing rule. She stood. Though her height reached only your jawline, her aura, teetering at blood-chi level 8's apex, radiated unshakable authority. She held your gaze, deliberate, precise, and spoke each word a measured strike. Defeat me, and you may date me. My boyfriend must surpass me. Perfectly acceptable. You smiled. This was no courtship. It was the first line of a script you had written. Through this battle you would send one unmistakable message. To the entire school, to the principal, to the masked figure lurking in shadows. Longnan, no. One High harbored a monster even more worthy of their attention than Lu Shiyu. Let's meet at the combat hall after class. In the classroom your words, see you at the practice stage after class, still linger in the air, the echoes yet to fade. You calmly return to your seat. It felt as if the bold person who just confessed to the iceberg school beauty and even made a wager was not you. Your shadow suddenly trembled slightly. The cold phoenix hidden within your shadow could no longer remain still. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Wasn't he supposed to be a steady, introverted, and bookish good boy? Is this the persona he has at school? To so boldly provoke a girl from a prestigious family, yet still be a core target of the heart-devouring cult, is there a risk of exposing his identity? Or could it be that? She looked at your calm face, which still revealed traces of youthful spirit. A ridiculous suspicion surged in her heart. Could this kid be so restrained in his martial arts practice that he has become overly emotional? After all, he is only 17. Moreover, he lost both parents and truly lacks love. This age is indeed the most youthful, yet also the most repressed. In the face of such a level of beauty, it's understandable to act impulsively. But still something feels off. What does he really want? Cold Phoenix felt her worldview being shaken. She even started to doubt whether she had picked the wrong person to protect. Is this someone so obsessed with love? Is he really the lone wolf who dared to infiltrate a cult stronghold, meticulous in thought? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Cold Phoenix sighed helplessly and steadied her posture. Let's just observe the situation. After all, Zhao Lao is still up there supporting. As long as he doesn't betray the country and just wants to date, I can only endure it. Time flew by. In the afternoon, during the big break. In just over an hour, news of your confession and wager with Lucia had spread throughout the entire Longnan No. Indeed, this is the power of super gossip. In this dull and oppressive high school exam period, students' nerves were taut to the extreme. Nothing stimulates their adrenaline more than this kind of top gossip. Moreover, this is a clash between two prominent figures. Rumors snowballed, becoming increasingly absurd, even spawning countless versions. Poor boy versus the young lady of a prestigious family. This is the most basic version. Former top of Longnan High School versus current top of Longnan High School. This is the passionate competition. The poor boy falls in love with the rich girl. This is the romance novel version. The gentle assistant and the iceberg girl's forbidden love. This is the fanfiction version that emerged from nowhere. There were even more ludicrous ones. Miss Sia wants me to confess. already confessed the genius Love Marshall. In just an hour, discussions about this match had already filled several thousand posts on the school forum. There were as many as 88 versions, not far from 99. By the time the school bell rang, the entire school was already in an uproar. At the practical training hall, a venue that usually only had dozens of people training was now crowded and overflowing. It was packed with people extremely noisy. Even students from the first and second years rushed to join the excitement, with the second floor stands filled with teachers. In the crowd, Wu Changhe wore a dark expression as he squeezed to the front. Make way, make way. What are you looking at? Have you finished your homework? He was originally enjoying tea in the office. When he heard the news, he almost spat out his drink on the screen and rushed over in a panic. He wasn't just here to watch the excitement. He was also here to act as a referee, needing to ensure the safety of both. After all, both people at the center of this storm were closely related to him. One was his proud disciple, the one he had watched rise from being a waste to his heir. The other was his recent big client. He cared for both. A hurting either would pain him. Ahem. Wu Changhe cleared his throat and walked onto the stage. His gaze swept through the crowd, landing precisely on you. He looked at you with a complex expression, finally giving you a subtle signal. Good lad, don't worry, leave it to me. With me around, nothing will go wrong. Huh. At Wu Changhe's command, Lu Xie struck first, not with her innate ability, but with pure swordsmanship, intent on defeating you outright. In her eyes, subduing a 7th-tier Kiblood instructor required no hidden trump cards. With a flick of her wrist, her flexible blade shot forth like a serpent uncoiling. Its trajectory eerily serpentine, aimed straight at your face. Her sword light flowed like mist, her footwork danced with ethereal grace, a true heirloom art passed down through noble bloodlines. Yet before this razor-sharp thrust, you did not so much as lift your eyelids. With one hand you gripped your battle saber, casually, almost carelessly, and swept it upward in a single fluid motion. Clang! A crystalline clash of metal rang out, sharp and resonant. The tip of her flexible blade halted precisely 3 inches from your nose, frozen midair, immovable. No matter how fiercely Lu Xie strained, she could not advance a single fraction further. What? A jolt of shock surged through her heart, and she instantly shifted tactics, thrusting again and again. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light rained down like a storm, enveloping your entire form. Yet you stood unmoved, like an ancient reef amid roaring tides. Your saber transformed into an impenetrable wall of iron, seamless and unyielding. Every strike she launched met its match, deflected, absorbed, nullified. And each of your counterblows landed precisely where her momentum faltered, at the fragile juncture between spent force and rising power. The recoil numbed her palms, her chi churned violently within her meridians. The harder Lu Xie fought, the more shaken she grew, her strength ebbing like tide receding from shore. It felt as though she were stirring an unfathomable ocean with her blade, endless, depthless, all-consuming. Every move constrained, every technique thwarted. This suffocating pressure stirred a ghost from her past, the memory of her vanished father. Once when he sparred with her, his defense had been just so. No matter how fiercely she pressed forward, she could never breach that inviolable line. This cannot be possible. How could he be this strong? Just as her focus wavered, your voice cut through the silence, laced with playful mockery. Miss Lu Xie, where is your innate ability? Where is your Kiblood aura? Surely you don't imagine winning with such feeble swordplay. That may prove rather difficult. Ha ha ha. You. Her face flushed with indignation. With a cold snort, she retreated, leveraging momentum to spring backward. At last she understood holding back would never suffice. Let's see if you'll still laugh later. She drew a deep breath. Chill radiated outward, thickening the air around her. Though lacking dimensional artifacts, her innate frost ability remained formidable. Condensed. Moisture in the air froze instantly, crystallizing into a dozen razor-edged ice shards. They shot toward you like arrows loosed from a bowstring. Simultaneously, she channeled her full Kiblood into the flexible blade, her body blurring into a streak of white light surging forward in their wake. This time, how will you block it? Yet facing this decisive allure-nothing assault, your smile only deepened. The technique is too simplistic. Your intent, too transparent. In the next instant you vanished from sight. Surging tide ninefold, ignition, your speed doubled, explosively, effortlessly. Your battle saber became a sapphire streak, liquid light cutting through air. It shattered the hailstorm of ice shards in a single sweep. Then like a phantom slipping between breaths, you reappeared beside Lu Xie. What? Before she could react, the flat of your blade crashed heavily against her shoulder. Thud. A crushing force slammed into her, sending her hurtling backwards several meters, stumbling, nearly collapsing. You did not pursue. Instead you stood rooted, saber, sheathed, posture calm and unruffled. Again you said coolly, "Is this truly all you can do? Damn you." Lu Xie seethed, humiliated beyond it. She lunged once more. Sword strikes, wilder frost, more biting desperation, sharpening every motion. Still nothing changed. Before you she felt as though confronting the boundless sea itself, vast, ancient, inexhaustible. No attack pierced your defense, not even by a hair's breadth. You didn't merely parry. You dissected her swordplay with surgical precision, offering critique mid-combat. Amid the clashing steel your voice rose rhythmically, launching into the legendary, devastating trash talk repertoire. You wield your sword without power shift stances, without finesse plant your feet, without stability react, without swiftness. Not a single movement bears merit. Each barbed sentence coincided with a flawless parry, effortless, almost tender like guiding a child's hand. You dare stand upon the same stage as me. Dream on. Go home. And train for another decade. These lines had been honed over years, crafted, polished, perfected. This was the joy of a master performer. By now you were utterly immersed, carrying the performance to fever pitch. A rapid-fire barrage of mockery, perfectly timed. Coupled with your flawless, unassailable defense, each word struck like a hammer blow, direct to the heart. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Her composure shattered completely. Blind fury seized her. She forced her kibla to surge, recklessly desperate to close the gap. Yet her eyes, unbidden, had already begun to well with tears. Faced with your overwhelming mountainous presence, and those incisive, soul-piercing words, the celestial prodigy who had known only triumph finally broke. Lucia, weeping in battle. Yes, even mid-combat tears spilled freely from her lashes, freezing instantly into delicate ice crystals. She fought, weeping, her swordplay unraveling with every sob, wild, uncontrolled, desperate. Enough. Watching your opponent dissolve into tears, your gaze sharpened, focused, decisive. Her mind is fractured. Her openings, countless. Now witness true martial mastery, with weapons. Boom. No longer concealed, the spectral aura of crimson scale blood armor flashed, brief, blazing, born of perfected ninth-tier Kiblood cultivation. Gripping your saber with both hands, you channeled ninefold surging tide force and profound water essence into a single earth-shattering downward cleave. Clang. Her flexible blade trembled violently. Lucia felt a tsunami of force crash into her chest. She collapsed, no longer able to resist, flung like a broken puppet to the very edge of the arena. Cough, cough. Struggling upright, her white robes stained with dust, her hair tangled and disheveled. She had lost, utterly, irrevocably. Yet defiance still burned in her eyes. I cannot lose. I must avenge my parents, reclaim what is mine. Memories surged. Her missing parents, her rapacious relatives, her merciless enemies within the Liu clan. Her nostrils flared, tears spilled anew. Wiping them hastily, she staggered upright. Gazing at you, jaw-clenched, pride unbroken despite despair. You cowered, hiding your cultivation level, relying on underhanded tricks. If you hadn't suppressed your realm, I wouldn't have lost. Seeing her wounded, stubborn expression, you sighed softly. I knew you'd say exactly that. Shaking your head, you slid your saber home, then lowered your stance, slightly crouching with quiet grace. Watch closely. This is true swordsmanship. This slash will be swift. Secret art, roaring tide. Chink. The draw of the blade silenced the world. A sapphire blue crescent of killing intent erupted, like a tidal wave crashing ashore, spanning dozens of meters in an eye blink. It skimmed past Lucia's cheek, scoring a half-meter deep gash across the alloy floor behind her. Lucia froze, motionless, breathless. The terrifying wind of the blade whipped her hair into chaos and scattered the last shreds of her pride. Her knees buckled. She crumpled onto the ground, staring at the gash mere inches from her face. Remembering that split-second brush with annihilation, she finally shattered. Wah! The aloof, glacial school beauty burst into unrestrained sobs before the entire faculty and student body. You blinked, stunned. Oh, did I overdo it? Scratching your head, you hurried forward, extending your hand to help. There, don't cry. Didn't you just discover your own weaknesses? Kneeling beside her, you softened your expression, warm, gentle, reassuring. You're weak now, but your foundation remains sound. If you're willing to learn, I'll teach you. This match need not count, nor does the matter of courtship. Lucia lifted her tear-streaked face really. Of course you nodded. I am the gold medal instructor. Then with a subtle shift, your grin turned sly, revealing the fox's tail. But payment is required. This match need not count, nor does the matter of courtship. If you remain unconvinced, we may spar again, until mastery is achieved. But that carries a separate fee. This was not greed, it was strategy. Only through mutual investment could you draw closer to her naturally, and gain access to the Liu family's Yuanwu martial arts and Kaiyuan stone resources. That, however, was a concern for tomorrow. For now, everything proceeded flawlessly. From the shadows, Long Ying held a bowl of popcorn, somehow acquired, who watched chewing thoughtfully. Does this kid even know how to court someone? He's reduced her to tears. But, oddly enough, does it actually work? On stage, Wu Changhe glanced at Lucia, still weeping uncontrollably, then at you, wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment. With a resigned shake of his head, he raised his voice to declare. Match concluded. Winner, Liang. Below the arena, male students stared at you, eyes wide with awe and envy. Awe at your concealed, terrifying strength, envy at your audacity, reducing the school's icy idol to tears, then stepping in to lift her up. Female students reacted with varied expressions. Several admirers, classmates, juniors, looked away, hearts heavy. Liao Lanxian, who had long idolized you, clung to her friend Chen Shaoan, sobbing into her shoulder. Wah! Instructor Li has been stolen away. This duel had reshaped the entire landscape of Longnan City. And you stood squarely at the storm's eye. Inside the combat hall, the uproar had yet to subside. You ignored the raucous voices around you, dismissing the shouts of wishing you happiness, and Instructor Li is so handsome as mere background noise. Your gaze subtly swept across several corners of the venue. There a few glances were particularly icy, although well concealed, they did not escape your intuition. The spies of the heart-eating sect. It seems the fish have already sensed the blood. You scoffed coldly in your heart, maintaining a facade of calm on your face. You walked over to Lucia, extending your hand. Can you still walk? Lucia wiped her tears and stubbornly brushed her. She tried to get up by herself, but her legs gave way, nearly causing her to fall again. Just putting on a brave face. You sighed, disregarding her objections. You directly supported her arm, helping her slowly descend from the ring. Let go of me. I can walk by myself. If you keep talking, I'll carry you out and let everyone see. Lucia instantly fell silent. However, her previously pale face now resembled a ripe apple flushed red. In the infirmary, the familiar formula and scent greeted you. The school nurse was engrossed in a drama, glancing up at the no. She immediately brightened. No, it's you. It's been a long time since I've seen you, such a rare guest. She sized up your complexion. You look rosy and healthy. You don't seem sick, do you? What, here to mooch off the oxygen again? It's not me. You pointed at Lucia, who was lowering her head beside you. It's this young lady. She accidentally fell earlier, so I brought her here to rest. Fell, you say? The nurse cast a doubtful glance at the dust on Lucia's clothes. That fall seems quite skillful. Lucia suddenly lifted her head, shooting you a fierce glare. All right, the bed over there is empty. Old rules. The nurse waved her hand, returning to her drama. You helped Lucia to the innermost bed. I can't very well tell the nurse that I made you cry, can I? That would be so embarrassing. You teased quietly. Lucia was at a loss for words. She took off her shoes and curled up on the bed. She grabbed the white blanket directly covering her head, wrapping herself into a white ball. After a long while, muffled sounds came from under the blanket, thick with nasal congestion and a sense of grievance. Leon, do you think I'm useless? Am I truly that incapable? Clearly my family background is so much better than yours, with more resources and innate abilities. Yet I am so weak, so defenseless. I can't even withstand a single strike from you. Indeed, she was still in a slump. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had always been a standout among her peers. Even in Haiching, she was a revered figure surrounded by admiration. But today she had been completely crushed by you without any room for escape. This blow felt more painful than death. You looked at the trembling white ball on the bed and sighed. You're thinking too much. You pulled over a chair and sat down, speaking in a calm tone. You're not weak. In the realm of blood and chi, you can be considered a top expert. Then you. It's just that I'm too strong. You shrugged casually, stating the boldest words in the simplest tone. This isn't your fault. You thought you were strong before simply because you hadn't encountered me. Silence filled the blanket for a few seconds, then it suddenly shook as if the person inside was gritting their teeth. Thank you, Leon. After a long pause, Lucia spoke in a muffled voice. Although your words are infuriating, you helped me see my own shortcomings. I have much to improve on, and I will pay for it. I hope you can teach me well. At this moment, Lucia was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle. The little devil inside her said, so humiliating. I must take revenge, learn all his techniques, and obtain the dimensional treasure come December. Advance to the 9th stage, undergo a second awakening, and then crush him into the ground. The little angel countered, but that strike of his was truly powerful. And he doesn't seem that bad. The little devil retorted, shut up. Then I'll wait for the opening of Yuan. I have the family inheritance method of opening of Yuan plus the opening of Yuan. As long as I break through to the opening of Yuan realm before him, I can crush him with my realm. Then won't you also be a petty person relying on your realm? Is it the same? The victor takes all. The blanket shook even more violently. You watched this scene, unsure of what she would. Alright, stop shaking. You stood up, rest well. See you in the martial arts room tonight. Remember to bring the tuition fee. After saying that, you walked out of the infirmary. Standing in the corridor, you let out a long breath. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Previously, Longnan City was viewed by the heart-eating sect as a powder keg waiting to... Now I've added a barrel of high explosives on top. With 2 extraordinary talents and the upcoming December 13th. Their countermeasures should be arriving soon. You touched your chest. Although you were merely in the blood and chi realm, now facing such a colossal entity was in... Yet you thought of the formidable figure Lung Yuan hidden in your shadow, and the enigmatic expert, Zhao Zongtian, at the divine sense level. Your back straightened instantly. Who is the hunter and who is the prey is yet to be determined. After leaving the infirmary, you hurried to Wu Chang's office. Given the ruckus today, you had to give Lao Wu an explanation and reassure this startled mentor. However, when you pushed the door open, you were taken aback. The office was filled with the smell of alcohol. Wu Changhe was sitting at his desk, clutching a roast chicken with a half-empty bottle of fine liquor in front of him. Seeing you enter, he was beaming, even letting out a burp. You're here. Good kid. Wu Changhe pointed at you, grinning until his eyes squinted into slits. Having a high martial arts realm is one thing, but you're also quite the charmer. She's the young lady from the Liu family, and Tisk, she's immensely wealthy. If you really manage to win her over, just a tiny bit of her family resources could be enough for you to reach the peak of opening of Yuan. You looked at Lao Wu's shameless demeanor, and the carefully prepared speech you had in mind suddenly got stuck in your throat. Teacher, actually Alright. Wu Changhe waved his hand, interrupting your explanation. His drunkenness had faded somewhat, revealing a hint of clarity. Kid, there's no need to explain anything to me. I knew your realm was certainly more than just the 8th stage when you comprehended that move raging waves. You have secrets, and I know that, but I won't ask nor will I meddle. Wu Changhe stood up and walked over to you. He adjusted your slightly disheveled collar. Everyone has their own path. I only know that you are my most outstanding student, and that is enough. As long as you don't stray onto the wrong path, even if you poke a hole in the sky, This old man can still help you hold it up for. Alright, don't linger here any longer. He patted your back and pushed you out of the office. Hurry and go practice martial arts. Also be a little gentler with the girl. Don't go drawing your sword at every turn, you'll end up alone. Go on, don't disturb me while I drink. After receiving Wu Chang's approval, you left the teaching building. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During evening self-study and the practical training hall, the lights illuminated the space as if it were daylight, and the atmosphere was more intense than usual. On the first arena, two figures were rapidly crossing paths. Huh! Lucia shouted sharply, her ice-cracked soft sword dancing like a silver snake. As the sword trembled, it conjured dozens of illusory sword shadows, sealing off all retreat routes for her opponent. After a week of special training under your feeding moves, her progress was visibly remarkable. After all, she was the daughter. Although compared to someone like you who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood as a practitioner, she lacked the ruthlessness and intuition forged at the brink of life and death. However, her foundation was incredibly solid. With a master father of the Mountain Sea realm, she had been steeped in martial knowledge from a young age. Her vision, theory, and fundamentals were all top-notch. Previously, she had simply lacked practical training, but now she had Liang, a sparring partner willing to go all out. She was like a dry sponge encountering water, frantically absorbing combat experience. However, even with her you stood opposite her, still looking relaxed. Holding your sword in one hand, your footwork hadn't even left a 1-meter circle. The battle knife in your hand transformed into an impenetrable iron wall, standing firm against the wind, and clang, clang, clang. With each clash, you precisely struck at the weak points of her soft sword. This was an absolutely impenetrable defense circle forged by your relentless strikes. Lucia grew more frantic, constantly searching for every possible way to breach your defense. But you were like a great mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of helplessness in her. While easily blocking her attacks, your thoughts had already drifted far away. A string of shimmering golden numbers flowed. 5 million. A full 5 million federal coins. You sighed inwardly. This was the private tutoring fee Lucia had prepaid you. You had experienced 3 simulations in total, and along with your past life, you had never seen such a flow of cash. Yes, you admitted at this moment you were blinded by money. Having money is truly wonderful. With this sum, once the heart-eating cult matter settles down, I can take old Wu to the black market for a grand shopping spree. You looked at this girl who, despite her sharp swordsmanship, had, in your heart, there was no pressure. Instead, you felt she radiated the glow of a wealthy benefactor. In your eyes, she was a moving treasure trove. I must hold on to the thigh of this wealthy Lucia tightly. She possessed not only federal coins, but also the accumulated wealth of the Liu family in Haiqing over the years. And the Yuan Wu method. To advance to the opening Yuan realm, must I wait until I enter the Twin Stars? In this world, ordinary martial artists must break through the barriers of life to unlock the secrets within their bodies. Besides achieving complete vitality, one must have the Yuan Wu method to guide them. But this path is too narrow for ordinary people. The first path, martial arts college entrance examination. This is the most orthodox route. If you get into a key martial arts university, the school will teach you the corresponding methods based on your aptitude. This is also why everyone is so desperate to get into college. The second path, align with a powerful family. But this path is filled with humiliation. The methods of powerful families are never shared. Want to learn? You can. But either marry into the family or establish a familial bond. Or you must sign an extremely harsh contract of servitude, becoming a lifelong servant or assassin for the family. Even your descendants will be bound. This is absolutely unacceptable for someone as proud as you. The third path, hidden sects. This is even more difficult. Most of these sects are hidden and have extremely high standards for accepting disciples. Only exceptional geniuses are. Moreover, the rules are cumbersome and outdated, often requiring one to sever ties with the mundane. This is hard for modern people to adapt to. The fourth path, official institutions, such as the Examination Bureau for evil cults of other races. But such institutions are mysterious and unfathomable, and ordinary people cannot even touch the core. But your gaze fell upon Lucia. If I could obtain the ice-type Yuan Wu method or other treasures from the Liu family through transactions, or use that letter of introduction to exchange for a method from Grandmaster Zhao Zongtian, this is highly likely to work. As long as resources are in place and methods are obtained, I can attempt to break into the opening Yuan realm during high school. Just as you were immersed in beautiful daydreams about the future and how to persuade the wealthy lady, your movements inevitably became a bit mechanical. What are you daydreaming about? A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Lucia looked at your dazed expression, even with a strange smile at the corner of your mouth, and was instantly filled with anger. Do you look down on me? She bit her silver teeth, a flash of anger and embarrassment flickering in her eyes. Her soft sword suddenly accelerated, unleashing a chilling aura as she aimed directly for your throat. Huh. You instantly sensed the killing intent. Looking up, you met Lucia's furious gaze. You immediately realized your earlier fantasy time had gone a bit overboard. It was disrespectful to the client. Sorry. A flash of apology crossed your mind, and you quickly regained your focus and smiled. Since that's the case, I will take this. You no longer merely blocked her attacks. Facing Lucia's somewhat impatient sword moves, you shifted your footwork, slipping into her inner circle like a ghost. Your sword moves are light, but your move, Cold Plum Blossoms, is too forceful. Too much is as bad as not. With a flick of your wrist, you gently tapped the back of her sword, perfectly interrupting her rhythm. Then you began to consciously guide her attacks. Like a patient gardener pruning branches, you gradually refined the impatience in her swordplay. Yes, just here, gather your strength. Coordinate your footwork. Don't be hasty. The scene on the arena left the surrounding spectators in awe. My goodness. Li Zhujiao is too indulgent, right? Oh, is this the ease of a strong person? I want to be fed moves by Li Zhujiao like this. The boys watched your graceful figure with envy and jealousy nearly exploding. Getting paid and being able to have intimate contact with the school flower under the guise of teaching. Li Go is living the dream. Meanwhile, within the group of girls, Liao Lanxian from class 5 of the 3rd year was hiding in a corner. Clutching a handkerchief that was about to tear apart, she watched the increasingly taciturn pair on the arena. Her nose tinged with acidity, her eyes reddening again. The training continued late into the night. By the time the last round of sparring ended, Lucia was exhausted to the point that she couldn't lift her fingers. You sat side by side with her on the resting mat in the corner of the training room. You casually tossed her a bottle of energy drink and a clean towel while wiping the slight sweat from your forehead. Not bad, truly a genius from Haiqing. You sincerely praised her. Your progress is significant. Today's footwork is much steadier than yesterday's. Let's call it a day. Get some good rest. Saying that, you showed no reluctance and stood up directly. You patted off the dust from your pants. Are you leaving? Lucia was taken aback. No. You pointed at the group of students not far away who were staring at you eagerly. That was Zhang Li, Wang Chong, and the others. My job isn't finished yet. Those guys are still a mess. Do I need to go? After saying that, you turned and walked towards that group of students wearing your signature gentle yet slightly stern Li Zhujiao. Zhang Li, stand straight. Are you slacking again? Today's body tempering technique is to be practiced. 3. Wang Chong, straighten your waist. Are you training or just fooling around? Lucia sat on the mat holding that cold drink, using a dry towel to wipe her damp hair. In the deep of night at 11 o'clock, you bid farewell to the complexive Lucia and the group of students reluctant to part with you after finishing your evening teaching duties. You closed the door, isolating the noise from the outside world. Instead of resting immediately, you took a theoretical book titled Attributes of Primordial Force and the Secrets of the Human Body from the bookshelf. Pouring yourself a glass of water, you sat down at your desk, continuing the thoughts that Lucia had interrupted earlier. Regarding the primordial martial arts. Your fingers lightly tapped the windowsill, and your gaze appeared exceptionally. After the incident with the evil cult concludes, I must attempt to engage in deeper communication with Lucia or Grandmaster Zhao Zongtian. The Xian Shui spiritual body is a top-tier constitution, and ordinary federal martial methods may not be applicable. I need a set of top-tier techniques that perfectly align with the essence of the water system, even capable of supporting me to ascend to the Fu Yao realm. The Lu family, as a prominent family in High City, may have ancestral texts, and Zhao Zongtian, as the director of the Inspection Bureau, possesses resources that are vast and boundless. I must secure at least one of these two leads. Having clarified your thoughts, you drank the water in one gulp and entered the bathroom to wash away the sweat. Lying on your bed with your hands behind your head, your legs swaying unconsciously. This was a rare moment of relaxation. You began to recall the past events, having gone through 4 simulations in total, from the first ignorant fatality to the second painful cultivation in ruins. Now, holding the cards, you even dared to enter the fray to scheme against the evil cult. Finally, an opportunity to truly step into the Kaiyuan realm is at hand, and that psychic ability grading test, which is also a crucial part of it. This was supposed to have been completed in the last simulation, but was destroyed by that damned heart-eating cult. Thinking of this, a glint of sharpness flashed in your eyes, but it quickly calmed down. No rush, it will be soon. Everything is still under plan. I have intel, and the enigmatic Grandmaster Zhao is backing me. A cold smile crept on your lips as you thought to yourself, when the time comes to net the catch, Grandmaster Zhao's iron fist will teach those mice hiding in the shadows what it means to regret coming into this world. You turned over, preparing to conduct a final review of today's martial arts practice in your mind before starting your late-night concealed edge training. However, at that moment, something strange occurred. Thump! Your heart skipped a beat suddenly. An unprecedented wave of drowsiness surged upon you like a tide that came without warning. This was not the weariness of the body, but a heavy sensation, as if the soul was being forcibly dragged. What is happening? Your consciousness experienced a momentary lapse. The originally clear thoughts quickly turned chaotic. You attempted to mobilize your blood and chi to cleanse your brain, trying to stimulate your nerves with pain. However, your eyelids felt as heavy as lead, completely out of your control. In just a few seconds, your eyes, usually gleaming with sharpness and vigilance, finally closed under the overwhelming weight. You fell into a deep sleep, and almost the moment you closed your eyes, you began to dream. Meanwhile, inside the teacher's apartment, there was a deathly silence. Only the faint ticking of the wall clock could be heard. At the moment your breathing became steady, a shadow beside your bed suddenly trembled violently and unnaturally. A tall, dark figure seeped out like black liquid from the shadow dimension. Silently coalescing at your bedside, the cold raven removed her tactical mask, revealing a face of chilling beauty. But at this moment her brows were tightly knitted together. She extended a hand clad in specially designed tactical gloves, gently pressing it against your forehead. Buzz, a soft blue light of primordial energy emerged from her palm, carefully probing your condition. Something's not right. The cold raven's gaze sharpened instantly. From the moment you began to feel drowsy, she had keenly sensed something amiss. She perceived that your mental frequency exhibited an extremely abnormal fluctuation, one that was forcibly suppressed and smoothed by an external force. For the cold raven who had accompanied you closely and observed you for countless days and nights, this was an extremely strange. She knew you too well. Liang was a seemingly gentle, yet ruthlessly driven genius. The words going to bed early did not exist in his dictionary. For someone as energetically abnormal as you, 11 o'clock at night was merely the start of your nightlife. There were still dragon stance practices to complete, 8 extremes fists to perform, and countless sword draws yet to be trained. How could this kid be sleeping right now? Is he really able to sleep? Did he just fall asleep like that, without even turning off the lights? Something must be wrong. The cold raven immediately increased her output of primordial energy and meticulously examined your body. She didn't even overlook the ends of the meridians. However, the results left her even more confused. No signs of poisoning, no internal injuries, and your blood and chi were flowing smoothly and powerfully. After a thorough examination, she found no physiological issues. Liang seemed to have simply and suddenly fallen asleep. The cold raven looked puzzled, and her cold, alluring face gradually darkened. An invisible enemy is the most dangerous. She decisively decided to contact Zhao Zongtian through secret methods to report the situation. At that moment, a vast and gentle mental force transcended space, ringing in her mind. That was Zhao Zongtian's voice. Don't panic, Xiaolong. The elder's voice revealed no joy or anger, but there was a reassuring calmness to it. It seems the heart-eating cult can no longer resist making a move. Making a move? The cold raven wondered in her heart. Exactly. If I am not mistaken, this should be the mental suggestion method that Liang previously mentioned. Zhao Zongtian's voice grew grave. Liang has been too dazzling in the past 6 months. With his displayed talent and character, it's almost a certainty that he will enter the double stars in the martial arts. And think about it, such a clean background and extraordinary talent in a civilian genius. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly become one of the new banners for civilian martial artists in the Federation. Moreover, he is also the orphan of a martyr. The heart-eating cult wants to infiltrate, and on the aristocratic side, they have Lucia planted as a mole. On the civilian side, they have set their sights on Liang. The aristocratic factions have their dark agents. The civilian genius factions can also have their own moles. Betting on both ends, they are mutually reinforcing. If they really know how to play their cards well. Zhao Zongtian's tone revealed a chilling sense of foreboding. These cult brats, such underhanded and despicable tactics, are truly endless. If it weren't for Liang's early warning and my own eyes witnessing it, it's hard to imagine they could set their nets so early and spread them so deeply. So what should we do now? Should we wake him? The cold raven looked at the young man on the bed, frowning with concern. No, we will use their own strategy against them. I know what to do. That restriction will transform the cult's mental suggestion. He won't come to harm. It will be soon. Let these beasts have their moment of pride for a few more days. Let them continue to jump around. Only when the fish are hooked can we catch the real big fish. The more that come out, the better. I will catch them all in one net. The voice fell silent. The cold raven listened silently, clearly sensing the Grandmaster's wrath. She withdrew her hand, looking at the sleeping Liang, who still wore a furrowed brow, as if experiencing some nightmare. Her gaze turned extraordinarily complex. No wonder. The cold raven sighed inwardly. No wonder this kid was so cautious before, even a bit neurotic. In such a dangerous environment, facing such a difficult situation, being secretly watched by such a massive evil organization. No matter how cautious, no amount of suspicion is too much. She recalled the fabricated story of encountering treasure by the riverbank, as well as your ruthlessly lethal techniques that were even fiercer than many seasoned martial masters. Liang, how much suffering have you endured to reach this point? It certainly hasn't been as easy as the stories you tell. What good fortune to stumble upon treasures. These must all be the result of your life being exchanged for them. The cold raven gazed at your youthful face, feeling an indescribable pang of sorrow rising within her. But there's no other way. This is the color of this world, and it is indeed so cruel. Even if you are exceptionally gifted, even if you find a grandmaster of the human race as your backing, what does it matter? You are still not completely trusted, still have your memories sealed, treated as bait for fishing. Because you are weak, because you have no background. When that strange drowsiness completely drags your consciousness into the abyss. A faint hum emanated from the depths of your mind. Like an absolutely calm observer overlooking the dream unfolding below. Below, a little Liang, fabricated by the simulator, carrying all the memories and emotions of his former self, was experiencing that meticulously woven nightmare. The dream began to rewind. Time flowed back to over a decade ago. It was a place on the outskirts of Longnan City called Mercy Orphanage. Dark, damp, and crowded. This was little Liang's most profound impression of his childhood. In the dormitory with peeling walls, a musty smell always lingered. The windows were high but small, and the light that came in always seemed so stingy. Every day, little Liang faced not only heavy chores, washing the never-ending pile of dishes and scrubbing the bed sheets frozen hard in ice water. He also had to contend with the orphanage director's grim and harsh face and the cane that would fall with the slightest misstep. Eat. All you do is eat. Why aren't you so eager when it comes to work? Accompanied by curses, a ladle of cold, thin rice soup was heavily poured into a chipped iron bowl. Hunger gnawed at little Liang's stomach like a greedy mouse. That burning pain made him curl up countless times in the deep of night, biting the corner of his blanket and crying silently. Such days were torturous. Every second felt like an eternity, and every day was like an endless night. But even in such a hell, there was a faint ray of light. That was Friday nights. This was the most anticipated and the only moment the children of the orphanage looked forward to. On this day, a charity hospital that had a partnership with the orphanage would send a doctor over to conduct routine health checks for the children. He was a young man named Li Yiming. He had fair skin, a slender build, and wore a somewhat heavy black-framed pair of glasses. He always wore a silly, guileless smile on his face. He was not fierce like the director, nor did he look down on the children like other adults. To the children of the orphanage, he was not just a doctor. He was a window to the outside world, the only color in their gray lives. After finishing the checkups and distributing those not-so-tasty calcium tablets, Li Yiming would not rush to leave. He would sit under the old locust tree in the yard, inviting the children to gather around in a circle and then begin telling stories. He did not tell fairy tales nor stories of princes and princesses, but of warriors. Today we will talk about the story of the new martial arts. Although he did not tell the stories particularly well, the children loved to listen. Li Yiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling. Long, long ago, there were no high walls and alien races roamed around eating people. It was the great martial sage Tang Linyuan who stood up. He was like a deity, smashing the enemies with a single punch, leading our human race to drive those monsters back to the abyss. To expand the territory for the human race, that is how we now have our peaceful days. And also 40 years ago in our Jiangnan province, an incredible martial sage named Li Qingshan emerged. He single-handedly stormed into the wicked heart-eating cult's headquarters. That seemed tisk. He punched the cult leader and kicked the guardians. He beat those evildoers to a pulp. Every time he told these stories, little Liang's pale little face would always turn rosy. However, the good times did not last long. Slowly, Li's visits became less frequent, changing from once a week to once every 2 weeks, and then to once a month. The last time he saw him was on an autumn evening when the wind had already carried the biting chill. On that day, Li Yiming came. He had become very thin, almost emaciated. The black-framed glasses that once appeared refined now hung over his deeply sunken eyes. They appeared particularly large, as if they might slip off at any moment. His complexion was waxy and his lips had no trace of color. Yet the smile on his face remained foolishly cheerful. Only his eyes reflected an unmistakable weariness and reluctance. He did not conduct the usual examinations, but simply called the children to his side. He patted Xiao Liang's head, his voice very soft. The doctor has to go on a long trip. I might not be able to see you very often from now on. When the time comes, I will buy lots and lots of food, toys, and art books to send to you all. That way, even if I'm not around, you won't feel lonely. This was the last story he left for Xiao Liang, as well as his own fantasy. When he left that day, he specifically called Xiao Liang. He handed him a nearly falling apart martial arts handbook. Xiao Liang, this book is for you. Remember, eat well, and strive to live on. Those were the last words he left. After that, he never came back again. The hospital did not send any new doctors. Xiao Liang became increasingly his only hobby each day was to hide in a corner, repeatedly looking at that tattered martial arts handbook. The dry text and complex diagrams of human meridians seemed like celestial scripts to other children. Yet it became his spiritual nourishment, the only connection he had with that warm figure. As time passed, and he grew older, Xiao Liang discovered that he seemed to possess a special talent. He could remember everything he read and heard, and he had his unique understanding of them. Those obscure theories appeared to automatically construct diagrams in his mind. With this early wisdom, he stood out in the occasional public classes held at the orphanage. Teachers began to marvel at his intelligence, started to pay attention to him, and his treatment gradually improved. Liang ate better than his peers and used better supplies. Although he wanted to share with his former companions, he slowly realized that the way they looked at him had changed. Jealousy, he was isolated. When he turned 10, a turning point arrived. A wealthy family took notice of him and wanted to adopt him. The director was very happy because this meant a significant donation. On the day before he left, Xiao Liang finally learned the truth about the young doctor's departure from a casual conversation among the old director and a few caregivers. You mean Li Yiming? Oh, he died young. I heard he had a terminal illness called Qi and blood deficiency syndrome, also known as the common name wasting blood syndrome. That disease is deadly. Once you contract it, it's hard to treat unless a strong practitioner is willing to expend their essence to save you. Moreover, it's said that martial artists do not get this disease at all. It's also quite rare, affecting only a very small number of physically weak, ordinary people. What a pity he was so young. If only he were a martial artist, he wouldn't have to die so quietly in a rented room. His body was only discovered when it started to smell. This speech pierced Xiao Liang's heart like a sharp knife. It reshaped his soul. Dead. Li is dead. Because he wasn't a martial artist. Because he was poor. Because he was weak. From that moment on, becoming a martial artist was no longer just a dream, but an obsession. A survival instinct etched into his bones, a mad desire to fight against death and mediocrity. I must become a martial artist. As long as I become a martial artist, I won't lack money. As long as I become a martial artist, I won't get sick. As long as I become a martial artist, I won't end up like Dr. Li. Even dying so silently, rotting in a corner. Yet fate played another trick on him. The family that adopted him could not accept Liang's desire to become a martial artist. They were business people, and the purpose of adopting Liang was quite simple. They only wanted to cultivate a loyal company manager for their future son, destined to practice martial arts. What martial arts? That's for young masters. You just need to learn how to count money and serve others. His adoptive father's slap shattered Xiao Liang's pride and also awakened him. Just when Xiao Liang was nearly in despair and ready to accept this reality, government officials came knocking. It turned out that his biological parents had not abandoned him. Although they were not martial artists, they were secret employees of the Federation. 3 years after he was born to carry out a top-secret mission, they had to hide their son in an orphanage. During the execution of that mission, they sacrificed their lives and had been dead for 6 years. Only recently, while government employees were sorting through old files, did they discover that there was still a Xiao Liang in the corner. The belongings were very simple: an old house in Longnan City, 100,000 yuan in compensation, and a precious the qualification to attend a federal public school. Xiao Liang did not hesitate at all. Because he was the orphan of a martyr, the federal government could become his guardian. He rejected the pleas of his adoptive parents. Resolutely leaving that wealthy, yet suffocating home, he returned to Longnan City. He sold the old house for his first martial arts resources and moved into a cheap, cramped rental. He began to study like a madman and practice martial arts like an ascetic. No talent, then he would fill it with his life. No resources, then he would borrow, get injections, overdraw his future. He had to win. He had to rise up. He absolutely would not repeat Dr. Lee's tragic fate. As dreams flowed, the scene changed. You were admitted to Longnan No. 1 high school, becoming known as the Lee God throughout the school. Although you had no family support and could only live in a shabby rental. But with your astonishing talent and relentless drive, you carved out a bloody path. You became Wu Chang's most favored disciple and a respected golden assistant in the school. Your realm surged forward, even winning the final exam. You stood in the spotlight enjoying flowers and applause. However, just as you thought you could finally change your fate, Lucia appeared. The scene in the dream began to distort, turning dark and full of temptation, the filter becoming a gloomy hue. As consciousness returns to darkness, the dream collapses. For an ordinary person, experiencing such a profound excavation of their most painful memories would inevitably lead to a period of emotional breakdown. This is also a common tactic used by the heart-eating sect. First, they destroy your psychological defenses, then implant their madness within you. But they have miscalculated one thing. You are no longer the helpless boy who could only gaze at the sky from the orphanage. The moment your predecessor's heart stopped in that sterile infusion room filled with the scent of disinfectant, the former Liang permanently departed. You inherited his memories and body along with his pain, despair, resentment, and fury. From the first day you arrived in this world, you were more aware than anyone of the cruel nature of this high martial world. For the weak, even breathing is a mistake. Thus, everything in the dream is not a new trauma for you, but rather old scars that have long since healed. You practice martial arts desperately, you push yourself to the limit, even risking debt and danger. All to avoid repeating the same mistakes. You do not need the guidance of a cult. Your desire to become stronger is more intense than anyone else's. In the depths of your consciousness, you coldly evaluate the dream you just had. Now the pen of the script is firmly in your hands. Since Grandmaster Zhao Zongtian has already set the stage for you, as the bait, you must continue to perform according to his. The next day at 4 a.m. In the teacher's dormitory, there was a dead silence. You suddenly sit up from your bed, your chest heaving violently. Bathed in the faint moonlight outside the window, your face is as pale as paper. Your eyes are filled with lingering fear and confusion. Then your facial features begin to twist, seemingly suppressing an emotion that is about to explode. You cover your face with your hands curling up into a ball, your shoulders trembling violently. Silent tears pour out through your fingers, dripping onto the sheets. It is a mixture of accusations against the unfairness of fate, a profound yearning for power, and the complex emotions that arise when recalling the tragic experiences of your childhood. In just 30 seconds. When you lower your hands, the tear stains remain on your face. But those eyes instantly regain a calm and chilling depth like a tranquil pool. All weakness, fear, and confusion vanish at this moment. In their place emerges a chilling rationality. You do not turn on the lights, instead you walk barefoot to the desk. You skillfully pull open the drawer and feel a slightly loose wooden board at the bottom. With a gentle push, the plank pops open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lies an old button phone and a brand new anonymous SIM card. This is the prop you have long prepared for this moment. You insert the card and turn it on. Without any hesitation, you dial the number using your memory. The phone rings twice before being answered. Hello, is this you? A familiar voice of Lu Qing comes through the receiver. Though it is 4 a.m, her voice is very clear, as if she has been waiting for this call. I am Liang from Longnan. You say these 6 brief words in a steady tone devoid of any emotional color. After saying this, you hang up the phone immediately. You remove the card, break it, and throw it into the drain, the entire action fluid and seamless. This call is a crucial part of the multi-layered game. For Lu Qing, it is a signal from a benefactor. It means she can officially submit the file regarding the heart-eating sex conspiracy to the Wuyu City Inspection Bureau. For Zhao Zongtian and Leng Yuan, who are hidden in the shadows, it marks that the bait has entered the game. And for yourself, this is just one of many acts. After doing all this, you walk into the bathroom and wash your face with cold water. The boy in the mirror has deep eyes. It's time to go to school. At 5 in the morning in the practical training hall. As the first rays of morning light spill over the campus, you are already standing before the alloy stakes. The blade of your weapon is drawn, emitting a piercing cold light. Today you practice with unprecedented intensity. To everyone, including the cold Yuan lurking in your shadow, you appear no different from the previous Liang. You are still the diligent genius, almost to the point of self-torture. But in the eyes of the heart-eating sect, you are the perfect vessel who has already been implanted with suggestions and is about to fall. You are merely waiting for December 13th to arrive to bathe in divine grace at Changlin Park. In the eyes of Zhao Zongtian and Lung Yuan, you are the brave bait who, despite possessing extraordinary talent, remains blissfully unaware, complying with the official fishing plan without any knowledge. Everyone thinks they have seen through you. Everyone believes you are under their control. Logically, as someone with the soul of an adult and multiple experiences of life and death simulations, you should pride yourself on being calm and rational, unperturbed, even in the face of danger. Yet today, for some reason, your heart cannot find peace. Although you are not truly under the cult's mental control, it has indeed ripped open the scars that had long since healed deep, making you relive the despair experienced by your predecessor. Or perhaps, life has simply been too oppressive during this time. Playing the perfect genius at school, pretending to be a good student in front of teachers, acting as prey in front of enemies and as bait in front of allies. You are layer upon layer of masks, telling one lie after another. Every step must be meticulously calculated, every word must be carefully considered. You are on the verge of forgetting what the real Liang who simply wanted to live looked like. The administrative building, 5th floor. The corridor is covered with a thick red carpet, muffling any sound to the point of creating an unsettling silence. The afterglow of the setting sun spills through the window at the end of the corridor, casting a long shadow behind you as you walk toward the principal's office. Images from the last simulation unconsciously surface in your mind. In the deep night of Changlin Park, Liao Xinyu and Wu Chang'e stand guard beside Lucia. And that desperate stormy day when Principal Liao Xinyu never showed up, as if tacitly allowing everything to end. This principal definitely has issues. But is he the mastermind or an accomplice? Is it voluntary corruption or forced compromise? You take a deep breath and adjust your facial muscles. Checking your state once more, you find your breathing steady. You knock firmly on the heavy, solid mahogany door. Please come in, a strong yet slightly aged voice responds. You push the door open, turning to gently close it behind you, isolating yourself from the outside world. The office is spacious and bright, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window, facing the setting sun, bathing the entire room in a warm blood-red hue. A faint scent of sandalwood lingers in the air, refreshing your spirit. Liao Xinyu sits behind a large mahogany desk. Holding a hefty red book in his hands, he seems to be reading. Upon noticing your entrance, he slowly puts the book down and removes his reading glasses. A warm, approachable smile reminiscent of a friendly grandfather graces his face. "Oh, Liang, you're here," he says, rising and walking around the desk without any semblance of a principal's authority. Instead, he gestures to the nearby leather sofa, as if treating you like a younger family member. "Come have a seat, don't be shy." He even walks over to the water dispenser, pouring you a cup of warm water and handing it to you. "Thank you, Principal." You take the cup with both hands, feeling somewhat anxious. "It's nothing. I didn't call you here for official business, but just to chat casually." Liao Xinyu sits back in the chair across from you, his hands resting on his knees as he gazes at you with warmth. "Are you getting used to living in the teacher's dormitory? That place is quite old. Although it's quiet, the facilities might be a bit outdated. Is the heating good? Is the water heater working well? If you're missing anything, feel free to tell the logistics department, or just let me know directly. You are a treasure of our school, and you shouldn't have to suffer in your daily life." Faced with this sudden display of concern, you feel surprised, yet your face reveals a look of gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Principal. Everything is satisfactory. The teacher's dormitory environment is great for cultivation, much better than the place I rented before," you add. Liao Xinyu nods, and shifting the topic, brings up your work. "I've heard that your assistant position is going quite well. Even Wu, that stubborn mule, has spoken highly of you, saying your lectures are more thorough than his. Those students who struggled before have shown great improvement recently. I looked at the reports, and their average scores are nearly catching up with the key classes. This is all thanks to you." You feel a bit embarrassed and scratch your head. Actually, it's also because the students are working hard themselves, and Wu's potions are indeed effective. "I'm merely playing a guiding role." Liao Xinyu smiles and waves his hand dismissively. "You have talent, responsibility, and more importantly, a heart willing to help your classmates. This is excellent. You are a benchmark for our Longnan No. 1 high school. I've seen your records. Coming from a poor background, orphaned, yet you've managed to reach this point through sheer resilience. Liang, you are probably the most outstanding and inspirational student since our school was established." In the next 10 minutes, the office is filled with a harmonious atmosphere of teachers' kindness and students' respect. Liao Xinyu, like a chatty elder, discusses everything from your daily life to your future university plans. He even asks if you have enough money to spend and whether you need the school to specially approve a living allowance. Such meticulous care, if directed towards an ordinary student, would likely bring them to tears, opening their hearts to him. Yet at this moment, you feel a cold sweat trickling down your back. This old fox is trying to guide my emotions with his words, letting my guard down. You are taken aback, not daring to slack off even a little. Just as you ponder, what does Liao Xinyu want? Why does he not chat with me earlier or later? Why precisely after the dream hint from last night did he come to talk to me? What is his intention? Suddenly Liao Xinyu shifts the topic without warning. Liang, he leans slightly forward, his gaze deepening. What do you think of Lucia? Here it comes. Your heart races as you realize the main act has begun. You adjust your posture and respond. Xia is a genius from Haiqing, talented and kind-hearted, a wonderful classmate. Although we've had some minor frictions, I've learned a lot from her. She's very strong. Indeed. Liao Xianyu's eyes narrow slightly, his fingers tapping gently on the armrest of the sofa. Lucia is indeed a good student. Talented, comes from a good family, and lacks for nothing in resources. She's like a princess born with a silver spoon, having everything she desires. At this point he suddenly pauses, lowering his voice slightly, adding a magnetic allure. However, such a genius was easily defeated by you. Liang, have you ever thought, if you had the same family background, the same resources, the same starting point as her? How? These words pierce like a poisoned thorn, striking precisely at the soft spot of the false persona planted in your subconscious during the dream hint. This is an extraordinarily sophisticated psychological offensive. He is attempting to awaken the seed sown in your subconscious last night. Your pupils constrict suddenly, and a hint of discomfort and stiffness flashes across your face. But you quickly mask it, forcing a smile. Principal, you jest. I merely relied on my higher realm to win against Xia in a stroke of luck. A moment's victory or defeat means nothing. The road ahead is still long, and I just need to do my best. Is that so? The road ahead. Liao Xinyu does not pick up on your words. His smile gradually fades, and his expression becomes blank. A moment's victory or defeat means nothing. The road ahead is still long, and he extracts an old, slightly yellowed note from it and begins to read it aloud in a monotonous, mechanical tone. Words that are utterly nonsensical escape his lips. The warmth of his voice is replaced by a chilling coldness. Oh no, what is happening? I've never seen this before. How should I act? Should I faint? Or should I recite along? Or should I roll my eyes back? There is no feeling of being hypnotized at all. You do not know what your reaction should be after being caught. This is a performance for which you are unaware of the script, and the audience is a peak powerhouse of the Kaiyuan realm. Cold sweat instantly soaked your back, just as you were about to expose yourself due to not knowing how to proceed. Buzz. The virtual persona exerted its power again. Detecting secret phrase command. Virtual persona taking over. As Liao Xinyu recited, your gaze began to grow vacant. Your originally tense body gradually relaxed, ultimately becoming stiff. Falling glasses. Rotting corpses. Obedient dogs. Yellowed manuals. With each word, Liao Xinyu uttered, the light in your eyes dimmed a bit. Your facial expression gradually changed from struggle to numbness, emptiness. It was as if your soul had been extracted from your body. Above the clouds. December 13th. Until the last word fell. The 13th step. Boom. Liao Xinyu set down the book in his hand, looking at the vacanted youth before him. A complex expression flickered in his gaze. A follower, he tentatively asked. Always on standby. Your voice had no fluctuations, cold like a machine, answering without hesitation. Hearing this answer, Liao Xianyu's tense shoulders suddenly slumped, as if he aged 10 years in an instant. He picked up the encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number without a note. Hello, it's me. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a trace of pleading. It's done. The secret phrase verification passed. He is now completely under control. You have succeeded in your plan. Quickly release my granddaughter. You promised me that as long as I cooperate, you wouldn't harm her. On the other end of the phone, a hoarse, eerie laughter came through, making one feel a sense of discomfort. Don't be in a rush, Principal Liao. The plan has only just begun. This is just the first step. We still need your help in many areas. After all, to safely deliver two geniuses to Changlin Park, we need your personal escort. Ha ha. You are breaking your promise. Liao Xinyu roared. Beep. Beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Listening to the busy tone in his ear, Liao Xianyu's face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead, and the phone in his hand was almost crushed. As you stepped out of the principal's office, the draft in the corridor brushed against you, bringing a chilling sensation. You leaned against the cold wall and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The puzzle in your heart finally completed its last piece. Liao Xinyu was a puppet under coercion, and the net of the evil cult was fully spread. And you, along with Lucia, were seen as two lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Do you really think that Longnan is your backyard? Do you think that controlling a principal means you can do whatever you want? Little do you know that there are always greater powers beyond mere mortals and officials above officials. You recalled the farce named confession, which was truly a disruption. In retrospect, this move was indeed a stroke of genius. Only by elevating your own value beyond Lucia could you stir the waters. Only then would those lurking in the shadows be compelled to reveal themselves. Moreover, you stroked your chin, recalling the immense inheritance of the Liu family behind Lucia. Although the confession is merely a facade, that 5 million is genuinely enticing. After collecting your thoughts, you did not immediately return to your dorm. The play of the day was far from over. Having fallen into the spiritual secret language, you should now exhibit the fatigue of a soul shaken. You adjusted your breathing, making your complexion appear more pallid. A hint of appropriate lethargy shone in your eyes as you dragged your heavy footsteps to knock on Wu Chang's office door. Knock, knock. Come in. You entered the room. Wu Changhe, who was studying a new prescription, looked up and saw your precarious state. He nearly dropped the test tube in fright. What happened to you? Wu Changhe quickly approached you, supporting you with a concerned frown. Why do you look like you lost your soul? Your complexion is terrible. Teacher, I feel a bit tired. Your voice was hoarse. Maybe I've been training too hard lately, and my spirit is a bit drained. I want to take a leave. I might not be able to attend tonight's training. Seeing your appearance, Wu Changhe felt both pity and anger. I told you long ago not to push yourself so hard. I've told you more than once that martial arts should be balanced, yet you never listen. He was somewhat angry, but gently helped you sit down on a chair. He poured a cup of hot water and handed it to you. Is this better? Only when you're completely worn out do you realize you need to rest. You're still a growing child, not a machine made of iron. All right, don't say anything else. Hurry back and sleep. He'll personally go train those little rascals tonight. If anyone dares to slack off, he'll skin them alive. Thank you, teacher. You held the warm water, revealing a smile. In this chess game full of calculations, only this hot-tempered old man truly cared for you. After bidding farewell to Wu Changhe, you arrived at the combat training hall. Although you took a leave, you felt it necessary to personally inform the students. When you walked into the training hall, everyone was energetically sparring. Upon seeing you enter the noisy venue, instantly fell silent. Assistant Teacher Li, Zhang Li approached excitedly. However, he froze upon seeing your complexion. Assistant Teacher Li, are you? All right, I won't be teaching today. You waved your hand weakly. I'm not feeling well. Teacher Wu will come to guide you tonight. Everyone practice. Well, don't slack off. Huh. Assistant Teacher Li is sick. Go rest quickly. We are here. The students immediately surrounded you, chattering with concern. That genuine gaze lessened the gloom in your heart. Just then a cool voice rang out. Step aside. The crowd parted automatically as Lu Xie approached, holding her soft sword. She looked at you with a slight frown, her eyes filled with surprise. You, of all people, can also get tired. In Lu Xie's impression, Liang was like an eternal motion machine. Seeing him at any time, he always appeared full of energy. Well, that's true. Lu Xie shook her head. After all, no matter how talented you are, you're still just a high school student who hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage. Your physical condition is what it is, why push it? Although her words were unkind, you sensed a hint of awkward concern in her tone. Don't worry, go rest. Lu Xie turned around, facing away from you as she waved her hand. The soft sword in her hand performed a beautiful flourish, exuding an impressive aura. Tonight I'll train them. I want to deduct your salary. Watching that proud figure, you couldn't help but chuckle softly in your heart. Time flows like water, and before long it is nearly the end of November. In the following days, you keenly sensed the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. In the past, whether you were dining in the cafeteria or strolling on the playground, you always felt a pair of dark eyes watching. But now that feeling of being watched has vanished. Perhaps they believe that you as a pawn are completely under control and no longer need to waste energy monitoring you. Is it due to their absolute confidence in their own rituals? Or perhaps they are short on personnel? The ghostly figure and those black-robed cultists lurking in the shadows are probably busy setting up rituals in the Changlin Park, where dimensional ripples are about to descend. After all, there are only a few days left until December 13th. But this is merely a fragment of information you've captured, and you do not exhibit any unusual reactions. You continue to attend classes, lead training sessions, and cultivate diligently every day. In the blink of an eye, the calendar has turned to November 30th. Late autumn has passed, and early winter is upon us. The air in Longnan City already carries a hint of biting. Liang, is this what you call a qualitative change? In the rest area, Lu Xie wiped her sweat while looking at you with some In the past few days, all you've had me do is repeat these basic movements. You haven't taught me anything else. Is my money too easy to earn? You took a sip of water and looked at the somewhat impatient young lady in front of you. After half a month of interaction, your relationship has softened considerably. Although she remains proud and still sees you as a rival to defeat, she has subconsciously begun to rely on your guidance in martial arts. Don't rush. You set down the cup and casually asked, by the way, there's something else I want to ask you. That ice-type ability you used that day has a very unique operating route. That's a family secret of the Lu family. Lu Xie shot you a wary glance. What are you trying to do? Steal my secrets? Just exchanging information. You shrugged. You know, I have reached the peak of the 9th stage of blood and chi. The next step is to break through to opening you on. I am of the water element, and you are of the ice element, both from the same origins. I just want to inquire about the top-tier martial arts techniques of the water element. You want to find top-tier martial arts techniques? Lu Xie seemed to realize something, and a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. That's a secret. Top-tier martial arts techniques can't be found on the market. However, she changed her tone. It's not impossible to discuss. How about this? On the 20th of next month, just before the final exam, we have another match. Regardless of the outcome, we can have a thorough discussion on this topic. But for now, let's not talk about it. Lu Xie raised her chin and pointed to the sword in her hand. For now, you should focus on improving the teaching quality. I paid in full for VIP status. If you don't meet the price, He'll go complain to Teacher Wu. Looking at her capitalist, demanding work expression, you shook your head. All right then, let's see the outcome on the 20th. You stood up and walked in front of her, your expression becoming serious. Since you want to learn real skills, I'll tell you this. Why do you think after practicing for so long you still can't beat me? You casually picked up a wooden stick and assumed a starting position. Your sword technique was customized for you by your father, right? So what? Lucia replied proudly. This set of frost-cold sword perfectly matches my body and power use. Indeed, the sword technique is excellent, and its compatibility is top-notch. You nodded, then shifted the topic, striking straight to the point. However, you are swinging your sword far too few times. Too few. I practice for 2 hours every day. Lucia was taken aback. 2 hours. You shook your head, extending a finger to shake. That's far too little. Before encountering me, you spent most of your time meditating, honing your chi and blood, and breaking through levels. You are too focused on breaking through the 9th stage, and have neglected to refine the sword moves themselves. Do you think that since it's a custom-designed sword technique you can just practice casually and achieve minor success without spending? Lucia opened her mouth, but couldn't retort. Indeed, as a genius, she had always looked down on tedious repetitive training. This is where the problem lies. You gently tapped her wrist with the wooden stick. The path of weaponry is like cutting and polishing. Your current sword strikes are controlled by your brain. Your eyes see the flaws, your brain gives the command, your nerves transmit the signals, and only then do your muscles react. Even if this process is quick, it still takes 0.1 seconds. And in a real life and death battle, that 0.1 seconds is the difference between life and death. You suddenly thrust the stick forward, hovering it in front of her brow. Lucia blinked, looking at you. While I, on the other hand, have my instinct controlling the blade. My knife doesn't need to go through the brain. The moment my skin senses a change in airflow, the knife has already struck out. This is why you always feel that I don't play by the rules and seem to be a step faster than you. Because your thinking is your delay. Lucia stood there in a daze. She recalled the last battle, thinking of your swift and penetrating blade light. So the gap lies not only in realms, but also in these most fundamental and tedious aspects. Then, what should I do? She bit her lip, feeling a bit unwilling. It's simple. You raised a finger, your tone leaving no room for doubt. Swing your sword at least 10,000 times every day. What? Lucia's eyes widened in shock. 10,000 times. You replied coldly, when you can practice this set of sword techniques to the point of not wanting to practice, to the point of wanting to vomit, and to the point where you dream of swinging your sword. Only then will you be qualified to win against me. This is typical grind king thinking. It is through this nearly self-torturous repetition that you have perfected the basic. Lucia looked at you, her expression fluctuating. She wanted to refute, to say that this was a clumsy method and a waste of time. But looking at your calm eyes and recalling the humiliation of being knocked away by you that day. All right. She took a deep breath and fierce determination ignited in her eyes. 10,000 times it is. I don't believe I am worse than you. In the following time, an obstinate figure added a stubborn landscape in the corner of the training hall. The snow woman, who usually stood high above, was now like a novice apprentice, repeatedly practicing the most tedious thrusts, prods, and flicks. Hello, Principal. You answered the call, your voice tinged with a careful curiosity. Yes, it's me. On the other end, Liao Xianyu's voice came through, apologetic. Sorry to bother you so late, Liang. No problem, Principal. I'm not asleep. I'm reviewing today's training. You replied obediently. Is something the matter? Ah, good, that's a relief. I do have an important matter, otherwise I wouldn't disturb you at this hour. Liao seemed to breathe easier, his tone grew warmer. There was even a trace of eager coaxing. I just received an urgent notice from the provincial office. They say a special training subsidy for impoverished prodigious martial artists has been issued, 300,000 in total. But the approval window is tight. You must sign and seal tonight. It must be submitted first thing tomorrow, so I've driven down to the teacher's dormitory. I thought I'd bring you to the office to sign. Handle it as a special case. We'll try to get the money to you within a month. 300,000. You sneered inwardly. What a clumsy excuse. Provincial subsidies always follow formal procedures, direct transfers, or notices from academic affairs. There is no reason for the head of a school to personally drive a student out for a signature at midnight. And so urgent. This was clearly a trap meant to lure you out of a safe area. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Liao pressed when you fell silent. No, it's convenient. Of course it's convenient. You immediately put on a tone of surprised delight. Really? That's great. I was worrying I couldn't afford advanced elixirs. They'll come down at once. Thank you for your trouble. Haha, it's nothing. As principal of Longnan, no. One serving students is my duty. All right, then I'll wait for you. The call ended. You stared at your phone, your expression hardened into a cold calm. Service students. More like serving a cult. You did not hurry downstairs. Instead, you walked to the bookshelf and deftly opened a hidden compartment. You took out the backup phone used to contact Lung Yuan on a single line and drafted a message. Liao Xinyu came for me at dawn. The excuse is clumsy. There may be something off, but I'm not certain. Sent. Seeing the send confirmation, a composed smile curved your lip. The bait has indeed taken. Let's see how many big fish we hook this time. After that, you returned the backup phone and changed into light athletic clothes. You composed your expression into expectant eagerness and hurried downstairs. Under the teacher's dormitory, a black coach waited in the lamp's shadow, its engine rumbling low. Liao sat in the driver's seat, his face so sullen it seemed to drip. His fingers tapped the steering wheel, unconsciously a staccato of agitation. But in the end, his granddaughter's dear face won out. At that moment he saw you run out from the stairwell. In an instant he changed his face, the gloom vanished, and was replaced by a kindly affable smile. He rolled down the window and waved at you. Leon, you're here. Get in quickly, it's cold. Okay, principal. You hurried over, opened the door, and climbed into the passenger seat. The car smelled faintly of tobacco. Evidently, he had smoked to calm his nerves before you arrived. Fasten your seatbelt. Ooh, I won't waste words. Well, be quick. Sign, and then I'll bring you back to rest. Liao said as he started the car. All right, principal, thank you. The black sedan eased away from the dormitory. The administrative building was only a little over a kilometer away. Walking would have been quick. Driving not only leaves the school's surveillance area faster, but also creates an enclosed space that facilitates their methods. As expected, not 500 meters out as they entered a tree-lined lane, Liao's voice changed. No longer gentle, it sounded like the recitation of some ancient litany. Peeling plaster, a chipped iron bowl, the damned incantation again. You snorted inwardly, but your body made no move to resist. Deep within your mind, the prearranged virtual persona instantly assumed control of your body, sheltering your main consciousness in the depths of your spirit sea. As the chant continued, your eyes grew hollow and blank. Your once straight spine slumped, and your body went rigid again, like a shell emptied of its soul. Liao finished the final phrase and glanced at you. The student he had once taken pride. A flash of deep regret crossed his eyes, but it was soon replaced by steely resolve. He said nothing. He only tapped the steering wheel once. The car did not head to the administrative building. It drove out of the school gate and turned onto a remote road leading to the old. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the end of a dilapidated alley. The street lamps were dim and the surroundings silent. Only a few feral cats rummaged through the refuse. We're here. Liao shut off the engine and opened the door. Two silhouettes slowly emerged from the shadows of the lane. From the third-person perspective inside your spirit sea, you observed coolly. One figure wore a plain black robe and a mask without decoration. The other, when you saw him, your heart jolted. He was far too familiar. You would recognize him even as dust. A lavish black robe embroidered with dark red eyeball patterns and a ghastly white bone mask. Gui Mian, the same fearsome powerhouse who in the last simulation left you choking with despair and could casually crush a Kaiyuan realm opponent. Principal Liao, swift action. I am pleased. Gui Mian Ren's voice remained calm and detached, as if the world lay entirely within his control. Liao did not answer. He only gave a cold snort. Gui Mian Ren opened the passenger door and helped the vacant you down. Go follow them, Liao ordered. You nodded mechanically and walked behind Gui Mian Ren. Liao watched his fists creaking as he clenched them, but he sat back in the car and did not drive away. He lit a cigarette and sat quietly as if awaiting a sentence from fate. Further into the alley, a nondescript gray sedan waited. Gui Mianren looked at you, a smile touching his lips, and began another obscure incantation. As the chant fell, control of the virtual persona was smoothly transferred into Gui Mianren's hands. Gui Mianren guided you into the rear seat, while his black-robed subordinate took the wheel. The car started and glided. The vehicle's mood was heavy, broken only by the tires whispering over wet asphalt. The driver glanced in the rear view at the stunned figure of you, and finally spoke. Lord Adjudicator, is today's ritual truly necessary? His tone held concern. For a Sudi still under evaluation, deploying such force and even going to that place, won't that raise the risk of exposure? Shut up. Gui Mianren leaned back, his voice ice cold. This is the cult leader's command. Don't ask questions, just do the— Gui Mianren leaned back, his voice ice cold. This is the cult leader's command. Don't ask questions, just do the job. It's momentum. Gui Mianren turned his head, red glowing eyes peering through the mask's holes as he glanced at you. Besides, this is also the initiation ceremony for the Shinsi into the cult. Only after that baptism can he reach a perfect state to greet the arrival on December 13th. Deep within your spirit see you registered this information and your heart stirred. Newly appointed leader. Boosting momentum. Initiation ceremony. It seemed the Shirshin cult was not wholly unified. This action read more like a demonstration of power. The vehicle threaded through the night, leaving the old quarter. It did not head to the wilderness, but drove into the city's most prosperous commercial district. Half an hour later, we're here. The car eased into the underground parking of a skyscraper heavily guarded with armed sentinels. Yet at the sight of Gui Mianren's car, no one halted them. They showed deference and allowed passage. The car stopped, but Gui Mianren did not rush you out. He fetched an exquisite black wooden box from the trunk. To see the god, you must first wear the proper attire. Gui Mianren opened the box to reveal a set of pristine ritual garments. At his command, you mechanically accepted the clothes and put them on obediently. It was a roomy black robe, cool and silky to the touch. The cuffs and collar were embroidered with the same dark red eyeball pattern as Gui Mianren's. Then came a mask. A pure white bone mask, unlike Gui Mianren's. Featureless, without the rise and fall of facial features. Only two jet black voids remained where the eyes should be. Perfect. Gui Mianren regarded you with the look of one admiring a work of art. Now robed in black and masked in bone, you radiated an aura that warned strangers to keep away. From this moment, Gui Mianren slid open the car door, his voice faint and hollow. You are the god's emissary. You followed him off the car obediently. In the dim light of the underground parking, your peripheral vision caught a large golden logo by the elevator. A chill ran through you. The emblem was composed of coins and skulls, the headquarters of Heijin Shanghai. The specialized elevator emitted a soft chime, not ascending, but plummeting rapidly into the depths of the earth. The digital display flickered through the floors, B1, A, B2, until it reached B5. The elevator door slowly opened. A thick, acrid scent of blood mixed with some strange incense immediately assaulted the senses. What lay before the eyes was a vast underground space. This should have been the vault or secret warehouse of the Black Gold, but now it had been transformed into a chilling cult altar. The dim candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the surrounding walls. Here the divine is with us. The ghost-faced figure stepped out of the elevator, first his voice echoing in the vast hall. You followed mechanically behind him, peering through the holes in your mask, surveying this den of evil hidden beneath the... Inside the hall, hundreds of cult members in gray robes had already gathered. Some were from the slums of the old town, while others were drifters from the chaotic zones. There were even a few well-dressed merchants and officials. But at this moment they all shared one identity: fanatics. Infinite purity. Burning flesh is eternal. The low, frenzied chants rose and fell, merging into a nauseating wave of sound. Their eyes were filled with fervor, as if at the command of a lofty ghost-faced figure they would not hesitate to rip open their own chests. There aren't many less than 1,000. You calmly analyzed from the depths of your consciousness. It seems the information was indeed accurate. 40 years ago the battle with Marshal St. Li Qingshan truly crushed the heart-eating cult. Now although it has resurfaced, it is merely a handful of strays. They can only rely on this underground rat-like existence to barely survive. However, your gaze fell upon the altar above, where a brand new blood-red flag hung. Embroidered on it was a wide-open vertical eye. The new leader has indeed brought about changes. In the past, they probably spent most of their time hiding in the heart of the chaotic zone. Now, leveraging the influence of this Mountain Sea realm powerhouse, they have begun to extend their reach into the federal city. They have even managed to control a major company in Longnan City, like the Black Gold Chamber. The ghost-faced figure led you through the kneeling crowd step by step onto the altar. Silence. With a raised hand, he commanded instant silence throughout the venue. Today is the day of great celebration for the Holy City. The ghost-faced figure's voice was filled with allure. The esteemed leader has not only re-established the link with our God, but has also bestowed upon us this perfect Son of God. He pulled you to the front, showcasing you to the crowd. Behold, this is the vessel chosen by the divine. His flesh is flawless. His soul is as pure as ice and snow. Roar, Son of God, Son of God. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers, their eyes filled with envy, and to them being the Son of God was the utmost glory. But a mortal body is ultimately tainted by dust. The ghost-faced figure's tone turned grim. To bear the divine grace, one must first purify the body and cleanse the soul, severing past ties and bonds. Bring forth the sacrificial offering. At his command, 2 strong cult members in black robes dragged a figure tightly bound by ropes onto the stage. It was a middle-aged man covered in blood, his hands and feet shackled by special alloy restraints, his eyes blindfolded. A ball gag filled his mouth, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. When the black cloth was torn away, you were shocked. Su Liang. It was him again. The former boss of the Black Gold Chamber, who once held countless lives in his hands. The one who had sent you to the operating table in the first simulation. Now he knelt before you like a dead dog. His limbs were already crippled, his meridians shattered, and his once proud cultivation at the Kaiyuan realm had vanished. Wu. Su Liang struggled desperately, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and terror. He fixed his gaze on the ghost-faced figure in front of him, his eyes full of pleading. He seemed to want to say, "I'm one of you. I'm your loyal dog. Why are you doing this to me? Su Liang, you should feel honored." The ghost-faced figure looked down at him, eyes filled with mockery, as if he were viewing a war. You have toiled for many years to amass wealth for the holy sect. Now the leader has shown mercy, granting you the opportunity to be the sacrificial offering for the Son of God's baptism. This is your lifelong honor. Upon hearing this, despair instantly filled Su Liang's eyes. He finally understood that in the eyes of these madmen, even a Kaiyuan realm martial artist like him was merely disposable material. Then his gaze turned toward you. Looking at the one wearing the skeletal mask, exuding an aura of death, Su Liang trembled all over. He had no idea who was beneath the mask. He only knew that this was a monster cultivated by the cult of blade that would soon kill him. The ghost-faced figure handed you an intricately carved bone dagger, his voice low, like a devil's whisper. With his blood, cleanse the mortal dust from your body. Sever the weaknesses of the past, and embrace your rebirth. You took the dagger without any hesitation. Under the control of the whispering command, you were now a heartless killer. Yet in this moment, your true consciousness felt a sense of absurdity and the fate of cyclical retribution. Su Liang, you never imagined this, did you? The student you drove to despair, who was to be dissected to repay debts, now stands before you. You don't recognize me, but I know you. As the boss of the Black Gold Chamber, your hands are stained with countless lives' blood. You exploited the commoners, you traded in human organs, you would sell anything for profit. Your death today is mere. In the first simulation you killed me, in this simulation I will kill you. With a swift motion you struck down. The bone dagger plunged precisely and steadily into Su Liang's heart without a hint of tremor. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto your pale mask, adding a touch of seductive red to this bizarre scene. As Su Liang's corpse was dragged away, the frenzied purification ceremony finally came to an end. The faceless figure stood on the high platform looking down at the gray-robed followers who had become even more fanatical at this. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This is the grace bestowed upon you by the divine. Feast upon it. With a roar, the followers below instantly lost their sanity and surged towards the altar like a pack of starving ghosts scrambling for the tainted scraps of meat. The scene descended into chaos with trampling and biting breaking out. The blood ghost did not glance back, but instead turned and beckoned to you. Stay close, he'll take you to meet your future family. You mechanically nodded and followed behind him with stiff steps venturing deeper into the underground base. Passing through a dimly lit corridor lined with torture devices, you arrived at a heavy, deep red door. It was a grand double archway standing 5 meters tall, made of a material that seemed like gold, yet was not intricately carved with bizarre patterns. In the center of the two doors was a massive, seemingly rotating blood red eye design. That was the sacred emblem of the heart-eating cult. The eye of purity for all ages. Creak. The blood ghost extended his pale palm and pushed the heavy door open. A wave of mixed exotic fragrances rushed towards you. What came into view was a spacious, circular conference room. In the center stood a massive black stone long table surrounded by a dozen high-backed chairs. At that moment, 6 people were already seated beside the long table. Though they were all dressed in blood-patterned black robes, symbolizing the high ranking, each exuded a distinctly different. Some were cold like snakes, some fierce like fire, while others were profound like the abyss. Yet the most striking was the empty seat at the head of the long table. There lay a main seat inlaid with unknown beast bones. Though unoccupied, it radiated an invisible pressure throughout the room. Hey blood ghost, you finally decided to show up. A rough voice sounded first. The speaker was a burly man sitting on the right side unmasked. A gruesome scar crossed his face, and he was playing with 2 white bone walnuts. Is the master calling us old bones just to wait for your child's play initiation ceremony? The scarred man rapped the table in dissatisfaction. I've been incredibly busy. I haven't slept in 3 days to brainwash the newly arrived goods. And, where's the master? How can you leave us here? The blood ghost led you to the long table, but did not sit down. Instead, he stood beside you, his tone calm yet cold. The master is very busy. He needs to personally oversee the final adjustments of the divine descent ritual in the underground forbidden zone. You all know that this level of ceremony involves communication with the divine and the anchoring of spatial points. Only the master being in the Shanghai realm can stabilize the situation and ensure everything goes perfectly. Naturally, he can't spare the time to meet you. As he spoke, the blood ghost sneered, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, his voice suddenly rising. Moreover, today is the day the master personally designated for the divine child's return. It's a pivotal moment for the revival of the holy cult. What? Mangu, are you suggesting that if the master is not present, you dare not come? At these words, the air in the conference room instantly froze. The burly man, named Mangu, stiffened. His grip tightened around the white bone walnut, clearly recalling the terrifying methods of the new master. A master of the Shanghai realm could crush the mere Fengyao realm practitioners with a little effort. It was definitely not difficult. I meant no such thing. Though Mangu spoke defiantly, his momentum clearly weakened. He mumbled, turning his head to the side. I came, didn't I? Don't put pressure on me with those big hats. Just then a strange mocking laughter came from the left. The speaker was a thin, sinister-looking figure in a black robe. His eyes bizarrely hosted 2 pupils rotating within, each appearing utterly bone-chilling. The arbiter Wantong. Blood ghost, don't try to frighten us honest folks with the master's realm. Wantong extended a long finger pointing at the 4 vacant seats across the long table with mockery in his tone. While we may complain, at least we made it here. Unlike the other 4 guys, Ming Niaoqing, Guiqi Lei, and Yu Mei. They haven't even shown up. It's a classic case of outward compliance and inward dissent, listening to the declaration, but ignoring the instructions. You're not targeting them, yet you're here, trying to scare us. Blood ghost, that's just too unfair, isn't it? Or are you saying, you only dare to pick on the soft ones? Wantong, shut your mouth. The blood ghost's red glow flickered beneath his mask. Stop with the strange remarks here. Ming Miao and the others were personally assigned by the master to assist in arranging the core of the formation in the You who weren't chosen have the nerve to find fault with them. That's truly laughable. Who are you calling useless? Wantong exploded with rage, his aura surging. The shadows behind him instantly transformed into countless open eyes, emanating a spine-chilling mental wave. Want to make a move? The blood ghost was equally unyielding, stepping forward to stand in front of you. His bloodthirsty aura soared to the heavens, subtly overshadowing Wantong. As the heavy red door slowly closed, you left the bloody and oppressive underground lair. You then returned to the inconspicuous gray sedan. The driver, cloaked in black, kept his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. Yet deep within your consciousness, although your body remained still, your mind was racing frantically, digesting the vast amount of information acquired tonight. You coolly assessed the chips in your possession. First, the stronghold of the heart-eating cult in Longnan City had been pinpointed. It was the underground 5th floor of the Black Gold Chamber headquarters. Secondly, the enemy's high-level structure began to emerge. Aside from the mysterious new leader from the Shanghai realm, you had already identified 6 out of the remaining 10 high-ranking members of the Fuyo realm. Moreover, it was possible that Lung Yuan and Zhao Zongtian had already marked a few of these individuals. As for the remaining four, although you had not seen them, you were aware of their code names. The heart-eating cult had been silent for 40 years. With the remnants scattered across various locations and a century of inheritance, they had indeed built a considerable foundation over these decades. However, judging by the current situation, they were likely operating independently for a long time, each as their own king. It was only recently that a new leader from the Shanghai realm emerged, leveraging absolute suppression of their realm. This forced the high-ranking members of the cult scattered in chaotic areas or the dark corners of the Federation to be free. The advantage was that greater numbers meant greater strength, exponentially increasing the resources and combat. However, the downsides were also glaringly obvious. A pack of hungry wolves accustomed to giving orders suddenly had a single leader who was overriding. Being ordered around, while also bearing the risk of exposure, surely left them feeling uneasy. With each harboring their own secrets, their outward harmony belied inner discord. This was their greatest flaw. You chuckled coldly within, but it no longer mattered. They had no future. Their stronghold had been marked by the Inspection Bureau. The downfall of the heart-eating cult was imminent. For now, they were nothing more than grasshoppers after autumn. Your thoughts shifted to the critical date, December 13th. Given their current posture, it seemed they were truly committed to ensuring the success of the Blood Shadow replacement plan. Not only targeting Lucia, but now with me involved, they must have prepared two-dimensional treasures as bait. This was no trivial matter. It was treasures capable of driving countless martial artists mad. The present too at once indicated that the impending dimensional ripple at Changlin Park would far exceed expectations. Yet I wonder if these dimensional treasures are genuinely legitimate. You recalled the scene from the last simulation where Lucia experienced a surge in power after consuming the Ice Lotus, donning a crimson veil. It was highly probable that they were real. After all, to host a parasitic entity of the caliber 2 lives blood soul demon, the vessel must be sufficiently dimensional treasures serve both as bait and catalysts to strengthen the vessel. However, it indeed contained a deadly poison. Was it necessary to risk everything for the allure of a single treasure? You quickly reached a decision in your heart. It was unnecessary. This deal did not add up. In this simulation, there were far more important matters to attend to. Even if I couldn't eliminate the influence of the 2 lives blood soul demon from the dimensional treasures, I could still attempt a second awakening at Sunset Canyon. Though it was dangerous, at least there were no cult schemes there. Besides, I still had not obtained the Yuan martial method. That was the key to the Kaiyuan realm, the foundation of qualitative change. To gamble my life for an uncertain dimensional treasure was not worth it, especially with significant room for improvement in this simulation. The importance of a second awakening paled in comparison to obtaining a suitable Yuan martial method after assessment. Moreover, advancing to the Kaiyuan realm was crucial. Realm is everything. And this time I must strive to live longer. Only by surviving can I uncover more intelligence. As you pondered these thoughts, the car gradually slowed down. We've arrived. This ritual didn't take much time for a round trip. After all, it was merely a formality to make an appearance before the congregation. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of a familiar dilapidated alley. Still at the same spot. Liao Xianya's black bus was still parked in place. At this moment the car window was open. In the dim light of the street lamp, you could see 5 or 6 cigarette butts scattered on the ground beneath the window. After returning to the teacher's apartment, you did not turn on the lights. In the darkness you leaned against the door and slowly exhaled a long burdened breath. The constant tension in front of Liao Xinyu, the oppressive feeling of playing the hypnotized puppet, finally dissipated a little at this moment. But you had no time to rest. Barefoot you quickly walked to the desk and skillfully opened the hidden compartment at the bottom. There lay the old phone used for direct communication. Turning it on, the dim light of the screen illuminated your stern face. Your fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, editing a crucial information message. Recipient Lung Yuan. Content: Liao Xinyu has confirmed there is a problem. After contact tonight, I experienced a brief lapse in consciousness, very likely due to mental suggestion. He must be colluding with the heart-devouring cult and is deeply involved. Please be cautious. Click to send. Watching the screen display, sent successfully, you turned off the phone, returned it to its place, and locked the compartment again. After doing all this, you instinctively cast a glance at the shadow beneath your feet. The black shadow quietly extended under the moonlight without any unusual fluctuations. Is Lung Yuan still there? You secretly pondered. Or is it that she was taken by the ghost-faced man after seeing me controlled? You were not sure. The lurking methods of the Fuyo realm, if deliberately concealed, were nearly impossible to detect with your current perception. Regardless of whether she is there or not, the information has already been sent. You stopped thinking further and turned to enter. The cold water washed over your body, cleansing the bloody scent and dust that clung to you from that underground lair. When you dried off and stood back in the training room, your gaze had already become as calm as an ancient well. There are still a few days until December 13th. The ritual is about to commence. You tightened your grip on the combat knife, a bloodthirsty arc curling at the corner. How exciting! I can hardly wait to see those cultists who think they control everything. At the moment they believe their plan has succeeded, they will reveal their despair. Clang! The light of the knife flickered and you began tonight's training, gathering energy and waiting for the storm. In the following days, the city of Longnan fell into a strangely calm state in your eyes. Lung Yuan did not reply to your message nor reappear, as if she had completely vanished into the shadows. And Principal Liao Xinyu had not sought you out since that night's allowance signature. He remained the amiable elder who was elusive in the school. Everyone is acting, everyone is enduring. Your heart was like a clear mirror. Time slowly flowed through the tedious training and teaching. Finally, the calendar turned to December 13th. Morning. The sky in Longnan City was dreadfully gloomy. Heavy clouds hung low and the cold wind swirled the snowflakes inside the practical training hall. It was still warm like spring. As usual, you arrived early, standing in the corner practicing your stance and refining your chi and blood. At this moment, you had already adjusted to your peak state. The chi and blood within you lay dormant, like a sleeping dragon coiled within your dantian. The secret technique concealing the edge had been cultivated to perfection. Your aura completely retracted, without a trace. To outsiders, you appeared to be an ordinary high school student with a slightly vigorous chi and blood. The once sharp and cutting edge had been perfectly hidden within the scabbard. Huh! A crisp exclamation broke your train of thought. You opened your eyes and turned to look beside you. Lucia was practicing her swordplay. Today she seemed particularly excited. She wore a brand new white training outfit, her long hair tied up. The soft sword in her hand danced like a spirit snake, the sword light, flashing with a sharp chill. Each thrust was lighter and more powerful than usual. Even the frost clinging to the sword blade was a bit thicker than usual. Her face was adorned with an uncontainable smile, filled with anticipation for the future and a longing for power. You knew the reason. Because tonight was the day she had been longing for, the arrival of the dimensional treasure. In her view, after tonight she would obtain that legendary Xianbing double lotus. She would use this to break through to the 9th level of chi and blood, completing her second awakening of her abilities, and finally escape the shadow of her family to be reborn. She thought she was going to welcome hope, unaware that she was heading to a rendezvous with death. You paid her no mind, withdrawing your gaze and continuing to adjust your breathing, nurturing the momentum within. The morning practice ended. The students gradually left for their cultural classes. Lucia sheathed her sword and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She did not leave directly as usual, but walked over to you intentionally. She looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unprecedented confidence. Leon. She called your name, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her spirit soaring, exuding a unique arrogance of a young lady from a prestigious family. Don't forget our agreement on the 20th. In the deep of night at Changlin Park, the raging snowstorm enveloped the world in a blanket of white. You are hidden in the branches of a distant tree, letting the snow accumulate on your tactical jacket. At this moment, you coldly watch the anxious figure at the pavilion in the lake center. Lucia is still searching, her hair disheveled, and her expression exudes a sickly obsession. Time ticks away. About 15 minutes have passed. Suddenly, a tremor jolts the virtual persona deep within your mind, which had remained silent. An invisible, irresistible urge surged from the depths of your soul. The suggestion implanted by the heart-eating cult has activated. In that moment, it transformed into your most primitive instinct, driving your body forward. Go to the lakeside. Everything you desire is there. If you are indeed under control, you should be frenzied and unconscious now. Yet as an observer, you merely go with the flow, darting out like a weasel. Using the cover of the wind and snow, you swiftly reach the shadows of the trees by the frozen lake. The moment you stand firm in your designated position, a sound like crack resonates, as if an invisible contract has been. The golden spiritual imprint left by Zhao Zongtian in your mind shattered simultaneously with the black spiritual suggestion implanted by the heart-eating cult, scattering into flecks of light. The causality has concluded and the bait has entered the game. Meanwhile, Lucia, standing at the center of the frozen lake, seems to sense something. She suddenly halts, her gaze blankly fixed on the ice beneath her feet. The next moment, a booming sound erupts. Without warning, the ground of Changlin Park shakes violently. The thick ice several feet deep instantaneously cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, followed by a deafening explosion. Two blinding pillars of light shot skyward, tearing through the storm and piercing the clouds. The left one, ice blue like jade, emanated an icy aura that seemed capable of freezing space itself. The right one, deep blue like the sea, surged with tidal force, radiating a tremendous vitality. The space visibly warped at this moment. Two wondrous flowers exuding a sacred and ancient aura gradually materialized from those two beams of Xianbing double lotus. Illusory water lily. The dual-dimensional treasures have simultaneously descended. Heavens! It truly is a creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. Concealed in the shadows, the protectors Wu Changhe and Liao Xinyu watched this miraculous scene. Even though they were aware, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Such treasures of this level, even a mere glance, would leave one awestruck. Yet at the center of the storm, Lucia's gaze was fixated solely on the ice lotus. That's mine. She could no longer contain her inner desire, forgetting the potential dangers surrounding her. She transformed into a streak of white light, recklessly dashing towards the lake's center, reaching out to touch the flower that held a deadly allure for her. At the same time, you also cooperatively charged forward, targeting the illusory water lily. This was the moment the heart-eating cult had been waiting for. However, just as Lucia's fingertips were about to brush the petals, the entire world abruptly froze. This was not a simple metaphor, but a physical stillness. The falling snowflakes hung suspended in midair, each crystalline structure clear as day. The shattered ice fragments remained frozen on the water surface, maintaining their splashing posture. Lucia's forward motion solidified into a statue, her frenzied expression captured in time. Even you were locked in place by an indescribable force, unable to move even a single eye. Even the two towering pillars of light seemed to have been paused, their radiance no longer flowing. In this realm all was silent. The sounds of wind, water, and heartbeat vanished entirely. This was the means of a master of divine arts. In this still black and white canvas, the only one who could move was a single figure. A silhouette slowly emerged. He traversed the wind as if it were still standing upon the air, as if space bowed before him. It was an old man with hair and beard as white as snow. He wore an ordinary white training outfit, yet at this moment it was covered in large splotches of shocking blood. Blood dripped from his face, beard, and even the gaps between his fingers. As a grandmaster he should have remained unsullied, yet he did not use his power to cleanse these impurities, allowing them to stain his garments. They were proof of his tributes to the souls of countless followers on his way here. Zhao Zongtian. This normally amiable elder had no expression on his face at this moment, only boundless coldness and murderous intent. The oppressive aura he exuded was 1,000 times more terrifying than any beast you have encountered. In his left hand he held a head with a twisted, furried visage, the judger Wantu. In his right hand he grasped a head adorned with a broken ghost mask, eternally unable to close its eyes, the judger Blood Ghost. He hovered in midair, holding the heads of two powerful beings resembling a god of death judging the world. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suddenly a booming sound erupted. A terrifying yet malevolently charged crimson beam of light burst forth from the depths of the dense forest in Chonglin Park. It barely broke through this layer of stagnant spatial blockade. A blood-red stream of light shot into the sky, moving with the speed of thunder, seeking to escape this desperate situation. This was the new cult leader of the heart-eating cult, Tianqin. As a powerful being of the Mountain Sea realm, he sensed that irresistible aura of death the instant Zhao Zongtian arrived. Without hesitation, he didn't even glance at his subordinates, and immediately burned his blood essence, attempting to escape. Thinking of running, Zhao Zongtian didn't even look at him, merely pointing in that direction. Stop. With no elaborate incantation, just that lightning-fast blood light halted abruptly in midair, as if it had collided with an invisible wall of size. No matter how it surged left and right, it couldn't move an inch. Following that, Zhao Zongtian pressed down with his finger. The primal force in the void instantly condensed into a long spear, 10 zhang long, shimmering with golden light. Fall. Whoosh. The golden spear, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, instantly pierced through the abdomen of A shrill and desperate scream reverberated through the night sky, shattering the suspended snowflakes. The cult leader, clad in a blood robe adorned with golden patterns, fell from the sky, like a nailed fly, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. He struggled desperately, but that golden spear seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pinning him firmly to the earth, unable to move. One finger suppressing the mountain sea. This is divine power. As the newly appointed leader Tianqin was nailed to the ground, this so-called ambush had already come to an end. Bang! Bang! He clenched his hands fiercely. The two heads belonging to the strong of the Fuyo realm instantly exploded, turning into a mist of blood that slowly fell. He took a deep breath, seemingly savoring the bloody scent. Then Zhao Zongtian spread his hands. As if drawn by an irresistible force, the two-dimensional treasures that were previously hovering in front of Lucia and you instantly broke away from their original trajectory. Two balls of golden primordial power enveloped them, rapidly flying toward Zhao Zongtian's hands. With a screech, two shrill cries emanated from the flower's core. Two blood crystals emitting an ominous red light, and a blood-red causal line connecting to the void. He forcibly extracted them from the dimensional treasure. They were the second life blood soul demon hidden within and the backdoor left by the evil cult. After dealing with these, Zhao Zongtian casually left the golden orb containing the two pure dimensional treasures. In the next instant he flashed and appeared in front of Tianqin, who was nailed to the ground. This new leader of the heart-eating cult was now disheveled, with a huge gaping hole in his abdomen, oozing black blood, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. You are Zhao Zongtian. How can you be here? Tianqin screamed. Zhao Zongtian did not answer, expressionless, as he grasped Tianxin's head with one hand. Soul search. The terrifying divine sense instantly surged into Tianxin's sea of consciousness, forcefully flipping through his memories. Tianxin's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. However, as the soul search continued, Zhao Zongtian's brows furrowed tighter. His complexion grew increasingly unsightly, even taking on a layer of frost. Humph. Is there a restriction? Zhao Zongtian snorted coldly, seemingly unable to find the core secrets he desired. He released his grip and from nowhere pulled out an ancient and exquisite parchment scroll. It resembled the one used by the ghost-faced man during the last simulation, but its aura was even more ancient, and he unfurled the parchment, spreading it beneath Tianqin, who was suspended in midair. Then he drew out the golden primordial power spear. Puff! Without support, Tianqin immediately collapsed onto the parchment. Black blood gushed from the hollow in his abdomen, instantly soaking the parchment. Since you won't speak, let your master do the talking. Zhao Zongtian grasped the red causal line he had just extracted and activated his divine power. Sacrifice. The parchment, now saturated with the blood of the Shanghai realm, emitted a strange blood-red glow as the runes upon it seemed to come alive. They began to writhe and struggle wildly, seemingly attempting to resist, yet forced to yield to the will of the Grand. Taingson's body started to shrink at an observable rate. His blood, primordial power, and even soul appeared to be frantically siphoned away by an invisible pump. In just a few seconds, a master of the Shanghai realm had been reduced to a withered corpse. Buzz! Just then the space above the corpse twisted. A massive blood-veined red eyeball abruptly squeezed out from the void. It was a projection of the everlasting cleansing eye of the burning god. The pupil of the eyeball spun around, filled with endless evil and chaos, finally locking onto Zhao Zongtian. At that moment, time seemed to freeze once more. 3 seconds. In just a 3-second gaze, an incomprehensibly massive thought collided and exchanged between the two. Zhao Zongtian's expression shifted from serious to shocked, ultimately transforming into overwhelming fury. Bastard! You dare! Seemingly having learned something from that evil god, Zhao Zongtian was utterly enraged. Get back! He waved his hand, and the golden primordial power transformed into a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky, smashing down on that eyeball. Bang! The eyeball instantly exploded into a sky full of blood mist along with the corpse on the ground, and the parchment utterly reduced to ashes under that palm. Having completed all this, Zhao Zongtian's chest heaved violently, clearly extremely angry. He turned around and reached out to grab the suspended orb from the air. In a flash, he appeared before you, who was still in a state of suspension. Slap! Zhao Zongtian's hand trembled, shaking the bloodstains off cleanly. Then he heavily slapped you on the shoulder. As the dust settled in Changlin Park, Liang's consciousness did not come to a halt. The omniscient perspective stirred once more. The view seemed to transcend the limitations of space, instantly withdrawing from the frozen surface of the lake. Like a deity looking down from above, it gazed upon another eye of the storm in the center of Longnan City. Time began to rewind, returning to a period some time ago. Longnan City, headquarters of the Black Gold Consortium. At this moment, the Black Gold building was illuminated as brightly as day by countless police lights and searchlights. A vast perimeter was established, sealing off the entire building. In the sky, several armed helicopters hovered in vigilance, their powerful searchlight beams sweeping across the building's surface. On the ground, the special police and armed police forces of Longnan City were already fully armed, standing ready with their guns aimed directly at the entrance. Although only 2 individuals came from Wuyue City, they held the highest order personally issued by the governor of Jiangnan. Moreover, a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, a grandmaster of profound abilities, had personally come to oversee the situation. This followed Zhao Zongtian's thunderous execution of all the high-ranking members of the Heart Erosion sect. The local official forces, having received the governor's decree, were finally unrestrained and mobilized entirely. They surrounded the Black Gold Consortium in layers, ensuring not even a fly could escape. Within the building, especially on the 5th underground level where the cult's altar was located, the official forces had completely taken control. The gray-robed followers who had previously been fervently chanting were now all restrained, with specially designed handcuffs and shackles. Escorted by the special police, they lined up in long rows, preparing to be sent to a high-security prison for detention. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, just at that moment in Changlin Park, when Zhao Zongtian shattered the projection of the eternal cleansing eye of the god with a palm, a surge of indescribable, brutal, and chaotic mental impact descended upon this group of followers through an invisible causal link. It was the wrath of an evil god, and also the backlash of faith collapsing. The previously dejected or trembling cult members suddenly began to tremble violently. They jerked their heads up, their eyes instantly bloodshot. Their gaze turned a chilling crimson, their expressions becoming frenzied and distorted. Kill! For our god! A surge of strength unknown in origin erupted from within them, letting out beast-like roars. Crack! Crack! The specially designed alloy handcuffs and shackles were astonishingly shattered under their mad strength. Hundreds of frenzied, mindless thugs, like starving wolves released from their cages, pounced wildly upon the guards around them. Chaos erupted in an instant. Suppress them! Quickly suppress them! Although the guarding special police were well trained, they were still caught off guard by such. At that moment, a black streak of light surged into the crowd. Lung Yuan made her move. She did not draw her sword, but moved like a ghost amidst the chaos. Bang! 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 The finger techniques of a strong practitioner in the Fuyun realm were exceedingly precise and brutal. Every strike landed accurately on the thug's pressure points. In just a few breaths, dozens of frenzied followers fell to the ground, eyes rolled back. Lung Yuan's movements were swift and clean, attempting to regain control of the situation at minimal cost. However, just as she prepared to deal with the next batch of people, a strange sound of bones grinding came from behind her. Creak! Creak! Those who had just been knocked unconscious by her, who should have been in a coma for at least several hours, were now defying biological common sense, standing up again in a grotesquely twisted manner. Moreover, they had become even more violent, their aura more sinister. Their muscles began to swell uncontrollably, tearing their clothes apart. Their teeth sharpened like saws, and viscous saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Those crimson eyes, their pupils rapidly constricting, transformed into inhuman slits. Roar! They lunged at her again, their speed and strength having increased several-fold. What is this? Lung Yuan's pupils shrank, a chill creeping up her spine. She instantly understood. Evil seeds had fused with them. This batch of people was completely beyond saving. They were not only mentally brainwashed and manipulated. Their bodies had also been thoroughly contaminated by the residual powers of the evil god, resulting in irreversible mutations. They were no longer humans, but evil corpses that knew only slaughter and devouring. If left unchecked, they would kill everyone here, even break out of the building, bringing disaster to the city. Huff. Lung Yuan took a deep breath, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes, but more so the resolve of an investigator. Her hand slowly gripped the hilt of her tang knife at her back. She had to act decisively. Just as Lung Yuan was about to draw her blade and prepare to cleanse this hell on earth thoroughly. Freeze. A voice old and calm, yet seemingly containing the principles of heaven and earth, abruptly echoed in the underground space. With the utterance of this word, the entire world seemed to be pressed on the pause button. Whether it was the clawing, distorted faces of the mutated followers, or the about to draw blade Lung Yuan, or the terrified retreating police and federal employees around them, everyone was rendered motionless. Aside from Lung Yuan, whose mind remained active, everyone else's consciousness seemed to freeze at that moment. In the void, a figure slowly emerged. It was Zhao Zongtian, who had just finished the battle at Changlin Park. He still wore the blood-stained white training outfit, but the killing intent on him had completely receded. At this moment, he looked down at the twisted, deformed faces below him. Instead of disgust, his eyes revealed a dust to dust, earth to earth. Zhao Zongtian sighed softly. Then his form moved. Fast, too fast. Even Lung Yuan could barely catch a glimpse of a series of golden after him. Zhao Zongtian swiftly navigated through the crowd, using none of the world-destroying techniques. He merely extended his hand, gently tapping the forehead of each cult follower. 1, 2, 3, 4. His movements were as gentle as if he were patting the head of his own younger generation, but the effect was as tyrannical as thunder. With each tap, the evil vitality within those followers was instantly severed, leading to their instant demise. Following that, a layer of pure golden flame ignited upon their bodies. This flame was not scorching, instead it radiated a warmth and purifying aura. Under the burning of the golden flames, those twisted bone spurs, repugnant scales, and contorted muscles began to rapidly dissolve. All the filth, sins, and sufferings were completely burned clean in this fire. In less than a few seconds, the bodies disappeared. In their place were crystal, clear, jade-like bone beads. Each bead faintly bore a small. In just a few minutes, all the cultists in the hall had vanished, leaving behind 976 bone beads quietly floating in midair. They emitted a gentle glow resembling a starry river underground. Among these individuals were ignorant civilians misled by the cult, as well as vagrants forcibly captured. Some were businessmen who willingly plunged into darkness for profit, while others like Su Liang were heinous accomplices. Their souls and bodies had been tainted, and Zhao Zongtian could not leave them intact. However, this golden flame burned away their sins and evils, leaving behind the last traces of being human, to leave for their families as a final tribute. With a thunderous method, yet a compassionate heart. Having completed all this, Zhao Zongtian's form began to slowly dissipate, and the power that had confined the entire area was also released. The special police and personnel present finally came to their senses, gazing at the empty hall and the floating beads. Each person exchanged looks, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. At this moment, Lung Yuan, who had been silent and head down, heard Zhao Zongtian's voice in her mind. The matter here is I have urgent matters to return to Suan. The remaining mess here will be handed over to you. Special circumstances require special measures. With the governor's hand order, it is as if I am personally here with the governor. Be sure to eliminate any remaining threats of the heart erosion sect. Lung Yuan suddenly looked up. There in midair, Zhao Zongtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the blood and dust on him had long since disappeared, restoring the pristine, ethereal appearance of a... He exchanged a brief glance with Lung Yuan, nodding slightly. Then he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Huff! Lung Yuan gazed at the myriad of bone beads, sighed, and felt a tinge of melancholy in her heart. But just a moment later, the melancholy in her eyes was replaced by determination. She immediately entered work mode, turning to the still-dazed police and issuing orders. In the midst of the swirling snow, that golden beam of light had long vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a scene of devastation and a suffocating blood-red night. You stand still, gazing at the soft glowing orb in your hand, along with the ancient book resting on the icy surface, your heart filled with mixed emotions. The complex gaze of Zhao Zongtian was utterly inscrutable, yet you could roughly guess the reason behind it. What did the projection of the divine eye of eternal purity say to him in the 3 seconds before it was obliterated? Was it about my identity, or perhaps some unspeakable prophecy? Zhao Zongtian might have obtained some intelligence that led to a shift in his attitude towards you. Of course, this is just your speculation. One thing is clear: this Grandmaster, who had always been your greatest support, might now harbor a slight crack in his trust towards you. Yet he did not kill you or take you away, but left you to the passage of time for verification. Enough overthinking is futile. You took a deep breath, forcing yourself to regain focus. Regardless of Zhao Zongtian's thoughts, at least the spoils before you were tangible. You lowered your head, your gaze falling upon the ancient book. On the cover, several powerful characters were inscribed in ancient seal script. the divine seed of Tianhai King. This is the martial art of Yuan. Your pupils contracted sharply, filled with wild joy. Moreover, the material and aura of this tome were grand and profound. This was deliberately left for you by Grandmaster Zhao Zongtian. As you opened the pages of the book, an immense aura engulfed you. Buzz, the essence of your heavenly river water lotus, immediately resonated strongly. It felt as if a long-awaited rain had finally come, sending waves of joy through you. This indicated that this martial art was highly compatible with you, perhaps even perfectly so. Water system, top-tier martial art. The key you had longed for to transcend into power was casually discarded by the Grandmaster. With it, the Yuan realm is right before me. You solemnly stored the secret manual away, turning your gaze to the golden orb in your hand. Within the orb, two-dimension treasures now devoid of evil energy and utterly pure were slowly rotating. One was Lucia's target, the Xianbing double lotus, while the other was your target, the Huanshui Baihe. They had been completely cleansed by Zhao Zongtian, free of any sinister remnants or cult connections. They had transformed into the purest treasures of heaven and earth. You pondered for a moment. The Xianbing double lotus is of the ice system, which does not suit me, but this Huanshui Baihe. You extended your hand, gently touching the deep blue lily. Buzz. In that instant of contact, the Huanshui Baihe transformed into a stream of water blue vapor, entering your body through your pores. However, this absorption felt entirely different from the last time when you absorbed the heavenly river water lotus. If the sensation from the heavenly river water lotus was akin to a galactic surge, immense and majestic, then the feeling from the Huanshui Baihe was like a slender river winding gently. Though it could flow steadily for a long time, its magnitude was too small. Indeed, dimension treasures are graded. You realized this in your heart. It was clear that the quality of the heavenly river water lotus far surpassed that of the Huanshui Baihe. It was an absolute higher existence. This absorption did not leave the essence of the two-dimension treasures within you. At the moment the Huanshui Baihe entered your dantian, the essence of the heavenly river water lotus lying deep within your qi si stirred. It did not show any rejection, but directly captured and devoured it. The essence of the Huanshui Baihe was first absorbed by the heavenly river water lotus. Then it quickly transformed it into the purest energy that perfectly matched the Xianshui Ling Ti, feeding it back to you. This time no energy overflowed from you, nor were there any visible phenomena. Everything happened within your body, silently nurturing you. Your blood essence was once again refined, and the already perfect red-scaled blood robe became even more crystalline, faintly revealing a depth akin to the sea. Having completed this, you retracted your aura and turned towards the two figures in the distance. On the icy lake, Wu Changhe and Lu Xia had finally snapped out of their astonishment from the recent display of powers. Just moments ago, Zhao Zongtian had conveyed the entire sequence of events to them through his divine sense. That you were the bait in the operation, the principal was taken hostage, and the cult's conspiracy, among other details. Seeing you approach, Wu Changhe hurriedly walked over. This usually carefree man now looked filled with anxiety and fear. He quickly accepted the notion that you were the bait. He was no longer concerned about the cult's conspiracy or why you had kept things from him. What mattered to him was whether you were safe. Although he had seen from afar that you were unscathed and had successfully absorbed the dimension treasure, he still felt uneasy. Wu Changhe rushed up to you, checking every part of you, squeezing your arms. He even patted your back, confirming that you had not lost any limbs and that your organs were unharmed. Phew, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling at ease. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Wu Changhe patted your shoulder, his voice a bit choked. Good lad, you've really accomplished something significant. In Changlin Park, on the frozen surface of the lake. Transaction. You looked at Lu Xia, your expression calm. Go ahead and speak. Lu Xia bit her lip and spoke quickly. I know that the liquid funds I brought this time are considerable. But for a divine artifact of this caliber, it might not be enough. However, I promise I will mobilize all the resources currently available from the Lu family's direct line to fully assist you in advancing to the Kaiyuan realm. Whether it's Kaiyuan stones, or the top-tier Yuanwu techniques, or even potions that assist in cultivation. As long as you want it, and I have it, I can provide it to you. As she said this, she glanced at Wu Changhe beside her tone serious. In this case, let teacher Wu be a witness. Tonight, I will draft the transfer agreement and resource allocation document, and tomorrow morning, we will sign the formal contract. How about that? You looked into her eager and determined eyes, silently nodding in your heart. This truly was the greatest sincerity. For you now, money is just a number. You already possess the Tianhai Kanglin Body Divine Seed technique. What you lack is precisely the Kaiyuan stones, a hard currency that can assist in breakthroughs. You could also take this opportunity to see the other water-based Yuanwu techniques treasured by the Lu family. As a prestigious family in Haicheng, even in decline, their foundation is beyond what an ordinary commoner like you can compare. Moreover, strengthening Lu Xia will not affect your future plans at all. This is also an opportunity to gain a powerful ally. Okay, you did not hesitate or bargain. You directly tossed the golden orb wrapped around the Xianbing Bingtillion. Deal. Lu Xia was taken aback, seemingly not expecting you to agree so readily. She hurriedly stretched out her hands to catch the orb, feeling the chill, and her eyes instantly turned red. Thank you. She did not say much else, knowing that every second was precious now. She sat cross-legged on the ice holding the orb with both hands and began to operate the family's inherited technique. Crack! The golden seal of Yuan power shattered. The crystal-clear ice lotus instantly transformed into a blue mist carrying an extreme frost. It swiftly burrowed into Lucia's body as if it had found its home. Boom! In an instant the blood and chi around Lucia violently surged. After all, she is unlike you, as there is no higher-level Tianhe water lotus source suppressing within her. This enormous energy from an unknown dimension caused a tremendous impact on her meridians. The raging chill spread out, instantly crystallizing the surroundings into hard ice. Wu Changhe saw this, and quickly stepped forward, unleashing his Yuan power to form a translucent shield. He protected the three of you within, preventing the aura from leaking out and attracting unnecessary trouble. Time passed. You watched Lucia's surging aura silently calculating in your heart. The next objective is very clear. Quickly convert the resources gained this time into your own strength. Utilize the Kaiyuan stones and Yuan Wu techniques to rapidly break through to the Kaiyuan realm. After successfully advancing, we will fight once more in the Sunset Canyon. You recalled the last simulation where you were chased and cornered by Tiannan Heavy Industries in Sunset Canyon. This time I will not flee in such a pitiful manner as last time. This time I must make a big profit in the treasure land of Sunset Canyon. 10 minutes later, with the final rumble, the surging blood and chi around Lucia finally began to gradually calm down. Buzz! A layer of faint ice blue shimmering red gauze slowly materialized on her body, though it was still quite unstable. However, the shackles were broken and the chasm became a thoroughfare. She no longer needed to refine her blood and chi. Next, as long as she undergoes a 24-hour golden absorption period, she will be able to completely stabilize her realm and officially begin to break through the 9 segments of blood and chi. This is the wondrous power of the dimensional treasure. How many people have spent their entire lives in pursuit of opportunities they cannot obtain, yet at this moment it blooms within this young girl. Lucia slowly opened her eyes, and although energy still overflowed within her, it did not affect her actions. She clenched her fists, feeling the new power within her as the gloom in her heart was largely dispelled. She stood up and bowed deeply once more to you and Wu Changhe. Teacher Wu Liang, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. Wu Changhe waved his hand, looking somewhat fatigued. All right, since it has been accomplished, let's quickly leave this place of trouble. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the solitary corpse lying on the ice not far away. Liao Xinyu. This once glorious principal now lay with all limbs severed, his face distorted, quietly dead in this snowstorm. Wu Changhe walked over and picked up Liao Xianyu's corpse with one hand, as if lifting a tattered garment. Let's go, he said to you and Lucia. Tomorrow morning go with me to the police station to give a statement. As for why not go to the Alien Cult Examination Bureau, that is because Jiangnan Province only has 3 examination bureaus. They are located in Wuyue City, Ningzhou City, and the headquarters in Suang City. In such a small place as Longnan, there used to be a branch office decades ago, but it was closed down with the decline of the cults. The 3 of you left Chonglan Park. Outside the park, a black sedan had been waiting for a long time. The car door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a haggard face and tear-stained eyes rushed out. Tia? That was Lucia's Aunt Yin Yin. She appeared to be in her 30s, just an ordinary warrior of the blood and chi realm. She was originally a writer living a quiet life, but recently her sister and brother-in-law encountered misfortune. As Lucia's true relative Yin took on the responsibility of caring for her niece. Upon receiving Wu Chang's call and learning that her niece had been attacked by a cult, she immediately rushed here, anxiously waiting. Seeing Lucia come out unscathed, Yan's anxious heart finally relaxed, tightly embracing Lucia. They exchanged brief words. After respectfully bowing and thanking you, and Wu Changhe Yin took Lucia into the car, quickly leaving this place, which she deemed extremely dangerous. As for you, you got into Wu Chang's car. On the way back to the teacher's apartment, Wu Changhe remained silent, listening to you recount the series of events. While driving, he occasionally glanced at the corpse covered with a black cloth in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He had already learned the general situation through the last consciousness imparted by the Grand Master. But after hearing your account of the events, he still felt both shocked and angry. Shocked by the great influence of the cult, which had indeed set such a large scheme against his student in Longnan. Even the heart erosion cult had come out in full force. Angry at his old partner, Liao Xinyu. Old Liao, oh old Liao. Wu Changhe's fingers tightly gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. We've worked together for decades, and you have been a diligent principal for so many years. How could you at the end do such an incredibly foolish thing? Conspiring with the cult, harming students. You are ruining all your life's achievements in the mud. Fortunately, Liang is unharmed. You truly were too foolish. Wu Changhe's suppressed roar echoed in the car. But gradually his anger dissipated, leaving only a deep sense of despair and helplessness. He recalled Liao Xinyu's face, which still bore a hint of relief even in death. I know you did it for your granddaughter. But some things, once they happen, cannot be undone. Wu Changhe looked at the road ahead, his eyes slightly red, trapped in endless regret for his old friend who had gone astray. But he also knew what the underlying tone of this tragedy truly was. Tonight Liao Xinyu died, and the granddaughter he had sold his soul to protect had actually also perished in that purification by the Black Gold Guild. In that blazing golden flame, she transformed into a cold white bone pearl. Her life also vanished with the wind. Liao Xinyu had willingly become a dog of the cult for his granddaughter. However, if he had devoted more thought to his orphaned granddaughter earlier, understood her life better, would things have come to this? No. Perhaps some would think so, but that is merely the surface. The real root lies in. Even if she had not been bewitched by the cult, what then? When the immense machinery of the cult begins to operate, when the strong from the Mountain Sea realm and the Fuyao realm turn their gaze here. Could Liao Xinyu, with only the Kaiyuan realm cultivation, protect his granddaughter? He could not protect her. This is the root of the problem. The vehicle stopped at the teacher's apartment building. We've arrived. Wu Changhe took a deep breath, returning to his usual demeanor, though his voice was still somewhat fatigued. Get some rest. Tonight's events. Let's leave it at that for now. You need to go to the police station tomorrow, so rest early. After saying this, he bid you farewell and drove away. You knew he was heading to the crematorium to send off that old friend on their final journey and to deal with this lamentable entanglement. Returning to your room, you closed the door and turned on the light. You quietly sat at your desk, listening to the sound of the wind and snow outside, your mood gradually calming. It's over. This grand drama against the heart erosion cult has finally come to a close. The heart erosion cult's base in Longnan has been uprooted. Liao Xianya's hidden dangers have been eliminated, and Lucia has also become an ally. In the deep of night within the teacher's apartment, the howling wind and snow outside enveloped the entire world in a desolate expanse of white. Yet inside the room it was eerily quiet, save for the slightly heavier beats of your heart. You held in your hands an ancient book titled Tianhai Kanglin Shun Jinyuanju. In this moment you forgot the bloody massacre at Changlin Park and the tragic death of Liao Xinyu on the icy surface. In your eyes there was only this book. You recalled the complex gaze of Zhao Zongtian just before he left. Although you did not know what this grandmaster saw in those 3 seconds of eye contact with the projection of the evil god, this led to a misunderstanding about you. However, he truly had a grand vision. Not only did he help you resolve your greatest crisis, but he also casually handed you the key to a stronger path. To understand a person's thoughts, one must not only look at what they say or their expressions, but at their actions. You took a deep breath, calming your agitated emotions. With this legacy, the benefits from this simulation had already paid off immensely. This was the first supreme technique you had genuinely encountered in 2 lifetimes, directly aimed at soaring to great heights. This was the first cornerstone on your path to the heavens. At this moment, subtle changes were occurring within your body. Deep in your mind, the karmic shackles that once belonged to Zhao Zongtian, after being lifted, did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a purer form of spiritual nourishment, gradually nurturing your sea of consciousness. This was the spiritual gift from a transcendent master, also known as the Zhao Grand Master's sustained spiritual source. At the same time, your physical body and extraordinary abilities were also steadily increasing. This was because the pure energy converted from the illusionary water lily after being devoured by the heavenly river water lotus was nourishing your entire being. However, regarding these changes that would make ordinary warriors ecstatic, you had no time to examine them closely. Your entire focus was drawn to the yellowed booklet in your hands. You caressed the spine of the book gently, as if handling the most cherished lover, before slowly opening the first page. As the page opened, a vast, desolate thought seemingly containing the entirety of the oceans surged into your sea of consciousness. On the first page, 2 lines of robust, ancient characters leaped onto the paper, as if every stroke contained the force of raging waves. Return to the source, draw the waves into the body, vast as the Tianhai, serene as Kanglin. The body embodies spirit, the seed enters the orifice. The moment this guiding principle entered your sight, the source of your heavenly river water lotus within you resonated intensely, emitting a wave of joyful vibrations. Indeed, this is the technique that resonates most with me. You read eagerly, each word striking your heart. As you delved deeper into the reading, you gained a richer understanding of the power and rigor of this technique, Tianhai, Kanglin Shun Jinyuanju. This was by no means ordinary fare. It was likely a treasure of the clan, a family treasure-level inheritance, even in prestigious families like the Liu family. It demanded extreme rigor from cultivators. Only unparalleled geniuses could learn it. Only water-type extraordinary warriors could practice it. More importantly, cultivators must possess a heart that embodies the spirit of embracing all rivers, returning all streams to their source. They must align with the technique's nature of vast and boundless, long and endless. If one's mindset is impatient and obsessive, even if their physique and realm are compatible, they cannot open all the orifices. It becomes even harder to generate the spiritual power that aligns with the technique, ultimately leading to stagnation and depletion of their meridians. Vast, endless. You murmured, a glimmer of realization flashing in your eyes. Wasn't this precisely the resilience and foundation honed through your innate talent of hard work and endurance? Continuing to turn the pages, the fog of training in the Kaiyuan realm peeled back layer by layer before your eyes. This technique rigorously divided the cultivation of the Kaiyuan realm into 4 steps. First step, return blood to the source, embody spirit in the body. Achieve perfection in your blood and energy, as if draped in red silk. Transform your body into a flawless vessel, qualifying it to bear the source energy. You had already perfectly accomplished this step when your blood and energy reached the 9th level. Second step, visualization and concentration, the birth of spiritual consciousness. This is the most critical step you currently face. You need to visualize the Tsangming Wanlu visualization diagram built into the technique. This diagram is not a simple drawing, but a spiritual imprint left by the powerful being who created this technique. It is the core of refining spiritual power. Only through visualization can your spiritual frequency resonate with the essence of Kanglin. Only then can you condense the first wisp of Kanglin's spiritual consciousness in your sea of consciousness. This quality of spiritual consciousness is extremely high, far exceeding that of ordinary Kaiyuan realm warriors, serving as the foundation for subsequent operations. Third step, open all orifices, awaken secret reservoirs. This is the essence of the entire technique. Ordinary Kaiyuan techniques require the opening of 36 main orifices. Slightly better ones can open 72 orifices. However, Tianhai Kanglin Ju is different. It demands the opening of 36 main orifices, 72 auxiliary orifices, and 36 hidden orifices, totaling 144 orifices. 144 orifices. This is the complete unlocking of the human Bodhi's secret reservoirs. In this world, the number of opened orifices directly determines a warrior's potential. Those with fewer than 72 orifices will have no hope of reaching the soaring realm. Those who can open 108 orifices are already considered genius-level talents across provinces. And this technique promises the grand perfection of 144 orifices. This is a perfect foundation on the path to soaring and even higher realms. Fourth step, seed enters orifices, solidifying the foundation. This step proceeds simultaneously with the opening of orifices. What is the seed? After opening the orifices, draw the essence of heaven and earth, spiritual energy, elemental power, purple energy, and all types of chi. Extract the power of your own extraordinary abilities. With the aid of secret methods, condense it into a seed within the orifices named Yuan seed. The method of opening orifices is exceptionally unique. It requires Kanglin Chi and blood as guidance, heaven and earth's water, Yuan Chi as the blade, and Kanglin's spiritual consciousness as direction. Following the Tianhai Kanglin Wanxiao diagram at the end of the technique, open them in order. First, open the main orifices, then the auxiliary orifices, and finally the hidden orifices. With each opening, infuse blood essence and consciousness. This forms the Kanglin orifice foundation nurtured within the Bodhi's major orifices. After reading all this, you felt parched and your scalp tingled. 144 Yuan seeds. These 144 orifices are like 144 mini dantians, continuously providing power. Furthermore, the book subtly mentioned that these 144 orifices, once condensed to the utmost, will form the martial Tao, also known as the body spirit. Integrating spirit into the body, life force will naturally arise. Yuan seeds combined with martial Tao will equate to body spirit. The reason the soaring realm is so powerful and can reshape the body, granting a lifespan of 200 years, is precisely due to the foundation of this body spirit. Returning all streams to their source, the body spirit embodies spirit. You closed the book, shut your eyes, and your fingers still trembled slightly. After seeing the promising future depicted in the book, your heart couldn't help but sway. Indeed, what a grand master. This is a monumental endeavor. This is no ordinary Kaiyuan technique. It is clearly a heavenly ladder directly pointing to the great Tao. Yet you also understood that you must take it one step at a time. Body, spirit, and soaring are future matters. The immediate priority is to take the second step, visualization and concentration. You reopen the pages, your gaze firmly locked on the Tsangming Wanlu visualization diagram. The image depicted an endless expanse of ocean, all streams returning to their source, magnificent waves. Above the sea, there seemed to be a vague deity, walking on the waves, gazing at the myriad beings. Buzz. Just one glance, and the source of your heavenly river water lotus within you began to surge violently. It felt as if it was resonating with the essence of the diagram. Your spiritual power began to fluctuate. Though weak, it was exceptionally resilient. The Zhao family-sustained spiritual source left by Grandmaster Zhao is helping me accelerate this process. You pondered a clear cultivation plan emerging in your mind. At present, my blood and energy are sufficient in my body. The only thing lacking is a qualitative change in spiritual power. Just relying on my own visualization may take months to give birth to spiritual consciousness. But you recalled Lu Xie, remembering the proud young lady's promise made in exchange for the ice lotus. Kaiyuan stone. That is a treasure that can assist in breaking through and greatly enhance spiritual vitality. You sit cross-legged on the mat in front of your desk with your hands resting naturally on your knees. The breathing gradually becomes deep and prolonged as you silently recite the mantra of the Tianhai Kanglin Body Divine Seed technique, in your heart relying on your exceptional memory. You begin to intricately reconstruct the Tsangming Wanxia visualization diagram imprinted on the pages of the book. With a rumble as your consciousness sinks, the once static scroll seems to come to life in your sea of consciousness. In a daze, you feel as if you are no longer in your room, but floating above a vast, boundless ocean. This is the Kanglin intent left behind by powerful martial artists. The visualization diagram is not dead, it is dynamic, flowing, and possesses life. At times, the sea surface is calm as a mirror, profound and deep blue, seemingly capable of containing all things in the world. It exudes a gentle and vast essence of the highest good, is like water. At other times a sudden gale arises and crashing waves surge like 1,000 piles of snow with the black seawater roaring like a ferocious beast. It seeks to swallow everything in the world, revealing the fierce and ferocious aspect of water. You do not panic, instead you control your mind and attempt to merge with this vast ocean. You envision yourself as a drop of water within this sea, rising and falling with the waves, migrating with the currents. Return to the source, draw the waves into the body. Your consciousness moves in rhythm with the waves. During this process you feel your spiritual power being constantly stretched, compressed, and tempered by this vast and profound intent. If an ordinary warrior, even a rare genius, were to attempt visualizing such a level of diagram for the first time, they would likely suffer a splitting headache from mental exhaustion within 10 minutes. They might even have their consciousness scattered by that violent intent. But you are different. Deep within your sea of consciousness, that slow-release spiritual source, transformed from Zhao Zongshan's divine powers, is continuously releasing pure and gentle energy, nourishing your slightly fatigued spiritual body. Meanwhile, within your physical body, the source of the Xian Shui, spiritual body enhanced by the phantom water lily, is resonating wondrously with the Kanglan intent in your sea of consciousness. The body nourishes the soul, and the soul nourishes the body. With this multiple reinforcement, your spiritual power is like a piece of fine iron being repeatedly forged. Not only does it not become exhausted, but rather it grows increasingly resilient and pure. You have no idea how much time has passed. In that vast black sea of consciousness, a faint blue light suddenly flickers to life. Then comes a second point, a third point. They shine like lighthouses on a dark night at sea. Though faint and seemingly precarious, they flicker tenaciously amidst the tumultuous waves. That is not an ordinary light. It is the spark of divine thought about to undergo transformation after the refinement of spiritual power to a certain level. Although there is still a long way to go before the true birth of divine thought, these twinkling blue lights signify that you have successfully taken the first step toward the foundation establishment realm. The path to foundation establishment begins here. Time flies quickly in deep meditation. When you open your eyes again, although it is still pitch dark outside, the wind and snow have already stopped. 5 o'clock in the morning. You conclude a whole night of intense visualization. Logically, after consuming so much mental energy throughout the night, a normal person would have been dizzy and fatigued by now. But when you stand up and move your slightly stiff limbs, you are surprised to find that you feel no fatigue at all. On the contrary, you feel invigorated with a glint of brilliance flashing in your eyes, as if you had just had the most perfect. Is this the power of the slow-release spiritual source and phantom water lily? With the combination of both, the effect is remarkable. You clench your fist, feeling the abundant energy within you, a smile spreading across your lips. Not only has it repaired mental exhaustion, but it has even eliminated physical fatigue. This state is truly rare. After a simple wash, you change into a clean school uniform and head to the training room for today's early class. After all, you need to go to the police station to give a statement at 8 o'clock. Although with the Grandmaster's endorsement, this is likely just a formality. But since it concerns the heart erosion cult, a sensitive case, no loopholes can be left in the process. In this simulation, I have only completed a stage goal. You ponder in your heart as you walk. Upon arriving at the training room, you notice that the familiar white figure, Lucia, has not appeared today. You speculate that she is likely busy coordinating the resources promised to you and handling the follow-up matters from last night. After all, as the young lady of the Liu family, even signing a document requires going through numerous family procedures. Moreover, she needs time to calm down after the shock from last night. However, the training room is not quiet. On the contrary, it is busier than usual. Instructorly. As soon as you enter, you are surrounded by a group of excited students. Have you heard? Something big happened in the city center last night. The building of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce has been sealed off. It is said that terrorists attacked, and even the military's helicopters were deployed. I heard that noise from 5 kilometers away. And there's more. I heard from my dad that a super big shot came from Suang City. They directly razed that building to the ground. The students are chattering excitedly, their eyes sparkling with excitement. For these students living in an ivory tower, such events are far more thrilling than movies. Instructorly, you are well informed. Oh, do you know the inside story? Wu Chang steadily drove the black car. Lucia sat in the back seat, tightly clutching the prepared resource list. She took a deep breath and handed the tablet in her hand to you, who was sitting in the passenger seat. This is a detailed list of all the resources I can currently call upon, as well as the catalog of all water-based techniques in the Liu family's library. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added. You took the tablet without hesitation and began to browse carefully. Wu Changhe glanced through the rearview mirror, remaining silent and acting as a mere witness. The list was extensive, filled with various rare materials. At the top of the list was, of course, the invaluable Kaiyuan stone. This item is a hard currency in the market, increasing the odds of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm by 30%. For ordinary warriors, it is a coveted treasure. However, your gaze lingered on it for only a moment before continuing down the list. For someone like you who possessed top-tier techniques and simulators, while the Kaiyuan stone was indeed precious, it was not irreplaceable. In comparison, you were more concerned about finding something to fill the gaps in your tactical system. Your fingers slid across the screen, scanning the names of various techniques. Raging Waves Palm, Emerald Wave Body Technique, Water Moon Mirror Blade. They're all good, but not enough. You shook your head silently in your heart. Your current fighting style is very distinct. You possess strong vitality, rapid recovery, impenetrable defense, and terrifying explosive power. In a prolonged battle where force meets force, you are nearly invincible. However, as you encounter more and more powerful opponents, you realize your shortcomings are also quite evident. Your methods are too direct, lacking variability. My blade is too straight. When facing opponents with strange movements or those skilled in illusion control, I easily fall into a passive. I need a means to control the rhythm, confuse my opponent, and even seize the initiative in the game. Just then your gaze fixed on a martial technique named Water Moon Mirror Blade. Water Moon Mirror Blade. Grade Water Elemental Martial Blade Technique. Description: this is a special water-based blade technique leaning towards the bizarre and illusionary. Core principle: using pure water elemental energy as a guide flowing through the meridians to the blade and its edge. By leveraging the light and shadow of water's reflection and its soft illusory characteristics, it solidifies the illusionary form of mirror flowers and water moon. Practical effect: it can cause the blade's visual length to fluctuate, creating a severe sense of spatial dislocation. When practiced to the extreme, it can even condense a lifelike water shadow doppelganger that is indistinguishable from reality, making it hard to defend against. Notes: the blade's momentum is like surging waves, appearing weak and boneless, yet hidden within its softness lies a deadly sharpness. Only those with a high affinity for water can cultivate it. This is it. Your eyes brighten suddenly. This blade technique perfectly aligns with your tactical vision. Right now I don't lack explosive power, what I lack is this kind of variability. To put it bluntly, it's still not enough cunning. You quickly constructed a mental image of future battles. When I draw my blade, my enemy thinks I have only one blade, but in reality, I have countless invisible blades. The enemy believes I'm attacking from the left, but that is merely an illusion created by the light and shadow refraction. The Real blade's edge is already poised at their throat. Coupled with my surging waves explosion and the concealment of hidden blade. This is the true killing move. Let the enemy become lost between reality and illusion, then deliver a thunderous blow at the most desperate moment. Not enough cunning. How can one survive in this predatory world? You nodded in satisfaction, giving this blade technique a big check in your mind. Then you continued to browse the resource list. When your gaze landed on the cultivation consumables section, your pupils slightly constricted. Water Elemental Primordial Sand, monthly supply of 1 kilogram. Primordial Sand. Water attribute. You are well aware of the value of this item. It is a top-tier auxiliary material used by Kaiyuan realm warriors to nourish their apertures and stabilize their primordial seeds. It can significantly accelerate the speed of opening the acupoints. Ordinary Kaiyuan realm warriors might not even be able to obtain 1 or 2 in a year, and the market price has long been inflated to exorbitant levels. Yet Lucia actually promised to provide it by the kilogram. This is quite a generous offer. You quickly calculated in your mind. Your Heavenly Sea Surging Waves Body Divine Seed technique starts with 144 apertures, 4 times that of an ordinary person. This means your consumption rate is also 4 times or even more than that of normal individuals. Without this batch of primordial sand relying solely on slow cultivation, who knows when you'll reach your peak. Just this one item alone costs several million federal coins per month. Outside the window is the familiar campus scenery, occasionally filled with the distant shouts of students on the playground, brimming with youthful exuberance. This week, you did not rush to make a breakthrough, but rather like a patient craftsman, you meticulously honed your state of mind. Although the gradual spiritual source left by Master Zhao continuously nourishes your sea of consciousness, you also have the enhanced Xian Shui, a spiritual body of the illusionary water lily, resonating at all times. You have become increasingly familiar with the vast visualization diagram in Tianhai Kanglin's divine seed art. Each time you close your eyes, that boundless ocean becomes clearer in your mind. However, this is ultimately a slow process. According to the current pace, it will take at least another week or 2 of refinement to genuinely condense the first qualified Kanglin divine thought. Time waits for no one. You gaze at the newly delivered, tightly sealed metal boxes in front of you, a glint of sharp light flashing in your eyes. The resources promised by Lucia have finally arrived. You skillfully open one of the most exquisite black gold wooden boxes. As the lid opens, a refreshing coolness instantly fills the entire room. Even the floating dust in the air seems to freeze for a moment. At the center of the box lies a gemstone the size of an egg, displaying a profound aquamarine hue. It does not remain still. The surface shimmers with layers of faint luminescence pulsating like a breath. When you gaze at its center, it feels as if you are looking into a deep ocean eye. You extend your hand and gently hold it in your palm. The touch is icy, piercing to the bone, instantly revitalized. This is a top-grade water attribute Kaiyuan stone. This is the key to a new realm, the catalyst for accelerating my spiritual transformation. Holding this invaluable treasure, feeling the pure energy contained within your thoughts involuntarily drift back to a few days ago. That was the afternoon you had just comprehended the barriers of divine thought and sought Wu Changhe for guidance on breaking through. 3 days ago in Wu Chang's office, the afternoon sun spilled over the cluttered desk, the aroma of tea wafting. Wu Changhe held a purple clay teapot in his hands, watching you sitting across from him with a look of both satisfaction and a hint of complex emotions, as if thinking, my pig has finally found the cabbage. Tisk tisk tsk. Old Wu circled around you a couple of times, smacking his lips. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. Originally, I thought I would have to embarrass myself and borrow some money from a few old friends in Suzhou and Hangzhou to gather my funeral expenses and find you a regular Kaiyuan stone on the black market. He shook his head, looking at you with a mischievous smile. I didn't expect you to deceive a premium item from Liu's girl yourself. Truly impressive. What did I always say? Establish a good relationship with Lucia and you'll be well fed. See, it came true, didn't it? Teacher, what do you mean by deceive? What do you mean by being well fed? You make it sound like I'm some kind of gigolo living off other. You retorted with annoyance. I exchanged my genuine dimensional treasure for this. It was a fair trade. This is a deal she wouldn't even find with a lantern. Old Wu, you know that. Huh. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Wu Changhe chuckled a few times before his expression turned serious. The reason I joked with you is that I fear your journey has been too smooth. I am afraid you forget the importance of resources and lose your sense of reverence. You silently criticized in your heart smooth. Where has it been smooth? In what way? I've died 3 times, been hunted, and controlled mentally. Wu Changhe cleared his throat and began to teach you. Liang, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm is both simple and the current federal martial arts system is already very mature. For most ordinary martial artists, the Yuan martial methods generally follow a balanced and harmonious path. As long as your Qi and blood foundation is solid, diligently cultivate to the completion of the Qi and blood 9th stage. Push your body to the limit. Then gradually practice the corresponding visualization methods, refining for a year or so to give birth to the first trace of divine thought. Next, you should introspect and open up the 36 basic acupoints in your body. Gather the vitality of heaven and earth, refine the Yuan seed, and cultivate it within the major acupoints. If you can supplement with resources like Kaiyuan stones and Yuan sands, the speed will be faster and the success rate will be higher. At this point, Wu Changhe paused, looking at you with a piercing gaze. I believe these processes are written in the Yuan martial methods and textbooks, and you can recite them backward. Doesn't it seem simple to you? But that is for ordinary Kaiyuan martial artists who are opening 36 acupoints. Wu Chang's voice suddenly rose, carrying a serious pressure. Liang, I do not know which specific Yuan martial method whether you got it from Lucia or were bestowed by the Grand Master in private. But I can assure you that with your foundation and the vision of those two, the Yuan martial method you are cultivating must require at least 108 acupoints to be opened, perhaps even the legendary number of great perfection. You nodded slightly, not denying it. In fact, your Tianhai Kanglan Divine Seed art requires the opening of 144 acupoints. That's right. Wu Changhe sighed, standing up and walking to the window, speaking to you with his back turned. You must understand that any cultivation method requiring the opening of more than 72 acupoints has a visualization diagram of exceptionally high intent. Ordinary Qi and blood martial artists have weak spiritual power. They cannot even practice, and a mere glance would make them dizzy and unable to visualize. But I see that your aura has become sharper recently, and your eyes have a restrained brilliance. You must have started practicing the visualization diagram, and your progress is commendable. This first step of divine thought birth should not be difficult for you, an anomaly. However, Wu Changhe has suddenly turned around, speaking deliberately and with emphasis. When your divine thought truly takes shape and is ready to guide your Qi and vitality to open the first main acupoint, you will face a real test. To ensure your divine thought truly embodies the essence of the visualization diagram, you will enter a special consciousness space to undergo a real trial. This is heart barrier. Heart barrier. You repeated the term. Exactly. This is also why only those who have opened at least 72 acupoints in their Yuan martial art have the chance to advance to the Fuyao realm. Because only by overcoming the heart barrier, only by experiencing that level of spiritual baptism, can one truly be called someone who has walked out their own path in martial arts. As for what this trial entails, and why such a heart barrier exists, Wu Chang's eyes flickered with complex emotions, a blend of awe for the unknown and the powerful. There is a theory in the martial world: good visualization methods mostly retain the will of the martial powerhouses who created the techniques. Martial artists who cultivate the same high-level Yuan martial arts after successfully visualizing will carry the same intent and generate a massive and mysterious consciousness cluster. Where this consciousness cluster exists, no one knows. It is like a huge cloud server, or perhaps a hall of heroes. This is also a hot topic currently being researched by various top martial academies. Yuan martial will resonance. Only by passing the trial and gaining the recognition of that cluster can you join it. By borrowing that inherited power to break open the stubborn locks hidden within the human body. As for those lower-tier Yuan martial schools, due to their low intent, they simply cannot reach this level. Thus, they have no heart barrier and naturally no potential for advancement to Fuyao. Different techniques manifest this differently. Upon hearing this, you frowned slightly and posed a question. Master, what if only one person cultivates this technique, or it's a self-created technique? Without the consciousness left by predecessors, wouldn't that be a free pass? I knew you were quick-witted and would get stuck on this point. Wu Changhe laughed heartily, pointing at you. But why is this a tough question? There is a reason. This consciousness cluster does not dissipate simply because all the martial artists who practice this technique have died. It is fundamentally not bound by time or space. One could even say that once a certain Tao is opened, it is etched into the rules of the world. That is the most miraculous and perplexing part. Wu Changhe looked at your astonished expression, feeling quite satisfied. He lowered his voice, adding a hint of intimidation. Moreover, the higher the intent of a technique, the more acupoints open, the stronger the creator of that technique. Martial artists who cultivate for a longer time on the path of martial arts leave behind more terrifying wills. So Old Wu chuckled mischievously. What you might face are the mental imprints left by former masters, grandmasters, or even martial saints. You must prove your worth to inherit that power under their pressure. So how do you feel? Do you still have confidence? You felt a chill in your heart. The trial of the martial saint. Isn't that hell-level difficulty? You cooperated very well, with Old Wu obediently lowering your head. I am foolish and know nothing of these secrets. Please teach me, master, how to break through. Good attitude. Wu Changhe looked at you as if you were a promising student. He stroked his stubble, thoughtfully nodding. Well said, well said. But this is my secret, and the technique is not lightly shared. He deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze drifting toward the door. I heard that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion has recently added a batch of deep-sea electric eels for sashimi. You immediately understood, exclaiming loudly. Rest assured, master. I've already booked a private room at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for tonight. We won't return until we're drunk. Good. It seems you have filial piety. Wu Changhe once again used this subtle and mercenary way to remind you of the lesson that techniques should not be lightly shared before he stopped joking and began to share the real content. Different Yuan martial schools have completely different manifestations of the heart barrier trial. Take me as an example. Wu Chang's expression grew solemn, even tinged with a hint of blood from reminiscence. The Yuan martial technique I practiced back then was the fiery blood 100 battles refinement technique, past the moment that cool energy surged into the crown of your head, the familiar physical world collapsed. All 5 senses were shrouded in darkness. The light of consciousness did not awaken. It felt as though you had plunged into an unfathomable abyss or were cast into the deepest void of the universe. Here there was no distinction between up and down, no sense of time passing, only an eternal solitude and void. Is this the heart's barrier? You tried to scream, but no sound emerged. You attempted to wave your hands, yet felt no presence of your limbs. You were like a pure consciousness stripped to the physical body, floating in this endless darkness. There were no hints, no task guidance. Stay calm. You told yourself. Panic is the greatest enemy. In this absolute void, there was only one thing you could still perceive. Your heart was thump, thump, thump. That was the most primal rhythm of life, perhaps the only connection you had with. You do not know how long it has been. The absolute solitude began to gnaw at your sanity like a venomous snake. Your consciousness began to blur, thoughts scattered, and you even started to doubt whether you were still alive, whether you still existed. I can't sleep. I can't forget. On the brink of losing consciousness, you suddenly jolted awake. You instantly thought of a clumsy yet effective method to anchor your existence. Count your heartbeats. As a martial artist with strong control over your body, you knew clearly the heartbeat frequency in your usual resting state. 1, 2, 3. You began to silently count in your mind. 10,000, 100,000, a million. In this endless darkness, these monotonous numbers became your own. Time was passing. Although there were no clocks in your cognition, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years had gone by. At this moment, your brain was already in a haze, even forgetting who you were, forgetting why you were counting. Yet that obsession ingrained in your soul, perhaps brought by the terrifying resilience of hard work, lingered. Perhaps it was your own obsession. It was what kept you mechanically and instinctively persisting. 900 million. 900 million and one. You were like a stubborn rock. No matter how the waves of void washed over you, you firmly held on to that flicker of consciousness. It seemed that the examiner hidden in the shadows was also surprised by your resilience. Suddenly, even the last heartbeat, absolute silence descended. However, you did not collapse, because that thump-thump sound had long ceased to be merely a physiological heartbeat. It had become an unchanging rhythm in your mind, the pulse of your soul. As long as you do not give up, that sound will never cease. Thump, thump, thump. You roared in your heart, sounding the war drums of will to fight against this void world. Finally, that consciousness seemed to give up this meaningless consumption. Boom. Suddenly the world before your eyes brightened. All senses returned in an instant. The roar of the sea, the salty tang of the sea breeze, the heat of the sunlight, surged into all your senses like a tide. You suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling every breath of air. In that moment you completed the transformation from blind ignorance to clarity of thought. It was as if that long 30 years of torment in the void had never existed. Huff. You calmed your emotions. It was a stretch of golden beach. Before you lay an endless expanse of blue ocean, and behind you was a lush. Is this a deserted island? You stood up and moved your limbs. Immediately your expression changed. Your vital energy was entirely gone. Your pride in your 9 levels of vital energy cultivation and your Xian Shui spiritual body all disappeared. At this moment you were just an ordinary person with relatively good health, deprived of power, surviving on a deserted island. You gave a bitter smile, unable to resist mocking yourself. Am I supposed to play Bear Grylls or some adventurer? Starting with just a pair of shorts with all equipment scavenged. There were no system prompts, no completion conditions. Low rating, not even a beginner's guide. Despite the complaints, your actions showed no hesitation. As an old hand, you quickly got into character. You knew well that in the wilderness, hesitation leads to defeat. You swiftly began to explore your surroundings. This was a moderately sized deserted island, at least 4 kilometers in diameter. The vegetation on the island was primarily tropical evergreen broadleaf forest along with some low shrubs. First, find a water source. This is the first essential element for survival. Fortunately, beneath a rock face at the center of the island, you discovered a small freshwater spring. Although the water flow was not large, it was sufficient to sustain life. Next, shelter and food. You used palm leaves and dry branches from the jungle to construct a rudimentary shelter in a wind-sheltered area. You also caught a few crabs and sea snails in the rocky area of the beach as night fell. You sat by the campfire gnawing on half-cooked crabs, gazing at the starry sky. This is just the beginning. You had no idea how long this trial would last. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year, perhaps. But you felt no fear. The path of martial arts lay beneath your feet. Since you could not cultivate vital energy, then practice. Since there were no supernatural powers, then hone your heart. You stood up and assumed a stance on the beach. Qiu-long posture. Though there was no vital energy to support you, that rhythm still lingered, that essence remained. Day after day, year after year, you began a long period of arduous training on the island. You learned to weave fishing nets from vines, learned to sharpen stone. You learned to use traditional traps to catch wild boars, and even learned to observe celestial phenomena to predict storms. Your skin was tanned to a bronze color, your hair grew long, and was cut again, your beard became gray and disheveled. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You spent a full 40 years on the island. During these 40 years, you experienced the baptism of typhoons. You experienced the despair of food shortages, and of course you always endured the loneliness of being alone. But you never gave up on your training. Every morning you would stand on the rocks by the sea facing the raging waves, practicing the 8 extremes fist. Your movements were no longer just fierce. They now carried a touch of the sea's embrace and continuity. Your fists gradually merged with the vast ocean. You witnessed the gentleness of the sea under the sunlight as well as its brutality in storms. Vast, eternal. In that moment you finally understood the truth behind the saying, in the heavenly sea, Song Lan body spirit seed formula. That day you had become an old man with hair and beard white. You sat on the beach leisurely roasting a freshly caught lobster, watching the sun set. Suddenly the space before you twisted slightly. A faceless being composed entirely of blue light materialized out. It had no facial features, but you could feel it was gazing at you. It looked at your humble yet vibrant camp. Then it observed your eyes, which though aged remained clear. Though I do not know whose apostle you truly are. Its voice was ethereal and grand. But to endure exile is enough to prove you have passed the test. Your will is as resilient as a rock. Your heart is as vast as the ocean. You indeed have the qualification to cultivate the heavenly sea, Song Lan body spirit seed formula. The moment the words left its mouth, boom, the entire island world collapsed, instantly turning into countless blue specks of light. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself back in the familiar teacher's apartment. In reality, only a moment had passed. Yet deep within your sea of consciousness, a thread of deep azure, as if containing an entire ocean, that Song Lan divine thought was slowly being born. The gate of the primordial universe, the road to the heavens, opened before you. The initiator, the spiritual pivot of heaven and earth, the profound gateway of martial arts, shatters illusions and enlightens the senses, guiding the source back to truth. The realm of initiation is not merely a continuation of vital blood, but a state of coexistence and mutual nurturing of the physical body, divine consciousness, and vital energy. You suddenly open your eyes. In the depths of your consciousness, a newly born Kanglan divine thought emits a clear and resonant tremor. It is like the first cry of an infant entering the world. You cannot afford to contemplate the riddle left by that strange blue life regarding apostles and exiles. At this moment, your entire mind is drawn to this new force. Internal view. With a thought, your newly born divine consciousness instantly envelopes your entire body. Boom. In your perception, the previously pitch-black interior of your body, which could only be felt, seems to have been illuminated by countless lights. Internal view. This is a microscopic perspective that only warriors with divine consciousness possess. You clearly see the vital blood surging within you like a river. You see the faint blue mystical membrane that wraps around your bones and meridians. You can even observe each cell breathing and pulsating. So clear. This control, compared to the realm of vital blood, is like heaven and earth apart. Previously, your control over your body could only be precise to muscle groups and major meridians, like a craftsman wielding a large hammer. Now you can clearly see the tremors of every tiny blood vessel and the process of blood production deep within your bones. You can even sense the subtle motions of each cell as it breathes. This is merely the initial formation of divine consciousness. This is the initiation. You suppress the shock in your heart, not indulging in the ecstasy of this godlike perspective. You know that divine consciousness is just a tool. The true goal lies in the treasure hidden deep within your body. You quickly adjust your breathing according to the guidance of the Tianhai Kanglan 10,000 apertures diagram in your memory. You control the divine consciousness to navigate through the complex maze of meridians, passing through the 12 regular meridians and circumventing the 8 extraordinary vessels. Finally, your divine consciousness stops at a node 3 inches above the Danshan's Qi-Si position between the Shinkei and Qi-Hai. Here lies the first main aperture recorded in the Tianhai Kanglan method, the Songhai aperture. Under the microscopic perspective of divine consciousness, this place is far from empty. Instead, it is a gray, dense mass of energy. It floats between flesh and blood, yet does not belong to either. It resembles an unhatched egg, chaotic within the clear and turbid, not yet divided. As if returning to the primordial state before the opening of heaven and earth. This is the initial state hidden within the human body. You take a deep breath, your expression grave. To carve out a small space capable of containing primordial power within this chaos is no less difficult than sculpting a palace from pebbles. It is truly a challenge within a tiny shell. Let's begin. You grip tightly with your left hand the cold top-quality water attribute initiation stone. With your right hand, you grasp a handful of water attribute primordial sand that radiates a shimmering wave of light. Step 3. Open all apertures, awaken the hidden spirit. You chant softly in your heart, your gaze sharp. Guide. Under the pull of divine consciousness, the initiation stone in your left hand suddenly glows with a blinding blue light. A pure, pristine energy rushes into you through your Laogong point. Meanwhile, the primordial sand in your right hand transforms into countless tiny blue streams of light. Like a sharp grinding wheel, it rushes through the meridians. The two forces converge outside the Songhai aperture. Divine consciousness as the guide, primordial energy as the blade. Open for me. You control this violent energy, transforming it into an invincible sword under the precise guidance of divine consciousness, forcefully stabbing into that mass of gray chaos. Boom. A sound like thunder reverberates in your mind, akin to the opening of heaven and earth. This is not a sound of hearing, but a shock from the depths of your soul. Your body trembles violently, and all the bones emit a painful creaking sound under this impact. If it were an ordinary 9th stage of vital blood, this backlash would surely be unbearable. But with the Xian Shui spiritual body and a solid foundation, you withstand this impact. In your divine consciousness perception, that primordial energy sword forcefully tears apart the mass of chaos. The previously silent gray mist begins to roll and shatter violently. Pure energy rises, forming the heavens of the apertures. Turbid energy descends, forming the earth of the apertures. A void space the size of a grain of rice, yet radiating infinite attraction, is forcibly opened within the chaos. This is the aperture space. As heaven and earth begin to open, the distinction between above and below is clear. You feel an overwhelming joy, but dare not be careless. Because you sense that this newly opened space is extremely unstable. The surrounding chaotic air currents are frantically compressing, trying to close it again. Want to close? Not so easy. Step 4. Seed of primordial energy into the aperture, solidify the foundation. You dare not be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately proceed to the next step. Vital blood. Divine consciousness. Come. You frantically mobilize the vital blood within you, thick as mercury, which has long been ready to surge. Mixed with the newly born Kanglan divine thought, it is all poured into this newly born space. This is a precise and grand project. Using Kanglan vital blood as the mud, the heavy force of vital blood rushes into the aperture. It adheres to the unstable walls of the aperture, reinforcing and solidifying them to prevent collapse. Using the primordial energy of heaven and earth as water, the remaining energy from the initiation stone and primordial sand transforms into a torrential river. It pours in, nourishing the desiccated space, giving it vitality. Using Kanglan divine thought as the soul, your mental will imprint itself at the very center of the aperture, becoming the sovereign of all that is. The three elements whirl, compress, and fuse wildly at the center of the aperture. This is an extremely painful process. Your meridians cry out in anguish as they endure an energy transmission far beyond their capacity. It feels as though countless tiny knives are scraping within your blood vessels. Every muscle in your body spasms, sweat instantly soaks your clothes, gathering into a puddle at your feet. Hiss. You draw a cold breath, biting down tightly, your gums, even oozing blood. Yet your gaze remains clear and cold. The talent for enduring hardship plays a stabilizing role at this moment, allowing you to maintain absolute rationality amidst extreme physical pain. You precisely control the ratio of every bit of energy's fusion. A bit more vital blood. Add a little primordial energy. Compress. Compress again. Under the high pressure of divine consciousness, the swirling energy vortex gradually shrinks, yet its density rises exponentially. From gas to liquid, and finally, transforming into solid. Congeal. As your last thought settles, it strikes a definitive note. Buzz. The swirling vortex suddenly collapses toward the center, emitting a clear ringing sound. A dazzling deep blue light shines at the center of the Songhai aperture, illuminating the entire chaotic space. The primordial seed has formed. It is a seed as clear and transparent as a sapphire shaped like a diamond. Its surface is naturally etched with intricate and profound Kanglan patterns, a manifestation of the rules. It quietly hovers at the center of the aperture, radiating an enchanting aura. Then it begins to move. Thud. It beats like a newborn heart, pulsing powerfully. With this pulse, a strange attraction erupts instantly. The primordial energy of heaven and earth drifting in the air seems to respond to the call of a king surging wildly into your body, merging into that primordial seed. Through the seed's ingestion, transformation, and purification, torrents of azure energy, filled with spirituality and pressure, erupt from the seed. Primordial power. This is energy that is more advanced, purer, and more destructive than vital blood. This azure primordial power flows throughout your meridians. Wherever it passes, the original vital blood seems to encounter a commander, rejoicing and merging with it, undergoing a qualitative change. Your bones become more crystalline, your muscles tighten further, and even the skin beneath seems to flow with a watery glow. An unprecedented sense of power fills your entire being. You feel that you can easily crush the self of just a few minutes ago. You slowly open your eyes and exhale a long breath of turbid air. That breath condenses in front of you, transforming into a white energy arrow. Exhaling into an arrow. At this moment, although you are drenched in sweat, your hair stuck to your forehead, appearing somewhat disheveled. Your eyes, however, shine with an alarming brightness, as if hiding a vast ocean in the depths of your pupils. You raise your hand, a thought triggering. Buzz. A halo of deep blue light appears in your palm. It is no longer the red silk condensed from vital blood, but true water, a tribute, primordial power that you can control at will. It dances at your fingertips, vibrant and lively. It worked. It finally worked. You stand up, feeling the primordial seed within you that beats like a heart. And the surging power that continuously emerges fills your heart with an indescribable sense of heroism. As the first primordial seed settled within your body, you did not rush to rise. Instead, you sat quietly, deeply experiencing the earth-shattering transformations occurring within you. In the Kaiyuan realm, it truly was a whole new world. You felt distinctly that the seed suspended in its Song-high aperture was like a powerful heart that never ceased to beat. With each pulse, it greedily absorbed the wandering primordial energy from the outside world. After conversion, it expelled waves of azure, spiritually vibrant primordial force. This force washed over your limbs and bones. Under the nourishment of the primordial energy, you discovered that your ability to digest exotic energy had undergone a qualitative change. The residual energy of the illusory water lily that had once occupied your body and required painstaking effort, along with the slow-release spiritual source left by the Grand Master in your sea of consciousness. At this moment, they were being decomposed and absorbed at a visibly accelerated pace. At this rate, perhaps in just a few days, you would thoroughly assimilate this foundation, stabilizing at the initial stage of the Kaiyuan realm. What brought you even more joy was that with the deep integration of the illusory water lily energy, your Xian Shui spirit body seemed to be nurturing some peculiar change. It was a sensation akin to a seed breaking through its shell. Though still faint, you sensed that clarity was soon to come. You stood up and casually waved your arm. A dull explosion resonated in the air, a sound created by the resonance of pure physical strength and primordial. Feeling the surging power within you, you nodded in satisfaction, then sat down again. You casually grabbed a handful of invaluable water attribute primordial sand, as if scooping up ordinary sand. Without hesitation, you utilized primordial force to refine it, beginning to hone the newly opened apertures. This sensation of clearly perceiving your constant strengthening with ample resources was truly intoxicating. The following days were very simple, even somewhat luxurious in their monotony. Although the issues with the heart erosion sect still contained numerous doubts, you understood well that the conspiracy behind this was far from limited to a single blood shadow substitute. However, these were not matters for you to fret about at the moment. In the simulations, as long as there was no life-threatening danger, everything else could be set aside temporarily. The most important thing was still your own progress. Your gaze was resolute, your thoughts clear. Conspiracies. Schemes. If I can become a martial saint myself, would I still fear those hiding in the shadows? At that time, one force could overwhelm 10, and I could simply push through. With this mindset, the rhythm of your life underwent a tremendous change. You no longer spent every day at school, listening to the theoretical classes that were now far too simplistic for you, playing the role of a diligent student. You applied for self-directed cultivation at school, hardly attending during the day. Only at 7 in the evening did you appear punctually at the practical training hall, engaging in an hour-long session under the guidance of the gold medal teaching assistant. After all, you were now a bona fide powerhouse of the Kaiyuan realm. Your worth had risen dramatically. This hour of training was far more valuable than an entire day prior. You have been looking forward to this knife technique for a long time. Liang, this knife technique follows the path of strangeness, emphasizing illusion and refraction with a style that is soft and eerie. However, your water-based ability, while capable of controlling water, essentially leans towards neutrality and harmony and enduring strength. Teacher, what do you think this is? With a thought, the heavenly river water lotus essence, which had fully absorbed the illusionary water lily, trembled slightly. The water elements in the surrounding air instantly gathered together. But this time they did not condense into streams or water balls. Instead, they transformed into an extremely dense, misty white fog. This fog quickly spread, enveloping a 10-meter radius around you. In the fog, visibility was drastically reduced, even sound and breath were obstructed. Immediately after, your figure became indistinct in the mist. It seemed as if you might disappear into the air at any moment. Your presence diminished to the utmost. This was not merely a visual concealment, but a sensory deception. It was akin to the passerby, a green ability you acquired during your second simulation, but more proactive and controllable. And this. You flicked your fingers and several droplets of water shot out, forming small, irregular water mirrors in the air. Through the complex refraction of light between the mist and the water mirrors, a vague humanoid shadow was unexpectedly projected beside you. That shadow mimicked your actions, albeit still rather rough. But the feeling of chaotic light and shadow had already begun to take shape. This. Wu Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this your new change in ability?" "That's right." You nodded, though this change left you somewhat bewildered. Was it that after the second awakening the Xian Shui spirit body gained the characteristics of the illusionary water lily? Or had the essence of the heavenly river water lotus deepened the development of the Xian Shui spirit body? But none of that mattered. What was important was that the effect was extraordinarily good. After familiarizing yourself with this branch capability, you began to understand why the heart erosion cult chose the illusionary water lily for the pure body. This inherent characteristic of illusion stealth and the ability to create phantoms. It was simply a divine skill tailored for those who needed to carry out infiltration and assassination tasks. It was unbeatable for self-preservation and ambushing. You truly are a genius. Is this what genius thinks like? Wu Chang's emotions soared higher than yours, his worries transforming into fervent anticipation. The combination of water-based abilities and the application of elemental techniques. This is simply a perfect match. Quick, practice immediately. I can't wait to see what this knife technique looks like when perfected. Seeing the elderly Wu more excited than you couldn't help but chuckle. This guy is indeed a pure martial arts enthusiast. After all, he is capable of training 72 elemental warriors and once aspired to become a soaring expert in the Kaiyuan realm. Such a person must have an almost obsessive dedication to the martial path. Thus the special training began. "Liang, come, give it your all." Wu Changhe shouted, standing in the center of the training ground with his long knife elemental energy surging around him. You focused intently, channeling the deep blue elemental energy within you, following the meridian path of the water, mixing with the mist in the environment. It surged into the long knife in your hand. In early February, the harsh winter has yet to pass. You sit cross-legged on the cultivation mat, looking at the nearly empty bottle of water elemental sand in your hand, your brow slightly furrowed. Over the past month, your cultivation progress has shown a significant plummet. In the first half of the month, thanks to the spiritual gifts left by the Grandmaster after the heart-eating cult incident and the residual energy of the illusory water lily within you, you broke through 5 main meridians in one go, feeling a surge of power that made you think the Foundation establishment realm was nothing extraordinary. However, in the latter half of the month, with the external forces exhausted, relying solely on the gradual absorption of elemental sand and refining your vitality, your speed was instantly reverted to its original state. For a full 15 days you practiced diligently day and night, consuming a large amount of resources provided by, yet you barely managed to open up the 6th main meridian. Although the difficulty of opening main meridians is indeed much greater than that of auxiliary and hidden meridians. Moreover, once the number of open meridians reaches 36, the speed of opening will increase. But all of this consumes resources, and the existing resources are like a well, without water, dwindling with each use. At this speed, to fully open the 144 meridians required by the Heavenly Sea Kanglan Divine Sea, it would take at least 3 to 4 years, if not longer. You stood up, pacing back and forth in the room, your mind racing with calculations of gains and losses. Although this is already considered rapid for an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, many top graduates from elite martial universities may not even achieve full Foundation establishment before graduation. But I don't want that. I want to take the express lane in the simulations. After all, while the resources in Lucia's hands are abundant, they are finite, and there will come a day when they run out. Once I fall into a situation of sitting and eating up the mountains, this game will become very hard to play. Your gaze turned towards the window, looking towards the distant southern horizon. There lies the direction of the Southern Sky Province, as well as the location of the Sunset Gorge. You recalled the scene from the last simulation. A massive purple beam shot into the sky, causing the inverted mountain to collapse, scattering at least 6 radiant dimensional treasures throughout the gorge. If I could obtain a few more treasures of the level of the Heavenly River Water Lotus, even if they were slightly inferior, it would allow my progress to soar once again. Of course, you also clearly remembered the chilling intelligence. All martial artists near the central purple beam, including the Foundation establishment practitioner, vanished without a trace. There must be great horrors hidden there. But your eyes gradually became sharp. Opportunities have always coexisted with risks. If I dare not take this little risk in the simulator, then all my years of martial training would be for naught. The arduous cultivation of the Kanglan intent would be in vain. Martial Tao must be contended for. How can I walk further on the path of martial arts in the future without contending for that piece of heavenly opportunity? Moreover, in this simulation, I have played the obedient student role for far too long. While I am in a position of respect, the underlying desire for combat has become nearly unbearable. Not to mention, I have yet to avenge the grudge from the last simulation. Extreme stillness leads to movement. It's time to take action. The next morning, you found Wu Changhe. At this time, due to Liao Xianyu's death and his brave performance in the recent anti-cult operation, He had already been appointed as the new principal of Longnan No. 1 high school. Teacher, I would like to apply for off-campus cultivation. You placed a pre-prepared application on his desk. I have hit a bottleneck in my closed-door training at school. I need to travel to famous mountains and rivers, comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and lay a solid foundation for my future martial path. Wu Changhe looked at you, although he felt some reluctance and worry. But he understood better than anyone that a true dragon cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Go ahead, fledgling eagles must leave the nest. With a flourish of his pen, he approved it. Immediately after you contacted Lucia, I need to go to the Southern Sky Province. Please advance all the elemental sand allocation for the next 3 months to me. Although Lucia was surprised by your urgency, she did not ask further. She immediately arranged for the Liu family's secret channels to send that batch of invaluable resources to the safe house. After completing all this, you boarded the high-speed train to Chiang County. A day later in Southern Sky Province, Chiang County. This small border county located at the junction of 2 provinces and close to the Sunset Gorge remains as dilapidated and desolate as you remembered. The creation of a big net is not a project that can be accomplished overnight. This is a meticulous arrangement that has lasted for 2 weeks. Most of the supplies in your hands were acquired through old WUS connections in the black market before your arrival, consisting of military surplus. A portion was also seasoned with your chemical knowledge. First stop, Bone Cliff. You constructed a monitoring network. Bone Cliff serves as the gateway to the canyon and is the only high ground. To control the entire situation, you must first take this place. In the dead of night, the wind howled. You moved like a gecko, relying on the strength of your fingers and the adhesive power brought by your chi. You climbed silently on the nearly vertical cliff. Upon reaching the summit, you opened your backpack and took out 3 black spheres, military-grade high-definition surveillance. Although these devices do not employ any advanced technology, they are equipped with powerful magnetic bases and biomimetic camouflage coatings. You secured them in 3 hidden rock crevices at the cliff's peak. The cameras adjusted their focus, locking onto the canyon entrance, the path through the rubble, and the perilous narrow passage. Not enough, the magnetic field here is too chaotic, the signal cannot be transmitted. You pulled out a jet black metal box, a signal repeater. You found a large stone sheltered from the wind and embedded the device deep within the rock crevice. Then you wrapped it with waterproof tape, covering it with camouflage cloth and rubble. As the indicator light flickered to a faint green, the tactical watch on your wrist instantly received a clear real-time image. The canyon, which had become a blind spot due to the chaotic magnetic field, now appeared transparent to your eyes. We have eyes, but it's still not enough. You buried a thumb-sized vibration sensor every 20 meters along the essential path of the cliff. These small devices can withstand weak magnetic field interference. As long as a creature with a strong blood energy approaches, even from a distance, your watch would immediately vibrate and sound an alarm. Second stop, Rubble Beach. Here you replicated the Vietnam War trap. Beyond Bone Cliff lies the expansive Rubble Beach. The visibility here is excellent, but it is also the easiest place to be exposed in natural battlefield. It is also the first feast you prepared for the intruders. You crouched among the rubble, observing the terrain. Images of the documentaries on jungle guerrilla warfare you had seen in your past life floated in your mind. In this high martial world, people are used to straightforward clashes of blood energy. They probably long forgot that there is an ancient art called traps. You took out an engineer's shovel and began digging. You did not set up those powerful but hard-tipped landmines, but instead chose the more insidious armor-piercing nail array. This inspiration came from the booby trap used in the Vietnam War. You embedded several specially made high-strength alloy spikes tips facing up into the soil pit you had dug beneath. The tips of these spikes have been specially treated to pierce through the soles of ordinary martial artists' combat boots. The key is the coating. You carefully took out a sealed glass bottle. This contains neurotoxin that you bought at a high price from the black market, extracted from the poison sac of the 3rd-tier exotic beast ghost-face spider. Just a scratch and half a leg will lose sensation within 3 seconds. You evenly applied the venom to the tips of the spikes. After laying a mesh board on top, you sprinkled fine gravel and dried grass to camouflage it intricately. Not to mention, a person, even an exotic beast with a keen sense of smell, would not detect anything amiss. In addition to the poison spikes, you also stuffed a dozen pressure-sensitive flashbangs in the crevices of the rubble beach. The pressure threshold was precisely calibrated to 50 kilograms. Once triggered, the sudden burst of light would blind an unsuspecting martial artist for 5 seconds. On both sides of the rubble beach, you set up 2 remotely controlled crossbows. The bolts are also laced with poison and the heads are designed with barbs. Once shot into the body, it would be difficult to remove without digging out the flesh. In early April, the spring in Chiang County arrived a bit late and the cold wind was still biting. For more than a month, you lived a highly regular double life. During the day, you nurtured your primordial seeds in the library, and at night you maintained traps and honed your sword technique. After consuming a large amount of primordial sand, your cultivation steadily improved. You successfully opened 3 main acupoints, and the primordial power within you grew increasingly robust. However, with the in-depth study of the geological changes of southern Tian, along with daily field observations around the canyon, you keenly sensed the changes. The magnetic field in the depths of the canyon is becoming increasingly chaotic. Moreover, the frequency of activities of the exotic beasts around is abnormally increasing. This indicates that the prelude to the spiritual energy tide has already begun. Based on previous simulations, by the end of April, in about half a month, the strange inverted mountain phantom will be discovered for the first time. What follows will be a frenzy of exotic beast riots and a rush of various forces. Relying solely on the current physical traps is sufficient to deal with scattered soldiers and stragglers. But if facing a well-organized private army with heavy firepower like Tian and Heavy Industries, it is still too flimsy. And then there's that old fellow at the Kaiyuan stage who I need to deal with him decisively. You need stronger firepower and beast-repelling potions. Beast-repelling potions, high explosive grenades, or even military-grade gas bombs. These items cannot be found even on the black market. In a small place like Chiang County, it's even less likely. I need to find a reliable channel, preferably a local insider. Suddenly a young face with a hint of scholarly air appeared in your mind. Chen Zixuan. A top student from Jinling University, the third young master of the Chen family. The glasses-wearing boy you saved during the previous simulation in the hailstorm. Calculating the time, their reckless expedition team should be about to set off to the uninhabited area of Taiyu. You smirked playfully at the corner of your mouth. Since they are delivering connections to me, I should take advantage of it. That afternoon, you found the landlord and told him you needed to return to school. Then you shouldered your tactical backpack and boarded the bus to the uninhabited area of Taiyu. 2 days later, at the edge of Taiyu. This place was a desolate selene-alkali land with only a few dead poplar trees swaying in the wind. You relied on your memory to easily find the abandoned ranger's cabin. Pushing the door open, the room was filled with dust, clearly having been long unvisited. You didn't mind skillfully clearing an area to start a fire. Then you took out some dry food from your backpack, eating quietly while waiting. On April 7th, in the evening, the originally clear sky suddenly changed drastically. Dark clouds loomed overhead and a fierce wind howled as a rare hailstorm arrived as scheduled. The ice pellets pounded on the roof, creating a dense sound, and the temperature dropped sharply within half an hour. Here it comes. You put down the book in your hands and looked towards the door. Almost the next moment. Bang, bang, bang. A series of hurried and weak knocking sounds came mixed with the howling wind and rain. Help! Is anyone there? Help! You stood up and opened the door. The wind and rain rushed in, and 4 disheveled figures stumbled inside. 2 men and 2 women carrying expensive climbing backpacks, soaked to the skin and shivering. It was indeed Chen Zixuan and his group. Among them, the girl in the red jacket had a pale face and tightly closed eyes. Clearly she had fallen into a state of hypothermic coma. Quick! Save her! The tall boy Tang Xian hurriedly tried to drag the girl toward the fire, but was pushed away by Chen Zixuan. Don't move. You could kill her. Do you understand rewarming shock? Although Chen Zixuan's teeth were chattering from the cold, he remained rational. At the end of April, late at night, the phantom of the suspended mountain finally revealed its true form before the world. The tidal wave of spiritual energy triggered by the anomaly instantly exploded the entire ecosystem of the countless lurking beasts, emitted eerie roars surging towards the outskirts like a tidal wave. The beast tide erupted. However, this initial wave of impact did not affect you at all. The vast amount of high-purity beast-repelling powder you scattered on the crucial path of the canyon proved to be remarkably. Those originally bloodshotty beasts which sought to devour humans suddenly halted their charge upon catching a whiff of the scent they instinctively loathed. They actually stopped their momentum and took a detour. Although some traps were inevitably triggered, most of the core arrangements were preserved. A few days later, as the beast tide receded, the sensitive warriors caught wind of the commotion. The small county of Chiang, usually overlooked, became overcrowded overnight. The streets were filled with fierce-looking wild hunters carrying weapons. Have you heard? Treasures have emerged from the Sunset Canyon. No kidding. Did you not see the purple light that night? That was definitely a sign of great treasures appearing. Countless greedy gazes were directed towards the depths of the canyon. However, the good times didn't last long. A week later, a well-equipped black convoy rudely stormed into Chiang County. They set up a cordon at the canyon entrance. Tian and Heavy Industries. This colossal entity entrenched in the Tiananmen province finally revealed its fangs. Relying on their numbers, they began to forcefully clear the area. This area is now under the control of Tian and Heavy Industries. Unrelated personnel get lost immediately. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The fully armed private army set up heavy machine guns around the canyon, with several exoskeleton mechs patrolling. Although the scattered warriors were furious, they could only suppress their anger in the face of the financial oligarchs' heavy firepower and were forced to retreat to the outskirts. A group of rabble. Inside the temporary command center of Tiananmen Heavy Industries, a middle-aged man in a tactical vest sneered. He was the deputy commander of this operation, a master at the 9th level of blood and energy. Relay the order. The first squad advance to the rocky beach and establish a forward base. Make sure to clear the area before the esteemed one arrives. However, he never expected that this was the feast you had prepared. You hid in a cave above the narrow sky, watching on the monitor as that arrogant private army stepped into the rocky beach. A cold smile curled at the corners of your mouth. Welcome to my stage. Off. Just 10 minutes later, the communication channel erupted with screams. There's an ambush. Poison spikes. Damn it, I can't feel my legs. Be careful. There's a flashbang. On my eyes. Where's that rat who set the traps? Find him. The rocky beach instantly transformed into a hellish scene. The traps you set were intricately linked. Though not lethal, they were extremely irritating. Soldiers who stepped on the armor-piercing spikes instantly lost their fighting ability, while those who triggered the flashbang became temporarily blind. Those unfortunate souls trying to find cover were also pinpointed by hidden vibration sensors. What awaited them was your remotely controlled cold arrows. The advance of Tion and heavy industries was obstructed, suffering heavy losses. What drove them even more mad was that they didn't even know who the enemy was. The enraged private army began firing indiscriminately, even turning their guns on the scattered warriors outside, believing they were the culprits. A fierce, bloody conflict broke out between the two sides, turning the entire canyon entrance into chaos. Until the esteemed one from Tion and heavy industries at the opening realm personally took command, suppressing the riot with overwhelming strength. The situation barely stabilized. Investigate. Find out which rat is stirring trouble behind the scenes, the esteemed one roared. But they were destined to find nothing. And what awaited them next was the even more insidious confusion grass. As they delved deeper into the narrow sky, those small grasses, emitting a faint fragrance, began to take effect. Many elite warriors responsible for scouting began to show symptoms of dizziness and impaired judgment. Some clearly saw flat ground, but stepped into thin air, falling off cliffs and sustaining severe injuries. Some swung their swords at the air, seemingly battling invisible enemies. Long time no see, old man. You whispered this into the ear of the Tion and heavy industries offering. Blood gushed from his mouth as he tried to make a sound. It completely crushed his heart, severing his last thread of life. You took a deep breath, merging the profound water spiritual energy within you with your strength. You unleashed a violent blade or a storm, striking down fiercely at the corpse on the ground. With a resounding boom, without the protection of spiritual energy, flesh and blood flew, bones were ground to dust. That once mighty offering of the Kaiyuan realm left not even a whole corpse behind. On this rocky beach, he was reduced to a pool of minced meat. Some daring Chi Blood Realm warriors initially planning to linger nearby and pick up the scraps were soon terrified, as they sensed the terrifying wave of spiritual energy and witnessed the fall of a Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. They scattered in fear, wishing they had 2 more legs to escape. A bunch of flies. You ignored these irrelevant nuisances, your gaze shifting to the other side of the canyon. Everything that just happened was like lightning striking in an instant. At this moment, 3 beams of purple light had already descended from the sky. You obtained one, but that was not enough. Your ambition has long surpassed this. Since I'm here, and my strength is sufficient, why should I give it to others? Seize it. You flashed forward, transforming into a streak of aquamarine light. You rushed toward the nearest beam of purple light that was descending. Along the way, many bloodthirsty warriors attempted to block your path. Get out of my way. This treasure is mine. Stop him. He must have something good on him. Facing these oblivious fools, you couldn't be bothered to draw your blade. Seeking death. You snorted coldly, accelerating instead. Wherever you passed, shockwaves rolled. You kicked those blocking warriors away with a single kick. The terrifying power of the Kaiyuan realm, enhanced by spiritual energy, sent them flying as if struck by a high-speed train. Bones broke and screams echoed as they were sent flying dozens of meters away. In just a few breaths, you had cleared a bloody path. Others, witnessing your figure resembling that of a demon god, finally felt fear and hurriedly avoided you. They preferred to contest for the most dangerous central purple light pillar rather than face you, the harbinger of doom. No one dared to obstruct you. You successfully reached the point where the purple light was descending. As the light faded, the true form was revealed. It was a flower shimmering with a bluish water light, by Yuan water orchid. It floated in midair, shaped like an orchid with petals carved like azure jade, long and lustrous. It glimmered with a faint water light, with delicate water patterns flowing around its edges. The layers of petals unfolded from the void like azure jade tassels cascading into the abyss. It swayed without wind, rippling out circles of light blue water ripples. Another water system treasure. You were overjoyed. Damn, is there really a god? As this thought exploded in your mind, your body completely lost control. You watched helplessly as you became like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. Your legs moved in a frenzied alternation, surpassing all limits. With a gust of wind, you raced toward the most terrifying purple pillar of light. The sound of the wind in your ears turned into a sharp whistle, and the scenery around you blurred into indistinct lines. Faced with this power that surpassed even the Fuyao realm and the Shanghai realm, you didn't cry or feel heart-wrenching despair like a helpless woman. On the contrary, there was even a hint of amusement in your heart. While it seems this high-stakes game is going to end badly, you resolutely gave up struggling. Though your body was out of control, your thoughts were clearer than ever. In a daze, it was as if the carousel of life was playing before. Yes, at this moment you were already planning your next simulation. This time I'm done for you. I didn't expect a place I had already verified would still go wrong. It seems I must be cautious when encountering dimensional ripples in the future. The Xianbing double lotus I encountered the first time was associated with the evil god of the heart-eating cult. The inverted mountain I encountered the second time was backed by yet another unknown god. So it turns out there are no legitimate dimensional ripples in this world, right? They're all bait set by gods. The 10,000 worlds purifying eye god is for blood shadow replacement, so what does this god want? To capture strong men. You quickly replayed the events in your mind. The last simulation was able to escape possibly because there was nothing in my body that piqued his curiosity. This time my origin inside the simulator has been washed clean, severing the causal link. Therefore Grandmaster Zhao Zongtian could not find the causal thread. But this time is different. The true high-level dimensional treasure Tianhe Water Lotus should have limited avenues for acquisition. This god should be very familiar with the Tianhe Water Lotus. After all, I originally obtained it from him, and now I'm caught red-handed. I need to be cautious next time. As long as I'm not caught face-to-face. With the causal cleansing function of the simulator, I am safe. In the next simulation, this Sunset Canyon will be designated as a forbidden zone. Having figured this out, you closed your eyes with a sense of peace. Since it has been determined as a bad record caused by irresistible force, there is no need to waste emotions. You even began to anticipate what the god that captured you might look like. Is it three-headed and six-armed? Or indescribable? 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The towering purple pillar of light was already within reach. As you approached rapidly, you opened your eyes and glanced around. Goodness, this is what they call everyone going mad collective annihilation. The warriors who were originally fighting in various parts of the canyon all seemed to be possessed. They gathered from all directions toward the light pillar. Their faces did not show the fervor of facing an opportunity. A burly man with 8 levels of blood energy was crying and trying to cut off his own leg with a knife to stop his sprint. But it was of no use. A black-robed figure with strange movements was screaming wildly, his eyes filled with extreme terror of the unknown. Everyone was out of control, unable to resist. Tisk, such poor psychological quality. You commented in your heart. Since I'm here, I might as well accept it. No matter the situation, as long as I don't die on the spot, let's just go for it. Your body shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into the dense purple light. It felt like passing through a thick soap. There was no shattering of bones or the excruciating pain of a torn soul as imagined. With a dizzying sense of weightlessness, your figure instantly vanished from the Sunset Canyon. You didn't know how much time had passed. When you regained consciousness, you found that you were neither dead nor sliced apart. You regained control of your body. Moi. The sensation beneath your feet felt a bit off. Soft and somewhat elastic. You looked down and saw that one of your feet was firmly planted on the back of an unfortunate fellow who was lying on the ground. That unfortunate person was face down in the dirt, completely motionless, unaware of his fate. Oh, a soft cushion. You moved your foot away without any guilt and did not rush to move, but instead sat down on that person's back. Of course, as a person of quality, you avoided the filthy shoe print and found a clean spot to sit. You propped your elbows on your knees, cradled your chin in your hands, and began to survey your surroundings. Your pupils trembled. This place was no longer the dark, damp, and toxic Sunset Canyon. What lay before your eyes was a strange space resembling a fairyland. Around you were towering palaces, flying eaves, and upturned corners, and the glazed tiles shimmered under the soft light. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and auspicious energy was abundant. Clear streams flowed through white jade channels, producing pleasant tinkling sounds. And directly in front of you, several thousand meters away, a majestic mountain rose into the sky. It was like a sharp cone reaching the heavens and piercing the sky, connecting the earth below. The mountain's surface was not made of rock, but rather some crystalline material shimmering with mysterious blue water. Like flowing veins, it emanated a suffocating pressure. Around the mountain, a winding white jade staircase spiraled upward, leading straight to the clouds, resembling a path to heaven. What a grand design! Just as you were about to mobilize your spiritual energy to sense the mountain, your expression suddenly changed. The spiritual energy has disappeared. You were horrified to discover that this seemingly enchanting and fairy-like place was actually an absolute forbidden zone for spiritual energy. There wasn't a shred of stray spiritual energy in the air. It was like a giant vacuum seal. Though the spiritual seed within you still pulsed, it was like a fish out of water, only able to consume, but unable to cut off spiritual energy. You furrowed your brows, contemplating your next move. Just then, ouch! A pained groan came from beneath you. The unfortunate fellow you had used as a seat finally woke up. He groggily tried to push himself up, but it felt as if a mountain was pressing on his back, incredibly heavy. Who the hell? The unfortunate man shook his head to regain his composure, instantly furious. Are you blind? You sat on my back. Which blind fool is this? Hurry up and move your butt, or you will see how I deal with you. He cursed while struggling to turn his head, wanting to intimidate the bastard who dared to use him as a cushion with what he thought was. You looked down and coldly scanned him. As your eyes met, the air suddenly fell silent for a moment. A playful smile curled at the corner of your mouth. Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance? Although his face was covered in dust, this appearance with high cheekbones and a sinister gaze was instantly recognizable. You recognized him at a glance. It was the tall and thin warrior with 7 levels of blood energy who had tried to snatch the Tianhe Water Lotus from you during the last simulation, only to be kicked away by you. It's been a while, but you're still so pathetic. Last time I kicked you away, and this time I'm sitting on you. It seems we're quite fated, aren't we? Of course, the tall and thin warrior did not recognize you. Seeing that you not only didn't get up, but also looked at him with that kind of disdainful gaze, he was instantly furious. What are you looking at? Want to die, huh? Do you believe I? He was about to unleash his blood energy to attack. But he was horrified to discover that his blood energy had become somewhat stagnant due to the earlier teleportation shock. He couldn't muster any strength at all. Before he could react, a long hand had already clamped down on the back of his neck like a "Shut up," you scoffed coldly. Although you couldn't replenish your spiritual energy here, dealing with such a lowly opponent required no waste of your precious energy reserves. A faint blue light appeared at your fingertips, the inherent power of the Xian water spiritual body. It could be activated without external spiritual energy. Puff, puff, puff. You quickly tapped his spine at several crucial acupoints, capping the meridians and sealing the energy. Ah! The tall and thin warrior let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig. He felt several streams of icy air rush into his body, instantly locking down the pathways of his blood energy. He even lost sensation in his limbs, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to move. Only at this moment did he finally realize that the young man sitting on his back was not some fat sheep waiting for slaughter, but a fierce beast ready to devour him. Brother, no father. Father. The speed at which this person changed his face was truly remarkable, worthy of inheriting the tradition of Sichuan opera. Just a moment ago he had looked like a fierce god wanting to kill the whole family. Now he was instantly sobbing and begging completely without dignity. Father, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the great mountain. You are my biological father. You can sit as long as you want. This back is made for you. As long as you are happy, you can skin me and use my skin as a cushion. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Seeing him like this, you couldn't help but laugh. How now you know to recognize your father. You stood up, bent down, and like picking up a small chick, you lifted him by the back of his collar. Since you've shown such filial piety and called me father, I can't treat you poorly. You pointed to the towering mountain filled with unknowns. Then you pointed to the seemingly calm, but possibly treacherous white jade staircase, speaking in a stern tone. Just right, the road ahead isn't easy and am not in good shape. Since you've recognized me as your father, it's only right for you to act as a scout and fulfill your filial duty, isn't it? The tall and thin warrior looked at your finger, his face instantly turning pale, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. Being a scout in this ghostly place, isn't that asking for death? Father, please. I beg you. I will die. You ignored his wails and dragged him toward that towering mountain. The grand, ancient voice, imbued with unparalleled majesty, struck deep within the souls of all present like a heavy hammer. Immediately a torrent of complex information surged into the minds of everyone present without warning. This place is one of the celestial projections of the myriad transformations of the azure abyss and the mysterious. Once a great being traversed the starry sea and witnessed this expanse of the starry sky as the battleground for myriad races where dragons and serpents arose. Fortune burned like fire, and he was filled with joy in his heart. Thus the minor deity Han Ming was specially promoted to the position of Tao speaker, establishing this cave heaven project. It opens every 60 years to widely spread the Tao affinity. Today marks the third opening. This is one of 10 projections named the Celestial Ladder. Those who enter here must ascend the ladder to comprehend the form, meaning, and techniques of the mysterious water. Those who reach the summit may obtain the complete inheritance, and you may leave. One day in the outside world equals 100 years here. Those with fate be encouraged. As this stream of information was just digested, the voice of the deity, named Han Ming, echoed once more in their mind. It carried an air of detached indifference. I am Han Ming, the Tao speaker of this cave heaven. Killing and competition are not prohibited here. The rules of the cave heaven are special. They absorb the world's primal energy, granting only a drop of nectar. This is provided for your daily sustenance and cultivation. Take care of yourselves. As the voice faded completely, the world returned to its previous calm state. Only the distant sound of flowing water rang out particularly clearly. All the people in the cave heaven, whether they were scattered martial artists of the Blood Chi realm or the Mixodin martial artists of the opening Yuan realm, were now engulfed in immense shock and confusion. God, cave heaven, once every 60 years. How could this be possible? In this era where technology coexists with martial arts, although people are aware of the existence of powerful aliens, to directly encounter divine miracles and cave heavens is still a shocking upheaval for the vast majority. This feels off, doesn't it? You are not confused or lost. Your mind is racing, piecing together the newly acquired information and processing it at a rapid pace, resolving some lingering questions in your heart. So that's how it is. No wonder that blue fellow in the heart barrier spoke of something like apostles and riddles before. No wonder Master Zhao Zongtian in Chonglin Park changed his expression so quickly. These should all be related to the heavenly river water lotus. The change in attitude of the Grand Master. It is highly likely that the eternal purifying eye-burning God exposed the origins of my heavenly river water, thus leading the Grand Master to believe that I am another God, an apostle of Han Ming. In the eyes of such high-level martial artists, the game between gods reduces lower realm martial artists to mere pawns. He has grown suspicious of me, which is why he has remained so aloof. However, a new question soon arose. Since the eternal purifying eye-burning God knows the roots of the heavenly river water lotus, why would he still dare to choose me as the vessel for the second fate blood soul demon? This is unreasonable. Does he not fear offending Han Ming? At this moment, the origin of the heavenly river water lotus was already overwhelmed with tasks. On one hand, it was busy completely digesting and merging with its twin brother. On the other hand, it was occupied with assimilating the Bai Yuan water orchid. Originally, you intended to guide the energy of this drop of nectar into your main acupoint, which had yet to be fully opened. It was meant to accelerate the opening process. However, the nectar seemed to have its own intentions. It disregarded your guidance and directly merged into the origin of the heavenly river water lotus. With this source of divine power nourishing it, the brilliance of the heavenly river water lotus surged instantly. The deep fusion process, which was originally expected to take months, was unexpectedly accelerated at this moment. You could even feel that the essence of the Xian Shui spirit body was undergoing some subtle transformation. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the total amount of vital energy within you had been replenished. You were somewhat surprised, but then filled with joy. This is wonderful. In this place devoid of external vital energy, you had been worried about consumption. But now it seems that with the vital energy foundation of these two-dimensional treasures, plus the special effects of this, you should be able to last for quite a long time. You gazed inward at the flourishing and vibrant scene within your body, feeling elated. Then your gaze fell upon the remaining drop of nectar. At this moment, the tall, thin warrior you were holding was staring eagerly at the floating droplet. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes filled with desire and supplication. It was like a starving wild dog looking at a piece of meat. "Is that my share?" he asked cautiously, his voice dry. You glanced at him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of your mouth. "Yours." "Who said that?" "Here, the one with the biggest fist has the final say. Your life is mine, so naturally your nectar is also mine." Ignoring his pitiful yearning gaze, you ruthlessly opened your mouth, activated your abilities, and directly absorbed the remaining drop of nectar into your mouth. Gulp. Swallowed. "Ah." The tall, thin warrior let out a desperate groan. "Ah, that feels good." You patted your belly, feeling the surge of warmth rising within you once again. That feeling of fullness made you squint your eyes. You had no intention of wasting any time. Although external vital energy was unavailable here, within you there were vital seeds, nectar, and dimensional treasures, making your energy reserves exceedingly rich. You slightly drew upon some of the vital energy within you, combined with your water-based abilities to enhance your body. You surged forward like a whirlwind across the ground. Your speed far exceeded that of an ordinary Qi and Blood Realm warrior, even surpassing that of a typical Open Origin Realm warrior by a large margin. Soon you reached your destination, dragging along the burden a massive white jade platform. This was the starting point of the heavenly ladder. At this moment, many warriors had already gathered on the platform. Roughly there were at least 100. After all, everyone landed at different points in the cave heaven, and your landing point was relatively far from the heavenly ladder. Many lucky ones who landed right at the foot of the mountain had already arrived. However, the scene at this moment appeared somewhat eerie. This group of warriors, who usually fought fiercely over a single herb, now stood obediently gathered at the entrance of the heavenly ladder, not a single person daring to step onto the first step. Initially, you thought you would see them fighting over the nectar, but it seemed they had all absorbed it. Dead. Looking at the young corpse on the white jade platform, whose face was an ashen blue as if it had drowned, the once noisy crowd suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Fear gripped everyone like an invisible hand around their throats. In this moment, all present became acutely aware. The so-called heavenly ladder and inheritance spoken of by the deity, named Han Ming, was not a simple amusement park game, nor a charitable act of picking treasures from the ground. This was a gamble where lives were at stake. This young man with his bloody corpse taught everyone a harsh lesson. Ascending the heavenly ladder involved life-threatening risks. This inheritance was not something that just anyone could casually. "This heavenly ladder can kill," someone said with a trembling voice as the passionate fervor for gaining great power began to recede like a tide. What remained was a deep anxiety and panic. Trapped in this place. What if we can't ascend? Are we to be forever trapped in this cursed place? The panic caused the previously scattered martial artists to quickly band together. They formed small groups with familiar cautiously surveying the unfamiliar faces around them. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and calculations. Some even began to cast glances at the supply bags on others' waists. Shouts, curses, and despairing wails rose and fell. At this moment, the sacred and solemn entrance of the heavenly ladder was as chaotic as a market in the mundane world. You stood in the shadows of the distant woods, holding the tall, thin martial artist, coldly observing all of this. You initially thought this chaos and debate would continue for a long time, until the first drop of blood was shed. However, the arrival of one person abruptly ended this farce. "Shut up. Our leader has something to say." A thunderous roar accompanied by an overwhelming aura swept in from a distance. Many dressed in wild hunter uniforms surrounded a single individual approaching from afar. The person in the center was the leader referred to by the arrogant wild hunter you had heard about before, Qinshin. He was a genuine powerhouse of the opening origin realm. He wore a pair of heavily worn, yet still upright Wild Hunter Guild uniforms. A prominent black armband embroidered on it was a golden hunting rifle emblem signifying his position as the guild leader. His appearance was he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a typical East Asian face. His skin was rough and dark from years of sun and wind exposure, imbued with a sense of hardship. He had a head of disheveled long hair and a long scruffy beard that looked like wild grass, seemingly stained with some dried beast's blood. But what was most unsettling was the pair of eyes hidden behind the messy hair and beard. Those eyes sparkled with a chilling light, fierce, greedy, and exuding a beast-like cunning. It was as if he were a brown bear that had just awakened from hibernation, ravenously hungry. Boom! Chun strode into the center of the crowd. In this place devoid of vital energy, every bit of essence was incredibly precious. Yet he did not hesitate to expend some of his valuable energy. He released the pressure of the opening origin realm without reservation. The violent airwaves radiated from him, instantly suffocating the surrounding martial artists of the Blood-Chi realm. President, boss, you finally arrived. The previously beleaguered, arrogant hunter, surrounded by scattered martial artists, immediately ran over like a little lapdog. He leaned close to Chun-Chen's ear, waving his hands, chattering away about everything that had just happened. Describing in vivid detail the death of the young man, the dangers of the heavenly ladder, and the covetous gazes of others at the sweet dew he had not witnessed. As Chun-Chen listened, he narrowed his eyes, unconsciously stroking the hilt of the battle knife at his waist. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as his gaze swept across the crowd like a spotlight. It seemed he was evaluating the value of this group of fat sheep. Soon he made a decision. Cough, cough. Chun-Chen cleared his throat, reining in his aura, and forced a hearty smile. Brothers, quiet down. I am Chun-Chen, the president of the Wild Hunter Association. I believe many of you have heard my name on the road. The crowd gradually quieted down. After all, a name carries weight, and a powerhouse of the opening origin realm commands respect. Chun-Chen continued. I rely not only on my age, but also on my modest cultivation. I wish to speak some heartfelt words to help everyone find a way to live. We have unwittingly entered this place, and meeting is fate. But as everyone can see, the difficulty of obtaining the inheritance from the heavenly ladder is immense. Not everyone can participate. He pointed at the cold corpse on the ground. Without sufficient strength and foundation, forcing your way through will lead to a fate like that of the young man, just now meeting an untimely death, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. This remark struck a nerve with many, and several weaker martial artists turned pale, instinctively nodding in agreement. Seeing the moment was right, Chun-Chen revealed his true intentions. Therefore I propose, let us establish a mutual aid society here. The Hanming deity said that each person is entitled to a drop of sweet dew per day. This substance is the key to our survival. However, for those who do not wish to seek death or recognize their lack of strength, holding on to this sweet dew is a waste. I suggest that those who do not wish to attempt the heavenly ladder turn in their daily drop of sweet dew. It should be left for those who need it and have the ability to challenge. What a... Upon hearing this, the previously quiet crowd erupted in an uproar. If I give you the sweet dew, what will I eat every day? What will I drink? Exactly. Do you want to raise us like pigs? Or do you want to starve us? Don't listen to this old bastard's nonsense. He just wants to hoard the resources. Even more headstrong martial artists shouted loudly, what are we afraid of? This place is devoid of vital energy, but let's band together. Once his energy runs out, he'll be just a martial artist of the Blood-Chi realm, right? With hundreds of us, we can easily overpower him. Right? Let's rob him. The atmosphere turned tense, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. The dozen or so wild hunters behind Chun-Chen immediately drew their weapons and released their auras, staring down them. But Chun-Chen did not act. He was a clever man. Though he was of the opening origin realm, if he truly incited the crowd's wrath and was besieged here, even if he won, he would suffer severe losses, making it not worth the effort. Killing was the most foolish act. The people here were scarce resources, they were his blood bags. Hey, everyone has misunderstood. Chun-Chen shouted loudly, forcibly suppressing the din. He spread his hands, feigning an aggrieved look. I, Chun-Chen, do not wish to use force to accomplish such crafty theft, nor do I wish to starve you. On the contrary, I want to save you. He pointed in the direction of the distant forest and water source, his tone becoming confident and assured. On the way here, I carefully scouted the area. This cave world lacks vital energy, but the ecological environment is excellent. Over there are many large and small lakes rich in aquatic products, and the fish and shrimp are abundant. The forest is even more diverse, with numerous edible plants and fruits, as well as many herbivorous animals. Moreover, the yield is plentiful enough to supply our daily needs. Saying this, he patted his chest, identifying poisons, hunting, gathering, and processing these ingredients. This is our wild hunter's forte. It is our specialty. Everyone can rest assured. As long as you join our mutual aid society and contribute your daily sweet dew, we will take care of your meals and drinks. We will be responsible for hunting, cooking, and providing protection. You only need to rest in the camp without facing the unknown dangers nor worrying about hunger. Therefore, for brothers who have no intention of challenging the heavenly ladder, joining our mutual aid society is the best choice. Exchanging a drop of sweet dew for a stable living environment is not a bad deal, right? As for those brothers who intend to challenge the heavenly ladder, Chun-Chen's gaze was piercing. You can also join our mutual. You will receive a greater share of the sweet dew that we distribute evenly, concentrating resources to accomplish significant tasks, lowering the difficulty of the heavenly ladder. Everyone huddling together for warmth and devising a plan to return home. Isn't that wonderful? This argument, both soft and hard, was logically sound. After hearing this explanation, although many still showed dissatisfaction, the restlessness in the crowd noticeably calmed. This, if we don't attempt to challenge the sweet dew, really has no substantial use. If it truly covers food and shelter. The wild hunters are indeed skilled at this. If I were to find food in the forest by myself, it would be troublesome if I got poisoned. Gradually, some began to see the reasoning in Chun-Chen's words. especially those weaker martial artists who had no desire to risk it all for the inheritance. Their hearts began to waver. For them, rather than holding on to sweet due to attract the covetous gazes of the strong, it was better to hand it over in exchange for a long-term food ticket and a protective umbrella. Watching those gradually lowering their weapons and their hesitant expressions, Chin's smile grew wider. This was his overt strategy. As long as he controlled the food supply, he held the lifeline of this group. By monopolizing the distribution of sweet, he would possess the highest distribution rights here. You hiding in the woods observed this scene with a flash of cold light in your eyes. Clever tactics. Using inexpensive, ordinary food to exchange for the miraculous sweet dew. You were well aware of the value of sweet dew. This substance not only provided vital energy, but also strengthened the foundation and aided in cultivation. If Chin were to dominate and collect all the sweet dew, you would have nothing to gain. I can't let him succeed. I also need a large amount of sweet dew. You understood in your heart. At this moment, I must take action. If I don't act now, the benefits will be divided up, and it will be hard to intervene later. You adjusted your clothing and said, "Let's go, big guy. Let's join in the fun." Before stepping out of the forest, you carefully prepared your obedient son in hand. You looked at the tall, thin warrior in your hand whose face was one of despair with cold indifference. You casually lifted the pulse-sealing seal from his body, restoring his ability to move. Before he could react, you suddenly grasped his jaw and forced his mouth open. "Eat this." You gathered a small orb the size of a marble radiating a faint blue light at your fingertip. Without further ado, you stuffed it into his mouth. The tall, thin warrior instinctively swallowed, feeling a chilling foreign object slide down his esophagus. This was a water-bound yuan dan. It was a small technique you comprehended while studying the Heavenly Sea Kanglan Body Spirit Seed technique. The book initially recorded a technique called Exploding Yuan Technique. It involved compressing yuan force through special meridian circulation, then detonating it in an instant to produce several times the lethality. You modified this method by combining it with the characteristics of your mysterious water spirit body. You utilized the inclusiveness and flexibility of the mysterious water force as a shell wrapping around the violently compressed yuan force inside. As a result, the bomb that could only explode instantaneously transformed into a time bomb that could lie dormant for an extended period. You had previously conducted experiments with several long-eared rabbits at school, achieving excellent results. As long as it was within the range of your divine, since a mere thought could trigger the explosion. Even if it exceeded the range, the mysterious water shell would gradually wear away with the passage of time. If you did not personally inject new mysterious water force to reinforce the seal, every 2 weeks the compressed yuan force inside would run out of control. Boom. The power could shatter the abdomen of a chi blood warrior to smithereens. This was a method you specifically developed to control your pawns. You looked at the tall, thin warrior still in shock and directly used divine sense to communicate. Your voice resonated. Obedient son, daddy has left a little gift in your body. You must be obedient. To prevent it from exploding, I will have to check on you every 2 weeks and recharge it. Do you understand? The face of the tall, thin warrior, Zhao Li, turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. He was a chi blood warrior of the 7th stage, able to clearly sense the foreign object in his body, radiating terrifying fluctuations. That thing was like a poisonous snake coiled around his heart, ready to take his life at any moment. You. He wanted to curse, wanted to struggle desperately, but when he looked up at your emotionless eyes, all his courage evaporated. You no longer restrained your aura. The oppressive pressure of the opening yuan realm was released without reservation. That pressure, belonging to the level of life, made Zhao Li feel as if he were being targeted by an ancient beast. Even his soul trembled. You thought that by using the water-bound yuan dan and communicating with him through divine sense, he should have realized you were a warrior of the opening yuan realm. However, you did not expect that he hadn't noticed at all. So you had to be more straightforward. Opening yuan realm. Zhao Li looked at the fluctuations of yuan force on your body. The last shred of rebellious thought in his heart was completely extinguished. Only now did he realize that you had been communicating with him through divine sense. Zhao Li now regretted immensely he hadn't kicked an iron plate, but a titanium alloy steel plate. In that instant, Zhao Li seemed to have opened the meridians, and the fear on his face quickly receded. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Chin was taken aback. He had heard this name before. It was a local powerful gang. They had conducted some business dealings with his guild, but it wasn't a significant force. However, that had been 2 or 3 years ago, so he only had a vague impression. He did not expect such a place could produce a young Kaiyuan realm practitioner. Oh, so you are a brother from the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. It's truly like a flood overwhelming the Dragon King Temple. Our association has done quite a bit of business with your chamber. We are old friends. Despite his doubts, Chin's words were warm and friendly. He quickly walked over, extending his right hand seemingly to shake hands in goodwill. But in your divine sense, the true essence within him was frantically converging towards his right hand. His entire palm faintly glimmered with a metallic silver sheen. This was meant to intimidate you. You couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The exploding essence technique quietly activated. You highly compressed the azure essence within your palm and extended your right hand in response. The 2 hands clasped together. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Bang. A muffled explosion echoed between their palms, making the surrounding air tremble. At the moment of contact, just as Chun Shun intended to exert force, he felt an extremely pure domineering essence with a spiraling force. It erupted explosively from your palm. If his essence was akin to scattered sand and gravel, yours was a finely honed. The disparity in power was not even comparable. Chun Shin's hand was directly shaken away, and his entire right arm instantly went numb, bones cracking audibly. Hiss! Chun Shin gasped, his face turning ghastly pale. He looked at you in shock. He was a seasoned Kaiyuan realm warrior who had opened 15 acupoints. He had immersed himself in this realm for many years, expecting to easily dominate a young upstart like you, but unexpectedly collapsed upon first contact. How could this kid's essence quality be so high? Little did he know you were cultivating the top-tier essence martial art, Heavenly Sea Vastness Divine Seed Essence Technique, capable of opening 144 acupoints. Moreover, you were even younger and had the support of the Xian Shui spiritual body. While he had 5 more acupoints than you, the gap was not significant. But in terms of essence quality, he was hardly worthy of carrying your shoes. Before he could retaliate, you suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his right hand again. President Chen, what's wrong with you? You wore a gentle smile, yet your right hand continued to exert force, pouring essence without regard for consumption. I see you sweating profusely. You must have gotten too excited during your speech. Your hand is so slippery, I can barely hold on. Crack! Crack! Chen Shin's hand bones cried out under the unbearable strain. The intense pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, drenched in sweat. He tried to break free, but your grip was like an iron vice, unwavering. This madman. Doesn't he fear exhaustion? Chen Shin's heart raced with fear. In a place where energy could not be replenished, every bit of essence was a precious, but this kid was recklessly squandering it. After a fierce internal struggle, he yielded. Yes. Chun Shin forced a smile that was more painful than crying, enduring the Seeing a young talent like you, I got a bit overly excited. Since we are all acquaintances, let's call it even and not let it harm. Just as you said before, I'll graciously accept the position of president of this mutual aid association. The vice president will be you, my younger brother Su Liang. This way everyone can rest assured that this mutual aid association will not become a dictatorship of our wild hunters. With these words, you finally let go of his hand. President Chen truly understands righteousness and has thought this through. You laughed while patting his shoulder casually, wiping the sweat from your hand on his uniform. Chen Shun turned away, frantically rubbing his swollen purple right hand. He cursed your ancestors from the 18th generation in his heart, but dared not show any signs of anger on his face, only able to force a smile. All right, everyone. You turned around facing the astonished crowd of wandering warriors and announced loudly. The Mutual Aid Association has been established with 2 Kaiyuan realm presidents in charge. Anyone who wants to join. Of course, not everyone was convinced. Among the crowd, there were a few proud 9th-tier blood warriors, their expressions defiant as they coldly snorted, eager to challenge your authority. In this place where essence could not be absorbed, even Kaiyuan realm practitioners dared not waste their essence recklessly. They believed their physical strength was not weak and did not have to submit to anyone. Young man, have you had enough of showing off? One of them stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. President Chen's concession does not mean we all submit to you. We are all out here making a living, and no one is inferior to the other. We will join the Mutual Aid Association. But why should we obey your orders just because you say so? Another one followed up coldly. Exactly, we also want to obtain the distribution rights of the sweet due. Though they did not directly attack, their greed was unmistakably evident in their eyes. What? You're not convinced? You narrowed your eyes. Since you wanted to establish authority, you had to do it thoroughly. In a flash, you appeared right in front of the few troublemakers. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds. The several 9th-tier blood warriors couldn't even touch the hem of your clothes, being directly knocked down to the ground by your 8 extremes fist explosive force, unable to rise for a long time. Who else is not convinced? You don't have to worry if you don't join the Mutual Aid Association. If you do, you must follow the rule. You dusted off non-existent dust from your clothes, surveying the surroundings where no one dared to meet your gaze. After truly establishing your authority, you waved your hand, signaling Zhao Li to get to work. You handed papers and pens from your backpack to Zhao Li and instructed him, Zhao Li, register. Write down the names, realms, and specialties of everyone joining the Mutual Aid Association. Yes, rest assured, Godfather. Zhao Li straightened his back and began to command everyone with borrowed authority. Though many proud lone wolves chose to leave, including those who had just been used to establish your authority, most opted to join the Mutual Aid Association to find warmth in numbers after witnessing your terrifying strength. As the banner of the Mutual Aid Society was forcefully raised by you, the situation underwent a subtle change in an instant. After a detailed count by Zhao Li, the number of warriors under your command actually reached 98. From the information obtained later during your leisure time at the campsite, you learned through indirect inquiries from several old hunters. The Wild Hunter Association had recently undertaken a large project from the provincial city, consuming a vast amount of manpower and resources. This matter was only recently resolved, and the main forces were still recuperating. Only a few members of the guild were able to break through the blockade and approach the core area of the rocky beach. Adding in some wandering warriors who were not members of the Wild Hunter Association, but were familiar with the association or had business dealings with it. The number of people on Chen Chen's side was also around 80. This was still 10 fewer than your team. This is a good thing, you pondered in your heart. If Chen Chen's side had an absolute numerical advantage. With his seniority in the Kaiyuan realm and the cohesion of the guild, it would indeed be difficult to handle. But now the strengths are evenly matched, and I even have a slight numerical advantage. This can maintain the delicate balance of the mutual aid society, preventing him from daring to turn against you easily. Of course, maintaining the stability of this motley group is not a simple task. Each of them has their own thoughts, and the composition is complex. Especially among the 5 or 6 seasoned warriors with 8 or 9 segments of vitality. Although they did not dare to directly act against you due to your strength in the Kaiyuan realm, it does not mean they are convinced. While reorganizing the team, these few approached you with insincere smiles, trying to talk conditions. Vice President Su, let's not beat around the bush. The leader, a scarred-faced man, lowered his voice and said, "We are all here for the inheritance. You are the strongest and are in the Kaiyuan realm, so it is only right for you to ascend the heavenly ladder first. Helping everyone by paving the way, isn't it? Yes, we are weak and do not dare to steal your thunder. But if you feast, can you let us brothers have a sip of the soup too?" Their calculations were quite loud, wanting you the strongest to take the risks. If you succeed, they will share in the spoils. If you die, they will just take over your resources. Faced with such soft pressure, you did not get angry or take action. In this place where vitality is cut off, while martial arts realm is important, it is not everything. Pure killing will only scatter people's hearts. Oh, what you need is absolute control. After all, the daily sweet dew can only be harvested from the living. You glanced at them lightly, ignoring their attempts to engage you. Instead, you directly turned to the nearly 100 warriors behind you. To survive here, relying on words alone will not suffice. This selection may have been due to your interference. The number of people pulled in is obviously more than last time, a mix of fish and dragons. Your gaze passed over those so-called experts and landed on a few inconspicuous and even timid individuals in the crowd. You come out. You pointed at a middle-aged man in tattered camouflage clothing with calloused hands. And you, the one carrying the herb basket, you should know how to identify plants right. Using your sharp eyes, you quickly filtered out the true talents from the crowd. Although these individuals have low realms, some even only have 3 or 4 segments of vitality. But at this moment, they are more valuable than those experts who only know how to fight. The group gathered on the open ground before the camp. Before long, a collective intuition stirred. Precisely on schedule, a gentle rain of celestial dew descended from the heavens. "Do not move," you commanded coldly, your voice calm, yet suffused with unassailable authority. You knew full well that for most present, this celestial dew would be squandered entirely. An ordinary Chi Blood Realm cultivator's body is like a sieve letting wind pass through. For a Chi Blood Realm cultivator, the dew entering the body merely dispels hunger instantly, and within mere seconds, as its energy dissipates, grants only the faintest fleeting perception of the profound aqua essence. Nothing substantial remains. Even Chen Chen, a Kaiyuan Realm cultivator, could retain no more than 70% of its energy without an extraordinary constitution or unique ability. Only you possessing the repeatedly refined, profound aqua spirit body could achieve flawless 100% absorption and containment. In the next moment, your brow subtly stirred. An invisible divine sense unfurled, resonating in perfect harmony with the primordial fluctuations of your profound aqua spirit body. The 98 droplets drifting down from the sky halted midair, twisted unnaturally, and veered away from the crowd below, drawn irresistibly toward your palm, like rivers converging upon the sea. 1 drop, 2, 10, all 98. They whirled rapidly above your palm, compressing inward, until coalescing into a dazzling golden orb of pure radiance. Every cultivator present stood frozen in awe, eyes wide with reverence. Is this divine sense manipulation, or a unique ability? He can even directly command the celestial dew. No wonder he declared earlier that distribution would be under his sole authority. You paid no heed to their shock, instead drawing forth a specially crafted water skin. You sealed the celestial dew, wrapped securely in profound aqua energy within it. Then your gaze swept across the assembly, settling upon those who had volunteered for the Celestial Staircase Vanguard team. Step forward. With a light flick of your fingers, shoo, shoo, shoo. This is your portion for today, 2 drop. As for the rest, not a single drop. Though murmurs rippled through the crowd, no one dared speak aloud. For all had agreed upon the rule, only those ascending the Celestial Staircase may partake in strategic resources. Moreover, you had already harvested ample fish using your aquatic ability, supplemented by various other provisions. More than enough to sustain them comfortably, far beyond mere sustenance. They well understood in this accursed place, having enough to eat was already a divine blessing. Those unwilling to risk the ascent had no right to waste celestial dew, and they had already consumed dew on their first day, finding it underwhelming. Of the remaining dew, you reserved 10 drops as emergency reserves, the rest you claimed without hesitation, as was the Mutual Aid Society's established custom. They well understood in this accursed place, having enough to eat was already a divine blessing. Those unwilling to risk to streamline management, you restructured your followers into 2 major divisions, the male cultivator unit and the female. Each unit elected a representative, a Mutual Aid Society member of Chi Blood Realm 9th rank, respected for both strength and standing. Naturally, they held no real authority. Their role was solely to gather suggestions and tally daily food yields before reporting to you, or in your absence to Zhao. The male representative was named Zhou Hua, a middle-aged man wearing spectacles exuding scholarly refinement. Formerly an expedition consultant, he possessed exceptional charisma and excelled at mediating disputes. The female representative was Li Li, a sharp, energetic woman with cropped hair and healthy wheat-toned skin. A professional explorer by trade, she brought extensive field experience. Though each harbored quiet confidence in their own prowess, witnessing your decisive authority and unmatched survival acumen left them deeply impressed. They now held you in genuine esteem, not merely for your strength, but for your seasoned pragmatic mastery. In this forsaken realm, such capabilities were truly formidable. Collectively, they believed the hope of returning home rested squarely upon your shoulders. Once the camp stabilized, you wasted no time resting. Beyond your mutual aid society, scattered individuals and small factions also attempted the celestial staircase. You observed them covertly. Though others warned them of past tragedies, many refused to believe, especially those wielding unique abilities. I am a hydrokinetic. I belong here in the profound aqua realm. Am I not the chosen one? Does heaven ever truly seal every path? This legacy shall be mine. With such conviction, and ignoring earnest warnings, they ascended the steps. Some endured longer than others, yet the outcome remained inevitable. Blue light flashed. Corpses plummeted. Their fate mirrored the first youth exactly. Bodies turned cyan blue, drowned despite dry land. These bloody lessons only deepened your caution. You needed more intelligence, but these were mere side notes. Nonetheless, over these days you identified several structural challenges in camp development. You were preoccupied, training relentlessly, refining your command over the enhanced profound aqua spirit body. Many tasks demanded expertise beyond your reach. You required specialists to assist in building the camp. So you sought out Chin Chin. Brother Chin, I'd like to borrow a few people, you said bluntly. Though my numbers are great, skilled personnel experienced in wilderness camp construction remain scarce. You have several technicians. Might they be temporarily reassigned? Initially hesitant, Chun Chin sat in his own camp, idly spinning 2 iron orbs in his palms, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Brother Su, lending personnel is possible, but you know well our brothers must eat and technicians are treasures indeed. He intended to bargain. Yet you offered him a condition he could not refuse. Daily fish rations for your faction will double, and I shall lead the ascent of the celestial staircase. You met his eyes, voice steady. Also, Brother Chun, let us speak plainly. You understand clearly. If escape from this cursed place is truly your goal, my support is indispensable. Though audacious, these words struck his deepest vulnerability. He had indeed witnessed firsthand the terrifying depth of your foundations. Chun Chin drew a slow, deep breath, and conceded agreed. To your surprise, his attitude softened swiftly, even more readily than anticipated. After all, this grand legacy seemed destined for a young genius like yourself. Though he too had reached the Kaiyuan realm, age had dimmed his potential, whereas Su Liang's martial path had only just. Perhaps this shift also stemmed from recent unrest within his ranks. He had forcibly requisitioned large quantities of celestial due to preserve his own Kaiyuan realm strength. Even aspirants seeking the legacy went without, sparking resentment among subordinates, some of whom grew restless enough to attempt the celestial staircase. Chiefly those desperate to return home, or arrogant souls convinced of instant transcendence. Chin Chin made no effort to stop them. The result was foregone total failure. Horrific deaths. These grim outcomes doused the smoldering unrest that had lingered after initial settlement, cooling ambitions entirely. Those once dreaming of summiting now shrank back like timid turtles. Survival alone suffices. Even if it means serving brothers Chun or Su as obedient hounds, at least we live. This became the prevailing sentiment. You returned to your camp and summoned 7 Chi Blood Realm 9th rank cultivators, each confident in their strength and dissatisfied with the status quo. I know you wish to seize opportunity, you told them, setting a firm deadline: 7 days. Within this span, each of you shall receive 5 drops of celestial dew daily. You need not labor. Only optimize your physical, mental, and spiritual states to absolute peak readiness. On the 7th day, the ascent begins. To receive is to act. Should fear take hold, or resolve falter, withdrawal remains permissible. However, any dew consumed must be repaid, doubled, through alternate means. This stipulation proved many abandoned the endeavor after witnessing the failed recklessness of Chun Chen's subordinates. Without ambient chi, even extra, dew cannot truly elevate one to Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, after several days' use, this celestial dew proves largely ineffectual. Better to conserve and endure, it sustains life well enough. Why court death? Thus the original 7 dwindled to 4. Youths at Chi Blood 7th or 8th rank, eyes still alight with undimmed ambition, or driven by other compelling motives. Excellent. Vitality and spirit intact. You nodded approvingly. Though 20 drops were now dispersed daily, you felt no concern. You held exclusive authority over celestial dew distribution within your mutual aid society branch. 98 drops per day, 20 allocated to these, 4 leaving 78. After reserving a minimal emergency stock, the vast majority flowed directly into your possession. At first, some grumbled about your appropriation of nearly all the dew. But today, having demonstrated your capacity to preserve celestial dew, and to summon it effortlessly during its descent, your dominance became undeniable. Further, your hydrokinetic ability enabled effortless harvesting of hundreds of pounds of fish daily from the lake, resolving the food crisis decisively. Silence followed. Vice President Su possesses true capability. He ensures our bellies are full, taking more is only fair. And as a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, his consumption is naturally immense. Clearly he stands the greatest chance of claiming the legacy. That he even offers 4 others a chance is generous indeed. Human nature bows to power, not virtue. When absolute value and strength are manifest, rules are forged by. Soon 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. These days proved profoundly enriching. You absorbed celestial dew relentlessly. Though most energy nourished the primordial essence of the celestial river lotus and further strengthened your profound aqua spirit body's abilities, surplus chi still propelled your spiritual energy forward significantly. Your cultivation surged steadily toward Kaiyuan realm, 36 primary meridian gates nearing full opening. Dawn broke on that fateful day, the celestial staircase entrance. You arrived early, standing before the threshold and slowly regulating your breath to attain optimal physical alignment. Behind you, cultivators across the camp stirred awake one by one. They formed orderly ranks around the 4 vanguard members, offering solemn farewells. Chun arrived with his vanguard numbered only 3, and due to his excessive levies their complexions appeared wan and depleted. You assessed them dispassionately, offering little hope. Yet one figure arrested your attention, a boy of 16 or 17, standing silently behind Chun, bearing striking resemblance to your own age. Though head bowed and silent, a subtle aquatic resonance emanated from him. The aura of dimensional artifacts. A spark ignited within you. You had absorbed numerous dimensional artifacts, and your heightened sensitivity allowed instantaneous recognition. This boy, too, had likely seized one of the violet pillars, by sheer fortune. Yet its quality surely pales beside my celestial river lotus. His aura, though pure, lacked magnitude, faint and narrow. Chun-Chen's trusted confidant. You recalled hearing of him, Chun Liang, Chun-Chen's nephew. Indeed, his faction's celestial dew collection reportedly relied entirely upon him. He was Chun-Chen's true trump card, the linchpin of their celestial staircase campaign. You and Chun-Chen stepped forward, exchanging respectful nods. Everyone, Chun proclaimed, voice booming across. Today marks the official ascent of the vanguard team upon the celestial staircase. Let us wish them unstoppable momentum, triumphant success. Unstoppable momentum, triumphant success. All cultivators roared in unison, the thunderous cry shaking the very air. Excellent. Chun turned to you, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Today Vice President Su shall lead the vanguard and claim the first victory. This had been your prior agreement with Chun in exchange for his cooperation. After all, given the drownings afflicting so many, your acknowledged mastery over hydrokinetic arts rendered your odds markedly superior. Moreover, success would galvanize morale. Within this despairing prison, a single triumph was desperately needed to confirm the path home. I accept this duty without hesitation. A faint smile touched your lips as you adjusted your robes. Under the fervent, hopeful gazes of every cultivator present, you strode resolutely toward the white jade celestial staircase ascending into the clouds. Your spine remained rigid and unwavering, as if marching onto a battlefield. Under the gaze of thousands, you smile slightly as you adjust your attire and stride towards the white jade staircase leading to the clouds. With a snap, as your foot steps onto the first step, the scene before you suddenly transforms. The noisy crowd, Chun-Chen's anticipation, and the gaze of the wild hunters all vanish in an instant. When you regain clarity, you find yourself in a completely unfamiliar and strange space. Above you is an endless sea of clouds, as if you stand atop the 9th heaven. Beneath your feet lies a massive white jade disc floating above the sea of clouds. The disc is vast, spanning several thousand square meters. At its edge stand 36 towering aquamarine jade pillars. Each pillar is intricately carved with obscure water patterns emanating a soft and mysterious glow. Together they form a magnificent array. Within the embrace of the 36 pillars there grows a colossal azure tree that shades the sun. Its shape resembles that of an ancient giant banyan, but its leaves are not of ordinary wood. Instead, they are formed from pure crystallized water elements. The entire tree is translucent and radiant, with countless glowing vines cascading down, swaying gently. Each sway creates visible ripples of spiritual energy. At this moment you stand outside the circle formed by the blue pillars. Beneath your feet is a small path elegantly paved with exquisite blue bricks winding towards the central tree. Is this the scenery inside the heavenly ladder? You are not dazzled by this celestial grandeur, nor are you eager to advance. As a seasoned hunter who has navigated the edge of life and death, you understand the truth that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it becomes. You recall the tragic end of that young man who vanished outside, ultimately becoming a corpse that fell out. This scene is still vivid in your mind. You have not forgotten this. Better to be cautious than to regret later. You remain where you are, not stepping onto that path. You slowly close your eyes, activating the Kanglan divine thought within your sea of consciousness, combined with the heightened perception of the Kaiyuan realm. You begin to scan this place inch by inch. Are there any traps on the ground? Is there any toxin in the air? Is there any danger between those jade pillars? Time passes by second. You spend nearly 10 minutes investigating. However, aside from the overwhelming presence of water vapor, you find no obvious danger. This place feels like a courtyard meticulously prepared to welcome guests. quiet and peaceful, yet it exudes an eerie stillness. Just as you hesitate whether to throw a stone to test the waters. Splash. The central azure tree seems to grow impatient. The countless branches hanging down suddenly move of their own accord, producing a sound akin to rushing water. Immediately afterward, one of the thickest vines, shimmering with a faint light, abruptly stands upright. Under your gaze, the end of the vine bends several times with agility. It gestures towards you in a human-like manner, then points to the path beneath your feet. The meaning is unmistakable. Either stop staring, hurry over. Otherwise, I can't proceed with this process. Why are you not following the routine? Watching this tree that seems almost sentient, your lips twitch slightly. It seems I have no choice but to enter now. Since the host is urging you, and it looks like it means you no harm, you no longer hesitate. You grip the long knife in your hand, your muscles tense, ready to explode into action at any moment. You step onto that blue brick path one step at a time. As you pass through the blockade of the 36 white jade pillars and step onto the central white jade disc, in that moment, buzz. A grand and indifferent stream of information instantaneously pours into your mind. First stage, Songming realm. Obtain a strand of mysterious water's spiritual tone, enter that Songming, and seek the Jiao Pearl. As soon as the words are spoken, that vine that just beckoned you suddenly shoots forward, swift as lightning. Before you can react, it lightly taps your forehead. Whooshed. It does not possess any offensive power, only a strand of azure infused with spiritual essence flows into your body through your forehead. This is a pure, mysterious water's spiritual tone. It acts like a key, a pass for crossing barriers. As the spiritual tone enters your body, it swiftly forms a thin layer of blue, luminescent membrane on your skin. Immediately afterward, the white jade disc beneath your feet suddenly transforms into a massive blue vortex. An irresistible and immense force of suction engulfs you in an instant. A strong sense of weightlessness washes over you as the surrounding scenery begins to spin wildly, stretching your perception into a brief haze. Gurgle. Beneath the profound depths of the ocean lies a zone of lightless prohibition. An expanse of utter silence surrounds you, shrouded in darkness, with only the distant flickers of bioluminescent creatures illuminating the abyss like will-o'-the-wisps. Your gaze pierces through the darkness, locking onto the jagged fissure of massive black rocks 30 meters ahead. There, a fist-sized water avoidance dragon pearl floats in serene stillness. It emanates a gentle azure glow, with the surrounding powerful rules of water subtly oscillating, forcing the previously murky ocean water into visible, transparent ripples. This creates an extraordinary vacuum zone. The first one. You hold your breath as the essence of your Xian Shui Ling tea quietly begins to circulate within you. Blending seamlessly with the surrounding water currents, your fingertips tremble slightly as an almost invisible thread of primordial power weaves through the water towards the pearl. However, just as your fingertips close in within 3 feet of the pearl, a chilling sense of danger erupts without warning from the unfathomable darkness ahead. The previously calm undercurrents of the deep sea suddenly grow violent, exuding a powerful, ferocious wave. Like an invisible wall, it rushes towards you in an instant. This is no ordinary water flow. It is the terrifying turbulence created by the breath of a deep-sea behemoth. Not good. A chill runs through your heart as you react swiftly. At this critical moment, you do not choose to retreat. Fortune favors the bold. Come to me. You suddenly unleash your power's blue light surging from your palm as you grasp at the water avoidance dragon pearl with fervor. At that moment, a thread of primordial power wraps around the pearl like a spiritual serpent, yanking it back forcefully. Whooshed. The azure glow flashes past. The dragon pearl instantly breaks free from the magnetic field, transforming into a streak of light that darts into your palm. It feels icy to the touch as a pure and vast energy surges into your body. Your previously tense meridians instantly relax. But there is no time to inspect. The moment you seize the treasure, you propel yourself forward. Stepping through the waves, instant step. The rocks beneath you explode as you spring forth. Like an arrow loosing from its bowstring, you dart towards the most complex cluster of reef formations to the right. Almost simultaneously, boom. The darkness behind you erupts violently. A low, thunderous roar shakes the entire sea, reverberating through the depths. The pitch-black water curtain appears to be violently torn apart by a massive hand, revealing a terrifying shadow over 10 feet long. Enraged by overwhelming fury, it emerges with ferocity. In the residual glow of the dragon pearl, you catch a glimpse of its true form. It is a black water Xinjiao. Its body is covered in hard and heavy scales as dark as jade, each the size of a fist. Instead of fins, its belly bears several rows of barbed, vicious tentacles thrashing wildly in the water. Its blood-red eyes, the size of lanterns, glare at you with ferocity and greed. A peak 4th-tier aquatic beast. The absolute ruler of this ocean. Roar. The black water Xianjiao, seeing its companion spirit snatched away, unleashes its full ferocity. It opens its mouth wide enough to swallow a car, launching a high-pressure jet of water. Bang! The massive rock you had just stood on is instantly shattered by the water jet. Rubble and mist swirl chaotically in the deep sea. What terrifying power! Your scalp prickles as you dare not linger for a moment. Behind you, the colossal creature swishes its powerful tail, stirring up a massive whirlpool. Like a speeding submarine, it pursues you relentlessly. The briny water vapor mingles with a palpable intent to kill, enveloping you entirely. In this deep sea, its speed far surpasses yours. Confronting it head-on is like striking a rock with an egg. I must outsmart it. You quickly calm yourself, your mind. You lower your body, pushing your water-based powers to their limit. A thin layer of streamlined water film envelopes your body, minimizing water resistance. To the reef cluster, that's the only chance for survival. You twist your body and dive into the chaotic cluster of jagged rocks ahead. The rocks here are rugged and bizarre with varying gaps. For the enormous Xianjiao, this is a natural slowdown. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of impacts behind you are deafening. The Xianjiao's massive size hampers its movement upon entering the rocky area. It crashes through the rocks like a rampaging bulldozer, shattering countless stones and churning the surrounding water. Though its speed has slowed, its brute strength causes the entire waterway to tremble. Meanwhile, you, leveraging your smaller human form, navigate through the maze-like cluster of rocks. Ahead you spot a narrow crevice just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. The walls on either side are covered with sharp barnacles and resilient seaweed. This is it. You do not slow down, but instead at this moment you surge forward. Pressing close to the rocks, you channel your powers, forming a sharp water blade at your side. Shoo, shoo. The sounds slice through the obstructing seaweed. Simultaneously, you push off with your feet, slipping into the narrow gap like a slick fish. Thud. Almost just as your heels slip, and an earth-shattering crash erupts behind you. The massive head of the black water Xianjiao slams into the entrance of the crevice. The hard black rock shatters, and the immense force sends the surrounding water into a violent swirl. A powerful shockwave almost knocks you off balance as you traverse the gap, colliding with the rock wall. Roar! The furious roar of the Xianjiao echoes from behind. It cannot enter, and resorts to madly ramming its head against the rock, attempting to collapse this stone mountain. You seize this fleeting moment to swiftly pass through the narrow gap, arriving at a circular reef area. This place has multiple exits, but it also means it is easier to be surrounded. A thought strikes you, and you suddenly turn around, hands outstretched. Rise! The calm currents surrounding the circular reef are instantly controlled by your powers. They coalesce into several thick, viscous water walls, blocking several key entrances. While this may not stop the Xianjiao's assault, it is enough to interfere with its sight and perception. Seizing this brief moment, you accelerate again, darting into the depths of the reef. Simultaneously, your divine sense extends back, locking onto the movements of the Xianjiao. It's coming around. You sense the massive shadow attempting to circumvent the obstacle above. Not so fast. You notice several sharp rock peaks jutting out ahead. Instead of taking a detour, you leap, using those peaks to propel yourself, dancing like a blade upon the tips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as you leap, several massive tentacles sweep from the darkness below. Carrying an overwhelming stench of decay, they narrowly miss your shoes, shattering the rocks you had just landed on. Those are the tentacles of the Xianjiao. Not only barbed, but also venomous. You instinctively shield the water avoidance dragon pearl against your chest, using the recoil to your advantage. Your body performs an incredible refraction in the water, creating several dozen meters of distance once again. The chase continues. The black water Xianjiao, thoroughly enraged by your repeated tricks, no longer cares about its injuries, beginning to wildly ram everything in its path. Debris flies, and the water grows murky. Its long tentacles act like a net, constantly probing into the... After confirming that the terrifying black water Xianjiao had completely retreated, your tense nerves finally relaxed. You looked at the fist-sized water avoidance Jiao Pearl, emitting a gentle glow, unable to help but complain in your... This thing is really hard to get. Complaints aside, you did not waste time. At this moment, hiding in a concealed dark cave, you finally had time to carefully examine the trophy in your hand. You mobilized your divine sense, slowly probing into the interior of the Jiao Pearl. Buzz. The Jiao Pearl seemed to have sensed the fluctuations of your divine sense, immediately producing a strange red. Then a stream of obscure and complex information surged into your mind through your fingertips. It was a special technique called zonglong. This is not a martial art, but rather a pure water escape technique. You were slightly surprised, then began to read it carefully. You quickly discovered the uniqueness of this technique. This zonglong is less about being a technique, but rather a high-level application skill of Xian water spiritual rhythm. It does not require drawing upon the vital energy within the body, nor does it follow the pathways of meridians and dantians, but completely leans towards the use of supernatural abilities. Its core principle, combined with the ability to drive water granted by that strand of Xian water spiritual rhythm. At 18 specific nodes on the surface of the body, it engraves 18 invisible runes known as water separation talismans. Respectively, Yongxuan Qingshan, Huantiao Mingmen Daju Jianjing. Once these 18 runes take shape, they can construct an extremely efficient water-driving model on the surface of the body. It allows you to gain powerful thrust by leveraging the strength of natural water bodies, letting you move freely in the water as swift as lightning. It also enables you to walk on waves, merging with the water's surface, becoming invisible upon entering the water. It's a good thing, but this escape technique has a high affinity requirement for water elements from the practitioner. Moreover, it requires strong spiritual micromanipulation ability to maintain the stability of those 18. For those ordinary practitioners who have merely obtained a strand of spiritual rhythm, just sensing these 18 nodes would likely take days and nights. To get started, it would be impossible without at least a month. But for me, you felt the heaven river water lotus essence slowly flowing within you, smiling broadly. This is not a problem. I will succeed. You are the holder of the Xian water spiritual body with 5 awakenings. In this densely saturated water element realm of Tsangming, your Xian water spiritual body that has undergone several enhancements is the most perfect conductor of water elements. Begin. You closed your eyes. With strong focus, superb memory, suitable water environment, and the water element's supernatural ability at this moment you were practically stacked with positive buffs. You quickly constructed a model of those 18 runes in your mind. Then the essence of the heaven river water lotus within you produced a strong resonance. You did not need to exert effort to inscribe. Those 18 runes seemed to be summoned by a king. They automatically appeared at the nodes on your body and quickly stabilized. Buzz, a layer of faint blue light, like flowing water ripples, enveloped your entire body. The heavy water pressure around you instantly disappeared, and you felt the intimacy of this water area towards you. As if you were no longer an outsider, but a part of this deep sea. You attempted to move your mind. Whoosh. There was no wave created, nor was there any resistance. You felt as if you had turned into seawater, merging into this water domain. Instantly crossing dozens of meters, you collided with the rock wall at the other end of the dark cave. Fast. Too fast. The speed was at least 3 times faster than when you previously relied on supernatural abilities for rough propulsion. Not bad, not bad. You felt great joy in your heart. With this escape technique, the upcoming plunder will be much simpler. You did not rush out, but patiently practiced in the dark cave for about an hour until you had mastered the Zonglong technique. Once you could manipulate it freely, turning and dodging was just a thought away. You set off again. Treasure hunt continues. You fully activated the secret technique, Songfing, firmly locking your aura within. At the same time, you activated the newly added concealment feature of the Xian water spiritual body. You became an invisible dark current silently gliding out of this hidden cave. Although your use of Zonglong was still a bit rough with the enhancement of the heaven river water lotus essence, you became increasingly adept at using this escape technique. If you earlier swam in the sea relying on the Xian water spiritual body was more of a crude, instinctual maneuver like a strong fish, then now with the support of the escape technique your form completely blended into this sea area. You moved through the water without causing a single wave. Even the water flow's fluctuations were perfectly smoothed by those. However, your speed became even faster. As your form concealed itself, your speed increased several times compared to before. Collecting the water avoidance Jiao pearls became simpler. You sensed the faint light points in the distance again. Second one. You felt a strong distortion of space before you. You shook your slightly dizzy head and opened your eyes. The heavy pressure that had enveloped you like the depths of the sea completely dissipated. Taking a deep breath, you clearly felt the pure water elements contained in the vapor surge into your body. A slight resonance was generated with the source of the heavenly river water lotus deep within your dantian, easing your However, years of battle instincts made you remain vigilant, immediately mobilizing your divine sense to comprehensively scan the surrounding environment. The scene before you was completely different from the previous underwater domain. It was neither the ancient stone platform at the entrance of the heavenly ladder nor the peculiar space where the azure tree was located. Instead, it was an expansive circular stone platform. The stone platform was about 50 zhang in diameter, its surface intricately engraved with fine light blue water pattern runes. A faint water light flowed between the runes as if it were alive. Gently touching the ground, you could feel the warm touch of the runes perfectly resonating with your own mysterious water spiritual essence. Surrounding the stone platform was an endless gray misty void. Occasionally fine strands of water would streak through the void, producing faint sizzling sounds. You could vaguely sense a weak sense of oppression emanating from the depths of the void. This place is likely the trial ground for the second level of the heavenly ladder. You slowly turned around, scanning the entire circular stone platform, finally fixing your gaze on the center. There stood a tall black stone tablet. The tablet was smooth as a mirror, its surface shimmering with fine water light. The base was engraved with a circle of ancient patterns connecting with the water pattern runes on the ground, vaguely forming a complete formation. At the top of the stone tablet, 4 powerful characters were inscribed in ancient script: Mystic Water Secret Vault. A faint mist of water surrounded the characters as if they were about to merge into the air. I must complete this level's trial as soon as possible. Oh, I absolutely cannot waste too much time here. You thought to yourself. Although the flow of time on the heavenly ladder differs from the outside world, you had no knowledge of the specific conversion ratio. Tomorrow there would be sweet dew waiting for you to harvest in the outside world, a treasure that could directly enhance your strength. Each drop was worth its weight in gold, allowing no room for delay. Moreover, you were eager to obtain new inheritance information to enhance your strength as soon as possible. Only by being strong enough could you maintain your position in the cave realm. You suppressed the impatience in your heart, forcing yourself to calm down. You activated the Conceal Blade secret technique, firmly locking the aura of the opening Yuan realm within your body. At the same time, you activated the concealment characteristic of the mystic water spiritual body, stepping lightly towards the central black stone tablet. Your footsteps were light, not stirring up the slightest sound. Even when the water pattern runes beneath your feet were touched, they only shimmered faintly, without producing any abnormal sounds. Standing before the stone tablet, you halted your steps. Your fingertips gently touched the surface of the tablet, a chilling sensation coursing through them. At the same time, the mysterious water spiritual essence within you was instantly activated, producing a strong resonance with the stone tablet. Buzz. The mist on the surface of the stone tablet grew denser. The ancient script began to flicker with dazzling blue light, as if responding to your touch. Without hesitation, you immediately mobilized your divine sense and slowly probed into the interior of the stone tablet. Boom. A vast and obscure flow of information surged into your mind like a tide. Initially somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, but with the resonance of the heavenly river water lotus source, this flow of information was quickly unraveled and clarified. You studied carefully and finally grasped the core of this inheritance. Previously, after gathering 36 water avoidance serpent pearls, you unlocked the advanced chapter of waves of the current escape technique. It recorded 36 basic application methods for the transformation of the mystic water escape technique, covering 36 types of body movement variations, such as flowing downstream, against the waves, treading the waves, concealment, and protective body. Each method required the guidance of the mysterious water spiritual essence, relying on the 18 water division runes on the boat's surface to operate. There was no need to call upon the internal primordial energy. It completely leaned towards the application of extraordinary abilities. But those are all related to the transformations of the escape technique, the means of attack here. Mystic water secret technique, piercing wave blade. A good technique. This was a secret technique that developed water-type extraordinary abilities to their extreme potential. You studied the information in your mind with growing astonishment. This was an extremely difficult micro-operation which might pose considerable difficulty for other testers. But you were different. You were the holder of the mystic water spiritual body with 5 awakenings. It was like entering a beginner village dungeon with a max level account, a complete dimensional suppression. Piercing wave blade. Core principle: compress the water elements to their limits, condensing them into a point like a bolt. Then use the thrust provided by the constructed water division runes to spray out at sonic speed. Isn't this high pressure water cutting? Your eyes lit up. Water, the softest, yet also the hardest. High pressure water flow could cut through diamond. How much more so would the piercing wave blade be enhanced by extraordinary abilities and compressed to the extreme? Previously in the deep sea, while I was able to protect myself, I lacked a long-range means to deliver a decisive blow. And this technique from the extraordinary abilities side perfectly compensates for my short attack range and insufficient penetrating power. I must master it quickly. You wasted no time and immediately began to practice in the open space beside the stone tablet. Buzz. You mobilized the mysterious water spiritual essence within you, gathering the dense water vapor around. Initially, this was an extremely difficult micro-operation. Compressing the raging water elements to the size of a needle tip required not only powerful mental control, but also a profound understanding of the characteristics of mysterious water. But you were the holder of the mystic water spiritual body with 5 awakenings. Converge. You shouted in your heart. The surrounding water vapor crazily gathered, forming a fist-sized water ball at your fingertips. Compress. You focused intently, firmly locking onto this water ball. The water ball began to tremble violently, its color shifting from transparent to deep blue, and its size rapidly shrinking. As it shrank to the size of a marble, a grain of rice. Finally, it transformed into an extremely unstable, glaring, deep blue light point. Whoosh. As you relaxed your intention, that light point erupted instantly. There was no visible flight trajectory, only an extremely sharp and piercing sound that even stung your eardrums. 10 meters away on a trial black granite, a pinhole appeared perfectly transparent and with edges as smooth. This was the piercing wave blade. So fast it was invisible, so sharp it had no obstacles. I did it. Although the current charging time was still a bit long, it was already a qualitative leap. Just as you were preparing to seize the momentum and continue mastering this secret technique, an unexpected change occurred. A low hum resonated through the air. Ripples shimmered across the ashen void encircling the stone platform, and an icy aura seeped forth, shattering the stillness. The trial has begun. You instantly ceased, your practice muscles coiling tight. The zone-long evasion art surged through you. 18 water-splitting talismans flared brilliantly across your body. You dissolved into the ambient moisture, vanishing both form and presence, eyes sharp and watchful upon. Moments later, 3 diminutive, translucent creatures emerged from the void, born purely of water essence, their forms no larger than mosquitoes. Their wings stirred in utter silence. Only faint concentric ripples traced their passage. Instantly, knowledge flooded your mind, along with the sole condition for victory: survive. Water shadow mosquitoes. These were trial entities specially designed to test practitioners of evasion arts. Intangible, blindingly swift masters of concealment within mist and vapor, striking solely by sensing fluctuations in spiritual resonance. Their proboscises could pierce even watery shields, draining the practitioner's spiritual resonance. Though individually weak, they became nearly insurmountable when swarming. Very well, let you serve as my whetstone. The moment the water shadow mosquitoes appeared, they darted straight toward. Their speed was staggering. Even cloaked in invisibility, your faintest resonance betrayed you to their primal instincts. As the first mosquito closed within 3 feet of you, you moved. With a single thought, your water-splitting talismans whirled into motion, and your body flowed sideways like liquid water, evading the strike with flawless grace. Simultaneously, your palms pressed together, fingertips aligned. Wave-piercing blade. A droplet compressed to its absolute limit coalesced at your fingertip and shot forth like a sharp shriek. The wave-piercing blade sliced through the air with a whisper of rupture, striking the mosquito's core with unerring precision. A soft pop. The translucent creature detonated into a fine spray of mist, dissolving seamlessly back into the ambient vapor. One strike, one kill. Clean. Decisive. A surge of triumph rose within you. Yet before you could press the advantage, the remaining 2 struck in tandem, one from left, one from right, aiming for your exposed back, their proboscises gleaming with cold, aqueous light. Attempting stealth. Your senses, honed to razor's edge, had already sensed the threat. Zonlong shattered. In an instant you dismantled your talismans, then reassembled them anew. Your body vanished, and reappeared 10 meters away, evading their lethal convergence, as if warping through space itself. Even as you shifted, your hands wove again. 2 more wave-piercing blades coalescing mid-motion. Go! Propelled by momentum, they arced through the air like twin sapphire comets. Puff! Puff! 2 muted bursts. The remaining mosquitoes exploded into shimmering mist. You exhaled slowly, but did not lower your guard. Yet this was merely the beginning. The void trembled, not subsiding but intensifying. A rising buzz, this time not a few, but a swarm. Dense, overlapping ripples bloomed across the platform's perimeter. 36 water shadow mosquitoes materialized in unison. No longer scattered stragglers, they fused into a seamless advancing curtain of water, a deluge descending from all sides. Every avenue of escape was sealed. Numerical suppression. Your gaze hardened. To an ordinary Kaiyuan realm cultivator, bereft of ambient chi in this place, such total encirclement would mean certain death. But you possess the profound water spirit body, your stamina recovery far outstripped that of mortals. If evasion is impossible, then carve a path forward with blood and blade. You abandoned perfect concealment, and instead unleashed the full power of your profound water spirit body. Your clasped hands shifted with fluid precision, conducting an invisible symphony of annihilation in the air. Multiple wave-piercing blades. Shrish, shrish, shrish. Dozens of deep sapphire streaks erupted from your fingertips, like a storm of blossoming pear blossoms intercepting the swarm. Though each individual strike lost some force, their velocity was unmatched. Puff, puff, puff. In midair, radiant blooms of mist burst forth like ethereal flowers. Yet such relentless rapid fire exposed a subtle flaw in your mastery of this newly acquired esoteric art. A single cunning mosquito seized the infinitesimal gap, the fleeting instant between expended force and renewed intent. With uncanny agility, it tilted its body just enough to evade a slightly misaligned blade. Like a phantom slipping through a crack in reality, it breached the barrage, closing on your throat in a heartbeat. Less than a foot remained. Its razor-sharp proboscis hovered inches from your carotid, poised to pierce flesh in the next breath. Yet your expression held no panic, only a cold, knowing smirk. Yes, you were refining this newly acquired esoteric technique. But that did not render you helpless once an enemy. Foolish. You drew no weapon from your waist, merely extended 2 fingers like a blade slicing once through empty air. Deep within your Dantian dormant primordial energy stirred, just once. A sliver of that energy flared forth, a shrieking cerulean crescent of pure cutting force. Cling. SHHHK. The mosquito froze mid-flight, then disintegrated, utterly shredded into nothingness by sheer ruthless sharpness. Do not forget, this remains my true craft. You lowered your hand, eyes sharpening once more. That brief confrontation had refined your rhythm with the wave-piercing blade, now steadier, deeper, more instinctive. Weaving through the remaining swarm with the Zonlong body technique, slipping through gaps like water through stone, you harvested the remnants with calm, methodical precision. 10 breaths later, 35 mosquitoes lay obliterated. Ha. Your breath came ragged. The sustained exertion had drained your reserves significantly. Then, deep within the void, a piercing, authoritative shriek echoed forth. An oppressive pressure vastly greater than before descended upon you. The mist that had dispersed did not settle. It recoalesced midair, drawn by an unseen command. This time no common grunts emerged. 9 elite water shadow mosquitoes, larger, deep cobalt-hood, formed a perfect ring. At their center stood the water shadow mosquito sovereign, fist-sized wings shimmering with violet luminescence, its gaze icy and unblinking. A faint resonant hum emanated from the sovereign, and instantly its 9 elite guards fanned outward, interlocking into an impenetrable phalanx, shielding their master. Simultaneously, the sovereign's abdomen pulsed, releasing concentric waves visible to the naked eye. Zzz. Instantly, your 18 water-splitting talismans flared erratically, several fracturing outright. The efficacy of the Zonlong evasion art plummeted by half. Your limbs grew leaden sluggish. An interference-type ability, and living shields, Seizing the opening, several elites blurred forward, twice as fast as their lesser kin. You hastily activated your talismans, summoning a water-splitting ward, a faint shimmering shield enveloping your boom. The impact shattered the ward with spiderweb cracks, hurling you backwards several paces. I cannot trade blows endlessly. The Sovereign must fall, or this suppression will drain me to exhaustion. Your eyes locked onto the Sovereign, shielded behind layers of living armor. Any direct assault would be intercepted before it landed. If a straight line fails, you drew a slow, deliberate breath, and recalled a perilous technique from the Zonglong. You lunged violently leftward, conjuring an intensely luminous wave-piercing blade, feinting a desperate breach of the left flank. Instantly, the Sovereign commanded 3 elites to reinforce that side. Now, Zonglong illusory wave shadow. Mid-stride, your form blurred, leaving behind a mirage of condensed mist, a flawless, ephemeral decoy. Your true body veiled by vapor, carved in impossible angle, sliding silently into the blind zone on the right. The Sovereign's disruptive wave still tracked the illusory figure. By the time it discerned the decoy was mere mist, it was already too late. 5 feet, 3 feet. You stood inside the defensive ring, face-to-face with the Sovereign. Die. Ignoring fatigue, you poured every ounce of your esoteric power into your fingertips, compressing water essence not into liquid, but near solid crystalline density, the ice blue needle. Wave-piercing blade. Percum. A thunderclap detonated across the platform. Against such absolute penetrative force, the Sovereign's vaunted interference waves crumpled like parchment. It never even twitched, its body atomized into a shower of violet mist. With its demise, the 9 elite guards collapsed like puppets whose strings had been severed. Their bodies dissolved into vapor. Silence reclaimed the stone platform. All water-rune glyphs embedded in the platform ignited simultaneously. Azure light converging into a pillar that bathed the entire arena. A warm current surged into your body, swiftly replenishing your spent spiritual resonance. Second-tier trial passed. The vast resonant voice spoke once more, this time laced with unmistakable approval. You released a long, steady breath, sensing your profound water spiritual resonance and the primordial essence of the heavenly river lotus, now refined, deeper, more potent. This battle had elevated your mastery of Zonglong and wave-piercing blade from theory to visceral, inseparable synergy. So this is the leap forged in true combat. You clenched your fist, eyes blazing with fiercer resolve. A low hum, as the beam of light signaling the second tier's clearance shot into the sky, your figure was transported once more. Between the shifting luminance, you did not pause. You stepped directly into the secret realm of the heavenly ladder's 3rd tier. In the days that followed, you embarked on an almost frenzied campaign of sweeping trials. Once you adapted to the crucible designed to temper your supernatural abilities, you pressed onward without mercy. You returned to the familiar cadence of an all-consuming grinder. The perilous ascent up the ladder no longer felt quite so daunting. 3rd tier heavy water abyss. Gravity here was 10 times that of the outside world, and the sky was ceaselessly pounded by massive water spirit mauls like falling meteors. Ordinary ability users could scarcely remain upright in such a place. But you possessed not only a Xian Shui spirit body, but also a battle-hardened martial flesh, bearing the tenfold pressure while dodging the colossal mauls. You swiftly gleaned from the central steel the Xian Shui secret technique, Abyssal Shield Yuan Dun. When the last heavy water behemoth lunged, you unfurled the deep blue abyssal shield to absorb the blow, then cleave the beast apart with a single stroke. 3rd tier cleared. 4th tier corrosive bone poison pool. The space was steeped in a sickly green miasma beneath which a bubbling corrosive basin fumed relentlessly. The moment you stepped in, your Xian Shui shield on your skin began to sizzle under corrosion. A tendril of poison slipped through your pores, delivering a bone-deep sting and making your body waver. What an aggressive toxin! As you prepared to martial Yuan to forcefully resist the miasma that could rot flesh in moments, the Tianhao water lotus at the core of your Dantian spun violently of its own accord. A supremely pure sacred azure light blossomed from within you. The poison that had seeped into you touched that light, and as if frost meeting the sun, dissolved in an instant. It was even cleansed and reversed into pristine water key, nourishing every limb and bone. So that's it. After emerging from the initial embarrassment, a spark of delight flashed in your eyes. The Tianhao water lotus was already one of the purest water treasures in all creation. Only now did you discover that it harbored an extraordinary property, absolute inviolability against evil and the power to purify all poisons. With that assurance, you withdrew your shield and allowed the toxin to invade, only for the Tianhao water lotus to purify it instantaneously. You strolled through the poison pool as if on a leisurely promenade. You then comprehended from the central steel the inheritance of this layer, the Xian Shui secret technique, clear flow. 4th tier cleared. 5th tier fog delusion C. In the impenetrable gray mist, unseen water shadow assassins, they had chosen the wrong opponent. When it came to manipulating fog and illusion, you were a master. You triggered a trait of the Shuiyue Jinglan blade you had studied, thickening the surrounding mist. Through the complex refraction of light among vapor and liquid mirrors, you conjured a dozen indistinct phantasms from nothing. The water shadow assassins were beguiled by your illusions and repeatedly exposed their positions. You drew your long blade, and like mowing down grass, slashed them one by one, then absorbed from the steel the inheritance of mist concealment, formless Wu In Wuxiang. 5th tier cleared. 6th tier extreme deep cold. The environment turned abruptly, how every water element froze into unyielding Xian ice. Countless ice-sculpted golems charged at you, blades of ice flashing. You did not throw yourself into a blind brawl. Instead, you used this peculiar scene to contemplate the steel at the realm's center. You deepened your understanding of the Xian Shui's secret technique. While evading and meditating, a bolt of insight broke through your mind like lightning. You finally shattered your rigid notion that water abilities and ice abilities must be inborn opposites. Previously, you had assumed that though ice and water shared an origin, ice inherently subdued water. But at that moment, you truly realized there is no absolute elemental dominance. The so-called counter simply reflected the shallowness of your grasp on the art. The extreme cold of water is itself crystallized frost. With that revelation, you successfully comprehended another application of Xian Shui, the Xian Shui myriad transformations, condensing frost. You struck the ground with your palm, and a deep blue frost breath erupted outward from you. It froze every charging ice golem in place, and with a single kick you shattered them into a carpet of ice fragments. 6th tier cleared. 7th tier, raging sea tempest. You found yourself within a furious expanse of black waters, tsunamis 100 zhang high battered toward you from every direction. A natural force capable of tearing steel became the ideal dojo for honing your footwork. You wove through the towering waves with the ease of a sea god walking atop surf. Thereafter you gleaned from the central steel the Xian Shui body technique, ride wind break waves. 7th tier cleared. 8th tier, mirror water prison. Within the sealed water prison, the latter condensed a perfect duplicate of you with all your water-based abilities. Facing this seemingly hopeless dead end, your eyes brightened. Just the sparring partner I wanted. You did not rush to end the duel. Instead, you eagerly traded blows with it, using every Xian Shui secret art you had just learned. Wave-cutting blade, abyssal shield, clear flow, condensing frost. In the crucible of high-intensity magical exchanges, your proficiency with these nascent techniques skyrocketed. Half an hour later, you felt you had utterly exhausted the duplicate's pedagogic value. Though it perfectly mirrored your powers, it had not replicated your battle-forged martial realm. You closed the distance, and relying on raw bodily strength and the domineering Yuan force of the Kaiyuan realm, demolished the duplicate with 3 punches and a few kicks. 8th tier cleared. Time lost all meaning amid these high-intensity trials. Like a tireless machine, you ravenously swept through the heavenly ladders, Xian Shui inheritances. Defense, purification, concealment, extreme cold area offense. The deficits in your water ability repertoire were being filled and perfected at a staggering pace. Finally, amid a fierce ripple of spatial fluctuation, you ascended onto the stone dais of the 9th tier. A thunderous rumble rolled through the air, and the scene before you made you halt. This place was no longer the monotonous gray void. It was an austere water-blue palace. The hall was woven of crystalline Xian ice, and flowing heavy water, solemn and majestic. Etched into the floor was a vast formation diagram. At its center, seated cross-legged, was a 3-hang-tall Xian Shui. He wore a weighty, overlapping water-scale cuirass, and rested his hands upon a gigantic tidal war halberd. Though but an energy projection, the oppressive force he radiated made your breath catch. This clearly bore the destructive might of the Kaiyuan realm. Final test of the first phase commenced. For the first time, the booming voice carried a sharp, murderous edge. Defeat the guardian of the town to obtain the final inheritance of the first stage of the trial. A pair of eyes devoid of pupils shimmering with deep blue light suddenly opened. So fast, your pupils constricted. The surging wave skill activated. The water patterns beneath your feet flickered, and you instantly shifted several dozen feet sideways. Boom. The war spear struck heavily at the spot where you previously stood. The violent water elemental shockwave spread out as if it were a tangible force, and even with your deep abyss shield raised, you were still rocked by the impact. I can't let him touch me, I need to wear him down from a distance. With a deep breath, you brought your hands together in front of you. Your palms pressed tightly together, the index and middle fingers aligned, pointing directly at the Xian Shui warrior. Dozens of high-pressure water lines shot forth from your fingertips with a piercing sonic boom, accurately targeting the joints of the warrior. But, clang, 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 clang. The water blade struck against the warrior's water-repelling armor, leaving only shallow white marks, failing to penetrate its defense. Is a simple ability attack ineffective against him? Your brow furrowed. The defense of this Xian Shui warrior was truly unreasonable. Having missed his attack, the warrior suddenly swung his war spear in a wide arc. A crescent-shaped water blade, 10 feet long, tore through the air, blocking all your escape routes. Since my abilities can't break through his defense, I'll resort to my old methods. A glimmer flashed in your eyes as you abandoned the plan to continue using the water blade skill. Taking a deep breath, the essence of the heavenly river water lotus within you trembled slightly. The water elements in the surrounding air quickly gathered, forming an extremely dense white mist. The visibility in the grand hall instantly dropped to a minimum. The water moon mirror blade. With a thought, several small, irregular water mirrors took shape within the mist. Through the complex refraction of light and mist, 4 blurred humanoid phantoms were instantly projected beside you. Go. The 4 phantoms rushed towards the Xian Shui warrior from 4 different tricky angles, wielding illusory longbow. The warrior clearly lacked high intelligence. Faced with this subtle and strange tactic, he let out a furious roar, wildly swinging his spear to slash at the phantom. Bang, bang, bang. The phantoms were easily shredded by the war spear, dissolving into mist. But in the next moment, new phantoms gathered from the mist endlessly. Now's the time. In the brief moment when the warrior's attention was fully drawn, raising his spear, his old strength just spent, and new strength not yet born. The true body hidden in the deepest part of the thick mist moved. You crouched low, your legs bursting with power, charging out like a leopard skimming the ground. Your right hand gripped the knife handle tightly. The tyrannical primal energy from the opening Yuan realm surged into the steel blade. The blade emitted a mournful cry, unable to withstand this terrifying power. Using water elemental abilities to create illusions and openings while martial energy ensures a fatal strike. This is your unique combat aesthetic. In midair, you brushed past the enormous body of the Xian Shui warrior. The blade technique. Secret art, great waves. Clang. The sound of the blade being drawn echoed throughout the grand hall. A surge of deep blue blade light, like a raging tide, tore through the thick mist. The blade light silently swept across the warrior's throat. Bang! You landed steadily on the formation behind the warrior. In the air behind you, the once mighty Xian Shui warrior suddenly froze. At the neck of its indestructible water-repelling armor, a smooth cut appeared, gleaming like a mirror. In the next moment, rumble. The gigantic head rolled away and the massive body collapsed, transforming into a torrential downpour raining down throughout the entire hall. Huff, huff. You gasped heavily, your clothes soaked with sweat and rain. Yet your gaze was sharp like a divine weapon just drawn. Buzz. The pouring rain converged towards the center of the grand hall. Eventually, it coalesced into an ancient jade slip, radiating a deep blue light, slowly floating down. At the same time, the grand voice resounded again. The first stage of the trial is complete. You have obtained the complete inheritance of Volume 1 of the Xian Shui secret repository. Ahead lies the second stage of the trial, where the danger level will significantly increase. Please choose proceed forward or retreat to rest, retaining your current progress. At the deepest part of the grand hall, a staircase radiating an even darker glow slowly emerged. From the end of the staircase, a chilling roar of a ferocious beast could be faintly heard. You stood still, holding the jade slip in your hand, lost in thought. After enduring 8 stages of intense trials, your mind was stretched to its limits. More importantly, the inheritance of the first stage was simply too vast and complex. From basic defenses and purification to profound transformations and movement techniques. Although you had grasped the basics, you were still far from fully integrating them into instinct. If you carelessly entered the second stage, where the danger level increases significantly. I have obtained the first stage legacy. You spoke with calm composure, yet the words detonated like a heavy bomb, stirring a maelstrom across the once dead campsite. He got the legacy. Good heavens, President Su is extraordinary. As I said, if anyone could seize the legacy. A chorus of suppressed exclamations erupted from the crowd. Every gaze grew feverishly intense, especially those of the 4 chosen vanguard members of the Mutual Aid Association. Fear in their eyes was instantly displaced by excitement and greed, their bodies trembling from overexcitement. Your success meant the heavenly ladder was not necessarily a suicide trap. It meant they too might soar to greatness, inherit a great power's legacy, and seize their own destiny. Their blood had been stirred. They forgot the vast gulf that separated them from Su Liang. Just as the crowd's fervor reached a peak, and some prepared to shout your name, you said, "Quiet." You lifted your eyes slightly and swept the assembly with a glance. Without exerting any spiritual pressure, only a look and an abyssal oceanic aura of indifference, you yanked everyone back from their mania into stark reality. The boiling crowd fell silent once more. Although I succeeded, I must tell you a fact. You fixed the 4 exhilarated vanguard members with a cold voice, as if reading a death notice. The danger of ascending the heavenly ladder far exceeds your imagination. If not for luck, I would have died in there just now. This was no false modesty. The 9th tier trial truly posed lethal difficulty. A single misstep could have left one grievously wounded. Therefore, I grant you a choice anew. You raised one finger. First, withdraw now. The Ganlu you have consumed can be repaid through your labor. From today on, you will undertake the most grueling harvests, the farthest patrols, the most dangerous hunts, until the value of the Ganlu principal and interest is fully repaid. You raised a second finger and pointed to the misstreaved heavenly ladder. Second, maintain the original plan. Enter and accept the trial. But understand this, once you go and failure means death, there is no room for luck. Do not expect me to impart. Noting the flicker of disappointment in their eyes, you sighed and said slowly, "It is not that I am selfish and unwilling to teach, telling you would do you no good. I suspect the trials within the heavenly ladder are more often than not tailored to the individual. That explains why some who went to die lasted only a dozen minutes, while others endured an hour. Most likely the scenes and intensities they faced were fundamentally different. Besides, my passage relied on instincts honed by years of walking the edge between life and death, and on an otherworldly talent far beyond yours. My path cannot be replicated by you." Your words were blunt, even hurtful. You then briefly explained the basic procedure of the heavenly ladder. Once inside, the luminous central tree will grant you a strand of Xianshui Lingyun, a mystic water essence. It serves both as your life-preserving shield and as the catalyst for your trial. The heavenly ladder tests your compatibility with that strand of essence and your adaptability under extreme conditions. That is all. You crossed your arms and stepped aside, giving them the stage. Choose. A death-like silence fell. To withdraw meant a life of hard labor for the association. To advance meant either certain doom or a 1 in 10,000 chance of ascending. A measure of reason would have led most to choose retreat. Yet the 4 vanguard members of the Mutual Aid Association, they were young cultivators at the 7th or 8th Kiblood level, nourished daily by 5 drops of Ganlu, which had driven their vigor to unprecedented peaks. Moreover, your success acted like a potent tonic, breeding in them the illusion of, if he can, so can I. President, we have decided, the leader snarled, clenching his teeth. One must seize the martial path. We refuse to remain ordinary. We will take our chance. Yes, if we die, we die. 18 years from now, we'll be men once more. The other 3 echoed, eyes reddened. Good. Spirited. You nodded, expressionless. Your gaze betrayed neither praise for their courage nor pity for their impetuous youth. You had done all you could. The choice was theirs. Go. This time the 4 did not ascend one by one, as the earlier volunteers. Shoulder to shoulder, filled with a heroic chill, they stepped onto the white jade steps together. There was a humming sound before beams of light flashed, and their figures vanished. Outside the camp, everyone held their breath. Chin clenched his iron token. His palms were slick with sweat. Time slipped by minute, 10 minutes, 30, 45. As the minutes stretched, restless agitation began to stir among the crowd. Nearly an hour. They still haven't come out. Could they have succeeded too? For many, a fragile spark of hope rekindled. Yet that spark was extinguished in the 50th minute by a basin of blood-tinged ice water. A heavy thunk sounded. The space at the ladder's entrance warped violently. A corpse like a burst sack fell upon the white jade steps and tumbled down until it lay at the onlooker's feet. It was the young man who had been the loudest with his boasts. A collective intake of breath rose from the crowd at the sight of his body. Terrible and familiar, the sight sickened them. His flesh had taken on a deep lurid purple, his skin was swollen and glossy from extreme water pressure and suffocation. Black blood mixed with fragments of entrails oozed from his 7 orifices. His bones were grotesquely twisted, evidently crushed by some irresistible colossal force. As the crowd went weak-kneed with horror, 3 successive thuds rang out. The other 3 bodies tumbled from the void in succession. Their deaths were the same, consumed by extreme fear and agony until they perished in despair. For men, cultivators at high Kiblood levels and at the peak of their condition, had not even cleared the first stage. They died without dignity like crushed ants. Reality's cruelty struck everyone like a sharp slap. A wretch, someone vomited first, and the reaction rippled through the crowd. Many warriors dropped to their knees, heaving and crying. In Chunshin's camp, the 3 earlier chosen as vanguard sat on the ground, utterly broken. Their faces were ashen, one bore a dark stain upon his trousers. No, I won't go. I'd rather die than go. One of them crawled to Chunshin's feet, clutching his leg and wailing. President Chun, I'll repay your Ganlu. I'll be your beast of burden. I will never ascend the heavenly ladder. Even Shun Liang, the 16 or 17-year-old nephew long hoped to possess a dimensional treasure, trembled, so his lips quivered. Though the youth had the aid of a water-type relic, confronted with such a blood-soaked spectacle, his resolve instantly collapsed. His youthful face was written with terror. He retreated step by step, unable to look at the heavenly ladder again. He had lost all his previous composure and expectation. Chen Shun watched his crumbling subordinates, then glanced at you, calm as ever, and closed his eyes with bitterness. He knew the momentum had been lost. After this episode, your status within the entire camp and indeed throughout the Xianshui Dongtian ascended to Everyone finally woke up to reality. They grasped the harsh truth: the heavenly ladder is not for everyone. The legacies of the great belong only to true geniuses. And if they hoped to leave this cursed place alive, their sole hope was the only man who had ever emerged from the heavenly ladder unharmed, Su Liang. From that day, the mood in the camp changed completely. No one dared speak of climbing the heavenly ladder anymore. That impractical ambition was extinguished. They threw all their energies into building the camp and into the small practical tasks that would make each day more bearable. Except that each day Chen Shun had to withhold a tiny portion of Ganlu sacred due to sustain his Kaiyuan realm strength. The entire Mutual Aid Association, including those under Chen Shun, voluntarily handed over nearly all of the Ganlu they collected each day to you. They supported you willingly, praying only that one day you would climb to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder and bring them back to the real world. Time in the Dongtian is without years. To the outside world it might be but an instant. But within the Xianshui Dongtian, time quietly slipped away in the repetition of days. Spring turned to autumn, summers cooled into winters. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years is long enough to change many things. Year 1, seeking the abyss. Your progress on the heavenly ladder advanced steadily. That year you did not rush for results, but laid foundations with steady, deliberate steps. With ample Ganlu and the solid inheritance secured in the first stage, you built firm ground to stand upon. You forced your way to the summit of the second stage of the heavenly ladder. Yet the higher you climbed, the more perverse the trials became. Each rung increased in difficulty exponentially. Year 2, taking a new path. In that year, besides sharpening your supernatural ability, your martial cultivation advanced astonishingly. This place cut off outside Yuanxi, so it could not draw in external energy to condense nascent seeds. But you had in your hands the Ganlu supplied by hundreds in the camp, a massive, supremely pure reservoir of energy to draw. During your training as a Kaiyuan realm martial artist, you walked an exceptionally unusual road. You forced open all 144 acupoints across your body. Faced with the comprehensive opening of those 144 points, you made a remarkably rational choice. You did not blindly use Ganlu to condense nascent seeds in every aperture. Through careful calculation, you found a perfect equilibrium. You condensed nascent seeds only in the 36 principal points that mattered most. Why? Because there is no external UNC replenishment here. If all 144 points were filled, a high-intensity battle would create a vast energy vacuum within you. Such violent expenditure would leave a void you had no adequate means to refill. You simply lacked the recovery methods to. In the end, internal imbalance would wither your meridians. By keeping only the 36 main points seeded and nourishing them daily with Ganlu, you formed a perfect grand circulation within your body, an endless balance cycle. You pushed the martial ideal of concentrating one's chi to its utmost. Year 3 stake technique settles hidden force unleashed. Beyond consolidating your realm, your refinement of martial techniques never ceased. Freed from outside distractions, you trained single-mindedly for 5 years. The stake method you regarded as your foundation, Qiulong Zhuang, finally breached its barrier. You reached the same stake mastery as Lao Wu, stepping from the state of entering stillness into the deeper state of entering meditation. Now, even with your eyes closed, a faint breeze or a falling drop within 10 zhang of you, even the twitch of an insect's muscle appears in your mind with crystalline clarity. Your force-draining boxing Baji Quan also achieved a qualitative leap. You transcended crude, bright force and comprehended the penetrating hidden force that rends the viscera. Just last month you encountered in the deep water a colossal Xian Shui turtle as large as a nuclear submarine. Its shell was so hard that no knife could pierce it at a single stroke. Yet with a closed body strike, your fist pressed to its belly as you drove the force through and threw a full punch. A muffled sound issued as your hidden force erupted. The turtle's shell remained unmarked, but its internal organs and brain were shattered into a pulp in an instant. The technique Shui Wei Jinglan Dao was perfected even earlier in the second year. Martial arts and supernatural power grew like two towering trees, each supporting the other. Year 4, conquering weak water. That year, during the final test of the 5th stage, the annihilating weak water formation, you faced an unprecedentedly thorny ordeal. The weak water that could dissolve souls stripped away nearly all your conventional supernatural defenses. Under its pressure, your Xian Shui spirit body and the Tianhe Shuelian source burst into unforeseen potential. You did not choose brute resistance, but assimilation. You stayed nearly 2 months in the secret realm of that stage, refining yourself again and again. You used your body to adapt and to decode the principle by which weak water dissolves the soul. After surviving the danger, you immediately began to gnaw at the obscure Xian Shui secret art, soul-eroding weak water. It was not until the end of that year that you fully digested the inheritance of that stage. The Heavenly Ladder's reward system was extravagantly generous. Since the 2nd stage, each time you completed a major trial, the central steel bestowed 1 pure Tianhe Shuelian as the final reward. Over the years, you gained 4 more Tianhe Shuelian. Under the frenzied nourishment of these cognate treasures, your Xian Shui spirit body transformed into a level you yourself could no longer define. Your control over the water element reached a terrifying Year 5 spiritual totem. Meanwhile, over these 5 years, the camp underwent earth-shaking changes. You did not remain a hands-off leader. In your spare time, you drew on the experience you gained as an assistant instructor in the school's special training class. You taught the members of the Mutual Aid Association's systematic survival courses. You showed them how to identify the strange plants of the Dongtian which stop bleeding and which restore strength. You taught simple tools and tactics for group hunting in the deep water and how to avoid lethal underwater currents. You even personally trained them in practical combined combat techniques. After all, you needed them alive, continuously supplying Ganlu and keeping the camp running. Under your leadership, the Mutual Aid Association flourished. The crude wooden shacks had long been demolished. Talent was not lacking in the camp. Several martial artists who had worked in civil engineering and construction stepped forward. Under their guidance, the group built rudimentary brick kilns on site. After firing hard bricks, they worked together to raise neat rows of brick houses. They even erected tumter-high defensive walls around the perimeter and set aside areas for drying and training. Yet these 5 years were not without hardship. You endured ferocious attacks from lake beasts and suffered ice and snowstorms within the Dongtian. Each time disaster threatened, you stood at the forefront, blade in hand, shielding the entire camp. You slew the beasts, led everyone through the storms, and kept calamity at bay. In a relatively stable and comfortable life, people naturally sought new spiritual anchors. 5 years on, some people fell in love in the hopelessness of never returning home, and several new lives were born in the camp. These children were born in the Dongtian, uncertain whether they would ever have a chance to leave in this life. When the first woman became pregnant, everyone opposed it fiercely and beat the unborn child's father savagely. They could not be sure whether the new life could be safely born and raised. Perhaps they feared change, perhaps they worried about, but you acted. At the birth, you produced a drop of reserved Ganlu and used it as a medium to cast the secret art Qinglu clear stream. You effortlessly ensured mother and child were safe. The newborns received their heavenly Ganlu each day. For now they did not need it, so their daily share was entrusted to you. Whenever people saw the couple sunning their healthy baby outside a secure brick house, a different set of emotions washed over them: hope for the future and a moving sense of life's continuity. The martial artists under your command, when they looked at you afterward, no longer held that initial simple fear of a superior. It had softened into genuine. You had become the indelible spiritual totem in the hearts of all the living in this Xian Shui Dantian. In such an atmosphere, even Chun Shen changed entirely. After several crises, he understood with painful clarity the gulf between you. Now he not only willingly reduced his own daily Ganlu share to give you more. He took on the role of your chief steward, managing the myriad affairs of the camp with devoted care. As for his 16 or 17-year-old nephew Chun Liang, who absorbed a dimensional relic, you were not stingy. The boy's water-type talent held real promise, only his courage lagged behind. You found time to teach him many practical techniques of water-based ability, form transformation, and microscopic control. Under your tutelage, Chun Liang remained weak in combat, but became an outstanding infrastructure fanatic. The camp's channels, filtration systems, even several quaint two-story buildings, were all directed and built under his use of ability. He called you Brother Su with easy familiarity, warmer even than his greeting to his own uncle Chin Chun. In the morning you stood atop the camp's highest watchtower, watching smoke rise from cooking fires below and observing busy people who nonetheless brimmed with hope. You slowly climbed down from the watchtower, ready to begin today's morning lesson. The faint light of dawn penetrated the perennial mist of the Xian Shui cave heaven, casting its glow upon the highest lookout tower of the camp. 5 years of accumulation have allowed your brilliance to be completely reined in. To the casual observer, you now appear to be an unthreatening, ordinary young man. Even the vigorous vitality typical of a warrior has been perfectly sealed within your body. Yet only you know the terrifying power that lies hidden beneath this seemingly tranquil shell. With a slow exhale, you released a breath of stale air, casting a glance at the assembly of people gathered in the square below, before turning and carefully descending the ladder. Today marks the morning class of the mutual aid meeting, which occurs every 3 days, and it is the day you personally impart the skills of extraordinary abilities. In the center of the square stood 11 warriors clad in neat protective gear, standing solemnly. Leading them is Chun Liang, the nephew of Chin Chun, who has shed the naivety of youth and now bears a more resolute expression. Behind him are 10 selected individuals, each possessing formidable prowess at the 7th and 8th levels of vitality, chosen meticulously over the past 5 years. Although they have not awakened extraordinary abilities, they have accumulated some essence of Xian Shui due to the influence of the cave environment. Upon seeing you approach, the 11 bowed in unison, their eyes filled with respect. You nodded slightly, your gaze sweeping over them, not rushing to begin teaching, but instead falling into a brief reverie. Watching Chun Liang's adept control of the flowing water, your thoughts inevitably drifted back to the insights gained during these 5 years of inheritance on the heavenly ladder. If you were to return to the outside world now and witness those so-called prodigies of extraordinary abilities who are lauded to the heavens, you would only find it laughable. After all, you are now a noble Cave Heaven International student. In your eyes, their application of extraordinary abilities can be summarized in a few words: rough, primitive, and wasteful. This is the only evaluation you have of the modern martial arts system's application of extraordinary abilities after fully absorbing the inheritance of the first 5 stages of the heavenly ladder. In modern society, new martial arts have developed for decades. People refer to those who possess supernatural powers innately, or those like you who have acquired abilities through the alteration of their bodies with dimensional treasures. They are collectively referred to as heaven-sent extraordinary abilities. These are crudely classified from rank to rank based on their destructive power and rarity. But what is the modern approach to developing extraordinary abilities? Essentially, it completely adopts the template of martial arts. Fire-type extraordinary users attach flames to swords or fists to increase lethality. Earth-type extraordinary users gather a layer of rocky armor on their bodies, using it as hard chi technique. Water-type extraordinary users at best can only create a water shield or condense a high-pressure water gun for range. This is the mainstream extraordinary warriors and extraordinary techniques of the modern new martial arts system. Only after experiencing the inheritance left by the great powers in the Xian Shui cave heaven did you awake. Previously, you were completely a guardian of treasure without realizing it. Today, I will not teach specific techniques. I will discuss the essence of Ling Xing. In this comprehensive inheritance from the great powers, there is no such term as extraordinary ability. This power in the inheritance of the great powers has a name that points directly to its essence: Ling Xing. The cultivation of Ling Xing is not merely a simple accumulation of energy to achieve a stepwise ascent, like the realms of martial arts Qi Blood Kaiyuan Fuyo, Shanhai Shintong Ryu. What matters is not how vast your energy reserves are, but the extent to which you develop the Ling Yun that you possess. As you spoke, you extended your right hand. Without any unnecessary movements, the air in your palm suddenly began to distort. In the inheritance, the development of Ling Xing is distinctly divided into 4 great realms. The first realm, manifestation of Ling Xiang. As the name suggests, this is the preliminary mastery of the basic ability of Ling Xing, allowing it to be materialized and manifested. For example, summoning water out of thin air, condensing ice spikes, or unleashing flames. Those so-called rank or shrank extraordinary users, even if they're destructive power rivals that of Kaiyuan, yet in the evaluation standards of the great powers inheritance, they spend their entire lives merely floundering in the mire of Ling Xiang. The spell seal resembled not a tattoo, but rather a living energy entity gently flickering in sync with Chun. What is this? Liang was astonished, feeling a cool aura instantly spreading throughout his body from the back of his hand. His perception of the surrounding water elements became clearer at this moment. With this spell seal, you will be able to breathe freely underwater and possess basic water manipulation abilities. With this spell seal, you will be able to breathe freely underwater and possess basic water manipulation abilities. In the future, whether fishing in deep waters or cleaning rivers, it will be much more convenient. Even when I am not around, you will still be able to ensure the food supply for the camp. Then you proceeded to apply the spell seal to the remaining 10 warriors. Watching them excitedly, trying to control the water flow, with some even burying their heads in buckets to test their breathing, your heart remained utterly unmoved. These techniques are merely second nature to you now, as you have long since stepped into a higher realm. Third realm, mastering the spirit mechanism. This is the terrifying realm you have truly entered and deeply explored over the past 5 years in the life and death trials of the first 5 stages of the heavenly ladder. Spirit mechanism refers to the mysterious mechanism of spiritual forms. Once the accumulation of the spiritual essence and spiritual resonance within your body reaches a certain level, it no longer remains confined to a single form. Instead, it gives rise to numerous astonishing applications and endless transformations. Mystic water boundless changes. It can manifest as toxic mist in a gaseous state, absolute zero in a solid state, or high-pressure water cutting through all things. It can even be a healing stream or a deadly water that erodes the soul. As for the fourth great realm recorded in the inheritance spirit domain, this means creating a spirit form domain that is absolutely under your control around you. Within this domain, you are the god who sets the rules. Although you have only seen a glimpse of the theoretical aspects of the spirit domain at the stone tablet of the 5th stage of the heaven, however, merely mastering the first 3 realms completely has already led to an unimaginable enhancement. With your hands behind your back, you looked at the excited individuals practicing the spell seal, yet your thoughts had already drifted to a higher level battlefield. You closed your eyes, mentally rehearsing your current supernatural abilities and the new techniques developed over the past 5 years under the enhancement of the mastering spirit mechanism realm. Once the mystic water secret technique piercing wave blade utilized supersonic jets of high-pressure water droplets, which although possessing immense penetration power, had the drawback of a somewhat lengthy charging time and insufficient rapid-fire speed. Now under the realm of mastering spirit mechanism, you have developed it into a more violent close-range killing technique. Mystic water boundless changes piercing wave shrapnel. Not only have you shortened the charge time of the extreme compressed water droplets to nearly instantaneous, but you can also coordinate with your consciousness assimilated with water to deploy several, even dozens of extremely compressed high-pressure water spheres in a combat space several meters around you. All it takes is a thought. These dozens of high-pressure water spheres would burst forth like a heavy shotgun from various blind spots, weaving a deadly web of firepower. The kinetic energy of each droplet is comparable to that of a large-caliber armor-piercing bullet, leaving one with no means of evasion. The former mystic water secret technique Abyss Shield was simply a heavy water defense. It has now been elevated to mystic water boundless changes mirror reflection Abyss Prison. Not only can it absorb tons of physical and spiritual damage, but it can also imbue the enemy's attacks with the eroding attribute of weak water, reflecting it back with an exceedingly violent posture. If I were to face multiple warriors of the same tier in the opening realm right now, you made an objective assessment in your based on this foundation and the mystic water secret techniques. Even if they formed a formation to launch a group attack on me, I would still be able to handle it with ease. I could even establish absolute group suppression with a very high probability of victory. After simulating the battle against opponents of the same tier, you habitually set your sights further ahead, constructing a virtual sandbox in your mind for life and death clashes with warriors of the Fuyo realm. According to the classifications of modern martial arts realms, above the opening realm lies the Fuyo realm. The saying goes, the great rock soars in the wind, ascending straight up to 90,000 miles. Warriors who step into the Fuyo realm not only experience a qualitative change in their internal spiritual energy, but they also gain the ability to ride the wind and soar briefly, escaping the pull of gravity to glide through the skies. Moreover, their physical defenses and the strength of their spiritual barriers exceed that of the opening realm by more than. In the understanding of the new martial system, is it possible for someone in the opening realm to challenge those in the Fuyo? That would be a pipe dream, a delusion. Because you can't even touch the hem of their garments, they can casually unleash a few waves of spiritual energy from the sky to obliterate you. You carefully compared the data of both sides in the sandbox. Indeed, the Fuyo realm can fly, their spiritual energy shields are unbreakable, their lifeblood is like a furnace, and their divine sense is sufficiently stable. With the current strength of my divine sense, wanting to directly extract their blood from a distance or instantly freeze their internal organs is completely unrealistic. If I forcibly invade, I would only be met with an overwhelming backlash from their surging divine sense, causing light damage to my divine sense, or at worst turning me into a mindless fool. You calmly analyze the chasm-like gap between both sides. However, I don't need to fully control them. Your mind raced, searching for possibilities to break the stalemate. As long as they are human, as long as there is blood flowing within them, entering my domain will be met with interference from the spirit mechanism. Once a warrior of the Fuyo realm steps into the 100-jong range covered by your divine sense, With just a thought, you can activate Mystic Water Boundless Changes Boiling Blood or Mystic Water Boundless Changes Frozen Frost. While it might not cause damage if taken by surprise, it could disrupt their spirit and body. In that level of life and death combat, even a momentary stagnation of the aura could create a crack in their unbreakable spiritual energy barrier. Additionally complemented by the Water Moon Mirror Blade perfected alongside your supernatural abilities when they are bewildered by the illusion and their aura is thrown into disarray by boiling blood, that's the perfect moment to strike. At that time, if you had prepared your techniques in advance, several violent piercing wave shrapnel would burst out from the blind spot. With the upgraded secret technique, turbulent waves driven by spiritual energy. When facing the Fuyo realm, if everything is arranged properly, I might truly be able to exchange a few blows. Having reached this point in your simulation, you suddenly halted. You instantly dispelled the fanciful thoughts in your mind, unable to help but shake your head and chuckle at yourself. I've truly been too comfortable in this cave heaven, learning only the surface of great inheritances, and I've started to become arrogant. You immediately realize the slight deviation in your mentality. As a steadfast believer in the realm theory, your greatest pursuit has always been steady progress, crushing opponents with absolute realms and foundations. Challenging beyond your level. That is not a good habit. That is a gamble made when one has nowhere else to turn, placing one's hope on the opponent lacking trump cards and defenses. The Fuyo realm can soar through the skies. Who knows what unknown means they possess? What if that momentary stagnation doesn't break their profound spiritual energy barrier? What if the opponent practices secret techniques specifically designed to suppress spirit and lifeblood? If I truly encounter the Fuyo realm, these prepared techniques would at most help me gain a little more chance to escape and maneuver. Under the morning light, the morning class in the square continued. You looked at Chun Liang, who stood in front of the group of newly acquired water avoidance talismans. At this moment, although Chun Liang was in his early 20s, he still appeared somewhat awkward in this public teaching setting. As your assistant, he was originally responsible for helping these newly initiated warriors become familiar with this novel talisman. However, he had just started to learn about this talisman himself, even though he could instinctively use it thanks to the affinity granted by the dimensional treasure. But if he wanted to articulate this enigmatic feeling in words, it would surely be a challenge. Everyone first like this. Just sink your consciousness in. Chun Liang's face flushed red as he pointed to the blue talisman on his hand, stuttering and gesturing clumsily. Then like that. It's the feeling of a buzz. Finally guide it like this, and the water will respond. Did you understand? The 10 warriors below exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mixture of confusion and silence. Some even couldn't help but mentally complain. Is this kid doing this on purpose? Can't he speak plainly? You couldn't bear to watch any longer, and chuckled, shaking your head. You stepped forward and patted Chun Liang's shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Brother Sui. Chun Liang looked ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. It's fine. Doing and teaching are two different matters. You're still inexperienced. You did not blame him, but turned to face the eager eyes before you. Your expression became serious and earnest. The reason you were so dedicated in teaching them, even at the expense of your own spiritual essence, to implant the talisman, there were deeper considerations behind it. You were soon to prepare for another ascent of the heavenly ladder. You were well aware of how much panic the 5th stage experience had caused for the camp. Although you had been trapped in the secret realm for 2 whole months in the cave, only 3 or 4 days had actually passed. But those brief days felt like an eternity to those who had grown accustomed to having you shield them from the storm. It was as if the sky had fallen enough to incite great panic and anxiety. You could not watch over them forever. This time you intended to empower their own abilities so that even in your temporary absence, they would still have enough confidence to minimize their impact on the camp's stability. After all, giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. Everyone pay attention, I will demonstrate just once. You extended your hand, not rushing to let them activate the talisman. Instead, you patiently began with the most fundamental concept of intent guidance. Your voice was steady and powerful, each step broken down clearly. The essence of the water avoidance talisman lies in resonance. Do not attempt to forcefully strike it with your own blood energy, it will only backfire on you. You approached a burly middle-aged warrior. He was staring intently at the talisman on his hand, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. Old Zhang, relax, are you fighting with the talisman? You placed your hand on his, guiding his consciousness to touch the blue talisman. Imagine this talisman as a new organ extending from your body, just like your fingers. When you breathe, it breathes too. Under your guidance, Old Zhang's previously tense muscles gradually relaxed. Suddenly the talisman on his hand glimmered faintly. Buzz. The water in the bucket before him actually rippled rhythmically with his breathing. It moved. President Su. It moved. Old Zhang was as excited as a child. Could maintain that feeling. You nodded and turned to another young female warrior who was attempting to gather a water sphere. Xiao Lu, your intent is too scattered, you need to focus more. Imagine that you want to turn this ball of water into a knife or a shield. For the following week, this teaching continued. You dedicated almost all your time to this instruction. You corrected each person's movements and patiently answered every naive question. From the basics of underwater breathing to utilizing water flow for fishing and how to use the talisman to create a water shield for protection in danger. You taught everything in detail. Until 7 days later. When you saw that the 10 warriors could skillfully control the water flow, even coordinating seamlessly to trap a small beast in a simulated battle. Even old Jean could play with the talisman with ease. You knew the time had come. The next morning in the central square of the camp, all members of the Mutual Aid Society, regardless of age or gender, gathered spontaneously. Because today you were going to announce an important matter. As you stood on the stone-built podium and calmly declared your decision to climb the heavenly ladder once more, the originally quiet crowd suddenly stirred. As you step into the entrance of the heavenly ladder, a familiar sensation of dizziness washes over you once again. When the scene before you refocuses, you haven't even had the chance to clearly see your surroundings. Boom. It feels as if an invisible mountain has been forcefully swung and heavily slammed onto your back. With no time to react, you are directly pressed against the ground by this unreasonable force. Your cheek is pressed tightly against the cold, hard ground, even deformed from the pressure. The air in your lungs is instantly squeezed out, and a feeling of suffocation surges in like a tidal wave. What's happening? Is there no martial ethics? Starting with overwhelming force. Previous tests either provided gradual pressure or gave you time to prepare for battle. Even the weaker stages allowed for an adaptation period. But this first challenge of the 6th stage directly imposes an absolute suppression capable of crushing a Kaiyuan realm warrior. Rise. You grit your teeth, veins bulging on your neck. You mobilize all your strength, unleashing the full potential of your Xian Shui spiritual body. With all your might, you barely manage to lift your head a few inches off the ground. As you struggle to cast your gaze forward, your pupils instantaneously constrict to pinpricks. This place is unlike any of the previous trials. It is neither the deep sea nor any special elemental environment. Instead, it is a dead void like gray space. There are no central stone tablets that you are accustomed to, nor any hinting inscriptions. At the end of this space, approximately a kilometer away, stands a colossal water blue statue that takes your breath away. The statue towers over 100 feet high, translucent and shimmering, seemingly formed from the purest essence of the deep sea. It exudes an aura that is ancient, imposing, and sacred. However, this statue does not appear to be one that is worshipped in a temple enjoying offerings. Instead, it resembles more of a prisoner. You see that its magnificent blue body is tightly coiled with countless thick golden chains. These chains are not inanimate. They are inscribed with complex runes that send a piercing pain through your soul. They seem alive, deeply embedded into the statue's body. Following the chains, you discover that their source is 36 enormous dark golden spikes radiating ominous light. Each spike is anchored in one of the 36 directions in the void, emanating a chilling aura. These 36 spikes, along with the countless chains, form an impenetrable cage. They lock this statue firmly within, rendering it immobile. The statue bows its head, long hair obscuring its face, eyes tightly closed. While you cannot see its expression, you can discern a profound sense of weariness and an overwhelming helplessness from its posture. Gazing at this eerie and oppressive scene, a storm of thoughts surges within you. There is no heritage stone, only an imprisoned statue. Suddenly you recall a sentence from 5 years ago when you first entered this Wanhua, Songming Guishu Xian Shui cave. That line from the message conveyed by Hanming specially promoted the minor deity Hanming to the position of preaching official, establishing this cave's projection. At that time, you only thought this phrase sounded impressive, like an official statement from a great being. But now, combined with the sight of this statue bound and pierced with spikes, your mouth twitches slightly, and an absurd speculation rushes into your mind. Could this statue possibly be Hanming himself? This great being's method of promoting others seems rather unfriendly. What does promotion even mean? This is clearly a kidnapping. Moreover, according to your previous speculation that Wanshi Jinyan and Hanming should be acquainted, could it be that this fellow was forcibly conscripted by the true master behind this cave? It seems Hanming should be a local deity, yet caught the attention of that powerful being wandering the starry seas, who deemed him suitable. Without a word, they directly captured him, locking him here, forcing him to serve as this absurd preaching official for later visit. If he disobeys, is it with these 36 spikes that they keep him in line? The more you think about it, the more you find this speculation, though absurd, incredibly logical. In the eyes of those great beings who view all living beings as mere ants, the so-called gods might just be slightly stronger ants or useful tools. Of course, these are just some simple guesses based on the current situation. They could very well be completely at odds with the truth. However, such constant contemplation is indeed necessary. In this high martial world, full of unknowns and dangers, information is life. You must piece together the truth behind this from these clues. Only then can you go further and live longer in each simulation. Boy, you're crawling far too slowly, aren't you? A voice thick with disdain echoed within your mind, causing your spiritual sea to tremble faintly. This was only the second time you had heard Hanming's voice, laden with palpable emotion, so distinctly. The first time had been in the Sunset Canyon, shrouded in toxic miasma. Upon sensing the primordial aura of 2 heavenly river water lotuses emanating from you, he had even murmured, "Fascinating." And then, without warning, he had forcibly drawn you into that colossal violet light column. Now, though your body remained awkwardly prostrate upon the ground, with your forehead pressed against the sole of his boot, your heart blazed with fierce anticipation at the sound of his voice. Since this lecturing sovereign wished to speak with you, and even offered wry commentary, that meant dialogue was possible. And if dialogue were possible, perhaps you could glean the method to dispel this eerie, crushing pressure, or even uncover deeper secrets about this celestial realm, and indeed this entire world. Humph. Yet the moment that thought arose, his lazy, teasing voice resonated once more within your mind. Boy, what exactly are you expecting? Don't dream. I won't lift the mountain weight pressure bearing down upon you. This is the threshold of Phase 6, the initiation trial. It is your own test. Whether your bones can bear it depends solely on their strength. I spoke only because I've been pinned here for far too long, bored beyond measure, and sought someone to converse with merely to stave off tedium. At those words, a subtle ripple stirred within you. You keenly grasped a pivotal truth. He knew what you hoped for, but not what precisely you were thinking. It appears Hanming, though divine in stature, lacks the capacity, bound as he is by these myriad restraints, to perform soul-probing or mind-reading, those overbearing arts. At most, he perceives only the outward fluctuations of my emotions refined through his exalted cultivation. Having confirmed this, the tension coiling around your nerves eased ever so slightly. With great difficulty you moved your lips, your voice hoarse, yet reverent. Since senior in your noble leisure deigns to converse, this junior humbly accepts the honor. Pray, what subject shall we discuss? This junior shall answer without reservation, speak without concealment. You're wise to recognize propriety, boy. Hanming's tone seemed marginally satisfied, then abruptly shifted, sharpening with probing intensity. Before entering this accursed place, why did you bear the primordial essence of 2 heavenly river water lotuses? How did the first one come into your possession? Was it bestowed upon you by that youth Li Qingshan? At the name Li Qingshan, your heart jolted violently. Was he not the contemporary martial saint, the so-called beacon of human martial arts? Before you could respond, Hanming appeared to lapse into quiet, self-directed contemplation, his tone growing complex. That boy still retains a sliver of conscience. It seems my earlier aid wasn't entirely in vain. But how strange. His mental voice suddenly turned puzzled. Why is the original heavenly river water lotus upon you utterly pristine, untouched by even a single thread of Li Qingshan's karmic resonance? That defies reason. Though immobilized prone upon the earth, cold sweat instantly drenched your back. That single sentence unlocked a cascade of realizations. Why had Zhao Zongtian, the Grand Master famed for mastery over karmic arts, regarded you with suspicion and distance? Because to those who wield karmic laws, every being, even an infant, is entwined with filial, familial, and cosmic threads of causality. Every action leaves its trace. Yet your first heavenly river water lotus originated from the life simulator, a supreme artifact capable of reversing time and reshaping destiny itself. Its artifacts bore no karmic residue, purified, utterly immaculate. Like a stone-born being, its origins were utterly untraceable. Though you had since absorbed countless treasures from other dimensions, accumulating tangled, chaotic karma. Before Hanming, the lotus's pristine purity stood out like lice upon a bald scalp, glaringly conspicuous. After all, each heavenly river water lotus had been painstakingly cultivated by Hanming himself, commissioned by elder sages, using the celestial realm's sovereign authority and abundant mystic water chi. He knew every nuance of its spiritual resonance, every whisper of its fluctuation, down to the marrow. It was akin to a master swordsmith recognizing his own forged blade in another's hand, only to discover every unique secret hallmark he'd inscribed upon it erased completely, not a trace remaining. Could such a thing fail to astonish? Of course you knew none of this inner history. All you sensed was an inexplicable, monumental crisis unfolding before you. Strained your mind, scrambling for a plausible fabrication to explain it away. Could I claim I simply found it? Just as you braced yourself to speak, Hanming astonishingly closed the logical loop himself. Heh. A sigh-like chuckle resonated in your mind. So Li Qingshan truly rose to great heights after all. To erase karmic traces so thoroughly, even refining the primordial essence to a state of pure, unadorned authenticity. Such mastery could only stem either from borrowing another's sovereign authority, or from having himself ascended to the rank of martial saint. Hanming now seemed wholly lost in memory. His tone even carried a faint warmth. You stood utterly stunned. Though you grasped little of the tangled history between him and Li Qingshan, one truth crystallized: you were safe, for now. Since the elder had already conjured a perfectly reasonable explanation, silence and tacit acceptance was your optimal response. Enough. Why burden a foolish boy like you with ancient dusty affairs? Hanming swiftly returned from reverie, his tone once again laced with playful irony. Judging by your vacant expression, you know nothing of the underlying truths, do you? Let me make it plain, regardless of how you obtained this lotus, whether Li Qingshan gifted it or you seized it. By possessing it, you have assumed its karmic burden. Though I know not what artifice he employed to scour away my signature upon it, this debt remains unpaid. Since you have arrived here and crawled to my very feet, you must be here to fulfill Li Qingshan's covenant on his behalf. Listen well, boy. His voice hardened, resonating with divine authority, so potent it made your very soul shudder. Ascending the celestial ladder, I cannot aid you. I am both examiner and prisoner here. Bound by immutable law, I offer no assistance. You must strive alone. But there is one obligation you must fulfill, a binding pact, and the price you pay for claiming so many heavenly river water lotuses. At this, Hanming's voice fractured, stuttering, unstable, as if disrupted by immense interference like a vintage radio losing signal. You must carry the mark I placed upon your brow. To the abyss. Do you understand? To the abyss. Carry the mark. To the abyss. Seek. Zizz. A piercing burst of static severed the transmission utterly. It was as though an invisible hand had clamped shut the channel. Senior, you cried urgently within your mind, but the vast hollow expanse of your spiritual sea answered with absolute silence. Only the azure mark upon your brow pulsed faintly warm and undeniable, proof that what had transpired was no illusion. The abyss. You tasted the word awash in awe and bewilderment. That fragmented utterance held staggering implications, and left behind an abyss of unanswered questions. First, your heavenly river water lotus bore no connection whatsoever to Marshall's saintly Qingshan. It came from the simulator. Yet that only deepened your curiosity. What pact existed between Li Qingshan and Han Ming? What precisely was this, and what truly was the abyss? Was it the same place where Lu Xia's parents had met peril? Most crucially, who or what was Han Ming commanding you to find? Though your mind swirled with questions, you, seasoned artist that you were, understood the art of responsive deference. Since the deity had issued a mandate, completeness mattered less than posture. Embraced the task wholeheartedly, even if fulfillment remained uncertain. This was divine commission. Seize the lifeline while you could. Yes, senior. Trapped in your humiliating prostrate posture, you declared inwardly, loud, resolute, This junior remembers. Should I survive and emerge, I swear to journey to the abyss, bearing this mark. No matter mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall uphold this trust. Your vow echoed fiercely within your consciousness, imbued with solemn resolve. Though no reply came, you believed the divine statue surely heard. And as you pledged this empty promise, the mark upon your brow cooled perceptibly. The bone-crushing weight remained, but the searing, soul-piercing agony had notably diminished. You exhaled deeply. Seems I've managed to bluff my way through. As for the abyss, what lies there, what must be done? Let that wait until I'm alive and free. You redirected your focus to your immediate predicament. If the statue is Han Ming, then is Phase 6 trial truly this singular crushing gravity? It bears resemblance to the heavy water abyss trial from Phase 1, but surely it cannot be so simple. Once more you attempted to activate the torrent of unprocessed information recently granted to you by the statue, still swirling unexamined within your spiritual sea. Han Ming had declared he could not assist you. Thus the key to liberation must lie hidden within that very data stream. After the brief exchange, silence returned to your sea of consciousness. Yet the dire reality confronting you showed no sign of easing, not even a fraction, despite that dialogue. If before it had felt as though a mountain bore down upon your back, now that mountain was gripped by a colossal hand pressing downward, seeking to grind your bones to dust inch by agonizing inch. More terrifying still, this pressure did not assail the flesh alone. A sharp, searing pains pierced your soul, like countless slender steel needles. They sought to breach your mental defenses and strike directly at the core of your very soul. If this crushing weight is not lifted soon, I shall collapse utterly, body and soul alike, within half an hour, let alone clear this trial. Gritting your teeth, you tasted the metallic tang of blood in your mouth. A breakthrough, now, was imperative. Battling the excruciating sensation of your mind tearing apart, you plunged every ounce of will into the dense, chaotic stream of information acquired moments earlier from the statue. Break, open. With a frenzied surge of spiritual intent, the obscure mass finally shattered under relentless. It exploded into crystalline fragments, clear words and resonant voices detonating within your mind. This place is a projection of the divine might abyssal prison. A cold, detached, and supremely aloof feminine voice echoed slowly through your consciousness. Though born of the same data stream, this voice bore no resemblance to the earlier Han Ming, languid, irreverent, almost roguish in tone. It possessed no trace of humanity, as sterile and emotionless as a pre-programmed directive. The force pressing upon you now is but a single thread of primordial divine might drawn from Han Ming's sacred body. To bear divine might in a mortal shell is akin to an ant attempting to uproot a mountain. Now imparted unto you is the mysterious water serpent heaven invocation art. Through this art the statue serves as conduit, establishing resonance with Han Ming's divine form, allowing you to borrow divine power to withstand divine might. The frigid voice continued its cadence, gradually acquiring a startlingly human inflection. Unvarnished disdain, unmasked mockery. This measure is indispensable. You lowly martial cultivators from the lower realms possess such paltry cultivation foundations and such feeble physical vessels. To master higher-tier mysterious water techniques relying solely upon your meager innate capacity would be nothing short of delusion. Only by leveraging this minor deity's rank may you manifest even a sliver of that exquisite mysterious water art. Having spoken thus, the voice seemed to murmur to itself, yet its timbre subtly shifted. For a fleeting moment it softened, echoing Han Ming's tone, before snapping back into rigid detachment. Then, as if venting frustration toward some unseen sovereign, what on earth was the master thinking? Insisting upon karmic affinity, dragging these pitiful low-cultivation ants here for inheritance. After all this time, only one has barely crawled this far. Truly, a wretched lot. Hearing these words, you, prostrate upon the ground, felt your inner world convulse with shockwaves. Your perception instantly seized upon several key phrases: minor deity, Hanming the master ants. This female voice bore intimate ties to Hanming, yet clearly disavowed any identity with him. She appeared instead to be the personification of this realm's immutable laws, or perhaps a supervisory will forcibly implanted into Hanming's divine soul by some transcendent being. She stood aloft regarding Hanming as a minor deity and all life as worthless refuse, a sensation akin to witnessing a psyche fractured beyond repair. Is this the method of a supreme cultivator? A chill crept up your spine. You recalled those earlier words, the so-called appointment of Hanming as chief lecturer. What manner of distortion had been wrought? That star-wandering cultivator seeking to propagate his Tao in this world. Had he actually reforged Hanming, a native deity, into an emotionless instrument of doctrinal transmission? Even worse, had he embedded an alternate logic system deep within Hanming's divine soul, birthing a schizoid dual-faced god? Could even a peerless entity like Hanming truly be regarded in that being's eyes as nothing more than malleable raw material? As your thoughts surged, the feminine voice in your mind abruptly crackled with unstable static. Instantly that haughty glacial aura dissolved, replaced by the familiar, neutral, detached timbre. Yet now beneath its measured cadence lingered unmistakable traces of sentience, true Hanming's consciousness reasserting itself. Seizing the lull in the other voice's dominance, he sought to grant you, his chosen heir Li Qingshan's successor, a discreet advantage within the law's narrow interstices. Listen well, boy. His speech rushed edged with urgency. One final warning: since celestial chi cannot be drawn from without, nor can your own strength resist this divine might. Then, turn inward. Seek the power residing deep within your heart. Command the mark I left behind with your spiritual intent, not merely endure with flesh alone. The transmission ceased the moment those words faded. All that remained was the complete esoteric art titled Mysterious Water Serpent Heaven Invocation Art. Without hesitation you began feverishly deciphering the technique. Though concise, almost austere, it comprised two essential components: mantra and mudra. Mantra: mysterious water draws near, serpent heaven opens wide. Vast ocean stabilizes, divine rank merges. Body borrows position, art borrows trace. Hanming falls silent, 10,000 arts obey. Each syllable resonated with crystalline clarity in your mind, sending violent tremors through your latent mysterious water essence. 2. Mudra: the flow-returning seal. Palms facing inward, fingers gently curved, cradling an imagined sphere of void water, drawing boundless mysterious water inward to gather in the dantian. The serpent heaven seal. Left hand over right index and middle fingers pressed together, forming the ancient character C, held upright at the brow center, to establish direct communion with the realm's divine seat, piercing straight to the statue's origin. The deity invoking seal. Hands thrust sharply outward and downward, fingertips forward, palms hollowly upturned, as if bearing divine might itself, to invoke Hanming's divine rank and empower your own being. Understood. Your prodigious memory, amplified by spiritual perception, grasped the technique's subtleties, and this was no mere supplication. It was an exquisitely calibrated act of borrowing force, using precise phonetic frequencies and postures to transform your body into a resonant receiver, linking to the imprisoned statue, and harnessing the very divine might crushing you. Turn inward, seek the power within your heart. Recalling Hanming's final counsel, your gaze blazed with incandescent resolve. Now, though limbs were pinned immobile, your fingers stubbornly began shifting. The flow-returning seal formed. Your suppressed mysterious water essence, previously stagnant and lifeless, roared to life, surging violently, as if summoned by a war horn. Next, with immense effort, you guided trembling hands upward, index and middle fingers meeting precisely upon the azure sigil blazing at your brow. The serpent heaven seal. Boom. Your spiritual sense, unrestrained, pierced the sigil and plunged headlong into the colossal statue ahead. Mysterious water draws near, serpent heaven opens wide. Silently chanting the mantra, you sank your entire consciousness into that sigil. In that instant, you were no longer a crawling ant upon the floor. Your awareness surged backward along an invisible current, ascending defiant, determined to merge utterly with the imprisoned deity. As your divine consciousness follows that invisible pathway, it truly reaches the towering statue above your head. Your sea of consciousness vibrates violently, as if a thunderclap has exploded within. A vast, ancient, and terrifying energy seemingly capable of encompassing countless things floods into you. In an instant, your awareness is submerged. In that fleeting moment, you experience an incredibly vivid illusion. You feel as though you are no longer the struggling martial artist at the Kaiyuan realm, but have transformed into the true form of Hanming, looking down upon all beings from the heavens. With just a thought, you can manipulate fate, alter the heavens and earth, and even cause this cave to collapse at your will. The thrill of wielding absolute power is akin to the finest wine in the world. It tempts one to indulge without end. Is this the perspective of a deity? Your consciousness becomes somewhat hazy, and you even feel a desire to dissolve into this power. No. Just as your self-awareness is about to drown your martial heart, tempered through countless life and death trials, and as steadfast as a rock suddenly trembles. I am Liang, not Hanming. Your resilient divine consciousness instantly transforms into a blade, fiercely severing the illusion of that overwhelming power. That was close. I almost got assimilated by this power. A wave of apprehension washes over you, but you quickly regain your composure. You do not cease your actions, and continue to firmly execute the Xian Shui Si, Tian Qi Shen Fa. As your awareness clears, that illusory sense of omnipotence gradually recedes. Gradually you experience an unprecedented sense of clarity. You begin to see through the sacred glow and discern the essence of the statue before you. Indeed, just as the earlier cold voice stated, this statue is not the true body of Han Ming. At best, it is merely a shadow cast down from the so-called divine might abyss, a relay station. For as you attempt to harness this power, you keenly notice this seemingly vast divine power has in fact been diluted and filtered multiple times by some kind of rules. It resembles pure water that has been filtered many times, although its total volume has decreased somewhat. It has eliminated that violent impact capable of instantly shattering a weaker soul. Thus your divine consciousness feels no discomfort when receiving this power. Instead, it feels as if a parched sponge meets water, naturally completing the fusion. Buzz. As the fusion completes, a brand new method flows through your heart like water. This method is unlike any Xian Shui secret technique you have practiced before. It resembles a divine method, Dai Mu Shen Wei, to act as a divine shepherd borrowing might to suppress others. With the help of the mark on your forehead, you instantly grasp the essence of this method. Its principle is actually very simple and straightforward. Through the Qi Shun Fa, establish a continuous resonance with the statue of Han Ming. Then you can invoke the terrifying pressure emitted by the statue, enveloping it around yourself. This can counteract and neutralize the overwhelming pressure imposed upon you from the outside, and you can even use this divine might to suppress enemies. What a treasure! Without hesitation, you seize the opportunity and immediately begin to practice in your sea of consciousness. At this moment you lie on the ground, your life force as faint as a candle in the wind. If this drags on, you may truly perish here. A few minutes later, rise. You silently recite the incantation, and the water blue mark on your forehead suddenly shines brightly. An invisible, subtly divine pressure erupts violently from your body, colliding fiercely with the gravity wave. Like two magnets of the same pole repelling each other, you feel a lightness on your back. As your extending divine consciousness returns to your body, the terrifying pressure that has tormented you for so long indeed recedes like a tide. Huff, huff, huff. At the moment the pressure disappears, you do not jump up immediately, as if nothing had. Instead, you lie there like a fish greedily gasping for air. Your body, due to prolonged extreme pressure, is now convulsing violently. You remain on the ground for a full 2 minutes, waiting for your numb limbs to regain sensation, waiting for your misaligned bones to slowly realign. Only when the sharp pain slightly subsides do you grit your teeth, slowly push up your body, and stand up. Every muscle in your body screams as if trampled by hundreds of elephants. Yet there is no trace of pain on your face, instead a chilling calmness radiates from you. Since I have borrowed, I might as well borrow more. You do not waste any time and continue to operate the Xian Shui Si Tian Qi Shen Fa. As your energy and the aura of the statue repeatedly intertwine and resonate, it feels as though you have opened a brand new treasure trove with unheard-of divine techniques flooding into your mind. Song Ming Yuling Shu consumes Xian Shui spiritual essence to quickly repair physical and spiritual damage with divine power. Xian Xining Yuan done, no longer merely a water shield, but a shield infused with a hint of divine rules. It is particularly effective against mental attacks. Song Ming Shou Shen Shu guards the sea of consciousness, preventing external evils from invading and stabilizing. This is entirely a new system of divine techniques independent from martial arts and supernatural ability. Moreover, what surprises you the most is that these divine techniques seem to have undergone some special modifications. They do not require sacrifices of life, soul, or any other precious items, unlike traditional shamans like those from the heart-devouring sect. They only require consuming the vast and recoverable Xian Shui spiritual essence within you as fuel. These are indeed useful. But is there really no problem with this? You feel a deep sense of vigilance rise within you even amid your joy. After all, this is a field you are not familiar with. You always approach the unknown with awe. Han Ming, although he claims to be bored seeking someone to chat with, seems to take care of you, the descendant of an old friend. But who knows what this ancient entity, having lived for countless years, is truly plotting in his profound mind? Who can tell how much of what he just said is true or false? Such old ones are capable of uttering any nonsense to achieve. In a situation where information is severely lacking, you cannot fathom his true intentions. However, since these techniques are taught within this cave, they are likely endorsed by the cave's master. Using them in the outside world should pose no significant issue. But within the cave, under Han Ming's watchful eye, if he intends to make some moves, I truly have no way to counter. Will using these methods excessively have any adverse effects? Moreover, judging by his difficult speech earlier, the price he paid to converse with me must have been considerable. After careful analysis, you conclude that Han Ming has significant demands. Within this silent expanse known as the Shunwei Abyss Prison, the passage of time became profoundly indistinct. There was no sunrise nor moonset, no whispering winds or insect songs. Only the unyielding weight pressing down and the silent colossal statue before your eyes. According to your biological clock, you have been seated in meditation here for nearly a month. Approximately every 12 hours the once fierce pressure in the void would subtly fluctuate. Immediately after 6 droplets of crystal-clear, vibrant, sweet dew would materialize from the void, though they were but a meager 6, far less abundant than the vast supplies of sweet dew available outside. Yet for you now they were precious sustenance. Relying on these 6 daily droplets to replenish energy, your body at the Kaiyuan realm maintained its vital cycles. This month passed in utmost simplicity. You resembled a parched sponge cast into water, thirstily absorbing, dismantling, and reconstructing the divine Tao techniques emanating from the statue. From the initial awkward halts when casting the Dai Mu Shenwei to later skillfully employing the Tsangming healing technique to mend meridians bruised by the immense pressure. Eventually you could effortlessly conjure an impenetrable Xuanqi Ningyuan shield. Huff. After your final operation of the Tsangming Guardian technique, you sensed your divine sense within the sea of consciousness, enveloped by an invisible membrane of water resilient enough to repel all external malevolent invasions. Slowly you opened your eyes. The once dazzling azure mark between your brows now radiated a restrained, warm, and profound light. You rose slowly, loosening your somewhat stiff limbs. Crackling sounds echoed sharply as your bones stretched within the vast emptiness. The techniques. You glanced around, frowning deeper. The surroundings remained the same, immutable void, dim and bleak. Though with Dai Mu Shenwei the gravity that threatened to crush you into pulp was largely negated, restoring your mobility. But where was the path? No teleportation beams, no irritating feminine voice announcing, level cleared. Not even a reaction from the statue. Everything was identical to when you first arrived. Could it be that mastering these divine techniques is not the condition to clear the... You stroked the stubble on your chin, lost in thought. For this entire month you were not merely practicing mechanically. Being one accustomed to reasoning from fundamental logic, you simultaneously attempted to reverse engineer the essence of this divine Tao system. You sought to understand why you could borrow the power of Hanming, why this power was weakened, and why it bore no side effects. As your deductions deepened, a hypothesis gradually took shape in your mind, one that filled you with genuine reverence for the methods of that celestial realm master. This is not merely a simple borrowing of strength. You named the core mechanism of this system, the transfer technique. It must be a protective and filtering net deliberately set by that master to prevent successors from directly contacting the divine essence and suffering backlash. Its carrier is the ubiquitous Xian water primordial pattern within the celestial realm, as well as the Xian water Etian prayer divine technique you are using. Its function is exquisitely clever. Like a skilled intermediary, when you invoke the prayer divine technique, it instantly blocks direct contact between your divine sense and the Hanming divine essence. Then it disguises your summoning intent into a natural operational signal of the celestial realm's rules, causing the sealed, confused Hanming to be deceived. It mistakenly believes this to be merely the natural dissipation of its divine power over endless eons. In other words, as long as I remain within this celestial realm, or even if I leave it in the future, as long as I cast divine arts, as long as this rule continues to operate, I can lawfully and safely freeload Hanming's power indefinitely. Realizing this, you couldn't help but admire the mastermind behind this system. Truly, they have exemplified the philosophy of making the utmost use of all resources. But this was only the foundation. Your gaze deepened as you pierced through the statue's radiant surface toward the core of its chained divine body. There lay a deeper, more violent force, the core technique intermediary. It was the true source of high-level divine. Through the layered filtration of the transfer technique intermediary, you could briefly borrow the genuine water authority within the Hanming divine essence. With it, you could transcend the limits of your Kaiyuan realm divine sense, unleashing terrifying techniques far beyond your peers, even touching the power of the Fuyao and Shanhai realms. Yet such borrowing was by no means without cost. According to your deductions, even filtered mortal souls could not endure the erosion of divine authority for long. Lower-level authorities had minimal side effects, but invoking mid- or high-level authorities required strict daily limits. Given your current divine sense strength, you estimated up to 3 uses for high-level authority and 5 for mid-level. Exceeding these limits would cause irreversible chaos in your divine sense from the overwhelming divine impact. Having clarified this, you felt confident in wielding this divine Tao system. Yet alongside came an unshakable strangeness. It feels too fragmented. You recalled the first 5 stages of the progressive, logically tight, spiritual form inheritance. Studying the spiritual form granted a steady step-by-step sense of growth. But now holding this divine art system, though its conception remained incredibly ingenious, allowing you to glimpse the edges of rules prematurely, its power was ultimately borrowed. This stirred a sense of unease and superficiality, fundamentally conflicting with your martial philosophy of great power emanating from within. However, you understood the deeper meaning. As the cold feminine voice had said, given your current realm and divine sense, learning higher-tier Xianwater secret arts was immensely difficult. This seemingly expedient system was both a reluctant measure and the most suitable springboard for you. But this hardly seems to be the product of a single inheritance system. You looked up at the colossal statue locked in chains, the odd sensation within growing stronger. This place, rather than a rigorous academy nurturing successors, it seems more like a whimsical game concocted by that celestial master, or an unfortunate deity used as an experiment to verify some fanciful notion. After recording the data, discarded like a tattered draft, Though many questions linger, the power in your hands remains tangible and real. You've gathered your mind, burying these unprovable speculations deep within, refocusing on the most immediate problem. Since I am here, I shall settle in. The question circled back to its origin: how to escape. You lifted your gaze, following the statue's massive form upward, from the patterned boots to the chained calves, then broad knees, ultimately settling on the bowed head veiled by longing. Since this is the projection of the Shunwei Abyss prison, this statue is the source of the entire space's oppressive pressure. Could the most perilous spot be the only way out? An intriguing thought surged uncontrollably in your mind. If I could endure this pressure and climb to the top of the statue, even stand atop its head, might I then break free from this gravitational bondage and see the true exit? Once the idea formed, it could not. Is trying tantamount to death? No, not trying is the real death. You took a deep breath and resolved without. A low hum resonated as the mark between your brows glowed brightly. You unleashed Dai Mu Shunwei with full force. An invisible pressure shield enveloped your body, counteracting the external gravity as much as possible. Then you approached the statue's feet. You stretched out your hands, gripping tightly onto an ancient raised pattern on the boot. Like a tiny gecko attempting to scale a towering spire, you growled, low muscles tensing fiercely. At the moment your feet left the ground, the surrounding pressure surged violently. This was not mere gravity increase, but a terrifying rejection from a higher existential rank. Though the statue was sealed, the deity's dignity could not be desecrated, even as a projection. Your body felt as if burdened by a 1,000-pound boulder. Every upward stretch was accompanied by the lament of your bones. Yet you did not loosen your grip. 1 meter. 2 meters. With each meter climbed, the divine shock intensified. Reaching the statue's ankle, phantom voices assaulted your ears. Fall down. Insect. It was as if countless voices roared beside you, attempting to shatter your spirit. Upon reaching the knees, the vision before you distorted. The golden chains wrapping the statue morphed into terrifying serpents bearing bloodied maws as they hissed and lunged. Sweat blurred your sight, your nails cracked from sheer force, and blood stained the statue's cold surface. Yet your gaze remained lucid. The Kanglan divine sense fiercely guarded your sea of consciousness as you squeezed every ounce of strength. A bit higher. Just a bit higher. Step by step you persevered. Upon this 100-jong-tall statue, a grueling ascent had begun, one destined to test every fiber of your being. Who? The heavy sound of breathing is the only thing you can hear now. You are now hanging on the broad belt buckle of the Hanming statue, over 50 zhong away from the ground. With each inch you ascend, the oppressive weight intensifies, and the air seems to solidify. Damn, isn't this pressure a bit too extreme? You grit your teeth, tossing the sweat-soaked hair behind your head. If it weren't for your bare-handed rock climbing skills honed in the Sunset Gorge, you would have collapsed long ago. What truly allows you to cling to the surface of this statue is your precise control over the water shape. A thin, continuous film of water now covers the space between your palm and the rock wall. You manipulate this layer of water to instantly expel all air, compressing the water to seal every tiny gap. You are relying on the vacuum suction to maintain your grip in such a harsh gravitational environment. Firmly anchored like a nail against the sheer cliff, yet even so your fingers have become bloodied from excessive strained blood seeping from under your nails. You dare not relax for a moment, because you realize that with the increase in height, the speed of your divine shepherd's might is slowing down. The divine repulsion emitted by the statue is counteracting the protective shield of pressure you borrowed. I need to hurry. You take a deep breath, pushing off with both feet, your body shooting upward like an arrow. You leap 3 meters up, gripping a golden chain that spans across the statue's abdomen. However, just as you stabilize your form, a buzzing sound that sends chills down your spine suddenly emanates from the gap. You look up abruptly, your pupils narrowing. From the shadows of the thick chain emerge a dozen flying creatures, all dark golden in color and as large as your. They possess transparent wings, needle-like mouthparts, and those nauseating compound eyes. Water shadow mosquito. You are taken aback. But how did they change color? Before you can react, the dozen dark golden water shadow mosquitoes transform into streaks of light and rush. Their speed is twice as fast as those common ones you encountered in the second stage. Mutant species. You dare not be careless. Your right hand still tightly grips the chain for balance as your left hand swings outward. Several water spheres compressed to the extreme quickly coalesce beside you. Mystical water transformation, piercing wave blast. Clang, clang, clang. However, what surprises you happens next. The piercing blasts that are usually unstoppable strike these mosquitoes, producing a crisp metallic sound. They only leave shallow white marks on their hard exoskeletons. Not only fast, but their defense is also extreme. In this moment of hesitation, one water shadow mosquito breaks through your defenses and stings your left shoulder hard. Hiss! A piercing pain shoots through you. You feel your mystical water essence being frantically drained through the wound. Not only blood-sucking, but also essence-sucking. You panic. You're asking for death. You can no longer afford to conserve your essence, nor can you afford to doubt the mark on your forehead. With a thought, the mark on your forehead glows brightly. Core technique, intermediate authority. Boom. A terrifying divine power far beyond before is summoned. Although this adds to the burden on your divine sense, preserving your life is the priority. With the enhancement of this divine power, you grip tightly with your left hand. Mystical water, transformation, frost formation. Crack, crack. The moisture within a 10-meter radius of you instantly freezes. Those dozen dark golden water shadow mosquitoes that were once so arrogant suddenly freeze and place their wings coated in frost, their speed plummeting. Die. Seizing the opportunity, you launch yourself forward swinging like a monkey. Your right foot strikes with immense force, hitting the nearest mosquito hard. You struggle to prop yourself up, your gaze sweeping across the peak of the statue of the gods situated at a height of 100. This place is not as wondrous as you imagined, with nothing but the stillness of the void surrounding you. The only additional object is a black stone tablet, standing half a person tall right in the center of the statue's crown. This stone tablet is completely different from the luminous blue legacy tablets you encountered in the previous 5 stages. It is pitch black as ink, lacking any sheen on its surface. It resembles an ordinary stone that could be found anywhere, completely silent. You slowly approach, extending your hand to caress the ancient patterns on the tablet's surface. Buzz. Although the tablet seems devoid of spirit, with your touch a gentle stream of information flows into your mind. A method named Xian Shui Tian Yushin Fa gradually emerges. Yushin Fa. Your eyes narrow slightly. The content of this method is 90% similar to Xian Shui Tian Qi Shun Fa that you learned earlier at the foot of the statue. The only difference lies in the core operational logic, the previous Qishin centered around the mark on your brow, akin to borrowing strength. It is a request from a lower being to a higher one. In contrast, the current Yushin centers around yourself. It allows you to wield and command that divine authority from a higher stance. It is like transforming from borrowing money to robbing money. When you use Yushin Fa, it is as if you were conducting a zero-cost purchase of Han Ming's essence. However, with the master of the cave behind you, Han Ming cannot even sense it. Although you are utilizing the power and position of Han Ming, the initiative remains in your hands. What worries you more is that within this stone tablet representing the orthodox legacy of the cave, there is not a single record concerning the aqua blue mark on your brow. It seems that this mark was indeed a private edition secretly inserted by that old thing Han Ming. A cold smile crests your lips, but your expression quickly turns icy. This discovery instantly overturns all your previous judgments. From this deception alone, it can be concluded that anything Han Ming just said is utterly unreliable. What old friends and the Pact of the Abyss, even the heavy pressures and dangers you've just experienced, all could be part of his scheme to force you to rely on this mark. The truly critical point is this mark on your brow. This is the only objective you can currently ascertain that Han Ming aims to achieve. However, you still do not understand his specific request. What exactly does this deity want? It is highly likely that all the previous rhetoric he tossed about concerning Li Qingshan and causality was merely to divert your attention, to make you unwittingly accept this mark in a flurry of confusion and gratitude using divine arts. Just one. That old thing set a trap for me from the very beginning when I approached the statue. A chill runs through your heart. But there's nothing you can do. You have no means of countering, only able to keep responding. At this moment, after confirming the legacy of the tablet, you have affirmed this point. If you do not follow Han Ming's lead and do not use this mark, could it result in Han Ming's plans failing? This possibility has become uncertain in this simulation. Because you have already used it, some costs have already been incurred. Truly, it is impossible to guard against. You instinctively reach to touch the burning mark on your brow, your gaze shadowed. After all, you cannot even guess Han Ming's true intentions, and this place is still considered his domain. You chuckle, helplessly exhaling a breath of frustration. No more moves, I can only accept it. Let's take it step by step. You think that at worst you will just rely on it. In any case, you had already prepared yourself for death before entering this cave. Every day now is a gain. Let's see who can outplay whom in the end. You do not hesitate and do not activate the mark. You directly operate Yushin Fa, injecting a wisp of divine thought into the stone tablet. Boom. The tablet trembles violently upon sensing the divine power that has already been tamed within you. Immediately after, a dazzling beam of light shoots up into the sky, enveloping you within. Stage 6 cleared. In the following years, it felt as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Time in the cave was timeless, and your strength surged at a terrifying speed. With the aid of Yushin Fa and Dai Mushin Wei, what once constrained you has now become your greatest ally. Years 6 to 8 in the cave. From stage 6 onward, there are no subdivisions. Each major stage only has one level. You storm through stages 6 to 10. With each level cleared, you bring back new insights from the legacy benefiting the camp. With a thunderous roar, the entire pool surged as you activated your technique. A torrent of nectar energy rushed into you through every pore, and all 144 of your acupoints resonated in unison. The 36 primordial seeds greedily devoured this deluge, and in the vacant acupoints, new primordial seeds began to coalesce. Your vitality surged like a dragon, and your essence rose like a tide. At this moment, your breath soared wildly, almost touching the barrier of the Fuyao realm. Over the past decades, you have sensed the hidden danger of the mark on your forehead. As someone used to controlling everything, you have always maintained the highest vigilance against this foreign power. In those early years, you even forced yourself to forget its existence, preferring to spend 10 times the effort and endure 100 times the hardship to grasp the obscure techniques. You were unwilling to utilize this external aid, even a fraction. Yet the difficulty of the heavenly ladder increased non-linearly, especially after the 40th stage, where the divine techniques became outrageously complex. To avoid being consumed by those terrifying illusions, and to survive and continue your ascent, you had no choice but to compromise time and again borrowing the power of the mark to stabilize your sea of consciousness. Every time you borrowed its power, you were binding yourself with an unknown shackle. You were well aware of this, yet you had no. With all your might, you launched the most ferocious assault on the barrier of the Fuyao realm. However, a dull thud exploded deep within your soul. You felt as if you had crashed into a wall of sighs. You clearly sensed that you still had strength to spare and that a smooth path lay ahead, yet you could not advance. No matter how fiercely you burned your essence or how much nectar you consumed, that invisible shackle was firmly constricted around your soul, unmoving. There is indeed a problem. You slowly stood up from the boiling water. You reached out to touch your forehead, which was slightly warm. As you probed deeper with your divine sense, you finally discerned the essence of that invisible barrier. This was not a suppression of the cave's rules, nor was it a bottleneck in martial cultivation. Instead, it was an oath of binding contract engraved within the mark on your forehead, originating from Hanming. So it is. Your eyes narrowed slightly as you instantly connected all the dots. The restriction on breaking through the martial realm cannot be the intention of the cave's master. The true mastermind is the owner of this mark, Hanming. He is like a cunning lender who, while forcing me to use this mark aid to survive, has quietly implanted this oath into my soul. Every time I borrow the convenience of the mark, the constraints of this, it has now transformed into a chain securely fastened to that so-called agreement. Although Hanming did not explicitly state it, the purpose of this mark was clear: want to break through, want to attain a higher status. You may, but the prerequisite is that you must first fulfill your obligations. If you fail to comply, this causal chain belonging to Hanming will forever seal your limits. This is equivalent to having forcibly signed a one-sided clause without your knowledge. In fact, at this moment, you could choose to force a breakthrough. Because your martial will has been honed over nearly 20 years, you have truly achieved the integration of spirit and body. With a mind as resolute as iron, such constraints cannot fully sway your decisions. After all, this is merely a contract, not a means to control your divine sense. You could breach it. However, you could once you forcibly sever this contract, the backlash would come at a severe cost. Damage to your soul would be mild. It might even lead to the collapse of your martial foundation, causing you to lose all future possibilities for advancement. You cannot afford the price of breaching the contract. I have indeed been schemed against. You clenched your fist, your nails digging deep into your palm, your eyes filled with dissatisfaction and gloom. Although you had long suspected that the power of the gods comes at a cost, when this bill truly lay before you, and the amount was so staggering, the feeling of being forced to drink water while having your head held down still left you feeling extremely suffocated. You initially thought of recklessly charging forward, even at the cost of life and death. But reason quickly suppressed your fury. Endure. You took a deep breath, choosing to temporarily compromise for max. After all, aside from the martial realm, there are many valuable things in this cave waiting for you to continue exploring. During this simulation, after entering the cave, you adhered to one principle: delay as long as possible, until there is no profit to be made. Meanwhile, the first generation of elders who followed you was already quite old. Zhou Hua passed away, the first high-ranking member of the camp to die of natural causes. At the funeral, you personally assisted the spirit, and the entire camp mourned. Chen Chen looked at his old friend's tombstone, revealing fear of death and inability to return home for the first time. He grasped your hand, his voice trembling. Brother Su, can we really go back? You remained silent for a long time, and could only nod firmly yes. Year 25, you are stuck at the 30th stage. The visage of the statue at this stage is kind and gentle, yet the aura it exudes is filled with nauseating evil. This is a form of extremely advanced spiritual pollution. You have spent 5 whole years here engaging in countless battles of will with that perpetually tempting feminine voice. Through verbal tug-of-war with the regulator and Hanming, you confirmed the fact that the master of the cave had long since departed. Thus you grew increasingly wary, unwilling to trust Hanming's good intentions. Year 35, Chen Chen has passed away. This once shrewd and greedy old man had transformed into a gentle and amiable figure. He passed away peacefully while fishing one afternoon, his fishing rod still in hand. On the night before his death, he seemed to sense that his time was near and called you to his bedside. He no longer addressed you as President Su, but called you brother. Brother, I do not regret spending this life with you. Though I couldn't return to sea, I am content. After saying this, he firmly grasped your hand, his eyes filled with trust, and Chun Liang, the once youthful boy, has now become a middle-aged man with graying hair. He took over his uncle's position, becoming the new steward. Yet he gazes at your eternally youthful face, devoid of any trace of age, with eyes filled with awe and deep reliance. You have become his only support. Year 45, you advance to the 48th stage. You have grown increasingly silent and rarely give lessons to newcomers. Many believe you have become aloof or are maintaining the dignity of a deity. But only you understand the root of this sense of it is because of lifespan. By rights, a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm has a lifespan limit of around 120 years. This is still under the most ideal conditions without the use of harmful drugs or suffering injuries. However, your current body has undergone the mad transformation of dozens of heavenly river water lilies and other dimensional treasures. You have long transcended the mortal body, becoming a true Xian Shui body. Your cellular vitality is dozens of times that of an ordinary person, and your aging process is astonishingly slow. You have estimated that your current lifespan is at least over 200 years. You are a long-lived species while they are short-lived ones. Watching those who once called you Big Brother transform into middle-aged individuals. Watching familiar faces wither one by one, the loneliness brought by this temporal dislocation instinctively led you to choose to avoid emotional investments. Moreover, there is a more practical reason why you no longer personally teach. You are too busy. As the levels of the heavenly ladder rise, the models of those divine techniques become increasingly complex and obscure. Every parsing of a rune requires you to expend a considerable amount of mental energy and time. Aside from eating, you spend almost all of your time immersed in deductions beneath the statue. Fortunately, you have not wasted your efforts over these decades. You have cultivated a group of young, knowledgeable, and perceptive individuals. They have taken up your teaching baton, becoming the new generation of mentors in the camp, passing on your knowledge system. Until the 56th year, when you had just barely passed the 50th stage, bloodied and nearly drained of divine sense, collapsing onto the ground. A familiar voice echoed once again in your mind. Kid, how do you feel? Do you feel stuck at every turn? Hanming's voice carried a hint of glee, but more so a sense of urgency, as the situation reached a critical point. You initially did not want to engage with this old rascal full of malice. But at this moment you were indeed facing an unprecedented bottleneck. The exceedingly complex composite divine technique model of the 50th stage demanded divine sense far beyond your current level. Moreover, your realm was firmly shackled by that constraint, preventing you from enhancing your soul through ascension to Fuyao. This was a dead end. Don't waste your effort. Hanming seemed to see through your predicament. That is the oath of divinity. Unless you help me finish my business in the abyss, no one can break it. Hearing this, you sneered inwardly. This old man is still using the abyss as a pretext. You suspected this was certainly a ruse. However, given your efforts, I can point you in the right direction, letting you continue to ascend without breaking through your realm. You remained silent for a moment, ultimately having to compromise. What path? Faith. The words faith escaped from Hanming's lips, carrying an irresistible allure. You have so many loyal subordinates, don't you? Establish a sect, worship me as a deity, and you will be the leader. As long as they pray devoutly, the power of faith generated will be absorbed by the mark I bestow upon you. Then it will be transformed into the purest spiritual source energy to nourish you. With this source energy, you will possess greater computational power to analyze those complex divine technique models. This is beneficial for both of us, isn't it? You listened to his words, sneering coldly in your heart. This old fox finally revealed his true colors. He has plotted for so long. He has been scheming to limit my progress. It was all to kidnap me into doing this for him. Collecting faith, enhancing divine consciousness, computational power. Perhaps it's to help him accumulate strength to escape his predicament. For such a blatant act of aiding the enemy, you chose to ignore Hanming, refusing to engage in this conversation. You attempted to rely on your own strength to tackle those obscure divine techniques. But you were not truly indifferent. In fact, you were listening intently. Collecting faith to nourish the soul. This is indeed a shortcut. But why worship Hanming as a deity? Shouldn't I become a god myself? You believed you could manage on your own, directly kicking aside the cooperation proposal from Hanming. After all, in this cave among the Mutual Aid Society, you are the true deity who protects all beings, shielding them from the storm. Thus, a grand deification movement unfolded orderly within the Mutual Aid Society. You combined the current state of the Mutual Aid Society and personally compiled a simple counterstand, Songming Salvation Sutra, erecting your own stone statue. However, a month passed. Although this matter proceeded vigorously, taking shape, you still did not feel even a hint of faith's blessings. As you pondered in confusion, an old figure became restless. You were anxious, but it seemed Hanming was even more anxious. Hanming took the initiative to contact you. He might have paid some price, infusing a faint fragment of his spirit into each drop of nectar distributed daily. When you received the nectar daily, a conversation was initiated. Kid, have you considered my proposal? Trying to kick me out and go solo. Don't waste your effort. Faith is toxic. The waters are too deep for you to grasp. Without divine status as a converter, absorbing it directly will only turn you into a madman, overwhelmed by the chaotic thoughts of beings. Just do as I say. The key. You do not understand. We split it 80-20, okay? You take 8 and I take 2. First, remove the shackles on me, otherwise there's nothing to discuss. The other side fell silent. This old dog is so shameless, lacking any sincerity. So you chose to continue ignoring him. Then, you persisted stubbornly for another month, modifying the teachings of the heart-eating sect and directly copying them. You even attempted to make the stone statue more exquisite, but it was still ineffective. You even convened several high-level meetings of the Mutual Aid Society to discuss this issue. You tried several plans and toiled for months, yet still saw no results. Fine, you have guts. You gritted your teeth, having to admit that in the realm of divinity you were indeed a novice. To continue climbing the heavenly ladder, you had no choice but to compromise. You toppled your own statue and replaced it with Hanming's vague idol. Although this seemed to align with Hanming's wishes, it was not a fruitless effort. You eagerly anticipated learning the core techniques from Hanming. It is merely a temporary compromise to learn that old man's burning technique, he'll endure it for now. You feel the harmonious and ever-flowing force within you, a profound sense of stability surging in your heart. On the contrary, after gaining the power of belief and stepping into the realm of divine spirit domain, you have deeply realized what true superhuman strength is. Although you have never truly fought against the powerful beings of the Fuyo and Shanhai realms in reality, yet relying on your sharp martial intuition and terrifying spiritual computational power, you speculate that if a battle were to break out in this Xian Shui cave paradise, those Fuyo realm warriors who can ride the wind would appear in your eyes as merely slightly tougher targets. Even facing those masters of the Shanhai realm who are claimed to be able to break rivers and destroy cities, you would regard them, as long as you unreservedly utilize the high-level authority of Han Ming to invoke divine power, you are completely confident in confronting them directly, even standing against them. This is the ability the divine system grants you to transcend the gaps between realms. However, this does not mean you will underestimate martial arts. No matter how strong the divine arts are, they ultimately rely on the special transitional techniques and divine authority of this cave paradise to exert their power. Once you leave the cave and return to the real world, how much power can my divine arts still exert? This raises a huge... The real world is where martial artists reign supreme. The martial arts system has been verified by countless strong individuals in the real world, is absolutely universal, and is recognized by the great Tao. Divine arts are merely one of the means you use to achieve unexpected victories, while your tempered body is the solid foundation that keeps you standing tall. By relying on your profound martial foundation and the terrifying computational power derived from a vast amount of belief, you advance steadily, unstoppable. Moreover, during these several significant stages, you have gained extremely rich inheritances. In the desolate starry sky of the 52nd stage, you comprehended Xian Shui divine domain dead water. Once this domain is opened, within 10 meters around you becomes an absolute zone of life prohibition. Anyone who steps inside, as long as their spiritual strength is insufficient, will be unable to withstand the authority you wield. Their vitality and even their chi will be forcefully stripped away, as if trapped in a quagmire at your mercy. In the 55th stage, you finally obtain the causal secret technique you had long been looking forward to, Xian Shui metamorphosis rootless. This is a technique that can utilize the divine manipulation technique to harness the divine power of Han Ming, perfectly merging your own causality with the divine authority. Then in the illusion trial of the 60th stage, you combine this technique to deduce an even more exquisite Xian Shui metamorphosis, Xian Shui spiritual body. You can create a water clone that completely shields against causal investigation, even possessing autonomous consciousness. You sit cross-legged beneath the indistinct statue at this level, watching the shape-shifting, seemingly non-existent rootless water at your fingertips. A smile appears on your face. However, this smile lasted only for a moment before you directly exited the secret realm and returned to the front of the camp. The joy of harvest was perfectly concealed by you, replaced by a face filled with anxiety, fatigue, and obsession. Time has progressed to the 70th year of the cave's history. Over these more than 10 years, you have deliberately slowed your pace. You have even been stuck at the 65th stage, unable to advance any further. It's not that you don't wish to progress, but you have truly reached your current limit. The trial of the 65th stage is an extremely twisted, multi-layered divine arts model deduction. It requires you to construct and operate over 100 interconnected, yet variably shaped divine arts formations in your sea of consciousness, while enduring divine pressure comparable to mountains. The required spiritual computational power has far exceeded the current limit that the power of belief can provide. Every attempt feels like trying to run a new AAA title on an old computer, resulting in spiritual overload and nearly crashing on the spot. Right now, you are exhibiting extreme irritability and rage, resembling a gambler who has lost everything, and to numb the old monster lurking in the shadows observing you, you portray an extreme fanatic who is obsessively fixed. You smash the objects in the secret room frantically when no one is around, and you yell at yourself in the mirror, your eyes blue. In your sea of consciousness, you no longer hypocritically refer to him as senior or honored God. Instead, you yell in a tone nearly frenzied, filled with greed and unwillingness, old thing. Not enough. The spiritual power converted from this damn mark is simply insufficient. I have clearly touched the edge of the 66th stage, just a little more computational power away. As long as I have just a bit more, I can obtain the final inheritance. You even propose a very simple and crude plan, showing your obsession with reaching the top. Listen, I plan to implement a mandatory breeding policy at the camp. At the same time, cut their fishing and labor time in half, using all that time for prayer. As long as the population doubles, as long as the fervor of belief increases, I will surely succeed in reaching. Your tone is firm, as if you have made a resolute decision. As long as I can obtain all the inheritances, I will become the true heir of the cave. Helping you escape will be a matter of convenience. But during this time, don't let this damn mark let me down. Faced with your eager demeanor, due to the obstruction of your plans and your audacious attitude towards the divine, Han Ming did not become angry. Instead, he displayed astonishing tolerance. His voice echoed in your mind, carrying a soothing tone, gently guiding you. Do not rush, do not rush. Young man, I can sense your obsession. You are indeed stuck, and the supply of belief is somewhat insufficient. However, do not lose heart. Manage your divine cult well, and all problems will be easily resolved. Han Ming's tone suddenly turned full of extreme temptation, as if he was genuinely planning a grand path for you. As long as you can obtain the final inheritance and successfully leave this cave, you just need to take this soul artifact to the abyss, fulfilling the agreement between you and me. At that time, I will personally refine your body and preside over a divine descent ceremony for you. The oath that binds you will not only be instantly lifted, but I will also infuse all the primal sources of Xian Shui within this cave. Along with a sliver of true divine authority, all will be poured into your body. What mountains and seas, what divine powers. Those are merely mortals. At that time you will be able to achieve the body of a divine demon, surpassing the legendary sun and moon martial saint. You will not only attain immortality, but this world will also crawl beneath your feet. Faced with this grand vision thrown by Han Ming, you merely sneer, impatience lacing your tone. Don't paint these illusory dreams for me, old thing. You coldly snort, rudely interrupting his hypocritical promises. What you say is all about the future. I only care about the present. Right now I can't even deduce the composite divine arts model of the 65th stage. How can I care about some damn abyss? Rather than boasting here, you might as well think of a solution quickly, since you are unwilling to lift the shackles. Then hurry up and improve the efficiency of this damn mark in converting belief into spiritual power. Your shrewd, impatient demeanor conceals your true intentions. Han Ming did not become angry upon hearing your irreverent retort. He chuckled softly and spoke slowly. The child cannot be taught. Your vision is still too narrow. Well, since you desire power so much, I will grant your wish. Go ahead and implement your mandatory prayer and breeding policy. In the 70th year of the Cave Heaven calendar, the Harvest Day celebration commenced. The entire camp was adorned with decorations, with tens of thousands gathering in the square, cheering and dancing in front of the divine statue. The bonfire illuminated the night sky, while the aroma of roasted meat and brewed spirits wafted through the camp, filling the air with the essence of human festivity. On this grandest day of the divine sect, a sacred divine descent ceremony would be held as per tradition. You stood on the high platform, your gaze sweeping over the prosperity you had created with your own hands. You looked down at Chun Liang, who was now so old that he could only sit in a wheelchair, foolishly grinning. You were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained your composure. You waved your hand, calling the priest Agu to your side. Agu was the most fervent believer among the new generation, and he was also the one most severely affected by the essence of Han Ming. His right eye had completely transformed into a peculiar pure blue. You were well aware that once the divine descent ceremony commenced, the awakening consciousness of Han Ming would inevitably become intoxicated by the overwhelming tide of faith, lowering its defenses. That would be your optimal time. Agu, you will oversee tonight's celebration and the divine descent ceremony in its entirety. I am old, many matters must be gradually entrusted to you young ones. Thank you for your blessing. I will surely spread the glory of the revered deity throughout the camp. Agu trembled with excitement, his pure blue right eye sparkling with fervent light. He directly knelt on the ground, kissing the tips of your shoes. Go ignite the atmosphere. Tonight you are the main character. You watched Agu walk towards the altar, feeling the increasingly active fluctuations of Han Ming's consciousness within the mark on your forehead. At this moment, he was preparing to enjoy a grand feast. You quietly slipped into the darkness. Your footsteps were so light that they made no sound, disturbing no one. Your heart beat steadily and powerfully within your chest as you held your breath and focused, minimizing your presence. You distanced yourself from the clamor of the crowd, step by step, moving towards the innermost chamber of the camp, your secluded retreat. Upon entering the chamber, you pressed a switch behind you. Boom. The heavy dragon stone fell, completely sealing the exit. You even used your strength to shatter the mechanism for opening the door from the inside. In the center of the chamber, the enormous pool that had been expanded several times was filled with the nectar you had accumulated over decades, now radiating a brilliant golden light. You took off the magnificent priestly robe adorned with wave patterns and casually tossed it aside. Without a moment's hesitation, you slowly stepped into the pool. The nectar, radiating intense vitality, enveloped your body and neck, reaching up to your head. You completely sank to the bottom of the pool. It is time. You whispered in your heart, then fervently operated the Heaven Seed Kanglan body, divine seed. Boom. Instantly, the more than 100 empty acupoints within your body were filled in an instant by the overwhelming infusion of nectar. 144 divine seeds roared in unison, erupting with blinding brilliance. You directly ignored the contractual shackles that spanned over your divine consciousness. Break for me. You pierced through that thin barrier akin to window paper. With this step, you entered the realm that all open origin realm warriors yearned for. For you, whose foundation was excessively profound at this moment, it was but a fruit easily plucked. The Kanglan divine thought in your sea of consciousness began to undergo a violent transformation, quickly evolving into divine consciousness with the help of the vast spiritual source. You felt as if you had returned to your mother's embrace. An unprecedented feeling of life elevation surged through. However, amidst this supreme bliss, a fatal crisis descended. Crack. You forcibly violated the contract. Punishment arrived as expected. You felt as if your newly transformed divine consciousness was violently grasped by an invisible hand and then ruthlessly torn apart. Divine consciousness shattered. This pain surpassed the agony of 1,000 tortures on the flesh. Yet you did not scream, for you had long been prepared. Come. You directly ignited the vast spiritual source you had extracted and purified over the decades from the followers of the divine sect. This source transformed into pure restorative liquid, frantically filling the cracks in your divine consciousness. Tear, repair, tear again, repair again. Your divine consciousness was caught in a tug-of-war between collapse and reassembly. The consumption of divine consciousness source power was exceedingly terrifying. But the amount you had stockpiled was simply too vast. That abundant divine consciousness source power was enough for you to burn recklessly for a long while. And it was only at this moment, immersed in the joy of harvest and the tide of faith, that Hanming finally sensed something was amiss. Through the soul artifact, he let out a furious roar. Kid, what do you want? You dare? Shut up, old dog. You didn't even have the interest to let him finish his words. You mobilized the just transformed source power like a sharp blade. You forcefully severed all connections between the divine thought and the soul artifact, unilaterally blacklisting this. At this moment, the vast pool of nectar seemed to boil, bubbling with golden bubbles. Although it was rapidly consumed in the struggle against the collapse of divine consciousness, the depth in the pool was more than sufficient to withstand such reckless consumption by you. Soon the infusion of essence into your body came to an end. Your tempered martial will perfectly merged into every acupoint within your divine seeds. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy belonging to a Fuyao realm expert erupted from your body, instantly pushing the pool water away. At this moment, you truly stepped into the Fuyao realm. You reached the realm of living flesh, soaring through the void. Yet you did not choose to end here. This was merely the first step of your plan. You immediately cast the water control technique, forcibly drawing up the remaining golden liquid from the entire nectar pool. You crazily compressed and filled it into each of your major acupoints.